Transmigrating into a youthful figure of a second-rate Tang building, Nagato promptly instituted new regulations for our small organization that in the future, solitary combat was strictly prohibited. Not only did I abolish the duo mechanism, but I also mandated that we must band together, forbidding any lone endeavors. Furthermore, in any circumstance, we must ensure the integrity of our attire. Consequently, I revised our organization's motto to "You love me, I love you, sweet as honey from the Ice City." I declared that from this moment onward, we are a family. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, I leaped onto the head of the outer path statue, striking a pose as if lifting rice, and proclaimed, "Now, you are my companions. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I will ensure that no one perishes. Trust me, for I am destined to become the Pirate King. This year, we shall undoubtedly claim victory in the S tournament." As I belted out this proclamation atop the outer path statue, my voice strained and filled with fervor, I noticed the members of the small organization below, staring at me with bewilderment. Deidara, trembling, whispered, "I'm new here. Can someone explain what's happening with the boss? I recall he was always so stoic. Why is he so animated today? Has his aunt come to visit?" Meanwhile, another member, feigning ignorance, interjected, "Don't ask me, I'm not familiar with him. Please don't mention my association with him when we go out." With his captivating eyes, Sharingan, and the creases of age adorning his face, he remarked, "I've used my Sharingan. The boss isn't under any illusion. He speaks from the heart." As the members exchanged confused glances, a terminally ill individual discreetly hid in a corner, relaying messages to Uchiha Obito from a distance. "Obito, you need to return quickly. Nagato has lost it." I had already advised him against mistreating small animals, yet he insists on inserting a black stick into that summoning dog that can split apart. I fear the dog may have bitten him during its resistance. Observing the murmurs from the crowd, I sighed in resignation and jumped down from my perch. Conan approached the enchanting figure of pain, leaning in to whisper delicately, "Nagato, what troubles you?" At that moment, I was in a furious state and turned to admonish her sharply. "This is a matter for men. Women should refrain from meddling. If you must speak, wait until nightfall." Kisame, equally perplexed, asked, "Boss, what's going on today? Are you feeling emotional? If so, share it with me. Do not burden the women." I regarded the faces of my comrades, each marked by a hint of indignation, yet I remained silent. I retrieved a pristine laptop from my belongings. "No questions. This is a perk for the transmigrator," I said, while the others looked on in curiosity. Upon seeing the sleek black device I produced, someone inquired, "Is this a new ninja tool you've invented? It seems rather impractical." Internally, I thought, "You, a charred turtle egg, will receive your due later." I said nothing, merely opening the laptop and displaying it for all to see. From this moment on, I will conduct a 5-day professional training course. The curriculum consists of 720 episodes. Please pay close attention and take notes. This is for your benefit. After viewing the material, you will comprehend my previous life as a professional writer of Naruto fanfiction. The entire 720 episodes of Naruto are already downloaded onto this laptop. My only concern is the power supply. What shall I do if it runs out midway? After a moment of contemplation, a bright idea struck me, and I turned to Ko, saying, "Koko, fetch me some clothes." Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback. With a gaze laden with murderous intent, he responded, "What do you intend to do?" Sensing the overwhelming aura of hostility, I remained utterly unperturbed. "Fear not, as long as I am present. Victory is assured for me. This is futile, you shall not perish. I shall borrow your lightning attribute heart for a moment to charge my notebook. That it is fortuitous that you possess an abundance of dark lines. I shall fashion you into a charger. However, even a heart as formidable as yours cannot withstand the relentless exploitation by pain." After a rigorous 5-day training session, progressing from 0 to mid-level, the lightning attribute mask of Kakuzu ultimately transformed into a pool of black ichor. Although the loss of a heart is regrettable, Kakuzu harbors no remorse, for he has glimpsed his own demise, and ends so tragically grim. Witnessing his defeat at the hands of Naruto's spiraling shuriken, followed by 2 fatal blows from Kakashi, Kakuzu was rendered speechless. Silence enveloped the group. Each individual beheld their own manner of death. Observing their quietude, I spoke with a stoic expression. "You have all seen it, have you not? Our organization harbors a singular, formidable boss who has schemed in the shadows for years, all to resurrect his mother, using us as mere sustenance." At this revelation, the crowd turned to face Jay-Z, who gradually buried his aloe-like head in the ground. "This fellow seeks to flee. Stop him at once." Yet, Deidara had already prepared his ninjutsu. "Do not worry. He cannot escape. With Daidora's signature shout, an explosion erupted, uprooting him and sending him soaring into the sky. Realizing the dire situation, I contemplated my escape route when a powerful gravitational force suddenly drew me back to the group. It is my universal pull. Seeing this, I shouted, "Everyone, join me in a circle kick." This fellow has managed to survive longer than I have. I feel a sense of imbalance. Deidara, while concealing his intent, exclaimed, "Leave him some breath. I intend to obliterate him with my arts." I observed the members uniting in their circular assault. A satisfied smile crept across my face. This marked our organization's first true collaborative battle. Exhausted from the relentless kicking, with a resounding crash, Deidara concluded his life, leaving behind nothing but billowing smoke. Seeing this, I stepped forward to mediate. Let us release our frustrations. There is no need for seriousness. Our journey is still long. What we have slain is merely a clone. Each of your deaths and the demise of our small organization has been witnessed. I do not demand reflections upon this experience. I simply wish to convey that as long as our hearts align, the future shall undoubtedly transform. With that, my gaze shifted towards Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, we are aware of your truth. Pray, share your stance. The two locked eyes and silence enveloped us once more, the atmosphere becoming palpably awkward. The others understood that Itachi was unlike them. Not genuinely aligned with the faction, he still held fond memories of Konohagakure. All eyes turned to Itachi, eagerly anticipating his response, their hearts heavy with concern for him. During the earlier training, they had glimpsed the memories of Itachi, his self-sacrificial spirit, and the tragic fate he bore, along with the complex love intertwined with his brother, which left the members profoundly moved. This man is truly worthy of deep connection. The crux of the matter lies in the extraordinary combat prowess displayed. Within our small yet cohesive family, each member harbors an unspoken desire to retain him. Silence envelopes us until his most ardent admirer, Gue Jiao, steps forth. "Boss, I believe there is still time for redemption. Let him take a moment to gather his thoughts. Trust me, I shall handle the matters of his heart." Dida echoes in agreement. "From this day forth, I shall no longer see you as my target. You shall be my elder brother." With a deep sigh, he reflects, "After watching all 720 episodes, I have come to a resolution. My foolish, pretentious younger brother has truly disappointed me." Even if he were not present, gazing at Naruto's words, I sensed that Sasuke could thrive just as well. It is now time for me to let go. Henceforth, I shall live not for the village, nor for my brother, but solely for myself and for the organization. What a poignant sentiment this is, stirring the hearts of all present to the brink of tears. Sia steps forth from the shadows, revealing his true self, and embraces you warmly. Witnessing this tender scene, Fei Duan is moved and turns to Jiao-Du, saying, "Brother Jiao-Du, I always believe you to be a cold-hearted individual, yet upon learning your story, I now understand that you too were driven by circumstance, and no more words are needed. I shall hold you in greater esteem from now on." Jiao-Du, with an air of indifference, replies, "From this moment forth, aside from money, we shall share everything as one family." As the emotions of the gathering reach their zenith, I declare aloud, "Indeed, this is how a family should be." I hope you all comprehend the depth of my intentions. I am genuinely moved. Upon hearing this, the members cease their small talk, their gazes fixed upon pain, awaiting my words. I slightly open my eyes, revealing a gaze of unwavering determination. To spare future generations from enduring the suffering we have faced, I have resolved to conquer all nations and unify the ninja world. Only through this can we eliminate strife, chaos, and division. Under my leadership, we gather beneath the Outer Path statue, commencing discussions on the organization's initial execution plan. What are your thoughts? Please share them freely. Dida immediately raises his hand to speak. As the youngest, I shall go first. I suggest we initiate an explosion, starting with the most representative Leaf Village. Let us strike together and obliterate them, then move on to the next target until we have leveled the entire ninja world. Sia shakes his head. "Little D, your thoughts are overly simplistic. The true threat to the ninja world has always been the great nations, not the common folk. If we were to follow your plan, there would be no one left in this world. What, then, would we discuss in terms of civilization?" I nod in agreement, firmly rejecting the proposal. "No, this plan is dismissed. Think of alternatives." After a moment of contemplation, Jiao-Du speaks. "Then, as I suggested previously, we could eliminate all the daimyos and kages. Without their leadership, they would be unable to cause further turmoil. This method is unfeasible. Killing the third Hokage would simply lead to the emergence of a fourth, the fifth Hokage, who had remained silent, finally interjects. Only through intimidation can we inspire genuine obedience that we continue as before, seeking to capture the tailed beasts. However, this time it is not for the resurrection of the 10 tails, but rather to transform each of us into tailed beast assistants, thereby creating the most formidable weapon in the realm of M&A. As long as all power is consolidated under our small organization's control, it should not prove difficult for the other great nations to willingly yield their positions. Thus, we unanimously determined our objective. Indeed, collecting the tailed beasts is of utmost urgency. Uchiha then continued, affirming that our current protagonists, Naruto and his companions, have yet to mature and pose no threat to us. Swift action shall constitute our first strategic step. Deidara, brimming with impatience, declared, "Tomorrow, I shall accompany Brother Siet to Kanehagakure to seize the 9 tails." His eagerness was palpable. I raised my hand in a gesture of caution, advising him not to rush. You have witnessed over 700 episodes of Naruto. This is no mere shadow of the clouds. Remember, from now on, regardless of the mission, we shall work collectively. By the way, what is the current timeline? I have just arrived in the ninja realm and am still unfamiliar with the specifics. Voiced Wei Jiao solemnly. Our organization has been in hiding for 3 years now. Is the time to emerge that I understood then that this coincided with the beginning of the Shippuden saga. Conan smiled and nodded, confirming, indeed, that is the case. However, reflecting on the start of Shippuden, I initially believed that the somewhat tailed proctor from Konoha, Moonlight Gale, was the main character. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. I chuckled and explained that it was likely due to official reasons. Tomorrow, we will go to Sunagakure and bring back Ai Luo. We shall conduct ourselves with high profile, making a bold entrance into the village, striking down any who oppose us. Let us not harm the civilians, that is our bottom line. Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko, all hailing from humble origins, understood well that in times of war, the greatest victims are often the innocents. The family meeting thus concluded, and the members retreated to their respective chambers, leaving only Uchiha behind. Yes, there's something else? He inquired after a moment of hesitation. If the opportunity arises, I wish to recruit my brother Sasuke into our organization. After watching all 720 episodes, I have come to see the true character of the third Hokage and Danzo. They are not worthy of my trust. I pondered for a moment, recalling that Sasuke was likely training under Orochimaru. I respect your wishes. If he is inclined to join, he will be most welcome. However, you must consider that he harbors deep misunderstandings towards you. I sense that between you two, one may not survive. This misunderstanding may prove irreparable. Should such a situation arise, I will certainly safeguard you. You was moved, assuring, rest easy. Leader, I will exercise prudence. There is one more matter, I continued. While unifying the ninja world is crucial, we cannot afford to underestimate Q and Akatsuki. Their ultimate goal is universal reading, and should that come to pass, it would be more terrifying than war itself. Yu's concerns were not unfounded. Q had meticulously planned his strategies for a millennium, and to have them disrupted by his own hand would be intolerable. After all, resurrecting his mother Kagaya was Kai's singular ambition. Yet you do not fret. As long as we do not resurrect Shiwa, we shall encounter no significant issues. Thus, we shall continue our quest to gather the tailed beasts. While seeking news about Ju and Obito, one must swiftly eradicate them to prevent future troubles. Take it slow. It's almost over. Just bear with it a little longer, as Xiao Nan's voice echoed. The largest piece of earwax was extracted from my ear. I set aside the ear scoop in my hand and shared a knowing smile with Xiao Nan. Unexpectedly, in the world of Naruto, I found that Xiao Nan's most frequent task was to assist me in cleaning my ears. Clad in her iconic red cloud and black robe, she gently remarked, I truly did not expect that the events unfolding in our ninja world would replay before our very eyes. Much like reading memories. What exactly is that device you call laptop? It can even read and write the future. Your skills are remarkable when you first revealed it. I thought it was merely a brick. Xiao Nan, just know that it is a good thing. What we see on it are real events that have transpired in our lives. The decisions we make this time are all for the advancement of our organization. Xiao Nan softly replied, I trust your judgment, much like the decisions made by both you and me. The next morning, on the stone platform at the border of the Wind Country Shadow Village, a row of men stood dressed in unison, adorned with colored contacts, flaunting different hair colors and manicured nails. They formed the most handsome boy band in history that I proclaimed loudly. Do you all remember the slogan I taught you yesterday? The members responded in unison, reciting the rehearsed lines. They encircled me, raising their right hands high above their heads, shouting, "We are like brothers, we stand united. Because of you, there is warm hope." With a rallying cry, everyone summoned their inner chakra and charged towards Sand Shadow Village. On the city walls of Sand Shadow Village, a sensing ninja suddenly stood up in terror, exclaiming, "Something's happening." There are several powerful chakra groups approaching from a distance. The swirling sands in the distance drew the attention of more ninjas. What's going on? The weather forecast didn't mention a sandstorm today. One of the jonin observed through binoculars. This isn't just an ordinary sandstorm, it's the red cloud and black robe. Quickly report to the captain. The members of the organization have appeared. Hurry to the Wind Shadow's office. At that moment, Gaara was gazing out the window at the scene filled with yellow sand, his face etched with worry. These old geezers have been secretly challenging me ever since I became the Wind Shadow. One day, I will personally bring you to ruin. Just as Gaara was lost in thought, Kankuro burst through the door, urgently shouting, "Gaara, it's bad. The members of the organization are here." Gaara, upon hearing this, remained unfazed and calmly replied, "So they have finally arrived. I had long anticipated their visit." Which two have come?" Kankuro anxiously exclaimed. "No, not two, it's a whole group." At this revelation, the usually expressionless Gaara stood up in shock, momentarily flustered. "What do you mean a group? Aren't they always acting in pairs? The intelligence from Konoha must be wrong." Kankuro rushed forward, gripping Gaara's arm, and urgently said, "Forget about that. You are the sealed one and a precious individual. The small organization has come for you. We, the Sand Shadow, cannot afford to lose. You must hide quickly. I will take responsibility for what comes next." Gaara insisted. "I cannot hide. If I do, the village will perish. This matter is mine to handle." With that, his form instantly transformed into countless grains of sand, vanishing from the room. Before long, atop the village wall of Sunagakure, as a mass of sand swiftly gathered, Gaara's silhouette suddenly materialized. The nearby ninja exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Wind Shadow, you have arrived. Look, the enemy is at our doorstep." Gaara, with a grave expression, regarded the members of the small organization and said solemnly, "Do not worry with me here. This is my domain. I shall not allow them to breach our village." He raised both hands and declared, "Sand technique. No escape." As Gaara appeared on the wall, Kisame prepared hand seals. Just as I was about to alert my comrades, they suddenly felt the sand beneath them being manipulated, transforming into a colossal wave of sand that surged towards them. Haydn exclaimed, "What terrible luck we have. Is this quicksand?" I remember learning about this unique desert phenomenon in geography class as a child. Even a fool cannot be this foolish. This is clearly a ninjutsu. Haydn continued, "Once I've earned enough money, I shall take you to see a doctor." Amidst this pain, with Devapath at the forefront, shouted, "This is our first team battle. Do not force cooperation, let everyone showcase their abilities freely. Whoever captures the one tail first shall have it as their ally." At that moment, Kisame was still forming his seals, while Deidara unleashed a torrent of clay. "Haha, brothers, it seems I am destined to be the original assistant. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The original assistant, Gaara, was captured by me. As the wave of sand surged toward him, Deidara quickly released several clay centipedes, blasting the sand before him into the air. He then leaped onto a giant dragon crafted from explosive clay. "I'm off ahead, my friends." Meanwhile, Kisame was still forming his seals, while Sasori released the third Kazukage's puppet, proclaiming, "Naturally, I shall be the ally for the small sand team. Do not try to steal this from me." Amidst the chaos, Kisame finally completed his seals, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu. This must be an incredibly formidable technique. Kisame's feet levitated, and he began to glide through the air. Their desire for performance is so strong they are still too young and lack composure. With that, he released a wind-based negative energy from within, directing it towards the incoming quicksand, launching a powerful wind blast. Conan sprouted a pair of massive paper wings from her back, performing the technique of the god's messenger. With a swift motion, she summoned countless explosive tags that affixed themselves to the flowing sand. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gaara, observing the overwhelming quicksand of his own creation, easily shattered by the small organization's multitude, a sudden shock surged. Within him, it was not only he who comprehended the gravity of the situation. All the concealed assassins present were equally astute. This group, seemingly capable of effortlessly countering Lord Wind Shadow's techniques. Yet they chose to attack in unison, clearly treating Gaara as mere plaything, disregarding the very essence of the Sand Village. Truly, there are limits to tolerance. What one uncle can endure, another cannot. Gaara roared in fury. Do you believe this is the end? Prepare to face my next strike. The Sand Waterfall Funeral. As I watched Gaara's nonsensical moves, the supporting characters hurriedly stepped forward to advise him. Lord Kazekage, please don't get agitated. The Sand Waterfall Funeral is a technique that can only be executed by burying the enemy alive under the sand. Look at those people. They're still lively and moving swiftly across the desert. This technique isn't appropriate. Gaara replied, damn. I'm so used to chaining moves that I always want to use the Sand Waterfall Funeral right after the Sand Shuriken. This time is different. Lord Kazekage, please think of a way. Don't always rely on Lord Kazekage in times of crisis. The Sand Village supports you, not to let you eat idly. Kankuro also came over, standing beside Gaara and advising, Gaara, I'm here to help you. Has Temari not returned yet? No. She should still be in the Hidden Leaf Village handling the Chunin exam matters. All right. Gaara nodded, looking at the Sand Village ninjas who had almost all gathered on the city wall and excitedly shouted, everyone, do your utmost. Stop them. With all our strength. We can definitely defeat the Akatsuki. Understood. As soon as the order was given, the ninjas were as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their expressions no longer filled with despair. In an instant, countless unknown area ninjutsu filled the sky, all targeting the incoming Akatsuki members. Wind release, earth release, fire release, lightning release, water release, and various bloodline limit techniques instantly turned the entire sky a blood red. Wow, this is quite spectacular, Deidara remarked while sitting on his clay bird. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. It's great to be part of the Akatsuki. Yeah, Kisame said Day. Hurry up and jump down from that big goose of yours. Can't you see even the leader is running now? You can't just fly leisurely in the sky all by yourself. Do you understand workplace dynamics? Itachi Uchiha interjected. Kisame, stop saying such formal things. We are a family now, not a workplace. Let's focus on dealing with the upcoming techniques. Kakuza added, looks like we don't need to intervene. The boss is already floating in the air. While everyone was chatting, Pain had already risen into the sky, surrounded by a powerful energy like a giant energy shield. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky. The ninjutsu released by the Sand Village ninjas was instantly reduced to ashes. This is a group of monsters. Seeing this situation, some Sand Village ninjas fell into complete despair, collapsing to the ground. We can't possibly win against the Akatsuki. This is the power of God. Lord Kazekage, you should leave quickly. You are the last hope of our village. As long as you are alive, that's enough. Kankuro, don't hesitate. Quickly take Lord Kazekage away. Just as everyone was still trying to persuade Gaara, and Kankuro, sweating profusely, stammered, I'm afraid. It's too late. The members of the Akatsuki had already stood before them, coldly looking down at them. Sand Village ninjas, we of the Akatsuki will issue a decree. Chapter 6. Expedition to the Land of Wind. Strongly seizing Gaara sometimes. In a brawl, numbers don't matter. It's all about the aura. The current situation is a perfect example of this. Looking at the powerful killing intent emanating from each member of the Akatsuki organization. What is the difference between this and having eight-tailed beasts standing in front of you? Some of the less composed sand shinobi even fainted on the spot. 2 by 2, they could wipe out a nation. What about when the whole team is deployed? Pain coldly stared at Gaara and softly said, Gaara, come with us. As long as you join me, I will spare the entire Sand Village. What a joke, Kankuro shouted, forcing himself to appear calm. What kind of ability is it for so many of you to bully Gaara? If you have the guts, come at me. Haiden. Hey, you painted-faced old man. Do you have any brains when you talk? What do you mean we're bullying him? Is it more of you or us? Besides, we didn't stop you from coming at us. Old man, you call me old? Am I that old? Kankuro was furious, swinging his hand forcefully, and the raven buried underground suddenly sprang up. Black secret technique, poison needle. A large number of poison needles shot out from the raven's mouth, targeting Haiden. Haiden didn't dodge and was turned into a porcupine by the needles. Seeing this, Kankuro laughed heartily. Ha ha. One down, the Akatsuki doesn't seem so formidable. The needles stuck in you are all highly toxic. Within a minute, you'll definitely die. However, Haiden's next actions left Kankuro with a lifelong impression. Haiden, expressionless. began pulling out the needles while impatiently complaining, "Hey, painted-faced old man, do you really have to go this hard? Do you know how painful it is to suddenly get stabbed by so many needles? How is this possible? Why are you okay? Don't tell me. You're not afraid of poison?" "Of course, I'm afraid of poison. Look at my snow-white skin. It's starting to break out in little red spots from the allergy. So I just can't die. Remember next time not to stab me first. It's meaningless and a waste of your ninja tools. You got the order wrong." Hayden's words made Kankuro even more desperate. In his life, he had never heard of anyone who couldn't die. He didn't believe such a person existed. But right before his eyes, such a person truly appeared. Right here in this Akatsuki organization. As the chakra thread connecting to the raven snapped, Kankuro's hand slowly sank down. He gave up. The enemy before him was beyond comprehension, not something he could match. Gaara took a deep breath and slowly stepped out from the crowd. He understood the enemy's strength well. To defeat them, he could only use the false sleep technique to summon Shikaku, the one tail, for a chance to win. But once he released Shikaku, the entire sand village would be destroyed. It seemed he could only sacrifice himself. "I will go with you," Gaara said in a deep voice. His words brought Kankuro back to reality, and he urgently advised, "No, you can't go with them. Everyone, let us fight these thugs together." However, things didn't go as he had hoped. Out of over 1,000 ninjas, very few stood up. You guys." Kankuro was shocked as he looked at his companions, unable to believe it. Gaara only shook his head, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He understood that after becoming the Kazekage, many still hated him, hated the monster within him. Perhaps his death would be a good thing. "I will go with you, but please spare the others." Pain nodded. "No problem. My only target is you." "No way. I absolutely won't allow you to take my brother. I'll fight you." Seeing Gaara ready to sacrifice himself, yet his companions showed no reaction, Kankuro, burning with anger, released his chakra thread again, unleashing the hidden ravens, black ants, and the pepper fish all at once. Upon seeing these puppets, Scorpion snorted coldly. "Ants, I don't have much patience. It seems if I don't kill you, you'll keep blocking us, right? This kind of immortal, negotiation-based war is torture for me. Die, kid." Saying this, Scorpion's rear suddenly sprouted a tail made of steel. Resembling a scorpion, and with just 3 strikes, he instantly shattered the raven, black ant, and pepper fish. "How is this possible? Why are my puppets so easily?" I can only say your puppets are too outdated. They're no longer in style. Kid, let you experience my latest artistic creation." The attack from Scorpion's tail continued, and Kankuro had no time to dodge, getting flung away and fainting on the side. Seeing this, Gaara shouted angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't harm anyone? If you keep this up, I'll fight you to the death." Kisame rolled up his sleeves. "Oh? Red-hair kid, are you going to resist?" "I don't really care." "Kisame, stop messing around." Pain blocked Kisame, looking at Gaara and saying, "You've seen it. My family members are all quite temperamental, each one more troublesome than the last. If you don't want to add to the casualties, come with us quickly." Thus, Gaara was taken away by the Akatsuki. He exchanged his own life for a brief peace for the entire village. On the way back, Pain looked at Gaara and asked, "When you were about to sacrifice yourself and saw only Kankuro and a few others stand up to defend you, did you hate this world?" Gaara pondered for a moment, turning to look at his gradually receding homeland, and said, "I don't hate it. At least in this world, there are people who love me, even if it's just a few." After saying this, the image of Naruto slowly surfaced in his mind. Kisame sighed from the side. "This kid is a great man. Why didn't I have this awareness back then?" "Hayden, haha, Kisame, what time is it? And you're telling cold jokes. You can't kill me. Do you want to make me laugh to death?" "Itachi, this is the power of Naruto's verbal jutsu from Konoha. Pain, Gaara is not suitable for joining." Actually, Nagato still liked Gaara in his heart. He was also a tragic product of fate in this unjust era. Before coming to the Land of Wind, he had discussed with Itachi that if possible, he hoped to recruit Gaara. The standard for joining was that one needed to give up on their village. So just now, Itachi used his Sharingan to create an illusion, controlling most of the Sand Shinobi's bodies. Therefore, when Gaara was ready to sacrifice himself, only a few who weren't caught in the illusion stood up. The purpose of this was to make him completely lose hope. However, it seems that it failed. Sigh. Pain shook his head helplessly. "Scorpion, when we return, you will be the one to take on the one-tail Jinchuri. If you can't obtain it, then you can only destroy it." Hayden instantly became anxious. "Boss, I was the most valiant just now. Let me take on the one-tail Jinchuri." Scorpion coldly laughed. "Deidara, don't blame your brother Scorpion for being blunt. You're still young. Listen to your brother's advice. The Jinchuri circle is very deep, and I'm afraid you can't handle it. Chapter 7 Implementation of Team Battle Plan. Formation of Ninja Canyon not long after Pain and the others left. Outside Sunagakure. Ketsu's aloe head emerged from the sand. Kurizetsu, what does Nagato mean? Since he knows our purpose, why is he still collecting tailed beasts? But hey, you managed to escape from that group of people. So consider yourself lucky. Shirazetsu. Yesterday, when I saw our purpose exposed on that laptop, I knew that group would come after me. So I activated the spore technique in advance. But I didn't expect them to be so ruthless with my doppelganger. What kind of grudge do they hold against me? Really? Feeling Shirazetsu's grievance, Kurizetsu quickly comforted him. I will avenge you. As long as we revive Mother, no one will stand in our way. Wait, let's not talk about that yet. That guy is coming. Sensing the unusual fluctuations in the air, Shirazetsu immediately interrupted him. With a vortex appearing out of thin air around them, Uchiha Obito's figure slowly appeared in front of Ketsu. Shirazetsu, why did you take so long? The show is already over. Obito, I was dealing with some trivial matters. Did they really take one tail away? Kurizetsu, what trivial matters? Why the rush? I said, how can you be so careless about your career? Akatsuki was supposed to be under our control, and now look, the place is empty. Do you have no plans for the future? Seeing Kurizetsu getting angry, Obito quickly retorted, why are you so worked up? I just took the opportunity when they were away to sneak back to Akatsuki's base to see if anything happened with the Outer Path Golem. And I also wanted to find that troublesome laptop. I want to see what they actually saw. Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu both tightened their hearts at his words. That laptop absolutely cannot be seen by Obito. They only have Obito left as their partner. And if he discovers their true purpose, reviving Mother will be impossible, let alone reviving Uchiha Madara. Shirazetsu hurriedly asked, did you find it? Sigh. I searched for a long time, the hall, the bedroom, the storage room, the armory. Obito lamented helplessly while pulling out a sexy white swimsuit from his pocket. I even searched through Conan's bedroom, and all I found was this. Kurizetsu stared at him blankly. You found this in her bedroom, I'm not surprised. But, why did you bring it out? This question left Obito stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, yeah, why did I bring this out? Maybe it's out of curiosity. Shirazetsu chuckled. This swimsuit. TSK, swimsuit Conan, I can picture in my mind. Kurizetsu shot Shirazetsu a casual glance. Since he didn't find it, then stop looking. That laptop is very sinister. Shirazetsu. Exactly, its usage seems to require electricity, extremely terrifying. It actually deflated Kakuzu's lightning attribute heart. It seems it needs the power of lightning release. Kurizetsu. Can you use lightning release? Kurizetsu. I can't, what about you? Shirazetsu. I can't either. Kurizetsu. Then that's it. Obito, you can't use lightning release either. If you ask me, instead of wasting time looking for that laptop, it's better to think of a way to retrieve the Rinnegan and take control of the Outer Path Golem. That way, no matter how much Nagato and the others stir up trouble, we will ultimately benefit. Obito put the swimsuit back into his pocket and nodded heavily. Don't worry. I have a sense of proportion. After returning to the base, Nagato dispatched the Azura Path and the Human Path to Gargara, while the other members returned to the conference room to hold meeting. Ahem. Everyone quiet down. I have something to say. Pain, the Deva Path, cleared his throat and walked to the front. Having just experienced Akatsuki's first team battle, does anyone have any thoughts? Sasori, boring. Deidara, uninteresting. Kisame, uncompensated. Haiden, no pain. Itachi, doesn't matter. Kisame, no feelings. Conan, not happy. Pain, can you give me some efficient feedback? Be serious, we are in a meeting. Time passed second by second, and seeing that everyone still couldn't be bothered, Pain had no choice but to continue speaking to himself. You all saw the training content. If it's like the material, with Deidara standing on a giant bird to duel Gaara, while Sasori is just standing foolishly at the entrance of Sunagakure, do you think that's efficient? This time we all moved out and effortlessly captured Gaara. Isn't that convenient? Deidara pouted and muttered quietly. My art didn't even make an impact on them. I'm not very happy. Pain, you're so troublesome. If it were up to you, Gaara would definitely waste one of your hands like in a laptop. And if it weren't for Kakuzu in the organization, you'd be crippled, you know? Deidara turned his head away, clearly still not convinced. From now on, we will only fight as a team, no more one-on-one. I don't want to see you sacrificing for no reason. Isn't it better to be alive? We are a family, and no one can die. I understand that everyone is too strong, And because of the team battle, it led to everyone not fully exerting themselves before it ended. So they couldn't feel the joy of battle, but I've already thought of a solution. What solution? The members asked in unison. For future missions, one-on-one duels are allowed. However, everyone must still be present. Once a family member is in life-threatening danger, everyone must participate in the rescue. Do you understand what I mean? Haydn, upon hearing this, excitedly raised his hand. I get it. So if I duel with someone and they try to chop off my head, you guys watching will rush in to help me deal with them, right? Pain. Exactly. Haydn, you finally had a smart moment. As clever as I am. Haydn proudly raised his head, full of pride. So what do you all think of this solution? The members looked at each other and then silently nodded. Okay, since this issue is resolved, then let me take a little more of your time to discuss another matter I've been considering. In our recent team battle, although the results were significant, it was a complete mess with no coordination at all. Next, I will share the combat experiences summarized from the era my soul resides in. Kisame, Haydn, you two are tanky types from now on. You will be responsible for the top lane. That position is your responsibility. You will take turns. Itachi, your abilities are flexible and varied, and your overall view is strong. You will take care of the jungle, responsible for supporting all lanes. Deidara, Kaku, your ninjutsu has a wide attack range. AoE damage is off the charts, and key is that it doesn't waste chakra. You will be responsible for rotating in the mid lane. Sasori, Conan, you two will take the bottom lane. Sasori plays with poison, many hidden weapons, mainly focusing on auto attacks. You will act as ADC responsible for dealing damage. Conan will assist him, trying to block skills with your paper jutsu. And I will do my best to protect your safety. I will not allow any of you to die. Chapter 8 Support from Konoha. Jiraiya arrives Konoha Village, Intelligence Department. A brown hawk landed steadily on the perch. So early? Where did it come from? The member responsible for receiving external messages was taken aback when he recognized the hawk. Isn't this the fastest hawk from Sunagakure? Eagle Maru? Something major must have happened. Quickly notify the code team. Not long after, the leader of the code team rushed in, loudly asking, is it really a level 1 emergency communication? Did you see it clearly? Yes, it's this. Please take a look. The leader stepped forward to take a glance, and upon confirming, his heart suddenly sank. This is bad. Something must have happened in Sunagakure. Start deciphering it immediately. The urgent situation meant that the deciphered information quickly reached Tsunade. Sigh. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh, looking at Kakashi's team who were taking on missions, and said seriously, the Kazekage of Sunagakure has been taken away by the Akatsuki organization. What? Upon hearing this news, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura were all taken aback. Damn it. Is it those two guys again? Naruto clenched his fists in anger, the images of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame slowly emerging in his mind. Tsunade, no. It said that there are a total of 8 people. 8 people? Kakashi was shocked, nearly dropping his mask. He had previously faced Itachi Uchiha alone and had ended up bettered for an entire week due to his Tsukuyami. And now, they sent 8 people to capture Gaara? Lady Tsunade, is the intelligence accurate? Are you sure you didn't misread? According to the information from Lord Jiraiya and me, the Akatsuki members usually operate in pairs. Tsunade tossed the document to Kakashi. I may be getting old, but my eyesight isn't failing. They have been hiding for 3 years. Perhaps this time, they're really going to get serious. Moreover, one of these 8 people is Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi took the document, and due to being too surprised, he unintentionally read aloud. This time, a total of 8 people came to attack Sunagakure. A man with golden hair, using white centipede bombs. A man crawling on the ground, whose appearance is unclear, can summon puppets resembling the 3rd Kazekage and release his unique magnet release, sand iron rain technique. A masked man with green bean eyes can release terrifying monsters with attribute masks from his body. Itachi Uchiha, who can summon red giants wielding weapons around himself. Kisame Hashigaki, who needs to form hand seals to release water release techniques. A man with white hair, who hasn't been seen using ninjutsu, but is unafraid of poison, unafraid of injury, and claims to have immortality. A blue-haired woman, skilled in controlling groups of explosive tags, and can transform into angel-like paper wings. An orange-haired man with Rinnegan. The currently discovered ability is to repel all attacks. This is just a group of monsters, right? Listening to Kakashi stammering out the contents, Sakura said in fear. Tsunade frowned, biting her red lips slightly. These are the abilities analyzed by the ninjas of Sunagakure through battle. Everyone must remember them. Damn it. I didn't expect there to be Rinnegan. Sakura, what is Rinnegan? Kakashi put down the document in his hand, saying with lingering fear, Rinnegan is said to be the highest of the three great dojutsu in the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths. Because so few have seen it, it has always been thought of as a legend, but it turns out Rinnegan really exists in the world. Its full abilities are still unknown. After listening, Sakura looked at Tsunade, who also just shook her head. She hadn't heard much about Rinnegan either. Seeing everyone silent, Naruto, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted angrily, I say, you guys, is this really the time to be tangled up in these matters? Gaara has been taken by them. Granny Tsunade, hurry up and send people to find him. I must go. As a fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto deeply understands the difficulties Gaara faces. When he heard that Gaara had become Kazekage, he was genuinely happy for him, but now, with the appearance of the Akatsuki organization, all that has turned to ashes. Akatsuki, I will definitely take you down. Naruto, calm down. Seeing Naruto getting more and more agitated, Sakura quickly advised, we are analyzing the abilities of the Akatsuki members. If we blindly engage with these monsters, we will be wiped out. Naruto shook off Sakura's hand, completely ignoring her words. But if we delay any longer, there will be no time left. If we don't act now, Gaara will definitely be killed by them. Enough. Stop arguing. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, scolding loudly. Kakashi's team, you go to Sunagakure to understand the situation first. I will arrange for follow-up support personnel. Yes. Wait a minute. I will go with you. Just as Naruto and the others were preparing to set off, Jiraiya suddenly walked in. My intelligence network has also informed me about what happened in Sunagakure. This time, they have all mobilized, which clearly means they are starting to stir up trouble. I can only feel at ease with Naruto by my side. This is one of the purposes for Jiraiya's participation. More importantly, he wanted to see if this Rinnegan was indeed that former apprentice of his. For now, he didn't want to reveal this matter to everyone. Tsunade nodded. It would be great if you could go too. There is no time to waste. Let us hurry up and go. The Akatsuki organization's meeting was still ongoing. After hearing Pain's proposal, everyone fell silent again. They didn't quite understand. Mid lane? Jungle? What on earth is that? Seeing everyone in a daze, Pain said helplessly, in any case, I will tell you the theory first. In a few days, I will take you for practical drills. And then you will understand. Kisame spoke up. Boss, if your information is true, then Sunagakure should have already started sending support to Konoha. Kakashi's team and Gai's team might come looking for us soon. With Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, also here, we can directly use them as practice dummies. Sasori, not necessarily. They're able to find us because my clothing corner was brought back by Sunagakure's Kankuro. And this time we didn't leave any clues at all. Those guys from Konoha want to find us. Hiding. It doesn't matter. They can come or not. Anyway, we don't have to spend another 3 days extracting tail beasts. Tomorrow, there is nothing going on, so why not just go to Konoha right away? I really didn't have enough fun just now. Pain. Everyone, don't forget, the goal of collecting tail beasts is only to prevent J-Bai from resurrecting her mother. The ultimate target is still J-Bai. Finding Obito in J-Bai is the key. Additionally, we want to consider the Nine-Tails for now. After all, Naruto is the main character and the most unexpected ninja in the entire ninja world, so we should still give him some face. To prevent unforeseen events. I don't want to risk your lives to give him experience. What if he learns Sage Mode? Tomorrow, if Gaara hasn't figured things out, I will release Shikaku from Gaara's body and transfer the one tail into Sasori's body using sealing techniques. Alright, meeting adjourned. Chapter 9. Yahiko, Conan, is that really you? I was once just an ordinary handsome guy in the real world. But now, I am Nagato in the ninja world. I have soul transmigrated into his body. A gaunt man with crippled legs, yet possessing beautiful eyes. All I can do is watch Conan's body every day while digging out her ears out of boredom. I can't do anything else. At least not right now. In this dark room, it seems tragic yet magical. Because outside, I can control the 6 paths of pain and do whatever I want. After coming here, I decided to lead my favorite Akatsuki organization to the pinnacle, ensuring that none of the members die. And that pinnacle is the unification of the ninja world. Just like my ancestor, Qin Shi Huang. When there is only one nation in the entire ninja world, the chaos of war will truly cease. There will be no more darkened ninjas, nor will there be another Akatsuki. Although infighting may still occur, I believe that with the accumulation of time, the people of the world will unite. Because in the end, they will all become citizens of one nation. That nation will be called Akatsuki. As Nagato dug out Conan's ears, he pondered his great goal. Noticing that Nagato seemed a bit distracted, Conan curiously asked, "What's wrong? I noticed you don't seem to want to look at my body today. After looking for too long, but not being able to touch, my heart gets tired. I didn't say you couldn't touch, but that's your own problem. I understand. By the way, I don't know how open-minded the thoughts are in this ninja world, but in my previous era, even if a man's body couldn't move, women had ways to help men resolve some, issues in that regard." "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." "Explain it in detail." "It's just, the parts you use to eat might, more or less, be able to help me a lot." "You know what I mean. I really don't understand what you mean. Just say it directly. It's boring." Seeing Nagato stammering, Conan immediately lost her patience. "I'm leaving. Let us talk about it tomorrow. The sun is out, and we accomplished nothing all night. So boring. Your hands aren't as nimble today as last time. This ear digging is very uncomfortable. Practice more while I'm not around." Outside the land of fire, a group was rapidly traversing the forest. They had been running all night without a break. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and another anxious woman, Temari. Not long ago, they had met in the jungle, and after learning that Gaara had been taken by the Akatsuki organization, her heart shattered. After these years of effort, her relationship with her brother had warmed up, and it was a time of happiness. But the unexpected came too suddenly. Lord Jiraiya, has your information network found out what the Akatsuki organization is collecting tail beasts for? Seeing Temari's sad expression, Jiraiya understood she was worried about her brother's safety. "Don't worry, Gaara won't die. The Akatsuki organization only wants the tailed beast inside him. They won't make things too difficult for him." Jiraiya replied in an optimistic manner, not wanting to make her too upset. In truth, he didn't understand the reason why the Akatsuki was collecting tailed beasts either. But he knew that it was definitely a dangerous thing. It had to be stopped. "Nagato, I really hope that the man with the Rinnegan is not you. If it really is you, I will pull you back to the right path, because you are the child of destiny spoken of by the great Toad Sage." Until now, Jiraiya still believed that Nagato was the child of destiny, even after receiving news about the deaths of Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. Up ahead is the desert. Everyone follow me. I know a shortcut. After passing through the jungle, Temari jumped to the front and said, "All right, thank you." After walking for a long time in the desert, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. "Temari, you're back." The gatekeeper finally couldn't hold back his grievances upon seeing Temari. Jiraiya rushed forward and grabbed him, asking, "What does the blue-haired woman who uses paper techniques look like, and the man with the Rinnegan? Tell me quickly." "The headquarters has already drawn their portraits. You can go see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya hurriedly dashed into the village. "Wait for us a bit, Lord Jiraiya." Led by the Sunagakure ninjas, Jiraiya and the others arrived at the headquarters. This is... Jiraiya trembled as he picked up the portrait of the Akatsuki members. The last glimmer in his eyes finally vanished. "Conan, Yahiko, is that really you?" Kakashi, seeing Jiraiya's unusual expression, quietly asked, "Lord Jiraiya, do you know them?" Jiraiya remained silent and did not answer. Seeing this, Kakashi chose not to ask further. When Gaara saw Temari, he anxiously said, "You're back. Kankuro has been poisoned by the Akatsuki. You need to check on him quickly." "What? How could he also?" Temari didn't expect that her other brother was also in trouble. Sakura adjusted her forehead protector and calmly said, "Take me to see." Jiraiya's eyes had not left the portrait for a second, as the familiar faces stirred up beautiful memories in his mind like a gust of wind. "You guys go first. I'll stay here for a while." "All right. Then Lord Jiraiya, you first gather information on the enemy. We will go see Kankuro's situation." After saying this, they all ran toward the medical room. Why? Why does Yahiko have a Rinnegan? What happened to the three of you? Perhaps it really is time to meet again. Chapter 10 Gaara is back. The situation in the medical room was going smoothly. Under the treatment of Tsunade's direct disciple Sakura, Kankuro finally escaped from life-threatening danger. Granny Chiyo sighed. "Impressive, you resemble the Konoha slug girl." Sakura wiped the sweat off her forehead and humbly replied, "Lady Tsunade is my master, and she is the one who sent me here." Seeing that Kankuro's condition had improved, Kakashi spoke to the Sand Village ninjas. "Can someone repeat to me in detail the abilities and specifics of each member of the Akatsuki organization? For example, this person using the third Kazekage puppet. Judging by his appearance, he should be wrapped in a puppet, right?" Maki nodded. "That's right, we've analyzed it too. He should be the rogue ninja from our Sand Village. Sasori of the Red Sand. No one else would have such advanced manipulation skills." This statement was also agreed upon by Lady Chiyo and Lord Ebizo. Chiyo nodded. It seems that the case of the third Kazakage's disappearance should have a lead. I never expected it to be my own grandson's doing. Just then, Jiraiya walked in. Oh, isn't this Granny Chiyo and old Ebizo? Long time no see, still alive? Jiraiya and Chiyo shared a bond from having experienced the same war. Although they were enemies back then, their reunion still felt warm and familiar. I thought it was someone making a fuss. Turns out it's that Toad kid. Your hair is still so long. Must take you an hour to wash it. Seeing Jiraiya mock him, Chiyo naturally had to retaliate. Hee. Granny Chiyo's tongue is still as sharp as ever. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, then turned serious and looked at Kakashi. The intelligence from the Sand Village has been analyzed. What's the current situation? Kakashi shook his head, somewhat disappointed. It's not optimistic. After they kidnapped Gaara, the Sand Village didn't send anyone to follow. And there were no clues left at the scene. Chiyo countered, it's not that they didn't send anyone to follow, but that they couldn't. Most of the sand ninjas present were caught in the Jinjutsu of the rogue Uchiha Itachi from Konoha. Ultimately, part of the responsibility for this lies with you Konoha. At your age, still harboring hatred towards other villages, are you going to be stubborn to the end? Jiraiya couldn't help but mock, then continued. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Finding Gaara is the key. Maki sighed, we'll have to think of other ways. At the Akatsuki base in the makeshift prison, Pain coldly looked at Gaara and softly asked, I've made my intentions clear. What have you considered? Gaara remained expressionless. I'm not interested in joining you. What about unifying the ninja world? Creating a single nation where there are no wars, no mutual checks, and no pain. Don't you think that would be meaningful for the world? I don't trust you. Suit yourself. In that case, don't blame me. Scorpion, come in. In the conference room, the high-ranking members of the Sand Village and Jiraiya discussed for a whole day and night, but still couldn't come up with any ideas. Naruto could no longer contain himself and stood up to walk towards the door. Jiraiya shouted, where are you going? I'm going to find Gaara. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will bring him back. The world is so big. Where are you going to dig? Naruto, I understand your feelings, but can you control your emotions? But, Gaara, just as Naruto continued to act willfully, a Sand Village guard suddenly rushed in. The Kazakage has returned. What? Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and ran towards the door. They saw Gaara being surrounded by a group of ninjas as he moved towards the headquarters. Temari held back her tears and rushed to Gaara, hugging him tightly. I'm sorry. It's my fault. You went through such a big incident, and I wasn't by your side. Gaara gently patted Temari's shoulder and softly said, Sister, it's okay. Jiraiya walked up to Gaara, looking at him in scathe, and asked in surprise, Kazakage, I am a ninja sent by Konoha to support you, one of the Sannin Jiraiya. How is your physical condition? Can you tell me everything that happened to you? Sure. The one-tail Shikaku inside me was taken away by the Akatsuki. The one who sealed the one-tail Shikaku inside Gaara was Chiyo. Nagato, originally from the Uzumaki clan, had a natural talent for sealing techniques. He controlled pain to bring Gaara to him, cracked Chiyo's sealing technique, and released the one-tail Shikaku from within him. Later, he used the sealing technique 8 Seal to seal Shikaku inside Scorpion. Nagato's initial goal was to make the Akatsuki members become Jinchuriki to gain even greater power. He did not intend to kill Gaara. Once a tailed beast leaves its Jinchuriki's body, the Jinchuriki dies. Nagato was aware of this. Therefore, he only sealed half. He sealed the negative one tail into Scorpion and left the positive one tail inside Gaara's body. This is what allowed Gaara to survive. After Gaara recounted the events, everyone fell silent. After hearing this, Naruto touched his stomach. I just realized that tailed beasts can also be divided into yin and yang. That's not the point. Jiraiya was baffled by the Akatsuki's actions. If they want to gain power, taking the complete one tail would be best, but why leave half of the tailed beast with Gaara? Could it be they want to keep Gaara alive? Temari murmured in a daze that shouldn't be the case. This doesn't seem like a villain style. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Gaara remained silent for a moment before speaking up. Before they unsealed the one tail inside me. The Akatsuki members told me this. Unify the ninja world into one nation. That should be their goal. Previously, I didn't believe them, but now I somewhat do. The Akatsuki's attack on our Sand Village seems severe, but in reality, no one died. Perhaps, the Akatsuki really want a future world without pain. Chapter 11. Hey, Uncle Snake, we meet again in the pitch-black room. Nagato was sitting alone in his special wheelchair. The only source of light was the laptop in front of him, still playing Naruto videos. Beside him, it was standing still, continuously charging the laptop. As for its new heart, Nagato did not ask where it had been taken from. In the evening, Conan returned as usual. Before Nagato could speak, Conan had already shed her red cloud black robe and was lying on Nagato's lap. Continue. Let's see if you made any progress. As Conan spoke, her blue eyes inadvertently caught the screen of the laptop, which was displaying a full screen of Tsunade's ample figure. Nagato! Conan glared at him angrily, noticing the slight bulge in his lower body. So love can disappear, huh? After so many years, you've never reacted like this to me. I finally understand. You like that old woman Tsunade. Nagato quickly explained, it's a misunderstanding. This reaction is clearly because I saw your body. Impossible. After so many years, ever since you were absorbed by the outer path, we've been like this. I've never seen you react. Seeing Conan's angry expression, Nagato felt completely at a loss for words. The previous Nagato might have gotten tired of it, but not me. I've only watched for a few days. It's impossible not to react. Nagato wanted to explain things clearly to Conan, but he feared she wouldn't believe him. Sigh. I can't go on living like this. Nagato made up his mind and summoned the 6 paths of pain. Seeing this, Conan pouted, half-heartedly saying, Are you calling them again? How many times have I told you? Their bodies are too cold for me to feel anything. Occasionally it's fine, but with all 6 of them together, I can't handle it. What the hell? What do you usually do? Is life that rich? Hearing Conan's words, Nagato couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Huh? So that's not what you meant? Then why are you calling them here? Cough, cough. Nagato was speechless. After dispelling the images in his mind, he said, I can't stay in this little black room for another moment. We need to set off now and find Orochimaru. What do you want to find him for? To strengthen our bodies. The members' unity and tactics have basically reached a consensus. Scorpion has just become a Jinchuriki and will spend some time practicing the tailed beast transformation according to the methods in the laptop. So there won't be any major movements from the Akatsuki for a while. This period of rest is the best time to find Orochimaru for body reconstruction. Nagato initially planned to rest for a night and then go, but now he had been stimulated by Conan and completely lost his reason. He couldn't wait another moment. Wait for me, Conan. When I return, I will show you a different me. Nagato said fiercely. Okay, you go. I'll wait for you. Conan's face turned slightly red. Full of anticipation. On a moonless night, the 6 paths of pain stood on a cliff, with the Azura path carrying Nagato on his back. Nagato coldly commanded, Let's go, we can set off now. The others exchanged glances. Where to? We don't have any intel on Orochimaru's base. Damn. Right. How could I forget something so important? Nagato slapped his forehead. It's too troublesome to spend manpower looking for him now. We need to think of a way. The human path said, Our brains are yours. You think of a way. Got it. Since we can't find him, let us directly have them come looking for me. Go to the Heavenly Bridge. The Heavenly Bridge Battle, a famous battle in the ninja world. It was because of this war that we first witnessed how terrifying the tailed beast transformation of Naruto was. It also let us realize how amazing and perverse Orochimaru's science was. However, this time, we wouldn't be seeing that. Scorpion and the spy D, who was lurking around Orochimaru, wouldn't be discovered by Konoha. But Nagato knew, if he wanted to see Orochimaru, this was the best way. Heavenly Bridge. Orochimaru, your most unexpected old friend is coming. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the land of grass, at the Heavenly Bridge, accompanied by the gusts of ominous wind, a mysterious figure cloaked in gray was slowly walking to the center of the bridge, quietly waiting. The hungry ghost path said, D is still acting here. The animal path replied, We also have to play along. Otherwise, Orochimaru won't show up. The hell path nodded. Then put on the scarlet flowing robe borrowed from Scorpion. Damn, this outfit is really uncomfortable on my body. Human path, why don't we switch? The human path shook his head. No, I have a phobia of darkness. It's better if you wear it. Nagato urged, Hurry up. Don't keep D waiting too long. What if that kid runs away? In fact, it was just that Nagato didn't want to wait too long himself. Reconstructing his body and conquering Conan was a matter of urgency. The Hell Path, feeling helpless, had no choice but to continue stuffing his plump body into the robe. The Azura Path looked at Nagato, puzzled. By the way, we should all be the same person. Why do we have to talk so much to each other? My heart is tired. Nagato put his finger to his lips. Don't let the readers hear. I'm just trying to pad the word count. A series of crisp bell sounds rang out as D slowly looked up, seeing Scorpion approaching him, and respectfully said, It's been 5 years, Scorpion. How have you been? The Hell Path, lying in the flowing robe, was already feeling irritated, and upon hearing D's useless small talk, instantly flared up. If you have something to report, just say it. I'm busy. Pharmacist D smiled meaningfully. Scorpion, Your impatience hasn't changed. Has someone been waiting for you? Feeling the chakra scalpel hidden behind D, the hell path snorted. No, it's not a person waiting for me. I'm waiting for someone. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass at the bridgehead. D immediately jumped to Scorpion's side, cautiously observing the depths of the grass, only to see a wild rabbit jump out. What? It was just a rabbit. What a false alarm. Pharmaciste de gradually relaxed. Nice acting. But why hasn't Orochimaru come out yet? The hell path could barely hold it together. At that moment, our main character finally appeared. A man with waist-length hair suddenly appeared behind Pharmacist D, striking a very cool pose, and in a hoarse voice said, "It seems very interesting. What are you all discussing? Can I join in?" Uncle Snake made an extremely glamorous entrance. "D, I didn't expect you to have contact with Scorpion behind my back. You've disappointed me." Seeing the two still performing, the hell path could no longer hold back. "Orochimaru, stop acting. Aren't you tired?" The target appeared. "Everyone go." "Yes." Uncle Snake hadn't looked cool for 3 seconds when suddenly 5 more shadows appeared on the heavenly bridge. "Hey, Uncle Snake, we meet again." Chapter 12, Do You Want the Rinnegan? If you dare to ask for it, I'll give it to you. Orochimaru is a scientist who has dedicated his entire life to mastering all ninjutsu. After relentless efforts, he has achieved immortality, and his next goal is to obtain the eyes. To get the Sharingan, he has provided food and shelter, raising Uchiha Sasuke for 3 years without charge. Not only did he teach him ninjutsu, but his pet, Manda, was also occasionally summoned by Sasuke, and he would suffer from Sasuke's cold mockery every day. Do you think he wanted this? He was just forced into it. Once upon a time, his goal was Uchiha Itachi, but in the end, he was instantly killed by Itachi. Perhaps someone would ask, since the Rinnegan is much stronger than the Sharingan, why does Snake Uncle specifically target members of the Uchiha clan instead of going after Nagato? Do you think he doesn't want to? He just doesn't have the guts. When Snake Uncle first joined the Akatsuki, he felt greed when he saw Pain's eyes. But after seeing Pain's strength, he immediately dismissed that greed. Uchiha Itachi at least took the initiative to fight him. But Nagato, he didn't even have the thought of fighting, because he knew there was no way to win. After all, this isn't a law-abiding society. Even if he had 1,000 lives, the outcome would only be one, being brutally beaten. After leaving the Akatsuki with his pride hurt, he thought he would never see Pain again, but unexpectedly, today, the 6 paths of Pain stood before him. What a disaster. Such nice weather. I originally came out to find Scorpion to have a heart-to-heart, but I didn't expect to run into this group of old sixes. Toby, which side are you on? Don't tell me you're a triple agent. Still obeying the orders of the Akatsuki leader? Toby was originally a spy sent by Scorpion to Orochimaru, but during this time, he was turned by Orochimaru, making him a spy beside Scorpion. However, Orochimaru didn't expect that this time the Akatsuki leader Nagato would actually be present, and he immediately suspected Toby's identity, thinking that Nagato might be his true master. Seeing Orochimaru's panicked expression, Toby, confused, said, "Lord Orochimaru, what are you talking about, the Akatsuki leader? Where?" Orochimaru roared, "Are you blind? Right in front of you. Those with eyes that look like mosquito coils are the Akatsuki leader." Huh? At this moment, Toby was also flustered and quickly ran to Orochimaru's side, fearfully asking, "Are all 6 of them? Hurry and get a new pair of glasses. Can't you see there's a cripple on their back? That one is the most impressive." Nagato looked at the endless quarrel between Orochimaru and Toby and impatiently said, "Orochimaru, scolding your subordinates can wait until you go back. It's not easy to see you again. After all, we used to work together. Are you insulting me by saying I have mosquito coils in my eyes? I wouldn't dare." Orochimaru respectfully approached Pain's 6 paths, his attitude extremely sincere. "I didn't know you all would come. May I ask what you need from me?" "Nagato, teach me your immortality technique. It looks quite interesting watching you spit out and in. TSK. To be honest, Nagato's appearance really startled him. After all, he belonged to the traitorous ninjas of the Akatsuki, and he originally thought Nagato came to eliminate him. But after hearing Nagato's words, Orochimaru understood that Nagato was actually seeking his help. His heart finally felt a bit more at ease. Since he needed something from him, there was no need for him to be so servile. Thinking this, Orochimaru straightened his back. "Sigh, Nagato, you finally came to your senses. I said before that I would help you transform your body, but you just wouldn't listen, insisting that your body and skin are given by your parents. What made you suddenly change your mind this time?" "Ahem. You'd better not ask about the specific reason. I'm afraid you'll overthink. In short, one thing, teach me the corpse rebirth technique. Right away, immediately." The corpse rebirth technique, as the name suggests, allows the spirit to transfer into another's body, thus achieving eternal life. Nagato wants to change his body. Orochimaru shook his head, smiled, and said, "TSK. This corpse rebirth technique is the ultimate ninjutsu I invented after spending a lot of time in human experiments. Nagato, you also know that ninjutsu itself isn't worth much, but the technology to develop ninjutsu is the most valuable. I can teach you, but you have to give me something in return. What do you want? Can you say it quickly? I need to go back before dark. I want your eyes, the Rinnegan. You have so many pairs. Sharing one with me is not too much, right? Humph." Looking at Orochimaru's face with a sly smile, occasionally flicking his tongue, Nagato coldly snorted. "You little brat. So you were waiting for me here. You want the Rinnegan? All right, I'll give it to you, but you need to understand one thing. Only corpses can bear the Rinnegan. Universal. Pain's Deva Path raised one hand, and Orochimaru instantly felt himself being pulled by a powerful force. Orochimaru was bewildered by this sudden action and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Can't we just talk it out? Deva Path. What do you mean, what am I doing? It's been years since we've met. I want to give you a big hug. Let go of Lord Orochimaru." Seeing this, Toby immediately gathered chakra in his palm and struck towards Deva Path. However, before he could get close, Azura Path had already twisted his wrist, and with a strange arm rocket, he sent Toby flying into the bushes. Overestimating yourself, Azura Path twisted his wrist again, snorting lightly. Seeing that his body was about to be forcibly pulled to Deva Path's side, Orochimaru had a flash of inspiration, opened his mouth wide, and suddenly a hand stretched out from his mouth. "Oh no, stop him quickly. This kid is about to start spitting himself out again." Hungry Ghost Path saw this and immediately jumped to Orochimaru's side, spreading his big hand directly pressing on Orochimaru's head that had just emerged. "Are you disgusting? Go back." While saying this, he forcibly stuffed the new Orochimaru back into Orochimaru's original body. After stuffing him, Hungry Ghost Path held Orochimaru's chin with one hand and pressed down on his head with the other, forcefully sealing it, disdainfully mocking, "Hold it back. No spitting." Orochimaru could be heard screaming frantically from inside his original body. "Let me out. You beasts! Is this how you treat someone asking for a favor?" Nagato raised an eyebrow. "What will happen if I don't let you out? If you have the ability, go out from the back. You dare to ask me for the Rinnegan. Let me tell you, luckily I didn't bring Uchiha Itachi this time. If Itachi were here, he would definitely take his brother away. By then, you wouldn't even be able to get the Sharingan. I don't want it anymore, let me out. And I'll teach you the corpse rebirth technique right now." Hearing this, Nagato nodded to Hungry Ghost Path, signaling him to let go. "So dirty." Hungry Ghost Path lowered his hand, and before leaving, he didn't forget to wipe the saliva from Orochimaru on his body. No, Hungry Ghost Path. What nonsense are you talking about? From now on, I will also start spitting myself out like him for fun." Nagato signaled the human path to carry him to the saliva-covered Orochimaru, coldly grinning. "Hurry up and wipe yourself dry. Teach me. You better be quick. If I don't learn before night falls, I will really kill you." Chapter 13. Offer your body to me, Orochimaru's base, Northern Stronghold. Under the pressure of Nagato's might, Orochimaru brought the 6 paths of pain directly to his base. Wow, quite an impressive scale, as expected of you, Uncle Snake. Nagato couldn't help but sigh as he looked around this strange and eerie place. At this moment, Orochimaru's heart felt like it was being trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. Not only do I have to teach you the impure world reincarnation technique for free, but you also want to take someone from me. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, how could I, the great Sannin Orochimaru, suffer such losses? While he thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to act so recklessly outwardly. "Nagato, you haven't told me who you were looking for. It wouldn't be Sasuke, would it?" Fearing that Nagato would take Sasuke away, Orochimaru didn't take him to the base in the land of grass, but directly to his coastal northern stronghold. "Don't ask. Once you teach me the impure world reincarnation technique, I'll tell you. Just don't play tricks. The 6 paths of pain are not something you can handle right now." "Play tricks? How could I?" Orochimaru just wanted to quickly send this group of old six away. He didn't want to stay with them for a moment longer. After arriving in the office, Orochimaru took out a scroll and respectfully handed it to Nagato, saying, "This is the ninjutsu you wanted. Practice it here. It's going to rain, and I suddenly remembered that I left my clothes at home, so I won't accompany you. You can choose anyone from my base, goodbye." After saying that, without waiting for Nagato to speak, Orochimaru transformed into countless white snakes and fled in all directions. Seeing this, the 6 paths of pain immediately prepared to chase after him. Nagato waved his hand weakly, No need to chase, he's very cunning. Let him go. The animal path said, but aren't you afraid that this scroll is fake? Nagato coldly laughed. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't offend me over a mere ninjutsu. You all stand next to me. I'm going to start learning now. If anyone dares to disturb me, kill him. Yes. Nagato slowly opened the scroll, carefully examining the intricacies within with his rinnegan, and couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the #1 scientist in the ninja world. This ninjutsu couldn't be developed by anyone else. From the principle, it's definitely real. Good. Conan, wait for me. I'm about to show you what else I can do besides ear picking. Half a day passed, and Nagato finally learned the impure world reincarnation technique. Next, it was time to find a perfect body. Let's walk around and see if there are any strongmen. The human path helped Nagato to his feet, carrying him on his back, and together with the other 5, they walked towards the door. Wait! Just as they were about to exit, Nagato suddenly saw a scroll on the experiment table, and the words on it piqued his interest. Take that scroll too. The techniques inside will be very useful for me. In the eerie corridor, screams of agony occasionally echoed. This stronghold was composed of prisons, housing various humans that Orochimaru had captured from who knows where. These people had been forcibly marked with cursed seals by Orochimaru, which he referred to as his experimental subjects. These experimental subjects only did one thing every day: kill each other. Deva Path, are you looking for a satisfactory body among this group of people? Nagato, no. I don't like bodies that bear Orochimaru's bite marks. It's best to find a fair-skinned, handsome man, preferably someone more muscular. Human Path, then why not just have Orochimaru hand over Sasuke? Isn't he the perfect choice? Nagato, no way. Itachi is a protective brother, doing that would undermine the organization's unity. Let's hurry and find someone else. It's almost dark, and we don't have time to waste. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from a distant prison. It's coming soon. Is it a man or a woman? If it's a man, I'll kill him. If it's a woman, no, it must be a man. It's a man. Hearing that familiar voice, a figure suddenly appeared in Nagato's mind. I think I know whose body I want to use. Let's go ahead and open that prison. The 6 paths of pain reached the door of the deepest prison in the corridor, and Deva Path stepped forward and slowly opened the prison door. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed a man. Now I have a reason to kill you. D. As soon as the door opened a crack, a tall, blonde-haired monster sprang out, smashing the Deva Path against the wall. If it were anyone else, enduring such a heavy blow would have turned them into a pile of meat. But the Deva Path was unharmed. Because he was already dead, he didn't feel a bit of pain. Oh, quite tough, huh? Ha ha ha. Looks like I can enjoy more fun. The blonde giant laughed maniacally and continued to swing his fists wildly. The cursed seal patterns on his body were still spreading. Seeing that he showed no signs of stopping, Deva Path coldly stated, have you had enough of hitting? Shinra Tensei. With a loud bang, the giant's body was instantly blasted away by Deva Path, directly bouncing him back into the prison. This powerful blow also jolted the giant's consciousness back. The cursed seal on him was slowly dissipating. Once the cursed seal completely disappeared, he immediately ran back to the corner, curling up and sobbing while painfully shouting, don't come near. I can't control myself. I will kill you all. Where's Kimimaro? Hurry and bring him to me. Without him, I'll be stuck in this hellhole forever. Nagato looked at his physique surprised. How can this man be so tall? Why didn't I notice it in the anime? This is clearly Yao Ming. Jago, I'm here to find you. Kimimaro is dead. I will take you out. From now on, you will be my body, and together, we will change this world. This giant was none other than the source of the cursed seal, the natural sage. Jago. However, Jago didn't listen to Nagato's words at all. He just shook his head madly, holding his head and crying. I won't go out without Kimimaro. I can't control myself. I will kill everyone. I don't want this. Sigh. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes wide. And 6 powerful killing intents instantly erupted from the bodies of the 6 paths of pain. This is feeling the killing intent. Jago was instantly taken aback. This killing intent was many times stronger than Kimimaro's. You, who are you? At this moment, Jago finally realized that this group of people with special eyes was not simple. Even if he completely transformed into a cursed seal, he couldn't possibly defeat any one of them, except for that emaciated, crippled one. Seeing that Jago finally calmed down, Nagato spoke softly. I'm here to take you out, but it's to take your body out. I'm sorry, Jago. You don't want to be like this every day, do you? I will help you. Please offer your body to me. Chapter 14. The 6 Paths Return. The power of God, Zhong Wu coldly asked. What do you want me to do with this brutal body? I am nothing but a disaster. The human path, carrying Nagato, walked over to Zhongwu's side. Do you know why Orochimaru locked you up here? I know. He just wants to create a copy of me. I am an uncontrollable person, a monster. Seeing Zhongwu still with a gloomy face, Nagato changed his tone and shouted angrily. Why are you so down? Just a moment ago, you were going crazy attacking anyone you saw. Now you're curled up in the corner like a little dog. What a waste of your sage body. Zhongwu slightly raised his head and silently looked at Nagato, remaining unmoved. Zhongwu was right. He truly was a disaster. His physique was extremely special, naturally possessing the ability to absorb natural energy, or in other words, a sage body. Once he stayed in a place rich in natural energy, he would lose his rationality due to the increase in energy, and his body would become sage-like. He lacked the strong mental power to control his physical self, becoming a killing machine completely dominated by his body. Since childhood, he had been a lonely person because of his body, until he met Kimimaro. From then on, he relied on Kimimaro, who became Zhongwu's only spiritual support, as he believed only Kimimaro could suppress his urge to kill. As long as he was around, Zhongwu felt he wouldn't slaughter the innocent. But good times didn't last long. Kimimaro died. His only spiritual pillar left him, just like that. Zhongwu's life fell back into darkness. From then on, he locked himself in here, endlessly used by Orochimaru. Zhongwu, do you think you won't kill anyone here? You're wrong. Because of you, countless people have been killed by Orochimaru. What do you mean? Your active cells are the source of Orochimaru's cursed seals. As long as you are here, Orochimaru will continue his experiments. To find test subjects, he has captured all the residents of the surrounding villages. Do you know that? Upon hearing this, Zhongwu once again held his head in pain. No matter what I do, I will hurt others. Perhaps living is a sin. Please kill me. I know your abilities. I can already feel your killing intent. You are stronger than Kimimaro. Zhongwu crawled to the human path, grasping its legs and shaking them continuously, pleading for release. His heart was originally kind, yet heaven insisted on giving him such a body. Why are all the characters in Naruto tragic figures? Nagato looked at Zhongwu's despairing expression and couldn't help but sigh. Zhongwu, you should see my state now. Nagato pointed to his lower body. I have all this power and a pair of eyes that can change the world, but I lack a strong body. These 6 people are actually my 6 powers. Zhongwu, I know you need a strong spiritual support, and I am the most suitable candidate for you. Your body is also the most suitable for me. I want to change this world, a world full of pain. Zhongwu, I hope you can give your body to me. The kindness and regrets you leave behind will be compensated by me. Listening to Nagato's words, Zhongwu couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He believed what Nagato said. With the strength of these people before him, they could easily defeat him and take his body. Yet this emaciated man did not do so. He was sincere. Perhaps he was indeed someone worth trusting. Zhongwu pondered for a long time and softly said, Take my body. I know my body is strong, and I cannot control it myself. Rather than letting Orochimaru use my body to harm the world, it is better to hand it over to you. Take it. After saying this, Zhongwu slowly closed his eyes. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose into a smile. This long-lost smile had not appeared for a long time. Please take my body and atone for the wrongs I have committed. I beg you. Not long after, Zhongwu, lying on the ground, slightly opened his eyes. He raised his unfamiliar hand, looked at the 6 paths of pain before him, and gently spoke. The reanimation jutsu was successful. You 6 can return. Deva path, hungry ghost path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hell path. Return. The souls of the 6 paths, like 6 wisps of blue smoke, all returned to Nagato's new body. Nagato stood up, now restored with the powers of the 6 paths, along with Zhongwu's sage body. He felt that his strength was even stronger than during his peak. Ha ha! This exhilarating feeling made Nagato laugh uncontrollably. Finally, he no longer had to sit in a wheelchair every day in that dark, sunless room. Finally, he no longer had to endure Conan's merciless mockery. Finally, he could unleash his greater power in the grand endeavors to come. Nagato laughed heartily as he looked down at the prison's water channel, reflecting Zhongwu's face. The Rinnegan and appearance were also due for a reclamation. Nagato took the scroll he had stolen from Orochimaru's desk from the corpse of the human path. Facial modification technique. This was a jutsu to change appearance, requiring the material of real human skin. He opened the scroll and quickly studied it. It was a B-rank jutsu, and Nagato soon mastered it. After learning it, he discarded the scroll and without hesitation removed the eyes, skin, and hair from his own corpse. He then immediately used the facial modification technique to perfectly replicate it on his own face. He looked again at the water channel, observing the reflection within. Indeed, it was still his own face that looked comfortable. Nagato smiled faintly and turned to walk towards the door. After exiting Orochimaru's base, he slowly rose into the air. Looking down at everything beneath him, a feeling of dominance washing over him. Monsters suffering in the base, you no longer need to kill each other. The god will relieve your pain. Nagato raised his hands, his eyes filled with indifference. Shinra Tensei. Under a holy light, Orochimaru's base began to explode from the center, rapidly spreading and instantly engulfing everything around it. It was similar to how Konoha was destroyed in the anime. Nagato spared no effort, unleashing all his power. He wanted to see just how far his super Shinra Tensei could go. Not only Orochimaru's base, but the entire island was destroyed. This was the true power of God. Chapter 15. The perfect tailed beast transformation of Scorpion Conan. Open the door, I'm back. Nagato, with a pounding heart, knocked hard on the little house door. The impulse of this body felt like just having finished a goji, turtle soup. But after knocking for a long time, there was still no sound from inside. Conan? The brave one is back. Are you asleep? Then I could just come in. Nagato pushed the door open. And in the dark room, apart from the familiar wheelchair, there was nothing else. Strange, where is she? Where could she have gone? She wouldn't still be at the base, right? The Akatsuki organization doesn't have a habit of working overtime. Nagato thought for a moment and decided to go back to the Akatsuki base to look for her. He placed Yahiko's corpse beside the wheelchair and turned to walk towards the base. Roar! Roar! Under the desolate rocky mountains in the distance, the furious roars of a fierce beast echoed throughout the valley. The source of the roars was the tailed beast, transformed scorpion. At this moment, he was wrapped in a terrifying red chakra cloak, having long since transformed his body into a puppet, unlike Naruto and the others. He did not expose any red flesh. Haiden lazily sat atop the mountain, watching the crazed scorpion in the valley while chewing on leaves, and complained, Scorpion, big brother, isn't very clever, huh? It's been so long, and he still can't perfectly control his tailed beast transformation. If I were him, I would never be like this. Kisame, don't worry, you probably can't even reach a half-tailed beast transformation state. I have full confidence in you on this point. Haiden, Kisame, I see it now. You usually talk so harshly to me, but when it comes to a critical moment, you pamper me the most. I knew you loved me. Kisame, if you dare to say such mushy things again, I will really kill you. Haiden, you're getting anxious. Look, he is anxious. Deidara, alright, stop arguing. We've been here accompanying Scorpion for so long. Is tailed beast transformation really that difficult? I never expected Scorpion to struggle so much. Deidara, sigh. The grand figure of Scorpion in my heart has suddenly plummeted. It's all his fault, making me bored for so long. And the boss too. Conan, where'd he go? Why hasn't he come back yet? How about we don't wait for Big Brother Scorpion and the boss anymore, and just go to the land of lightning to catch the two tails? At this moment, Itachi Uchiha's red pupils trembled slightly, and he calmly said while staring at the bottom of the valley, It seems Scorpion has succeeded. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the valley bottom. They saw that Scorpion's red chakra cloak had faded, and his body was surrounded by light yellow fine sand, reflecting a bright light in the moonlight. His skin was covered with wavy black patterns, resembling the skin color of a shikaku. Scorpion shook his body, feeling the chakra overflowing throughout his body after the tailed beast transformation, and excitedly shouted to the members on the mountain, Throw me some shuriken or kunai. I want to feel my abilities. Kunai? Shuriken? Kisame sneered and said to Haiden, What serious ninja uses those things? Don't you use them? Haiden shook his head and looked at Deidara. I haven't used those things since I became an adult. Little Deidara, do you have any? Little Deidara, I only have explosive clay on me. Who uses kunai? Do you look down on me, or something? After saying this, he looked at Kisame. Kisame shrugged, also indicating that he didn't have any. Seeing this, Deidara turned to the valley bottom and shouted, Big Brother Scorpion, can you stop messing around? We are Akatsuki. Using kunai and shuriken is really embarrassing you. Wait, Itachi interrupted Deidara's words. His little face flushed slightly, and very reluctantly took out 3 kunai from behind, saying softly, I have some. In the surprised gazes of everyone, Itachi threw the kunai he held at Scorpion. Just as the 3 kunai were about to hit Scorpion, a mass of fine sand suddenly appeared around him, directly blocking the kunai. Scorpion nodded in satisfaction. This absolute defense is really convenient. This is one of the abilities of a Jinchuriki, where the sand automatically defends without the main body needing to control it. Hey, big brother Scorpion. You're just like a version of Gaara. Scorpion jumped to the top of the valley, returning to his original state. Don't compare me to him. I'm a perfect tailed beast transformation. That guy who only buries people can't be compared to me at all. Scorpion looked at the exhausted members and said apologetically, but still, thank you for accompanying me day and night for so long. Where's the boss? He still hasn't come back. Everyone shook their heads and looked at Conan in unison, waiting for her response. Conan was a bit speechless. Why are you all looking at me? You at least have a brotherly bond with him, but what about me? Don't even mention love. There's not even a physical relationship. How would I know where he went? Just then, a handsome figure suddenly floated down from the sky. I knew it. I just heard the roar of a fierce beast. It must be you guys playing tricks. Nagato walked in front of everyone, looking at them with a warm smile. After a few days of not seeing them, he missed them greatly. Come, everyone come and hug me. What's wrong? Why is there no reaction? Don't recognize me anymore? Your leader is back. If one had to use a word to describe the expressions of the members at this moment, it would be dumbfounded. They were all stunned by Nagato's current appearance. Scorpion was the first to regain his senses, walking dazedly to Nagato's side, looking him up and down in disbelief, repeatedly sighing, Boss, what have you been eating these past few days? How come your real body is so tall? And your long legs? Did you get a graft? Nagato looked up, glancing at Conan's astonished expression, and proudly said, Low profile. Low profile. It's just a change of body. I feel that using Pain's 6 paths to work with you all is losing the brotherly bond from now on. I will fight alongside you with my real body. Although Nagato's explanation was quite clear, this sudden change still left the members a bit unaccustomed. Just as the members were about to ask something, Conan suddenly walked to Nagato's side, using the paper jutsu, her back transforming into angel wings. You all must be exhausted after so many days. Hurry back to rest. Nagato and I have something to discuss. If you have any questions, we'll talk about them tomorrow. After Conan finished speaking, she picked up Nagato and flew towards the distance. Nagato, Conan, what are you? Are you in a hurry? Conan's shy face flushed with a hint of red, and she said in a soft voice, How many years has it been? Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Tonight. You absolutely cannot sleep. Hee. Even if you let me sleep, I want to sleep. Tonight, I will make up for everything I owe you. I've calculated it. You've taken my ear 1248 times in total, which means you owe me 1248 times. What? You remember that so clearly? Over 1,000 times? Even a donkey wouldn't be able to handle that. Can it be in installments? No, it can't. All right, Shimo, the time has come to test your body. Don't let me down. Chapter 16 Shaonan. Don't go. I feel I can still manage in the land of fire. Konoha Village, Tsunade's office. Tsunade sat at her desk, frowning as she carefully reviewed the mission report from Kakashi's team. Kakashi and Jiraiya had gone on a mission to Sunagakure, and aside from saving Kankaro's life, they hadn't accomplished anything else. They didn't even see a single member of the Akatsuki organization. There was no way to foresee that the Akatsuki would voluntarily return Gaara. How strange. What do they mean by this? Tsunade tossed the report aside and asked in confusion. Jiraiya, according to Gaara, it seems that the Akatsuki wants to unify the world. Huh, what a joke. Tsunade snorted coldly. My grandfather was known as the god of shinobi, and he couldn't accomplish that. How could the Akatsuki possibly do it? Do they really think they're gods? Playing the hostage game to show mercy? Huh? No matter how the Kazekage thinks, the Akatsuki will always be my enemy. Seeing that Tsunade was genuinely angry, the others dared not speak up, fearing that she would vent her anger on them. Noticing the silence, Tsunade continued to ask, What happened in Sunagakure? Do the other 3 great countries know? Ino, while soothing the frightened Taunton, quickly responded, The Land of Wind is only our ally, and after the Kazekage was captured, they immediately sealed off the news. Besides us, the other 3 countries probably don't know anything. Tsunade, all right, pass my message to the other 3 countries and alert them that the Akatsuki will likely be taking action soon, and they need to keep their tailed beasts safe. Also, inform them about the images and abilities of the Akatsuki members. The Akatsuki has already obtained the one tail. If we let them continue unchecked, it will really become a problem. Remember, we cannot mention Gaara's situation. Understood. All right, you all have worked hard for so long. Go back and rest. Not long after, within the land of lightning, Kyomogakure, the Reikage glanced at the message just sent by Tsunade, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into the wastebasket. We haven't been in contact for 800 years. and I thought she was sending me a marriage proposal. Instead, it's a warning to guard against the Akatsuki. That old woman is wasting her efforts. Darui. Reply to the Hokage. Tell her to take care of her own business. Aside from marriage proposals, don't send me any other messages. Darui picked up the crumpled paper from the wastebasket, read it carefully, and said seriously, Lord Raikage, although we haven't encountered the Akatsuki, the abilities described in the letter are too outrageous. We must be cautious. If they target the Two Tails, Lord Yagura, and your brother, the Eight Tails, then we. The Raikage grew angrier the more he listened, and slammed his fist on the table, shouting, If they dare come, I'll take them down in an instant. Not even Jesus could save them. I mean it. Seeing the Raikage's anger, Kiri quickly advised, Lord Raikage, calm down. Darui is only looking out for the two gentlemen. In any case, we should strengthen our vigilance. Within the land of Earth, Iwagakure. Anoki. Hihi. That little girl Tsunade is different. We haven't been in contact with Konoha for many years, and now that she is in power, she directly orders me to keep an eye on my tailed beasts. She truly lacks respect for her elders. Karatsuchi snatched the letter from Anoki's hands and looked at it curiously. Hihi, old man, if you can't stand this, you should retire. You can't keep occupying this honorable position forever. I want to see what that big-chested woman said. Oh, Rinnegan? The Akatsuki actually has the legendary Rinnegan? The image looks quite cool. If what Tsunade said is true, old man, tomorrow I will live with the Four Tails, old Kisame, and the Five Tails. Maybe I'll have a chance to meet the Rinnegan. Akatsuchi, haha. Karatsuchi, stop joking. You know Lord Tsuchikage and old Kisame have always been at odds. If you follow him, Lord Tsuchikage will be furious. For your grandfather's health, you better stay here quietly. Within the land of water, Kirigakure. Chojuro, Lord Mizukage, what does the Hokage's urgent report say? Tobirama sighed and gently put down the paper in her hand. It warns us to be cautious of the Akatsuki. They may try to capture our tailed beasts. Hearing this, Ao instinctively touched his right eye, that Byakugan that didn't belong to him, and said, We have a deep-seated grudge with Konoha. I don't trust the Hokage. Tobirama shot him a glare. Brother, read carefully, it's a warning. Whether we act or not is our business. In any case, there is no harm in being vigilant. Chojuro, you are responsible for protecting the Three Tails, Isabu, and the Six Tails. Jinchuriki, Yugugo, especially the Three Tails. Keep a close eye on it. Understood. After receiving the Hokage's message, although the three great countries had different attitudes, deep down, they all became wary of the situation. Another 10 days and nights passed. Deep in the jungle, in a small black room, under the continuous urging of the Akatsuki members outside, Nagato and Xiao Nan finally emerged, looking tattered. Seeing this, the members understood what had happened. However, there were still some who didn't get it. Seeing Nagato and Xiao Nan's appearance, Deidara exclaimed, What the hell, boss? Why have you returned to your original state? What have you two been doing? How come you're both so emaciated? And Xiao Nan, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red, huh? Kisame, who had long seen through worldly matters, immediately covered Deidara's mouth. Adults' matters, minors shouldn't ask too much. Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame just silently turned their faces away, not intending to ask further. Haiden, with a mischievous grin, mocked. 10 days, a full 10 days. You two must have had enough fun, right? If you don't go on a mission soon, I'll leave the Akatsuki. Even someone as strong as Jinchuriki could not withstand Xiao Nan's relentless advances. Cough, cough. Nagato bent over, supported by Xiao Nan, and walked in front of everyone, weakly saying, Tomorrow we will set off to the land of lightning to capture the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. You all prepare, and I will control Yahiko to accompany you. Haiden, knowing the situation, sarcastically asked, What's going on? Didn't we agree before that to maintain brotherhood, you would join us in battle with your real body? What? Now that you have a lady, you're disregarding brotherly bonds? At this moment, Nagato felt completely drained, using the last bit of his strength to retort. Let you move for 10 days straight. Let us see if you can handle it. Anyway, my real body needs to rest for a few days. You all go ahead. No more talking. Everyone disperse. I want to go back in. Xiao Nan, don't go. I feel I can still manage. P.S. Thank you all for your recognition. Your urging for updates is my motivation. I will update every day. Chapter 17, Have you heard of the game Knock 7? Another day has passed, the weather is fine, and the birds are singing. Nagato got up early, had the beef bowl prepared by Xiao Nan, and drank plenty of goji berry water, feeling invigorated as he walked outside. Although he had been stubborn yesterday, claiming he could handle it, he had fallen asleep before Xiao Nan could even take off her clothes. He slept for a whole day and night, and with Xiaonan's careful massage and attention, both his body and spirit had returned to normal. Outside, members of the Akatsuki had been waiting for a long time. Ever since Nagato started to miss home, the members rarely visited the base. They knew that only at Xiaonan's place could they find Nagato. Nagato, let us go, off to the land of lightning. Hayden, hey, this time, let's agree that after we capture the two-tails cat demon and the eight-tails octopus monster, who will be the Jinchuriki. Sasori, what? Hayden, you're so excited. Do you want to catch a pet to play with? Hayden, after seeing your tailed beast transformation, I suddenly think it's quite interesting. Let me tell you, I joined the evil god sect because of their cool transformation. I've always wanted to be the ever-changing Hayden. Kakuzu, what use is a fool who only plays with curses as a Jinchuriki? You can't control it anyway, so why not let the tailed beast be with me? I can handle 5. Hayden, Kakuzu, you've gone too far. I know you love me, but that is not a reason for you to act recklessly. I'm not a fool. I'm determined to be the Jinchuriki. Seeing the two bickering endlessly, Nagato said helplessly, then let us use the first plan today. You guys decide the order and the Jinchuriki in a one-on-one duel, while the rest protect from the side. If anyone is in life-threatening danger, everyone must come forward to help. In short, whoever wins will be the Jinchuriki. Kisame, sounds good. Brothers, I want to compete for the two tails. Just let me have that octopus monster. It's been a long time since I played in the water, and I'm itching for it. Deidara, no problem. Since Brother Kisame wants the 8 tails, I'll reluctantly take the 2 tails. Can you all show some understanding for your younger brother? Hayden, didn't you two hear what I just said? I said I'll be the Jinchuriki. No one is to compete with me today. Xiaonan, I don't care. Whoever wants to be the Jinchuriki can be. Just make it quick. Don't delay my good time with Nagato tonight. After saying this, Xiaonan kept casting flirtatious glances at Nagato. Currently, Xiaonan was dressed, and Nagato had regained his rationality. Just thinking about the madness of the past 10 days made Nagato feel a tightening in his lower body and sweat profusely. No, it can't be so frequent. If I keep indulging like this, I'm very likely to be the first to die in the Akatsuki. A god with the Rinnegan, dying in the end from a woman's embrace. If this gets out, where'll I put my handsome face? Nagato had a sudden inspiration. Stop fighting. I have a great game idea. We'll use it to determine the order of appearance. Have you ever heard of the legendary game? Knock 7. Under Nagato's careful guidance, the members finally understood the game rules. 5, 6, clap 8. After a storm of excitement, the order of battle was firmly established. The first two were Deidara and Kisame. Deidara, I'm first. I'll take on the two-tails cat demon. Hayden, I really can't believe you. Why didn't you knock at 28? Hayden blushed. I was careless. Who would have thought you had to knock after 27? Kisame, knowing that you had to knock at 27 really is a challenge for your IQ. This game is good. Let us use this to determine our order in the future. Hayden cried to Kakuzu. They insult my intelligence. Kakuzu, aren't you going to say anything? Kakuzu was currently walking with a sullen face, completely ignoring Hayden's words. Itachi, Hayden, just leave Kakuzu alone. Let him be quiet. He.S. the one who lost after counting to 14. You probably have some trauma from this game right now. Nagato, since the order is set, let us execute it. It's not appropriate for us all to rush into the land of lightning at once. Let us infiltrate in batches. Little Deidara, Kisame, remember, just because it's a one-on-one duel doesn't mean you can mess around. You must wait until we are all present before you can fight. Understood? Got it, boss. In the land of lightning, in the village of Kyomobikure, the two-tails Jinchuriki was immersing herself in training in her base. This was the accommodation she had requested from the Reikage. There were no other people around her, and there were no neighbors either. In fact, this entire area was hers, because she was the Jinchuriki, a being feared and hated by the villagers. Loneliness was a necessary condition for a Jinchuriki. It was also a burden that had to be endured. She had known this since inheriting the tailed beast at the age of 2. At this moment, she was trying to make her tailed beast transformation more perfect. Although she could already transform, she couldn't converse and joke with her tailed beast like Killerby did, as friends do. If she couldn't achieve this, there was still a possibility of being overtaken by the tailed beast and going berserk. She didn't want that. The Reikage had repeatedly requested her to come out, but she had repeatedly declined. The reason was here. She wanted to wait until she had perfect control over the tailed beast before meeting people. Otherwise, she feared she would cause trouble for others. What a perfect woman. Not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and proud. Yet, such a perfect person was destined to fall today, because in front of her stood a row of people. Sure enough, you all came Akatsuki. Sensing their presence, The Jinchuriki remained calm, sitting still with her eyes closed. The Reikage had contacted her, informing her that Akatsuki might be looking for her, hoping to arrange some ninja to protect her. But she had declined, fearing that if she lost control of her mind during training, she would hurt those protecting her. She was already prepared for the arrival of Akatsuki. Haiden, I can't take it anymore, this woman. She is quite the actress. We're just standing here, and she is not even acknowledging us. Brothers, you rest. I'll vent for you. Haiden was just about to step in when Deidara stopped him. Haiden, don't forget the order of appearance. You almost tricked me into forgetting. This woman is my responsibility. After Deidara finished speaking, he glanced at Nagato, as if sending a signal. Seeing this, Nagato nodded in understanding. Just a moment ago, Nagato had a private conversation with Deidara. Deidara, when you fight the Two Tails, try to take it slow and be more anxious. Why, boss? I don't want to go back too early. Shounen has been like a hungry wolf recently, and I really can't stand it. I want to take it easy for a couple of days. When it comes to dragging things out, I'm the best. After such a long time without a fight, I must have a good time today. Two Tails Jinchuriki. Don't die too quickly. I'll go easy on you. Deidara stretched out both hands and saw the big mouths on his palms chewing continuously. After chewing to a certain extent, he instantly spat out 2 blobs of explosive clay. The 2 puddles of clay slowly transformed into 2 monstrous clay doppelgangers. Come on, big sister, don't just sit there. Get up and play with me. If you don't come, I might just come over to you. I'm super fierce, you know. Chapter 18. Deidara vs. the Clay Woman. The Clay Woman slightly rose, opening her eyes. She stood on a high platform, looking down at Deidara, as if she were a queen who looked down on everything. What's this? You alone? Kid, have you grown any hair yet? What do those people behind you mean looking down on me? Deidara, I'm as fierce as a wolf, so don't play arrogant in front of me. Just me is enough to deal with you. Taste my art. Clay people go. Upon hearing the command, 2 plump clay figures wobbled toward the Clay Woman, summoning 2 clowns to deal with me. You'll regret it. As the clay figures approached, the Clay Woman arched her body like a cat ready for battle. Sharp steel claws suddenly protruding from her palms and feet, incredibly tough. When the timing was right, with a swift sound, the Clay Woman's curvy figure sprang into the air, extending her claws to shred the 2 clay figures into pieces. Is this it? Is this all you have? The world is full of wonders. If you have no skills, don't compete with me. The Clay Woman coldly stared at Deidara, her eyes full of mockery. Don't be in a hurry. The night is long, and I have plenty of skills. Suddenly, the clay fragments beneath her feet seemed to come to life, transforming into clay figures of various sizes. Before the Clay Woman could react, these clay figures had already bounced over and covered her entire body. Ha, I got you now. How does it feel to be wrapped up like this? Go. Deidara commanded, and the clay figures exploded simultaneously. Boom! The massive smoke and dust from the explosion instantly filled the entire building. Cough, cough. Haiden covered his mouth, painfully muttering. Little Deidara's fights are always like this. So flashy, I'm really annoyed. Kisame. Hee, that Clay Woman can't be that weak, can she? Kakuzu, what are you thinking, Kisame? She's a woman who can transform into a tailed beast. Besides, the rule of smoke without harm has existed since ancient times. Look, that blue chakra is already out. As the smoke slowly dissipated, several blue flames quickly rose from the ruins. Amidst the blue flames, a gigantic blue cat demon appeared on the battlefield. The Clay Woman had completely transformed into a tailed beast. At this moment, she was called the Two-Tailed Cat, with a cat-like howl. Countless terrifying chakras flooded the entire building like blades. The killing intent of the Two-Tailed Cat surged like the infinite blue flames. Sigh. Deidara felt the terrifying aura and heat emanating from the Two-Tailed Cat, and there was no trace of fear on his face. Just disappointment. Transformed into a tailed beast so quickly? I wanted to fight you in a human-to-human way, but you insisted on a human-to-beast fight. Since you're serious, I won't hold back either. Two-Tailed Cat. Seeing me in this form means none of you will leave. I've long heard of your Akatsuki's many misdeeds. Today, I will make sure Akatsuki is erased from the ninja world. At this moment, her anger had reached its peak. The cat demon opened its mouth wide, immediately spitting out a massive blue fireball directly towards Deidara. Oh, fire breath? Looking at the rapidly approaching giant fireball, Deidara's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you know? I absolutely hate fire techniques. If this blue fireball were red, it would be almost indistinguishable from Itachi Uchiha's great fireball technique. As long as it's Itachi's technique, Deidara gets really annoyed. He instantly summoned countless clay centipedes, all rushing towards the fireball. When they collided, as expected, there was another loud bang, followed by a cloud of dust. Watching from the stands, Sasori completely lost his patience and sat cross-legged on the ground. Now that he had become a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, with the support of absolute defense, his Hiriko had also retired. Is this really called art? Besides explosions, can he do anything else? I really can't watch this anymore. Haiden, me too. How about we continue practicing Nox 7? I really want to figure out this game. Kakuzu, count me in. Kisame, I'm bored, I'll join too. Itachi, do you want to play? Itachi. All right, I'll start first, 6. Just as Kisame was about to shout 7, he suddenly seemed to realize something and complained to Itachi. Itachi, you actually tricked me. Conan was not focused on the game or the tailed beast. Seeing the others having so much fun, she turned to Nagato and urged, let's join in. I can't take it anymore. Little Deidara is too playful, and this battle could go on forever. Aren't you afraid we won't be able to return tonight? Not being able to return was exactly Nagato's intention. Watching Conan's fierce expression, Nagato nervously swallowed. It's not easy to visit the land of lightning for vacation, and the members hardly get to relax. Let's not spoil their fun. We have a lifetime together, so it doesn't matter if we miss this one or two. Be good and enjoy little Deidara's art with me. Deidara and the two-tailed cat were still exchanging blows back and forth to avoid affecting the members. Deidara had already summoned C2, dragon, and flew into the air. The cat demon seemed to be waiting for this moment. It suddenly tilted its head back, its mouth wide open, as countless droplet-shaped black chakra and a small amount of blue chakra quickly condensed at its mouth, forming numerous blue-black chakra energy bodies. But that wasn't the end. These energy bodies, after absorbing all the released chakra, began to rapidly compress, gradually forming a blue-black condensed sphere containing terrifying power. Is this the legendary tailed beast bomb? Feeling the terrifying pressure from the blue-black chakra body, although Deidara was sweating coldly, he still forced himself to remain calm. This is truly impressive. This is a worthy opponent for me to showcase my ultimate art. The cat demon coldly responded. Dealing with a long-range ninja like you, to be honest, I was indeed quite troubled at first. However, from the moment you flew up into the sky, I was completely at ease to use the tailed beast bomb. I was afraid that the power of my tailed beast bomb would be too strong and harm the villagers in the distance. Using a big move in the sky, the tailed beast bomb will explode in midair, not fall to the ground. Eat this. Cat demon, tailed beast bomb. There's a saying that goes well. A true man must be able to bend and stretch. Deidara knew this well. No matter how strong his clay bombs were, they couldn't possibly withstand the tailed beast bomb. Hell, woman, this time, I won't take you on head-on. A real man doesn't fight beasts. I'll dodge you this time. Chapter 19, Deidara vs. Jinchuriki, a loud bang echoed. As the tailed beast bomb collided with C2 Dragon, a dazzling firework exploded in the sky. Haiden looked up and glanced. Oh, little Day's mount got hit by the tailed beast bomb. He can't be dead too, right? Kakuzu replied, no way. If something really happened, the boss would have acted long ago. Kisame said, little Day is just amusing. Hurry up and take down the two tails, it's wasting my time. Kisame was feeling anxious, watching little Day and the Jinchuriki fighting fiercely. After many days without a fight, he couldn't contain his restless heart. When I fight the 8 tails later, I must enjoy myself thoroughly. The fireworks in the sky slowly dissipated. Under the impact of the tailed beast bomb, the giant C2 dragon vanished without a trace. Not even a shred left. Roar. The Nakomata let out a low growl at the sky, then looked at the Akatsuki members sitting leisurely in the stands. Who's coming out next? Or are you all going to join in? I don't mind. Haiden grinned upon hearing this. If we all join in, I fear your little body can't handle it. You should focus on serving that blonde kid well. What? That kid wasn't killed by my tailed beast bomb? The Nakomata warily looked around. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around to see a strange white puppet with wings floating in front of her, appearing out of nowhere. Deidara shouted from a distance, Big sister, this is my most explosive art piece, C3, made with the highest level of my chakra. You should feel honored. Just as the Nakomata was about to unleash the tailed beast bomb, Deidara had already sensed the danger. He immediately used a clay clone to absorb the incoming tailed beast bomb, while his real self hid in the ruins underground. Perhaps due to her years of combat experience, the Jinchuriki realized when she saw C3 that the bomb's power was enough to flatten the area she was in instantly. It could even affect nearby villages. She absolutely could not allow C3 to explode. This was all that occupied the Jinchuriki's mind now. In a moment of desperation, she made a bold decision. She controlled the Nakomata's massive body, wrapping C3 tightly in her embrace. She intended to use the Nakomata's body as a buffer to minimize the explosive force as much as possible. Even if this decision resulted in her losing the fight, she would have no regrets. Nagato on the platform saw the Nakomata's actions and sighed. To protect others in the village, she actually used her tailed beast transformation to absorb C3. The Jinchuriki is truly a fierce woman. I, Nagato, would like to call her one of the top 10 ninja who have moved the ninja world. Conan rolled her eyes at Nagato. I've noticed you've become quite sentimental lately. Not at all like your previous cold self. You wouldn't have taken a liking to her, would you? No way. Nagato quickly explained. I can barely handle you alone. If another one comes along, then my sage body would be wasted. Boom. Daidar's most valued art, number 18, finally exploded in the Nakomata's embrace. Even the strong body of a tailed beast was ultimately shattered from such close-range exposure to C3. Now the Nakomata's body had dissipated, leaving only the Jinchuriki to fall heavily from the sky. Although gravely injured, she still retained some consciousness. I will not compromise with you. The Jinchuriki struggled on the ground, trying to stand up. Nagato slowly walked up to her, softly saying, "You lost." The Jinchuriki painfully forced out a cold smile. I'm not defeated yet, unless you kill me. Otherwise, I will not compromise. Nagato extended his right hand and sighed. I will not kill you. As a condition of your loss, you need to pay a price. Unseal. Unseal, tailed beast. Unseal. Things progressed smoothly. After Nagato unsealed the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki, he sealed the Yin two tails into Daidar's body, while the Yang two tails remained within the Jinchuriki. Looking at the extremely weakened Jinchuriki lying on the ground, Nagato expressed slight sympathy. Rest well. We are leaving. Wait, why don't you kill me? We, Akatsuki, currently only need the power of the tailed beasts. We do not need to kill. I will accept the Yin two tails. I believe you will be able to achieve perfect tailed beast transformation faster in the future. The tailed beasts are divided into Yin and Yang. Yang represents the positive, active energy of the tailed beasts, while Yin represents the negative, evil energy. After extracting the Yin, although the tailed beast will still have negative emotions, frequent interaction will definitely make it easier to communicate than with a complete tailed beast. This is why the fourth Hokage left the Yang nine tails in Naruto, while taking the Yin nine tails away, hoping that Naruto could master Kurama smoothly in the future, while he himself would eternally struggle with the Yin nine tail spirit within Shinigami. Although the Jinchuriki didn't fully understand Nagato's words, she could feel that the chakra of the two tails within her was indeed less chaotic than before. What are you doing this for? Nagato turned back, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. We are just a group of madmen yearning for eternal peace. You wouldn't understand, nor do we need your understanding. Your body is very weak now. Just sleep peacefully. We are leaving. What kind of organization is Akatsuki, after all? After they left, the Jinchuriki's tense heart slowly relaxed. She endured the severe pain in her body and struggled to walk toward the shore. Regardless of Akatsuki's intentions, she had to report this matter to Lord Reikage. Akatsuki's current destination was definitely the residence of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. There was no time left. If she delayed any longer, the Eight Tails would be in danger. Just as the Jinchuriki was determined to find the Reikage despite her battered body. A ripple in space appeared beside her, and Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly materialized in front of her. Obito was still wearing the Akatsuki cloak, red clouds on a black background. Who are you? Are you also Akatsuki? Obito coldly replied, That's right. I'm Akatsuki. Your body I wanted. Before the Jinchuriki could react, her body was pulled into Obito's eye. Indeed, Akatsuki would not be so kind. This was the last thought in the Jinchuriki's mind. The recent change in perception of Akatsuki vanished in an instant. After taking the Jinchuriki, Obito looked up at the distant island where the Eight Tails resided. Nagato. Although I don't understand why you left half of it, it actually works in my favor. I'll just follow you and pick up the pieces. In the end, old and new accounts will be settled together. Obito, having lost Akatsuki, knew that with just himself and Zetsu, he could not achieve his goals. Thus, he had already made a plan in his heart. Since Akatsuki no longer belonged to him, the power he could now rely on was the 5 great nations. Because Akatsuki is now the common enemy of him and the 5 great nations. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, no one knows that he was once a member of Akatsuki. Obito slowly removed his mask and threw it into the sea. From now on, he He no longer needs this thing. He will return to everyone's sight as Uchiha Obito, as a victim of Akatsuki, and as a Konoha ninja. If all goes well soon, I will collect the half of the 8 tails that you left behind. But everyone will think that the 2 tails and the 8 tails were harmed by you. Akatsuki. Haha. Tomorrow I will return to Konoha. Kakashi, I wonder what your expression will be when you see that I am still alive. Next, I will stand alongside you and the 5 great nations to face Akatsuki. Once we eliminate Akatsuki, and I reclaim all their half-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, Infinite Tsukuyomi will be close. Rin, wait for me. It's coming soon. Chapter 20. Kisame versus Killer Bee. What the hell is going on? Looking at the ruins before him, Raime was completely stunned. Raime, Kamui, and Rin were elite jonin sent by the Raikage to protect the 2 Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, the Jinchuriki had refused their protection, and they had to station themselves outside the island of the Jinchuriki. When they heard unusual explosions coming from the Jinchuriki's base, they immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed over. However, it was too late. There was nothing left here but ruins. Rin sat on the ground, hopelessly gazing at everything before her. Damn it, if only we had arrived earlier, Lord Jinchuriki wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Kamui, now is not the time to regret. We need to hurry and inform Lord Raikage about this. Let's go. Kumo Village, Cloud, Thunder Gorge. A man wearing black sunglasses, with light yellow hair and dark skin, was wandering around the square with a small notebook in hand. He wore 7 blades and had the character for Iron on his right shoulder, representing the Iron Armor seal. At this moment, he seemed to be jotting something down, occasionally muttering to himself. I'm the 8 Tails Killer Bee. Yay. Chopin of November. I am the most arrogant. The greatest work is my joyful heart. Oh yeah. I'm in a good mood today. I can write great poetry. This new album depends on it. Thank you. It was clear that Killer Bee was genuinely excited today. He had already sold concert tickets to his disciples, and the day after tomorrow was the release date of his new album. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, let out a sigh, slowly closed his notebook, and turned to look outside the square. He saw 8 figures in red cloud black cloaks slowly approaching him. Pain, Killer Bee. We are Akatsuki. You should know our purpose. Killer Bee smirked. Are you here to see my concert? The tickets are all sold out, you bunch of idiots. A bunch of jerk jow. Kisame shouldered his sword, Samahata, and stood in front of Killer Bee. I can't stand this lousy rap any longer. Octopus freak, stop the nonsense and come fight me. Killer Bee waved his hands in front of his chest mockingly. I am the dangerous ultimate blind box. Please leave quickly, or you'll pay with your life. Yeah, SKRONL. I bet my tongue almost choked. Damn it. You, who look like a rare beast. Close your mouth. Seeing that Killer Bee was still showing off his unpleasant singing voice, Kisame could no longer hold back and lunged at him with Samahata. Overestimating yourself. Killer Bee snorted coldly, swinging the 7 blades into the air in an exaggerated manner, catching them with various parts of his body. He twisted his form and quickly dodged Kisame's attack. Fatty, surprisingly agile. Kisame cursed under his breath and attacked Killer Bee again. As the next attack was about to come, Killer Bee remained unfazed. He quickly twisted his body in a way that was extremely difficult to predict, rushing in front of Kisame and wildly swinging the 7 blades. This bizarre move left Kisame defenseless, forced to dodge while retreating. Spin jump. I close my eyes. I never stop. In contrast to Kisame's flustered state, Killer Bee seamlessly combined singing and attacking, perfectly embodying the word leisure. If this continues, I'm really going to lose. This rare beast taijutsu is quite impressive, hee. Kisame made up his mind, seizing the moment when Killer Bee's attack relaxed. He quickly jumped to the side, planted Samahata into the ground, and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kisame unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, creating a massive oval-shaped water prison in the square. Killer Bee didn't have time to react. By the time he regained his senses, his body was already trapped inside. Meanwhile, the members of Akatsuki seemed to have anticipated the outcome of the battle, and 7 of them had already moved to a distant hillside, leisurely watching Kisame's performance. Kisame's fighting style is too flashy. Isn't he afraid of attracting other Kumo ninjas? Deidara, what's there to worry about? The place where the Jinchuriki is located is in the outskirts, far from the city, deserted and uninhabited. No one will notice. Brother Kisame has endured for so long. Let him enjoy himself. Pain, Deidara, how's your body after becoming the 2 Tails Jinchuriki? Any adverse reactions? Deidara, no problem, boss. My body is strong. If Scorpion can do it, I can do it even better. When we go back, I will perfect my tailed beast transformation faster than him. Hide look. Kisame has transformed. Itachi Uchiha. When equally matched ninjas battle, any factor can change the course of the fight. At this moment, Kisame seemed to be like a fish in water. He merged his body with a big sword, Samahata, transforming into a fishman resembling a shark. In this state, he called himself the tailless-tailed beast, Shark Kisame. A shark encountering prey won't kill it in one bite, as that would take away much of the fun. Little octopus, I will slowly torture you to death. Chapter 21. The Great Battle of Yunin Village begins. Yunin Village, Raikage's office. Ram and his two companions pushed the door open, their faces pale as they shouted. Raikage-sama, it's bad. What happened? Stop panicking and speak clearly. The two of you are missing the Mookie people, and her base is now turned into ruins. It's very likely the Akatsuki's doing. What? Raikage exclaimed in shock, his body trembling. This is bad. My brother is in danger too. Darui, notify everyone, and head to the Yunlei Gorge. After saying that, Raikage jumped through the window. Little brother, wait for me. Brother is coming to save you. In a massive water prison created by Kisame at Yunlei Gorge, Kisame revealed his shark-like teeth, grinning maliciously. I am someone who grows stronger as my opponent gets stronger. Transform into your tailed beast. I know you can master the tailed beast perfectly. I hope you can unleash my potential. Killer Bee summoned a red-tailed beast cloak around his body. I don't need to transform to deal with you, you bastard. Kisame, the longer this drags on, the stronger I will become. I want to get injured or tired. Since you like to talk tough, I'll force you to use it. Here I come. Killer Bee looked around, bubbles escaping from his mouth. Damn it, I'm a rapper. My lung capacity is strong, but I can't hold my breath forever. I need to escape this water first. With that, seeing Kisame charging at him, Killer Bee immediately turned and swam towards the edge of the water prison. At this moment, the Eight Tails began to warn him. B, even now, you're still rapping. Are you annoying? This water prison is moving with that fishy guy at the center. We can't just run away. We need to take him out first. Killer Bee. All right then, Eight Tails, I'll borrow your ink. Killer Bee puffed up his cheeks and spat out a large amount of ink at Kisame. The water prison gradually turned black. Ha ha ha. Is that a distraction? My shark skin loves your chakra. I can smell you. This trick won't work on me. Kisame bent his body, suddenly doubling his speed, crashing and biting into Killer Bee's body like a shark. Under this powerful attack, Killer Bee gradually lost consciousness and slowly sank. Heh, you really can't take a hit. I'll reluctantly take your chakra. Just as Kisame was about to reach Killer Bee suddenly opened his eyes, turned his body, and several octopus tentacles suddenly emerged from within him, tightly wrapping around Kisame. What is this? Partial-tailed beast transformation? Truly worthy of being a perfect Jinchuriki. Able to do this. But don't you know my abilities after merging with the shark skin? The Eight Tails suddenly felt his chakra being continuously absorbed by Kisame. He can absorb my chakra. Damn it, we can't touch him. The Eight Tails immediately loosened the octopus tentacles and shouted in his mind. B, transform into your tailed beast now, or we won't be able to escape this water prison. On the hillside, members of the Akatsuki organization were still playing Knock 7. Only Nagato and Itachi were observing the situation on the battlefield. Itachi, if this continues, Kisame should win. Nagato, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel a lot of chakra rushing towards us. After gaining the sage body from CHG, Nagato experienced a significant enhancement in sensing energy. Itachi slightly closed his eyes, then opened them instantly, using his Sharingan to check the surroundings. It looks like many people will come to disturb Kisame's battle soon. It's going to get lively here, with enemies coming from all directions. Nagato, is Raikage bringing people over? It makes sense. We've been causing a ruckus in Yunin Village for a while. But since Kisame is finally having a good time, I don't want anyone to ruin it. Brothers, it's time to work. Kisame, Haiden, you two take care of the east side of the water prison. Deidara, Sasori, you two take care of the west side. Itachi, you take care of the south side. Conan, you take the north side of the water prison. And I'll take care of the top of the water prison. Raikage, along with a group of Yunin ninjas, rushed at full speed towards Yunlei Gorge. The sight of Yunlei Gorge finally appeared before them. Raikage-sama, look over there. There's a huge water ball. Raikage nodded, his eyes wide with anger as he growled. That must be created by the Akatsuki. It seems my brother is fighting them. Everyone hurry, surround that water ball. If you see anyone suspicious from the Akatsuki, don't waste words, just take them down. Yes. Finally, they arrived. In front of them stood two people. Kisame and Haiden. Haiden, hi everyone. My brother is playing with the Eight Tails. U1TB, getting into the east side of the water prison. By the way, are you interested in joining the Church of the Evil God? Reikage, two useless fools. Watch me take you down. Just as Reikage was about to strike, Darui stopped him. Reikage-sama, protecting Killer B-sama is our priority. Leave these two to us. You take the others and go save him. Hearing this, although Reikage was furious, his brother's life was more important, so he nodded and rushed in another direction. Upon reaching the west side, Reikage was about to break the water prison when a black-robed puppet suddenly blocked his way. To break it, you'll have to get through us first. Deidara and Sasori slowly appeared. My brother is fighting inside, and he is having a good time. I don't want anyone to disturb him. Omwa and Karui, leading a group of Yunin ninjas, stood in front of Reikage and shouted, Reikage-sama, leave those two to us. You hurry and save Killer B-sama. Reikage then rushed to the south, and unsurprisingly, Uchiha Itachi was quietly standing there alone. Upon seeing him, Reikage solemnly said, Sharingan, you are Uchiha Itachi? At this moment, Omwa and Karui drew their silver blades. Reikage-sama, leave Itachi to us. Please take care of my master. Omwa and Karui were Killer B's disciples, and after hearing that something happened to him, they were more anxious than anyone. Reikage said nothing. Turning to the large group of ninjas behind him, you all stay here to help Omwa and Karui. The rest head to the north side of the water prison. There should be members of the Akatsuki there as well. Hurry. Yes. Hearing this, everyone quickly divided their tasks, leaving a portion behind while the others ran towards the north side. Omwa asked, What about you, Reikage-sama? Me? Reikage looked up at Nagato, who was floating above, looking down at everything below, and said fiercely, If I don't deal with that renegade above, I probably won't be able to enter this water prison either. You all handle these people. I'll take care of that one in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, Reikage's body was enveloped in lightning, his light yellow hair standing on end, and his muscles rapidly bulging at a visible speed. This is the exclusive technique of all Reikages, the lightning release armor. After activating his body, the Reikage leaped high and charged in front of Nagato. Rinnegan, I must kill you. Oh, isn't this Lord Reikage? Getting angry harms your health. No matter how much you shout, you still can't defeat me, because I am a god. Chapter 22. This is the Akatsuki organization, Yunlei Gorge, Eastern Battlefield. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, who was holding a giant knife with the characters for thunder and water written on his shoulders, Kakuzu said in a low voice, I recognize you. You are that guy with the bloodline limit, Daluo, right? Kakuzu was very serious about the level 720 materials, and he recognized Daluo as soon as he appeared. Daluo was surprised, though. We've never met. Have you heard of my story? Kakuzu replied, although I haven't heard of it. Your face is filled with stories. Haiden, leave this guy to me. You go deal with the riffraff behind him. Haiden sneered and drew his bloody scythe from his back. All right, this time I won't compete with you for it. But the boss said to finish quickly, don't forget. Kakuzu took off his shirt. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Haiden asked, why are you taking off your shirt? Aren't you afraid that you'll die if you take it off? Kakuzu completely ignored Haiden's words, bending down with a painful scream as 4 black Diwen burst out from his body. Kakuzu shouted, Hey, Thunder Daluo, if you don't make a move, I'll attack first. Daluo looked at Kakuzu and the 4 monsters beside him in shock. Growing up as a standard ninja, he usually just threw shurikens at his opponents or exchanged ninjutsu. He had never seen a technique that split monsters from one's body like this. Is this a ninja? This is a monster. Before Daluo could react, the water attribute and thunder attribute, Diwen, had already rushed in front of him. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain wall. Oh no! Seeing this, Daluo quickly brought his hands together in front of his chest, clenched his fists, and shouted, Wind release, power reducing lock. This was a ninjutsu formed by combining lightning and water release, instantly firing multiple lasers from his joined hands, negating Kakuzu's lightning and water techniques one by one. Phew. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Dealing with these monsters is really troublesome. Just as Daluo was wiping the sweat from his forehead, Haiden suddenly swung his scythe at him. Daluo dodged Haiden's attack immediately and jumped aside, complaining, Don't you have any martial ethics? Aren't you supposed to deal with my companions behind me? Turning to look behind him, Daluo finally realized that his companions were all gone. Behind him stood only the fire attribute and wind attribute Dunu. Daluo couldn't believe it, no. Could it be? Haiden leisurely walked to Kakuzu's side with his scythe. You guessed right. Your companions have all been taken care of by us. Upon hearing this, Daiyuo's anger instantly boiled over. Damn, you bunch of scum, I will kill you. Haiden retorted. We didn't really want to hurt them. They tried to sneak into the water prison while you were fighting us. I said, don't disturb my brother. You didn't listen, so I had no choice but to send them to the evil god. At this moment, Daiyuo's eyes turned red with anger, and he charged at the two with his sword. Stop wasting words, Dai. Sigh. Kakuzu and Haiden exchanged helpless glances. Looks like we have to play with you a bit longer. Yunlei Gorge, Western Battlefield. Looking at the numerous Yun hidden ninjas in front of him, Deidara turned his eyes and sat down on the ground. Scorpion asked in confusion, Little D, what do you mean by this? Deidara replied, I'm going to slack off. These lightning release ninjas are my natural enemies against my explosive clay. I don't want to lose to them. So, I won't participate in the battle. Scorpion, give me a chance to appreciate your art. Okay? Scorpion snorted. Then you rest. I'll play with these people. Samui and Atsui, the two siblings, couldn't help but mock. Why is that blonde kid hiding? Is he scared because we have more people? Scorpion said, does having more people make you great? Besides, no one dares to compare numbers with me in front of me. Scorpion unzipped his jacket, revealing his perfect chest muscles. With both hands, he waved two scrolls into the air, releasing hundreds of puppets, under the control of the chakra threads released from the regeneration core in their hearts. The hundreds of puppets instantly came to life, each displaying weapons and ready for battle. How is this possible? Samui looked despairingly at the densely packed puppets in the sky. Her heavy breasts, which made her shoulders ache, began to rise and fall in panic from nervousness. Is this the Akatsuki? Yunlei Gorge, Southern Battlefield. Here, compared to other battlefields, it was much quieter. Uchiha Itachi stood expressionless, staring at the 100 or so Yun hidden ninjas opposite him. On the Yun hidden side, the leading Omoi and Karui were sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably, and their silver swords fell to the ground. Uchiha Itachi had completely bound them all with his Genjutsu, leaving them with no fighting spirit, only fear. Yunlei Gorge, Northern Battlefield. Konan floated in the air like an angel, waving her white wings, indifferent to the ninjas on the ground who had long been wrapped like mummies in her paper. Is this the strength of a great nation? Poor people. After her sigh, Konan slowly raised her head to look at Nagato above the water prison. The confrontation between Nagato and Reikage had not yet begun. For some reason, despite being eager to save his brother, Reikage dared not act hastily in front of Nagato. Perhaps it was because of the Rinnegan. Before seeing the Rinnegan, Reikage was dismissive, but when faced with it, he truly felt the horror and mystery of the Rinnegan. Nagato had yet to make a move, and Reikage didn't dare to attempt the first attack. Nagato said softly, What's the matter? Reikage, are you not going to make a move? Reikage pretended to be proud and shouted, You're young. As an elder, I'll let you attack first. What time is it? If you're scared, just say you're scared. Even when death is imminent, you still won't drop your nation's pretentious pride. Nagato mocked disdainfully. If you don't make a move soon, be careful. Your brother will really die hearing Nagato's humiliation. Reikage could no longer suppress the anger in his chest. He roared like a blue lightning bolt, instantly appearing in front of Nagato. I've tolerated you for long enough. You forced me to do this, Dai brat. Just as Reikage was about to strike, all the Akatsuki members, except Kisame, suddenly appeared in front of Nagato, collectively launching an attack to push Reikage back. Hey, you old man who looks like a super scion. What do you want to do to our boss? Reikage straightened up from the water, looking at the unharmed Akatsuki members in shock, and asked in astonishment, You. Why are you here? What about my subordinates? Where are the ninjas from the Yun hidden village? Haiden swung his scythe, licking the blood off it. Oh, you mean them? They're all lying on the ground. Old man, do you need to find them for something? Or, do you want to lie down too? Chapter 23, The Conspiracy of Obito. Before encountering the Akatsuki organization, the Reikage had never taken them seriously. He believed that the Akatsuki was just a terrorist organization made up of social failures and young delinquents, which could be grandly described as a mercenary group. The members were all rogue ninjas, young delinquents who couldn't survive in their own ninja villages and were despised by others. What was there to fear? But today, when he truly faced them, the Reikage finally realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. They were indeed a group of ruthless individuals, and Tsunade's concern was not without reason. In order to rescue his brother, he had nearly brought all the fighting power of the Cloud Village. However, he didn't expect that in just a conversation, he would be left alone on the battlefield. His brother Killer Bee, trapped in the water prison, was still missing and unaccounted for. The man before him with the Rinnegan didn't even know how to respond, while the other members of Akatsuki had effortlessly killed his subordinates and stood before him unscathed. Striking poses. Since he took office as the fourth Reikage, this was the first time he had encountered such a crisis. The territory established by his predecessors was about to be destroyed by his own hands. Although the Reikage had already prepared for the worst in his heart, he was still unwilling to give up. He had inherited the great name of A. Even in death, he wanted to die gloriously in battle. He wanted to leave a mark on the ninja world. You bunch of failures in the ninja world, even if I die, I will take a few of you with me. The Reikage roared to the sky, and the lightning on his body surged rapidly as he released all his power. I will fight you all. I want to avenge my warriors. Just as he was about to go all out, the water prison beneath him suddenly began to shake violently. Seeing this, Nagato looked towards the inside of the water prison and frowned. Not good. Killer Bee has transformed into his tailed beast form. The water prison can't contain his power. Everyone scatter. As he spoke, several giant octopus tentacles suddenly broke through the water barrier, and the entire water prison exploded in an instant. It was as if a thick black rain had fallen over the entire Yunlei Gorge. The tailed beast transformed Killer Bee. Upon seeing the Reikage, excitedly saying, "Wow, big brother, did you come to save me? With brotherly unity, we can cut through gold. Let us fight that shark man together." Yeah, the Reikage flashed in front of Killer Bee. "No, they're coming for you. You need to get out of here. I don't want you to die here too." Killer Bee, "Big brother, what are you talking about? As long as the two of us join forces, who in this world can be our opponent?" Reikage, "You're not leaving, are you? Fine. Then you first return to your original form. I have some tactics to tell you." Upon hearing this, Killer Bee retracted the giant octopus back into his body and leaned his ear close to the Reikage's mouth. "What tactics? Tell me, big brother." The Reikage didn't speak, but instead hoisted Killer Bee onto his shoulder and flew off into the distance. His speed was astonishing, like a blue laser, disappearing into the sky. "Big brother, what are you doing? I want to let the Akatsuki have you. Come with me to Konoha." As the black rain dissipated, Nagato and the other members emerged from a small forest. "Nagato, looks like I'll have to wash this outfit again when I get back." "Conan, aren't I here to help you?" "Haiden, Sister Conan, when did you become so virtuous? How about you help me with this outfit too?" Conan shot him a glare. "Get lost." "Haiden, sigh, it's different once you get in bed." Kisame tracked their scent and found Nagato and the others, asking, "I thought I saw you guys fighting while I was in the water prison. Who was it?" "Itachi. The Reikage brought a group of people to cause trouble, and we dealt with them all. Now only the Reikage is left." "What about you, Kisame? Did you get the 8 tails?" Kisame shook his head. "Killer Bee's chakra signature has disappeared, and my Samahata can't track him anymore." Nagato, "Yeah, I saw it too. The Reikage has already taken him away. His speed is too fast for us to catch up." "Huh?" Kisame grumbled in anger. "I wasn't he done having fun yet? How could he just run away?" At this time, Conan quickly interjected. "Since he has run away, there's nothing we can do about it. It's getting dark. Let us go back. We can talk about the 8 tails later." Conan had long wanted to return. She just wanted to stay in bed and didn't want to consider anything else. "Kakuzu, the Reikage must have hidden the 8 tails away. Perhaps we can destroy the Cloud Village to force him out." "Hey, are you deliberately opposing me?" Conan scolded angrily. "Our ultimate goal is to establish the Akatsuki nation, not to kill." "Kakuzu, have you gone mad again?" Nagato looked at the distant figure of the Reikage that had already disappeared and sighed heavily. "Time is indeed not on our side. Shout D just collected the 2 tails. If we don't practice tailed beast transformation, it might cause problems. Going after the Reikage and the 8 tails now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's unnecessary effort. Let us go back." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and had no choice but to nod in agreement. After the Akatsuki members left, Obito Uchiha suddenly appeared slowly. Something feels off about Nagato. Usually, he is always sitting in a wheelchair, but I didn't expect him to have grown this tall. As Obito pondered, he landed on the battlefield. Obito then discovered that the ground was littered with dying Cloud Village ninjas. Although they still had their lives, they had almost lost all combat capability. What were these lunatics thinking? They actually left some alive. This result doesn't match your character at all. The Cloud Village ninjas fighting against Itachi were all pinned in place by Itachi's Genjutsu, unable to move, and he didn't take their lives. The same was true for Conan, who merely wrapped them in paper jutsu, controlling their movements. On the side of Sasori and Deidara, Sasori controlled hundreds of puppets to beat them half to death, leaving them with a breath of life. Only Kakuzu and Haiden's side, aside from Darui, had nearly killed all the other Cloud ninjas. The immortal duo remained bloodthirsty. Abito coldly surveyed the devastated battlefield and muttered to himself, "Although, I don't understand why you want to change your style. I am not prepared to let you mess with your character. Want to wash clean? Not so easy. Since you don't want to kill, I'll do it for you. I want the world to forever remember the hatred towards you, Akatsuki. Only then will the 5 great nations be at my disposal." After saying this, Abito prepared to start his killing spree. Before he acted, he hesitated for a moment, but as his gaze gradually solidified, his blade ultimately fell. "Rin, don't blame me. I'm doing this so I can see you sooner." And so, the entire Yin Gorge was left with not a single survivor. With the complete annihilation of the Cloud Village's fighting force, the ninja world was finally about to change. Chapter 24, Digging My Own Grave. Is it too much? In the land of fire, Konohagakure. Just now, 2 important figures unexpectedly arrived in the village. 2 down-and-out figures. The 4th Reikage and his brother. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. At this moment, they were anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance of Konohagakure. There was no way around it. There were rules in Konoha. Without an appointment, no matter who you were, you had to apply to the Konoha leadership to enter, otherwise you could not come in. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya slowly walked out of the village. Seeing the Reikage's disheveled appearance, Tsunade sneered, "Oh, I thought who it was. Isn't this the true man, Reikage, who tried to wrestle with me and acted like a rogue? What a surprise to see you here in Konoha to visit a weak woman like me." Jiraiya said, "Oh, he actually held your hand? How come I never heard you mention this? Isn't that a bit lewd? I need to teach you a lesson, kid. Let me tell you, only I can touch Tsunade's delicate hands and her ample bosom." The Reikage had long been impatient. Hearing Tsunade and Jiraiya bantering, he directly shouted angrily, "What time is it? Still talking about these old matters? Something happened in our Cloud Village. The Akatsuki organization attacked the 2 Tails and the 8 Tails. I left the 8 Tails in your care and wanted to ask you to send some people with me to eliminate them. They can't find the 8 Tails, so they must still be in Cloud Village. I spent 2 whole days getting to Konoha, and I'm very anxious. Hurry up and send someone." "What did you say?" Tsunade exclaimed in shock. "Such a serious matter. Why didn't you say it earlier? Did you let me speak? You didn't ask me either." At this moment, Jiraiya stepped forward. "There's no time to waste, Reikage. First, let your brother be taken care of by Konoha. I'll go with you to Cloud Village right now. Tsunade, I'm leaving. Quickly arrange for the follow-up support personnel." "Okay, I'll go arrange it right now." The Reikage and Jiraiya traveled tirelessly for a day and a night at full speed, finally returning to Cloud Village. There were no abnormalities in Cloud Village. The villagers were still as peaceful as usual. The Reikage let out a heavy sigh of relief and looked into the distance, saying, "Let's go to the Yunlei Gorge." When they arrived at Yunlei Gorge, both the Reikage and Jiraiya were shocked by the scene before them. Corpses were scattered all around, and there was no sign of any living person. Tears of unwillingness streamed from the corners of the Reikage's eyes. "Akatsuki, I will never coexist with you in this life." Jiraiya looked at the tragic situation and didn't know how to comfort the Reikage. However, a doubt arose in his heart. Previously, when the Akatsuki attacked Sunagakure, all members were deployed, but only took half of Gaara's tailed beast without killing anyone. This time, however, it was completely different. There were no survivors on the battlefield. What was going on? Jiraiya suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Reikage, I feel like something is wrong with this matter. It might not necessarily be the work of the Akatsuki." "What did you say? How dare you say such things to me? I saw them slaughtering here with my own eyes. I am the best witness." "Jiraiya, I respect you as one of the legendary Sannin. But what do you mean by saying this?" Hearing the Reikage's words, Jiraiya found himself momentarily unable to refute, but he still felt something was wrong. Regardless, the situation had already unfolded like this. "Reikage, grieving is not the solution. The Akatsuki seems to have already left. We should focus on burying these heroes. After that, we need to consider how to deal with the Akatsuki." At the entrance of the ninja cemetery in Konohagakure, Kakashi, as usual, visited his brother, Uchiha Obito's grave, to chat about everyday life. However, as Kakashi walked into the cemetery, he suddenly saw someone there digging vigorously with a shovel. What is this kid doing? Damn, isn't that Obito's grave? Kakashi finally saw clearly that someone was digging up Obito's grave. My brother had a rough life. Now, even in death, someone is disturbing his peace. How bold. Kakashi immediately flashed in front of the mysterious person, snatched the shovel from his hands, and angrily questioned, "Who are you? Do you believe I will kill you?" The mysterious person turned around, revealing the smile that Kakashi was most familiar with. Hee, Kakashi, long time no see. What's wrong? Digging my own grave isn't too much, is it? Obito. Obito. Kakashi finally recognized the mysterious person's appearance. He never expected Obito to still be alive. The usually aloof Kakashi could no longer contain his excitement at this moment and embraced Obito tightly. Obito, I really didn't expect you to be alive. Why did you take so long to appear? Do you know how much I missed you? Have you ever seen Kakashi cry? Today he cried. Indeed, for such a long time, Kakashi had been living under the shadow of the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. If only he had worked a little harder back then, perhaps Obito wouldn't have died. Obito smiled and comforted Kakashi. I'm back. From today on, I will once again fight alongside you. Kakashi steadied his emotions and asked with concern, where have you been all these years? Also, your eyes. Seeing the scar on Obito's right cheek, Kakashi's heart tightened and painful memories resurfaced. Obito broke free from Kakashi's embrace, laughing heartily like when they were kids. I'm lucky. I was saved by a great person. I survived along with my right Sharingan. He also gave me a new eye for my left one. Kakashi, I'm super strong now. You definitely can't beat me. And don't call me the tail of the crane again. Looking at Obito's vibrant state, Kakashi finally felt relieved. Obito, since you are back, your eyes, I will return them to you. Kakashi removed the mask covering his left eye, preparing to give Obito back his eyes. Obito stopped him with a grin. Just let it stay on your face. It's a birthday gift I gave you. How can I take it back? By the way, where is Rin? How has she been lately? Take me to see her. When the name Rin came out of Obito's mouth, Kakashi's heart trembled, and he slowly lowered his head. Rin is dead. I know. And I also know it was you who killed her. Obito silently shouted in his heart. But he didn't say that on the surface. For the sake of his plan, he had to keep acting. Dead? Why would Rin die? Obito pretended to be surprised and asked back. I'm sorry, Obito, I didn't protect Rin well. Rin, it was me who killed her. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts and encouragement for updates. I will continue to maintain 3 updates, as usual. And I hope the readers who have read can leave your footprints and express your opinions in the comments. If you have any suggestions, please point them out immediately. Thank you all once again. In a few days, it will be the debut of 100,000 words. I'm so excited. And I hope this story about the Akatsuki will be liked by everyone. Hee. Chapter 25. The Alliance of the 5 Great Nations and the establishment of the Akatsuki Nation a few days after returning to the base. With the help of the members and the contents from his laptop, Deidara successfully tamed the 2 tails, and thus the perfect 2 tails Jinchuriki was born. Deidara looked at the light blue transparent chakra swirling around him with joy and mockingly said to Sasori, Brother Sasori, why do I suddenly feel cooler than you? Humph. Sasori turned his head sulkily and said nothing. Often, when a person chooses to avoid explaining something, it proves that they tacitly accept the situation. That was exactly how Sasori felt now. When he saw Deidara's miraculous transformation, he was also stunned by Deidara's appearance. Thinking about how, after his own tailed beast transformation, he was just wrapped in yellow sand, a sense of imbalance arose within him. But now, it was too late for regrets. Who told him he was from Sunagakure? In this life, he could only be accompanied by Sai. The one tail inside Sasori grunted, Sasori, what's with that expression? Am I making you lose face? Sasori replied, you wouldn't understand the pain in my heart. I was the #1 handsome guy in Akatsuki, apart from being a bit short. I was almost perfect in every other aspect. But ever since I joined you, my life seems to have lost its luster. The one tail retorted, not knowing how to enjoy your fortune. Let me tell you, I, Shikaku, am very strong. I'm a tailed beast. Do you understand? I'm ranked first among tailed beasts. Sasori said, all right, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. At that moment, countless sheets of white paper coalesced, and Conan's figure slowly appeared in the hall. Comrades, urgent news. It seems the 5 great nations are about to unite. The members were taken aback. They never expected that the 5 great nations, who usually looked down on each other, would unite so quickly. At this time, Nagato also frowned. Not because of the alliance of the 5 great nations, but because he sensed something was amiss. Since Nagato took over the Akatsuki organization, he had only led the members into battle twice. Once in the Land of Wind, where they didn't kill anyone and even let Gaara go. The second time in the Land of Lightning, where only Kakuzu and Haiden killed a few minor characters, causing no significant damage to Kimogakure. They had only captured 2 tailed beasts, and both were only half. In the original story, the 5 great nations only began to unite when there were only the 8 tails and 9 tails left. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. However, at this point, There was no need to dwell on these matters. Nagato signaled for the members to be quiet and said, "An alliance is an alliance. It doesn't matter to us." I was originally planning to collect the tailed beasts and disrupt their plans before conquering the 5 great nations. But looking at the current situation, we need to adjust our goals. The alliance of the 5 great nations would certainly lead to a conference filled with intrigue, discussing the placement of the Jinchuriki. Brothers, use your intelligence networks to find out the time and place for me. From now on, the Land of Rain will officially be renamed the Akatsuki Nation. Soon, we will participate in their 5 nations conference under the name of the Akatsuki Nation. The news of the 5 great nations alliance was reliable and not baseless. The initiators were the Reikage and the Hokage. After Kumogakure suffered heavy losses, the Reikage had a deep-seated hatred for Akatsuki. Although almost all the deaths in Kumogakure were caused by Obito, the Reikage was unaware of this. Tsunade also felt that it was inappropriate to allow Akatsuki to continue their reckless actions. It was time to take action. Thus, they initiated a cooperation plan with the other 3 great nations. When they learned that Kumogakure's fighting force was almost annihilated, Inoki and Mei Terumi immediately agreed to Tsunade and the Reikage request to protect their own tailed beasts. Only the Wind Shadow, Gaara, had not responded for a long time. Kankuro looked at Gaara, who seemed to be deep in thought, and asked with concern, "Gaara, what are you thinking? We are allies of Konoha. Since the Hokage has a request, we must agree." Gaara looked at the swirling yellow sand and said expressionlessly, "I was thinking if the world really unifies, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing." Kankuro was shocked, his makeup nearly smeared. "Gaara, how could you think that? This is the foundation laid down by our ancestors. Are we really going to hand it over?" Gaara shook his head. "It's just a thought, but I won't do that. I just don't want villages to create Jinchuriki because of tailed beasts anymore. Generation after generation, when will it come to an end?" Sigh. "Kankuro, go send a message. The Land of Wind agrees to unite." After Tsunade and the Reikage received the letters of agreement from the leaders of the other 3 nations, they nodded in satisfaction. No matter how strong Akatsuki was, they would ultimately disappear if they went against the world. I refuse to believe that with the combined power of the entire world, we can't defeat those 8. Just as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Reikage were discussing how to proceed next, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Kakashi Hitaki." "Oh, come in." Kakashi opened the door and walked in, followed by another person. When Tsunade saw the stranger, she raised an eyebrow. Kakashi, who is the person behind you?" "Uchiha Bito." "Uchiha?" Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Reikage were all taken aback. Jiraiya stood up and looked Obito up and down, dumbfounded. "Isn't he also a student of Minato? Didn't he die on the battlefield?" "In your eyes." Kakashi nodded. "That's right, my Sharingan was given to me by him. With the Great War approaching, talent was urgently needed. It was great for Konoha to suddenly have another Uchiha, but Tsunade was not overwhelmed with excitement. She kept staring at Obito and asked in a deep voice, "Obito, after so many years, why have you only returned to Konoha now?" He as expected. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy." Obito sneered inwardly and then said, "That's because I was with the Akatsuki organization all this time after I recovered." Obito's words were like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in the office. The Reikage immediately stepped in front of Obito, angrily questioning, "You say you're a member of the Akatsuki organization?" "No, I didn't see you when I fought against Akatsuki." In the face of the Reikage's authority, Obito remained calm. "Reikage, please calm down. That's because I have already withdrawn from the Akatsuki organization." Then, amidst the doubts of everyone, Obito began to weave a story. He portrayed himself as someone raised by the Akatsuki organization, claiming that being from the Uchiha clan made the Akatsuki value him and train him as a cold-blooded killer. However, his heart always remained with Konoha. He planned to remain undercover in the Akatsuki organization and wait for the right moment to escape. After listening to Obito's story, Jiraiya was not very convinced and questioned, "What do you mean by the right moment?" Lord Jiraiya, you don't believe me, do you? The right moment I refer to is that I finally understand the ultimate goal of Akatsuki in collecting the tailed beasts." "What goal?" "They want to resurrect a person." "Who?" "Uchiha Madara." Chapter 26, I hate this world. "Not you, Uchiha Obito. There's no way to resurrect him." Tsunade, move the meeting up and inform the other 3 great nations. "Hurry." "Ah, yes." Tsunade angrily sat at her desk, her breast swelling due to her racing heart, while Reikage awkwardly turned his face to the side, discreetly glancing with his eyes. "Once we eliminate the Akatsuki, this fiery woman will be mine, as a rugged, straightforward man." Reikage had secretly developed a crush on her after their arm wrestling match. It's easy to find women with big breasts, but a woman who not only has big breasts but also has more strength than him is rare in the entire ninja world, and only Tsunade fits the bill. Only such a strong woman deserves to be my wife, the Reikage. While Reikage was lost in thoughts about Tsunade, Jiraiya wore a serious expression, seemingly pondering something. Although Jiraiya was known as the most lecherous man in Konoha, he never took things lightly when it came to serious matters. He didn't even glance at the alluring scene with Tsunade. His mind was filled with thoughts of Yahiko and Konan. He couldn't understand why the Akatsuki wanted to resurrect Uchiha Obito. It didn't make sense. Looking at his apprentice Kakashi, he was unsure whether to believe what he said. If given the chance, I must meet them and ask them directly. In the land of rain, Amigakure, it can now also be referred to as the land of Akatsuki. Ever since preparing to receive the declaration of war from the 5 great nations, the Akatsuki's base had moved here. Nagato and Konan had upgraded from a small dark room to a sea view suite. Once again, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Konan stood by the window, silently listening to the sound of rain outside, while waiting to enjoy the new skills developed by Nagato. Omitted 2,000 words. After the 2,000 words, Konan leaned beside Nagato, reminiscing about the shy moments they had just shared, and softly said, "Nagato, this has been the happiest time for me. Why do you have new skills every day?" Perhaps due to the passage of time, Nagato felt that after enduring such long and endless training, he had adapted to the body of Nagato, and its infinite potential had been fully developed by Konan's enthusiasm. Nagato gently caressed Konan's face, recalling the Tokyo hot scene in his mind, and whispered in her ear, "There's still many advanced skills. As long as you cooperate, everything is negotiable." Konan's blushing face was hidden in Nagato's embrace as she playfully said, "My paper butterflies haven't been idle either. I believe the intelligence will come back soon." Nagato pinched Konan's nose and praised her, "Not bad. Balancing life and work, you truly are my woman." "I'm so capable. You've also rested enough. Are you not going to reward me?" Konan blinked her watery blue eyes and waved her delicate hand, covering both of them with the snowy white bedsheet once again. Their joy lasted until evening when a paper butterfly slowly flew to the pillow and landed on Konan's back. Konan lifted her head, wiped her mouth, opened the note, took a glance, snorted, and handed the note to Nagato. "What's this?" They found the time and place for the 5 great nations meeting, the day after tomorrow, in the land of iron. I knew it. Besides the land of iron, they couldn't find any other place. The land of iron is the only neutral country in the ninja world. Long ago, the ninjas of various nations agreed not to attack this country. One reason is that the land of iron has mysterious samurais. The other reason is that the land of iron can produce excellent ninja tools, which have a good reputation in all nations. "Let's go." Nagato stood up and draped the red cloud black robe over himself. "Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Notify everyone. We're heading to the land of iron. Remember to tell them to wear more clothes. It's all snow there, and if they catch a cold, it would be bad. By the way, I haven't asked yet. How's your control over the Seven Tails?" The host of the Seven Tails, SH-10, was Fu. During the 3 years of training with Naruto under Jiraiya, she was captured by Haiden and Kakuzu during the CH-9 exams and was absorbed into the Gedomazo. Not long ago, after moving to Amigakure, Nagato controlled the Gedomazo to release the Seven Tails and sealed it within Konan's body. Now, Konan was the new host of the Seven Tails. Seeing Nagato ask, Konan slowly walked in front of him and softly said, "If I couldn't control it, how could I be so leisurely to be here with you?" "Well done, just as I expected from you, Konan. So, will you still reward me?" Let's talk about it when we get back. If we delay any longer, the 5 Kage summit will be over." In Konoha, Obito's bedroom, Obito leaned against the headboard, holding a photo of himself with his master Minato, Kakashi, Rin, and himself. However, the parts of Kakashi and Minato had been torn off by Obito. Looking at Rin's photo, Obito spoke to himself sadly. "Soon, Rin, we will meet again soon. In the world that I create, only for us." Just then, a white Zetsu's aloe head suddenly popped up from the ground. "Not bad. Your infiltration and plans have been very successful. The 5 Kage summit is proceeding smoothly, and the time and place have indirectly been discovered by the Akatsuki. As soon as they both suffer heavy losses, we can take them all down at once. Once we get the Rinnegan, our plan will soon succeed." Obito replied, "Zetsu, do you think when someone confesses in front of you, would you forgive them?" Hearing Obito's inexplicable question, Zetsu's expression darkened instantly. What's with this kid suddenly saying such things? It seems I can't leave him alone. he's starting to get emo again. Seeing that Zetsu didn't respond, Obito only let out a self-deprecating laugh. The next time I see Kakashi in front of my grave, he confessed to me the reason for Rin's death. He was confessing, but he doesn't know that I understand everything. I even know that this was Rin's choice. To protect Konoha, she chose to commit suicide, dying at the hands of the person she loved most. Watching Kakashi confessing to me, at that moment, I really wanted to laugh because I didn't hate him at all. He has lived his life in the shadow of Rin's death, yet he never realized that the cause of this situation was this village, or rather, this world. He still diligently dedicates his life to this absurd world. Don't you think he's foolish, Zetsu? Rin died to protect this village, to protect this world. Why? Why did my Rin have to do this? At that time, she was still a child, forced to make such a choice. It's not fair. This world is not fair. It's this world that drove Rin to her death. Looking at Obito still in his emo state, Zetsu was completely speechless. However, he was used to it. After all, every night, Obito would repeat these words, and Zetsu was almost able to recite them by heart. White Zetsu, Obito. You finally remembered me, didn't you? What do you have to say? It's time for your transformation technique to shine. I want to add some fuel to the fire between the 5 great nations and Akatsuki. Chapter 27, Orochimaru. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? The strategic Uchiha Obito was brewing another ruthless move to push the situation into a dire state. In the Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village, the organization members had just finished breakfast, getting ready to head to the Land of Iron. Haiden patted his belly in satisfaction, smacking his lips and exclaiming, "Boss, ever since you changed your style, things really have changed. Even the cafeteria food is different. That braised pork dish and egg drop soup are really damn delicious." Deidara, yeah boss. Just for this food, I'm determined to stay in Akatsuki for life. Ever since reincarnating as Nagato, he found that Akatsuki's cafeteria served either the aromatic natto rice or the 3-color dumplings every day. Occasionally, Conan would secretly cook something special for herself, but it was just various rice or noodle dishes. Unable to endure it any longer, Nagato started cooking for the members himself these past few days. Listening to the praise from the members, Nagato proudly said, "What's the big deal? As long as you all like it, I'll change it up every day. By the way, have you all tried crabs? How about mantis shrimp?" Crabs? Mantis shrimp? Upon hearing these 2 terms, everyone was stunned. Deidara, boss, those things aren't supposed to be eaten. What about gout? Nagato, little Deidara, you don't understand. In my world, everything except bats can be eaten. Itachi, use your advantage and get me 2 crows. I'll stew them for you tonight. And Kisame, do any of those sharks of yours misbehave? Catch a few for me. I'll let you taste what shark fin really is. Itachi and Kisame trembled, looking at each other, and stood up shivering, muttering, it's rare that it's raining today. Let us go out for a walk and relax. Kisame, what kind of excuse is that? Isn't it always raining in Hidden Rain Village? Haiden, brothers, grab your weapons. Those 2 ingredients are trying to escape. Stop them. Ha ha. Watching the members so cheerful, Nagato smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation. His eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Family, an old friend has arrived." Nagato sensed that his raindrop had landed on someone who should not be in Hidden Rain Village. An old friend? Who is it? Orochimaru. Huh? Deidara immediately stood up, angrily shouting, "That traitor who is neither human nor beast actually dares to come to our territory? Brothers, don't fight me for it. I'll take care of this rebellious brat." Nagato held Deidara's shoulder and shook his head. "Calm down. Look at his route of action. He'll be here soon. Let's wait for him." Nagato really couldn't figure out what Orochimaru was here for. Could it be to reclaim Nagato as body? Impossible. He would have the guts. They could only have a chat. Before long, Orochimaru slowly walked in, seeing the cold gazes of the members. Orochimaru's voice remained hoarse. "Same old faces, comrades. How have you been lately?" "Sasori, it was fine until I saw you. I suddenly feel a bit nauseous." Orochimaru, "Sasori, we're old partners. Is it necessary to be so cold towards me? Besides, do you still have a stomach?" "Kisame, can you shut your mouth? Every time I hear your half-dead tone, I want to kill someone." Orochimaru spread his hands. "Come on, I don't mind. I have so many lives. Giving you 2 doesn't matter to me." "Itachi, my brother, how has he been lately?" Orochimaru, "Very well, he eats a lot, but I'm financially strong enough to support him for now." Kisame, "Orochimaru, do you dare to come here today to stir up trouble?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. The 5 great nations are about to go to full-scale war with you. I came to visit and chat with Nagato about other matters. Nagato's face darkened. You're not really here to ask me for Nagato's body, are you? Hee. Orochimaru looked meaningfully at Nagato, then at Conan, and grinned. Nagato is of no use to me anymore. He seems to no longer be a virgin, and his sage essence has been half taken by Conan. Even if you return Nagato to me, I wouldn't want him. Nagato was taken aback. Oh, good observation. You can see that? Orochimaru laughed heartily. No choice. With my years of experience in human experiments, I can tell the condition of a person with just a glance. Nagato. Conan, you two have been quite busy recently upon hearing this. Conan quickly turned her blushing face away, and Nagato coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Do you also want to join the war? Orochimaru shook his head with a smile. It's not a war I started, so I want to participate. But if there's profit to be made, that's another story. Nagato, I want to give you a gift to show my sincerity in cooperation. A gift? You're going to give me a gift for free? Hee. It seems you're still not giving up on my Rinnegan. Nagato stood up, coldly reminding, Uncle Snake, gifts can be given, but I want to give you any benefits here. Don't challenge my bottom line. If you dare to mention the Rinnegan again, I will truly make you wish you were dead. Under the intimidation of Nagato's Rinnegan, Orochimaru couldn't help but shiver, forcing himself to remain calm. I heard this place will be the Akatsuki nation from now on. If you want to become the 6th great nation, you need a vast territory. So I was thinking I could give you my land of grass. The land of grass and the Akatsuki nation are neighboring countries. If the 2 countries merged, the territory would indeed expand considerably. Nagato, what's the condition? I don't believe you would be so kind. Orochimaru pondered for a while and finally revealed his purpose. After you destroy the land of fire, I hope you'll let me be the Hokage of Konoha. The land of fire will still be yours. This condition isn't too much, right? Upon hearing this, Nagato simply shook his head and stepped down from the platform. Orochimaru, I had planned to look for you, but this is a gift you delivered to my door. Brothers, take action, Nagato commanded, and all the members immediately surrounded Orochimaru. Orochimaru, surprised, asked, What are you all going to do? I'm taking your land of grass. However, I don't agree to your condition. If you agree, I'll let you leave, and tomorrow I'll go to your place for the handover. If you don't agree, then you won't be leaving. You'll stay here to help me catch sharks. Kisame, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead and said, Right? Why didn't I think of this way to get rich? Orochimaru is an endless source of bait. His body is countless. He can spit one out any time. If all goes well, one Orochimaru can catch a shark. As long as he's here, we'll never have to worry about shark fins for the rest of our lives. Boss, let us capture Orochimaru. As long as I don't have to give up the sharks in my hands, everything else is negotiable. Kisame was worried about how to handle it if the boss asked him for sharks, but now that Orochimaru had come to him as a scapegoat, Kisame wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Orochimaru was utterly desperate, shouting with no hope left. My immortality is not meant to be used like this. You heartless bandits. At that moment, he truly regretted returning to this den of thieves. Chapter 28, Jinchuriki. A simple thought that he was bullied by those colleagues he once looked down upon made Orochimaru extremely angry, but he could only choose to endure. If it weren't for Nagato, would I soften to you? They say to beat the dog, you must look at its owner. Today, I will let you go for the sake of your owner. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood running out. 3 months in the east, 3 months in the west. Once I get Sasuke's Sharingan, I will settle the score with you one by one. After going through a series of mental struggles and physical torment, Orochimaru compromised. He had no choice. Who wouldn't panic when being taken by these 8 fierce men to feed fish? Feeding fish isn't scary. What's scary is having to do it for a lifetime. Moreover, Uncle Snake's life seemed endless. Does this mean he would have to survive in the jaws of a shark for eternity? What meaning does eternal life have if it just leads to such suffering? It would be better die and have a quick end. Brave men, I wish you a smooth journey to the land of iron. I look forward to your triumphant return. After your victory, I will personally offer the national seal of the land of grass to welcome you. The sky is getting late, and I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. No need to see me off. Watching Orochimaru leave in a dejected manner, Kakuzu smiled for the first time. I didn't expect someone to come and offer territory this early in the morning. This is a good omen for our expedition. Kisame, Itachi, why didn't you let Orochimaru return your brother? Itachi, in the end, Sasuke will kill him and obtain his power. Let Sasuke train there for a while. Nagato, let us go, set off for the land of iron. The 8 members of Akatsuki, who had contributed to the founding of the country, headed north towards the Land of Iron. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Village, due to Tsunade's summons, Kakashi brought Naruto to Tsunade's office. "Tsunade Baba, what do you want with me?" "A mere genin. Busu." Naruto entered the room and immediately began to lose his temper. Tsunade angrily questioned Kakashi. "Why did it take you so long to bring him here?" Kakashi helplessly smiled. "Lady Tsunade, please calm down. I searched the village for quite a while and wasted some time. I finally found him at Ichiraku Ramen." Seeing Naruto's disrespectful expression, Tsunade tightened her fists and scolded. "Naruto, times have changed. We are now at war with the Akatsuki, and you are their target. You can no longer run around the village freely. During this period, we have unanimously decided to temporarily house all Jinchuriki in the Death Forest of Konoha for collective training. Naruto, you must go too." Naruto pouted and directly replied, "I'm not going." Naruto's answer was already expected by Tsunade. Who among the genin is the most rebellious? No, it should be who among all ninjas is the most rebellious. Besides Sasuke, Naruto is definitely number 1. Which Konoha ninja doesn't obey Tsunade? Only Naruto is an exception. He is also the only one who dares to call her Baba. Tsunade knows Naruto's temperament well and has already discussed countermeasures with Jiraiya. "So, what if I let you train in the Death Forest? This person will teach you the most powerful techniques. This technique is something only you can learn in Konoha. Training? What technique?" Hearing this, Naruto instantly perked up. Ever since Sasuke left, Naruto had been studying under Jiraiya for 3 years to become stronger. But during these 3 years, aside from his signature shadow clone technique, which had only grown larger and was now grandly named the Big Ball Rasengan, he hadn't learned anything else. He didn't know how strong Sasuke was now, but if he didn't work harder, he would definitely fall far behind. "Tsunade Baba, what technique can only I learn? Is this ninjutsu that selective?" Naruto shouted excitedly. "Calm down first." Tsunade pointed to the person beside her and said, "This is the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Clouds. Killer Bee, the only Jinchuriki who can perfectly transform into his tailed beast. During this time, he will teach you how to control the 9 tails." Upon hearing Tsunade's introduction, Naruto was taken aback. This strangely dressed, muscular uncle with sunglasses is actually the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Muscular? Sunglasses? Strangely dressed? Killer Bee frowned, his impression of this blonde kid instantly dropping to freezing point. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly scolded, "Don't be rude. This man is the most perfect Jinchuriki. Known as the Killer Bee, he can freely harness the power of his tailed beast in battle. Moreover, he can transform into the complete 8 Tails mode while maintaining his sanity. Naruto, if you can also skillfully use the 9 tails within you, then your strength, I need not say more." At this moment, Naruto's eyes sparkled as if he had seen a deity, reverently bowing to Killer Bee. "Uncle, teach me." With that look, who could resist? But Killer Bee calmly waved his hands and looked at him. "I have always hated kids, especially you. You annoy me to the extreme." Listening to this awkward rap, Naruto was left dumbfounded. "What is up with this, uncle?" Killer Bee continued, "I won't teach you. I just heard that there are many rare and fierce beasts in Konoha's Death Forest. I want to go there and become the king of beasts. If you want to come along, then come, you stinky kid." After saying that, without waiting for Tsunade and Naruto to respond, Killer Bee walked out the door. "Tsunade Baba, what is going on? He is too arrogant." "Tsunade, it's not like you disrespected him. Hurry up and catch up. I'm telling you, if you don't learn perfect tailed beast transformation, don't come back to see me." Yes. Seeing Tsunade angry, Naruto hurriedly chased after him. "Sunglasses uncle, wait for me." At that moment, with a bang, accompanied by smoke dispersing, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared in the office. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Lord Hokage, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Earth, Old Purple, and the 6 Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Water, Utaka, have arrived in the village and are currently being taken to the Death Forest. The 3 Tails has no Jinchuriki, and the Land of Water has already sent many ninjas to protect the area. What about the 5 Tails from Awagakure and the 7 Tails from Takagakure?" According to the responses from both villages, these 2 Jinchuriki have not been found yet. They seem to have mysteriously disappeared. It is speculated that they have likely been captured by the Akatsuki. Damn it, have they already made their move? Tsunade slammed the table. "Send more people. Protect the Death Forest. Without the orders of the 5 Kage, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach, and Jinchuriki are not allowed to leave." "What is wrong? Why are you so angry?" Jiraiya walked in and said, "You should get going to the Land of Iron. The Raikage has been waiting for you at the village entrance for a long time." Tsunade stood up, put on her green coat, and said solemnly, "While I'm not here, the village will be entrusted to you, and also the Jinchuriki. Don't worry." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "With me around, no one can enter the Death Forest." Episode 29. The Five Kage Summit begins in the Land of Iron, on a snowy mountain. Raikage and Tsunade are quickly making their way to the conference location, accompanied by their guards, Shizune, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Since nearly all of the strong ninjas from the Cloud Village have been killed, Raikage had to borrow 2 Jonin from Konoha as guards. Just then, a pale hand suddenly reaches up from the ground and touches Tsunade's foot. "Ah, who's there?" Feeling the cold touch on her foot, Tsunade immediately stops and turns to glare at the ground. Raikage, seeing this, quickly asks, "Tsunade, why did you stop? Did someone touch you?" "It felt like someone touched my foot." "Nanny, who has the guts to do that? Where are they?" Tsunade carefully observes her surroundings, but after a long time, she still doesn't sense any suspicious figures. "What's going on? Did I feel wrong?" She mutters to herself, and then addresses Raikage and the others. "It's nothing. Maybe it was just the wind. My feet are sensitive and easily stimulated. Let's go. We shouldn't delay the important matters." As the group walks away, Zetsu slowly emerges from the ground. Black Zetsu. "So, did you absorb Tsunade's chakra?" White Zetsu. "I did, but this woman is really impressive. I only touched her lightly, and she reacted so strongly." Black Zetsu. "That's normal. It was her foot, you know what I mean. Stop chatting. You need to hurry back to Konoha to execute the plan." "Understood," White Zetsu replies, and then the two begin to split in a grotesque manner. Black and White Zetsu's bodies crack open from the skull, and once the split is complete, White Zetsu slowly transforms into Tsunade's likeness. It's an uncanny resemblance, with every detail of her body perfectly mirrored. White Zetsu's transformation technique is completely different from normal ninjas. He absorbs someone else's chakra and then replicates it exactly, making it impossible for even the most familiar or sensory-type ninjas to recognize him. Black Zetsu. "Go ahead. The mission to infiltrate the Forest of Death is up to you." White Zetsu. "As for the Five Kage Summit, I'll leave that to you and Obito." Amidst a fierce snowstorm, the Akatsuki members do not pause for a moment and rush towards the conference venue. Ugh, Deidara shivers, tightening the buttons on his chest. "This place is really cold." "Sasori, hang in there, Deidara. The venue is just around the corner. The Five Kage Summit may have already started." "Haiden, I'm so excited. It's my first time in the Land of Iron. I wonder if the people here are interested in joining the cult of the evil god." "Kisame, you're too naive. This is a gathering place for samurai. Committing seppuku is their personal hobby. If they join the cult of the evil god and become immortal like you, wouldn't that deprive them of their hobby?" "Haiden, your beliefs don't suit this place." "Kisame, samurai, huh? I wonder what it feels like when they cut themselves." "Itachi, you've seen a lot. What kind of country is the Land of Iron?" "Itachi, this country was established on 3 mountains known as the Three Wolves, possessing an independent culture, authority, and formidable combat strength. The Land of Iron has no ninjas. Everyone adheres to the samurai spirit, and the entire country is protected by samurai." "Kisame, they are quite mysterious and should not be underestimated." Nagato nodded and continued. "Due to the Five Kage Summit, the Land of Iron will definitely strengthen its defenses. We shouldn't be too high profile. Let us wait until the Kage gather before appearing. Remember to control your emotions and try to persuade them with virtue." "Kisame, head boss. Persuading people with virtue isn't really our Akatsuki style." "Nagato, let's give it a try. A change of style might not be a bad thing. If they're impressed by my charisma and offer their allegiance, wouldn't that be even better? Besides, I haven't done anything excessive. I just borrowed 2-tailed beasts to play with, and they're only half of one. Compared to the original story, I've become much gentler. Conan, let's go by now. The Five Kage should have started." Nagato. "Conan, you're always in such a hurry to leave, but once we're in bed, you complain that I'm too fast." Conan is right. The Five Kage Summit has indeed begun. At the headquarters of the Land of Iron, in the conference hall, from the Wind Country, the 5th Kazekage Gaara, with his attendants Kankuro and Temari. From the Water Country, the 5th Mizukage Mate Terumi, with her attendants Chojuro and Ao. From the Earth Country, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, with his attendants Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki. From the Lightning Country, the 4th Raikage A, with his attendants Asuma and Kurenai, borrowed from Konoha. From the Fire Country, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, with her attendants Kakashi and Shizune. As the lights flicker, 5 hats symbolizing the highest leaders are placed on the table. The old man with bags under his eyes, sitting in the middle, slowly speaks. In response to the call of the Hokage and Reikage, the 5 Kage have gathered here today. I am Mifune, the ruler of the Land of Iron, and I declare that the 5 Kage summit officially begins. There is no applause or interaction. The leaders of the 5 great nations just stare at each other, none of them speaking. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Mifune feels helpless and thinks, why isn't this group saying anything? Are they waiting for me, an irrelevant person, to liven up the mood? Big shots are always so quiet. Noticing that the other Kage are maintaining their aloofness, Gaara sighs and says, since you're all keeping quiet, I'll speak first since I'm the youngest. Although there is a generation gap, I still hope you can understand my words. Inoki snorts coldly at this. A kid who hasn't even fully matured can become the Kazekage? The Wind Country has really fallen. I'm several generations older than you. Your words are quite disrespectful to your elders. I remember your father was the 4th Kazekage. He really had a way of raising children. Hearing Inoki's sarcastic remarks, Kankuro, lurking in the background, is enraged and would have rushed out if not for Temari holding him back. Madarumi, Lord Tsuchikage, perhaps you shouldn't speak. It's better to wait for Lord Kazekage to finish before giving your opinions. Gaara continues, you should have heard about my previous captivity by the Akatsuki. They didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. Perhaps they're collecting tailed beasts for the good of this world. Although the recent events in the Cloud Village are unfortunate, I don't think they were responsible. That's all I have to say. You can continue. Reikage, sitting beside him, can't sit still any longer. I don't care what you think. I want to hear what I think. That group of bastards came right to our doorstep. And you're still defending them? Kazekage, I now suspect you have ties to the Akatsuki. Otherwise, how could you return unscathed after they took you? I want to hear your explanation. On the roof, the Akatsuki members quietly land. Nagato signals for everyone to hide their presence. Peering through a gap to observe the 5 Kage, Deidara whispers, Boss, it seems to have started. I didn't expect to see Inoki so soon. Haiden, now that everyone is here, let's go in. Let's tell them that the era of the 5 great nations is over. Nagato shakes his head and says with interest, no rush. Let's first listen to what they have to discuss. Nagato wants to know why the 5 great nations started to unite so quickly. After all, Akatsuki hasn't done anything excessive during this time. He wants to listen to the conversations of the 5 Kages to find out the reason. Chapter 30. It's not my fault. I won't take the blame looking at the imposing Reikage. Gaara sighed. Think what you want. I'm just stating the facts. As for the outcome of this meeting, it's not up to you and me. Let's hear what others have to say. Reikage merely snorted and returned to his seat. If this were the past, Reikage might have exploded by now. But things were different now. He was truly a lone commander, with all the combat power of the Cloud Village wiped out. And even his bodyguards were borrowed from the Wood Village. Unable to put forth even a penny, he could only endure. Seeing this, Mifune lightly coughed and said, the words of the Wind Shadow are finished. It's your turn now, other shadows. Tsunade, then let me say a few words. I believe the existence of Akatsuki is extremely dangerous. You should have received my message by now. Not long ago, Uchiha Obito, a ninja who had been missing for years, suddenly returned to the village. We had thought he was dead, but only recently did we realize that he had been lurking within the Akatsuki organization. According to him, the purpose of Akatsuki is to gather all the tailed beasts and resurrect Uchiha Madara. The ideology of Uchiha Madara is very dangerous. He was my grandfather's lifelong enemy. If he is resurrected, this world will be completely ruined. What? Resurrect Uchiha Madara? Resurrect him? I'm avoiding him as much as I can. Nagato finally understood that all of this was orchestrated by Obito. Conan, I didn't expect Obito to return to Konoha. He really has some guts. Itachi, this is unavoidable. Since we no longer work for him, he can only seek other allies. Moreover, besides us, no one else knows that he is a member of Akatsuki. His actions further prove that he is indeed a schemer. Sasori, Obito is also a victim of Zetsu's deception. If he had seen the materials from episode 720, I think he would turn back. Nagato, after this meeting, we may need to visit Konoha to see if we can bring Obito back. I actually feel quite sympathetic towards him. Besides, I always feel that Akatsuki wouldn't be complete without him. The 5 Kage summit continued. After hearing Tsunade's statement, Inoki said, I know Uchiha Madara. I've seen him once before, and he is indeed very dangerous. Tsunade, is this information accurate? Tsunade, this is what Obito said. Although it cannot be verified yet, I feel it is very likely to be true. Otherwise, why would they collect tailed beasts? To keep them as pets? Inoki, in our land of Earth, We only have the four tails Jinchuriki Onoki left. Previously, I was careless, and since the Jinchuriki were powerful, I let them live freely. It was only recently that I discovered the five tails Jinchuriki Han has been missing for a long time. This is a disgrace to our country. And I will seek compensation from Akatsuki, but not alongside you. Tsunade, what do you mean? Do you not want to unite? Onoki, the resurrection of Uchiha Madara is merely the word of your long-missing ninja. I don't quite believe it. Besides, our land of Earth is vast, and Iwagakure is filled with strong individuals. Even without relying on you, I believe we can deal with Akatsuki ourselves. I do not want to unite. I just don't trust you. As an elder ninja who had experienced many wars, Onoki had long lost faith in treaties and agreements. Even if countries cooperated, they would secretly undermine each other and even break agreements. If that is the case for two countries, how about five? Reikage, you're just a stubborn old man. When you truly face Akatsuki, you won't think that way. Having faced the Rinnegan, Reikage knew the dangers of Akatsuki. He had paid the price for his previous arrogance. Looking at Onoki, it felt like he was looking at his past self. Reikage understood that persuasion was useless. He would only understand through experience. Onoki, to you, I'm a stubborn old man. But to me, you are just inexperienced young people. As a great nation, we should have the dignity and authority of a great nation, rather than seeking help from others after trouble arises. Instead of wasting time, we should enhance our national strength and regain our lost dignity in our own way. Kuratsuchi, let us not discuss these outdated matters. I believe that even if they lose the tailed beasts, Akatsuki won't be able to fully utilize them immediately. Controlling tailed beasts requires knowledge, technology, and time. Even if Akatsuki is strong, they cannot utilize them in a short time. Moreover, the notion that gathering all tailed beasts can resurrect Uchiha Madara is something I don't believe. Reikage could no longer control his anger and shouted, I see it clearly now. Mizukage, Tsuchikage, you two just don't want to cooperate, right? Then why did you send your own Jinchuriki to Konoha's Death Forest? Just to steal my brother Killer Bee's technique to control tailed beasts? Oh, it turns out listening more has its benefits. The Jinchuriki are all in the Death Forest now. Nagato sneered. This information came just in time. Watching the drama unfold was indeed the most interesting. Reikage continued, I don't care what you think. I will tear apart those demons from Akatsuki. They not only took away 2 of our Jinchuriki, but also killed all the ninjas in my Cloud Village without leaving a single survivor. When you encounter these scoundrels, you will pay the price for your arrogance. What? Hearing Reikage's words, the members of Akatsuki were no longer calm. When did we capture 2 of your Jinchuriki? When did we kill all the ninjas in Cloud Village? Isn't that nonsense? We absolutely want to take the blame. At this moment, Reikage was still angrily ranting. Akatsuki is a group of heinous murderers. They have no compassion at all, just cold-blooded killing machines. The most inhuman is that one with the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was originally the eyes of the sage of the 6 paths, meant to bring peace and comfort to the ninja world. And what does he do? Colluding with social outcasts, committing all kinds of evil. Don't we have an obligation to clear these demons from the world? Even the gentlest person would not be able to control themselves when they are unjustly accused. Nagato felt a surge of unexplained anger rise to his head, clenching his fists and roaring, Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat him up. Itachi, Nagato, don't get worked up. You were the one who told us to keep a low profile earlier. Low profile? I said that. Then let us pretend I didn't say it. Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly opened wide. An invisible force erupted instantly, causing the roof to collapse under the tremendous impact. Boom! The sudden incident startled the 5 Kage at the meeting, and the guards rushed forward to protect them. What is going on? What happened? The large amount of dust and snow falling in the room obscured everyone's vision. As the dust settled, they saw Nagato standing on Reikage's table, looking down at him coldly, saying, Reikage, you're quite bold. Chapter 31 Challenge. Akatsuki versus the world. Reikage, you're really something. Reikage was taken aback by this and immediately jumped aside, pointing at Nagato and shouting, Rinnegan, it's you. In this sudden situation, the guards jumped in front of the various Kages, glaring at Nagato. Tsunade looked at Nagato and was momentarily stunned. Could it be? When she received the image sent from Sunagakure, while looking at the picture of pain, she felt that she had seen this person before. Like those kids who had eaten her cookies during the war in Amigakure. Those kids were later taken care of by Jiraiya for a few years, and logically, Jiraiya should have recognized them. However, Jiraiya didn't react much after seeing the picture, so Tsunade put away her doubts, thinking she might have remembered it wrong. But after seeing Nagato's appearance and Conan behind him today, Tsunade finally confirmed that they were indeed those kids. If she could see it, why didn't Jiraiya mention it? This matter must be clarified when she returns. The members of Akatsuki stood on the table, looking down at the shocked Kages and their guards. Nagato said fiercely, "Reikage, you must clarify your words today. Why are you slandering us, Akatsuki?" "Reikage, when did I slander you? Are you Akatsuki afraid to face the consequences of your actions? Today, in front of everyone, you clarify. That day at the Kumogakure. Besides my brother and me, did you not kill everyone else? And the two from the land of the trees, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Can you say it wasn't you?" Nagato shook his head and directly denied. "No. Impossible. My subordinates told me that the Two Tails was captured by you. I also personally saw the aftermath at Kumogakure, and Jiraiya from Konoha can testify for me. Who else could it be besides you? I can't be bothered to explain." At this point, Nagato understood that Obito must have made full preparations to show up in Konoha. There's no need to think. These issues must have been orchestrated by him and Zetsu, since it had already happened, and Nagato indeed caused quite a scene in Amigakure, unless there was surveillance otherwise. Even jumping into the Yellow River wound, clear his name. Nagato chose to give up on explaining. His purpose for being here today was not to clarify such trivial matters. In the eyes of the 5 great nations, they were the villains. In any case, all bad things would be pushed onto them, and he thought further explanation would be pointless. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, even if I explain clearly, you want to come to like me. Onoki, then I'll take that as your tacit agreement. Deidara, you little brat, not only did you betray your village, but you also dared to join Akatsuki. You really don't let me rest easy. Compared to Reikage's hidden fear, Onoki showed no fear upon seeing all the Akatsuki members. Looking at these younger generations, there was only disdain in his eyes. Deidara, shut up, old man. Who told you to deny my art? I'm very happy in Akatsuki. Onoki, the red-haired kid in the middle with the Rinnegan. Are you the leader of Akatsuki? Beside him, Kankuro quickly said, "No, that's not right. There's more than one person with Rinnegan. During their invasion of Sunagakure, it wasn't this person who had the Rinnegan." Gaara also responded, "When I was captured, there were 2 guys with Rinnegan watching me in Akatsuki's prison. It seems there are 4 people with Rinnegan. At that time, Pain was holding a meeting with the members and didn't have time to care about me. So he had Azura Path and Human Path keep an eye on me." Huh? The series of shocking statements left everyone present stunned. In the 5 great nations, there wasn't even one person with Rinnegan. But in Akatsuki, it was so rampant. Could it be that Rinnegan is as common as cabbage in Akatsuki? The Kages were somewhat speechless, especially Meitorumi and Ao. In Kirigakure, Ao had a unique Byakugan, and he became a key protected target. But in Konoha, leaving aside the Sharingan, there were countless people with Byakugan. Comparing these 2 matters, aren't they the same? Indeed, those who possess it don't know how to cherish it. Onoki asked in a deep voice, "How many people in your organization actually have Rinnegan?" No comment. Nagato showed no respect for Onoki and continued, "I'm not here to discuss these matters with you. I'm here to announce something." Onoki, who was being pushed aside, could not listen anymore and threatened Nagato with an angry gesture. "What you want to announce doesn't matter to me. I only know that since you all came, if I kill all of you, I can solve all the problems." Nagato, fighting and killing. All you know is fighting and killing. If killing could solve problems, then why would I be here talking to you? But if I kill you, there will still be the 5th, 6th, 7th, and countless generations to come. I understand this principle. Does this old man not understand? Onoki, what are you trying to say? Wait a minute. Nagato replied, and then pulled out a laptop he carried with him. Everyone be careful. It might be a trap. Seeing the strange ninja tool Nagato took out, everyone prepared for defense. A bunch of cowards, making a fuss. Nagato sneered, opened the laptop, and played a piece of music. This music was none other than the exclusive BGM used by Akatsuki in the anime when they were showing off. Sure enough, having a soundtrack is the most impactful. Listening to this thrilling BGM, Nagato turned back to the crowd below and said, "We, Akatsuki, have come to inform you that from now on, the Land of Rain will officially be renamed Akatsuki Kingdom, and it will automatically be upgraded to the 6th great nation. The purpose of establishing Akatsuki Kingdom is only one: to unify the ninja world and annex all territories into the Akatsuki Kingdom, including your 5 great nations. Furthermore, I don't want to kill, nor do I want to kill civilians. So, Are you all interested in directly handing over your territories to me? However, I estimate that you 1T agree, so I have a second matter to discuss with you. That is, please hide your civilians well. I'm afraid that when I am competing for territory with you, they might get hurt. After all, they will all be my subjects in the future. So what do you think? Do you want to discuss it now and come up with a result? I'll give you some time to consider. The 5 Kages and their guards below fell silent. They weren't scared by Nagato, but were directly petrified. This kid, why is he so arrogant? Daring to say such things in front of the 5 Kages. Does he really think that the 8 of them are invincible? Want to fight? Fine. We 5 great nations accept Akatsuki as challenge. The 5 Kages, who had been harboring their own thoughts just a moment ago, were now completely united. This group of madmen. They truly don't know the strength of the 5 great nations. Chapter 32. Everyone stunned, the bijou transformation of Deidara in the distance. Zetsu was observing the situation at the meeting in real time, much like a war correspondent. Why Zetsu? What's going on with these people? Why aren't they fighting yet? Black Zetsu, wait, it seems the 5 Kage can't hold back anymore. At the venue, Inoki could no longer hold himself back. Having lived for so long, he had only been threatened by Uchiha Madara once in his life, and that was because he truly couldn't defeat him. After all, strength is ultimately respected in the shinobi world. Since that time, he had secretly vowed to improve his own strength, so that if he were ever threatened again, he would make sure to eliminate the threat. Uchiha Madara, he couldn't defeat, but this red-haired kid in front of him, Inoki still had confidence. Even if he had the Rinnegan, so what? The old man possessed Dust Release, which was even more powerful than bloodline limits. You disrespectful kid, I'll show you who's boss. Watch me take you down in an instant. Dust Release, original world disintegration technique. Inoki raised his palms in front of his chest, forming a small square, transparent barrier between them. As the barrier slowly expanded, it suddenly trapped all members of the Akatsuki organization tightly. The Akatsuki members who had seen the materials knew that this was Inoki's ultimate move and also his most troublesome technique. However, despite the trouble, all the members appeared calm and unbothered, because they understood that this technique was ineffective against the Rinnegan. Suddenly, Nagato glared with both eyes, and a powerful force erupted. Shinra Tensei, the square barrier that enveloped the members, was directly repelled by Nagato, becoming intangible in an instant. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Inoki snorted coldly, not overly surprised. If he couldn't even do this, he wouldn't deserve to be called the best among the 3 great dojutsu. Kisame boss, we're trying to negotiate calmly here, and he wants to start a fight. It seems things really do need to be resolved by force. Give the order. I can't hold back any longer. When Kisame first entered the venue and saw the Hiramakiri, one of the 7 ninja swords, on Chojuro's back, his fighting spirit began to stir. The previous wielder of Hiramakiri was his former colleague, Mangetsu. To inherit Hiramakiri, Chojuro must not be a simple character. As a senior, Kisame was really eager to test Chojuro's mettle immediately. Seeing Kisame's intention to fight, Chojuro hurriedly drew Hiramakiri and shouted to everyone that man with the sword on his back, who has shark gills on his face, is called Kisame Hashigaki. He possesses chakra levels comparable to a Jinchuriki, and that sword can merge with him. Everyone must be careful. Inoki, upon hearing this, disdainfully replied, "Of course. I know about that. But with the 5 Kage here, whether he is a shark or a ribbon fish, it 1T matter." The Reikage, cracking his knuckles, walked over to Inoki. In a cloud lightning gorge, he trapped my brother in a water prison. It seems that today I can take my revenge. Inoki, didn't you just say you weren't willing to cooperate with us? What? Have you changed your mind? Inoki, this cooperation is only for this time. After we wipe them out here, unless there is something important, don't disturb this old man's peace. Haiden, oh, are we going to fight again? Ha. Let me see. Who should I curse today? Just as everyone was preparing for battle, Nagato shouted, "Everyone calm down. I said we're not here to fight. We're just here to give these guys a warning. If you want to fight, do it on the battlefield later. It's not the time yet." Nagato said this because he was concerned about one person, Uchiha Bido. Just moments ago, he learned from Tsunade that Abido had returned to Konoha. He also knew that the remaining Jinchuriki had been hidden in the Forest of Death in Konoha. With the 5 Kage summit happening and Tsunade holding the meeting, Konoha was without a leader, making it very likely that Abido would take this opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki in the Forest of Death. After all, he was close at hand, making it a perfect opportunity. He couldn't miss this chance. At the 5 Kage summit, the Akatsuki's establishment as the 6th great nation had already been communicated to the Kages, and the challenge had been issued. The goal had been achieved, and there was no need to linger here any longer. The current priority was to head to Konoha. If Obito took advantage of the situation, it would be troublesome. They could not let Obito get the tailed beasts. Nagato quietly reminded the members, "Brothers, we should leave for the Forest of Death in Konoha." Huh? Deidara was somewhat speechless. "I just got interested, boss. Can we stay a little longer? I want to play with the old man." Kisame. "Shut up, little Deidara. Follow the organization's arrangements." "Sasori. If we just leave like this, they might not let us go." "Itachi. How about I handle the cleanup?" Kisame. "No, Mr. Itachi. I'm feeling pumped right now. Let me make a grand exit." "Haiden. My technique is rather simple, so I want to compete with you this time." "Conan. Since we're issuing a challenge, we need some paper. I'll donate some to them, and I'll write the words challenge on each piece." "Nagato. Stop arguing." "Little Deidara, this time you get a show off. Let them see your new technique." "Ha, sound good." Little Deidara laughed wildly as he stepped out of formation, shouting, "Ha!" Others might not understand, but Inoki, Kuratsuchi, and Akatsuki all knew Deidara too well. "Kuratsuchi, everyone be careful. Watch your surroundings. A bomb is about to explode." Upon hearing this, everyone took a defensive stance, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement around. Looking at the disgruntled gazes of the others, Kuratsuchi felt embarrassed and blushed as she angrily pouted at Deidara. "Deidara, what do you mean by this? Have you changed your style? Where's your explosive clay? Your art?" Before she could finish complaining, the new state of Deidara astonished Kuratsuchi. Deidara appeared like a character from a two-dimensional world, enveloped in light blue two-tails chakra, his body perfectly merging with the chakra, shining with dazzling light. The Reikage saw this and became furious. "Do you Akatsuki still have the nerve to say that the disappearance of the two tails has nothing to do with you? You've exposed yourselves without me needing to find evidence." The five Kage understood that Deidara had now perfectly controlled the form of the two-tails cat. "Kuratsuchi, how is this possible? It's only been a few days since they captured the two tails. Why can he use the tailed beast so perfectly so quickly?" Inoki, with a darkened face, glared at Deidara and said, "Deidara, you have fallen. I didn't expect you to become a Jinchuriki in pursuit of power." Although Inoki appeared very angry, inside he was already overjoyed. Given time, if he could persuade Deidara to return to Awagakure, then the two tails would belong to the land of Earth. This is the insidious nature of the older generation. Even at a time like this, they're still considering their own interests. As long as Deidara is willing to come back, even if it means marrying my granddaughter Kuratsuchi to him, it will be worth it. After all, they were childhood friends, and outsiders wouldn't have anything to say. Deidara had no idea about Inoki's matchmaking intentions. He was just laughing loudly in front of the stunned crowd. "My art is not only magnificent, but now it also comes with beauty. Old man, will you deny my art this time?" As Deidara spoke, he conjured a white doll from his hands. It was his signature technique, C3, number 18. However, this time, number 18 was different from the past. It was infused with blue flames on top of the explosive clay, surrounded by the black chakra unique to tailed beast balls. "5 Kage, it's time to appreciate art. I'm easygoing. I won't charge you an entrance fee. I only charge for your lives." Huh. Chapter 33. Itachi Uchiha's request not only the entire conference hall, but also the headquarters of the Land of Iron instantly turned into ruins under the enhanced power of the modified version 18. Soon after, a slug crawled out from the rubble, carrying Tsunade inside. One by one, more slugs slowly emerged. Under the protection of the slugs, the 5 Kage and their guard were not seriously injured. The Reikage looked at the devastating ruins of the Land of Iron with lingering fear and said, "Inoki, thanks to your reminder to use lightning release on version 18, its power was halved, only causing the damage of the tailed beast chakra to erupt. Otherwise, I fear the slugs wouldn't have been able to withstand such a powerful explosion." As Deidara's mentor, Inoki certainly knew about his apprentice's fatal flaws, so he urgently informed the Reikage about this before the explosion. Tsunade brushed off the dust on her clothes and asked the Konoha guards behind her with concern, "Are you all okay?" "We're fine. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, and the other Konoha," Jonin replied in unison. Conan asked, "What about that Akatsuki group?" Gaara responded, "It seems they have left. This technique was only released for their escape." The Reikage punched the ground angrily and said, "Damn it. I never expected they would turn their own members into Jinchuriki, those bastards." Gaara added, "It's not just Deidara. That short redhead is also a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. I saw him when I was in the Akatsuki prison. At that time, he called himself Sasori of the Red Sand." Kankuro said, "How could they perfect the tailed beast transformation so quickly. The Akatsuki is simply terrifying. If they take all the tailed beasts, won't everyone become Jinchuriki? Tsunade replied firmly. I will not allow such a thing to happen. I won't hand over the nine tails at the very least. The five nations must unite without delay and quickly return to their villages to prepare military power. The other Kage nodded in agreement. In the distance, Kagaya and Black Zetsu watched everything happening in the conference hall, feeling anxious but unable to do anything. Damn, why hasn't Obito arrived yet? Just then, Obito arrived late. Black Zetsu exclaimed, Why are you only here now? The Five Kage summit has ended. Nagato has also taken the entire Akatsuki and run away. At this moment, Obito was not wearing a mask and did not pay attention to Zetsu's complaints, only quietly replying, It doesn't matter, find them. I want to meet them. Huh? Zetsu was increasingly puzzled by Obito's thoughts. However, Zetsu knew that they absolutely could not let them meet. If Nagato revealed his true intentions to Obito, then Zetsu's 1,000-year plan would be ruined. Seeing Zetsu's lack of response, Obito angrily shouted, Zetsu, didn't you hear what I said? Quickly sense them. It's not difficult for you. Black Zetsu retorted, What are you going crazy about now? Is this the time to chat with them? Since we didn't encounter the aftermath of the Akatsuki and the Five Kage fighting each other, we should hurry back to Konoha to collect the tailed beasts. I don't trust White Zetsu alone. White Zetsu responded, Exactly. Obito shot Zetsu a glare and shouted, I said I want to meet, so we will meet. He wanted to clarify why Nagato had betrayed him and why the members of the organization were so obedient to him. Seeing Obito's resolute attitude, Black Zetsu felt helpless and had to agree. Fine, let's meet. I'll take you to find them. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu communicated secretly. If we really encounter them, we will act accordingly. In any case, we must not let Obito know our secret. The snow continued to fall heavily as the Akatsuki members rushed toward Konoha at full speed. Itachi said, Nagato, after we return to Konoha, I won't accompany you to the Forest of Death. I have other urgent matters to attend to in Konoha. Kakuzu questioned Itachi, Do you still have feelings for Konoha? We consider you one of us. Are you going to betray us? Nagato said, Kakuzu, don't get excited. Itachi, what is it? Can you tell us? Itachi pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. I need to find Danzo. My brother Shursui Uchiha's eyes are with him. I want to retrieve them myself. Deidara exclaimed. What? So that's the case. In the original story, I saw that Danzo is not a good person. Itachi, take me with you. Nagato nodded. Brothers' matters are our matters. Let's go. It won't take long to deal with him, Itachi. We'll go with you. Itachi nodded, revealing a long-lost smile. Suddenly, Nagato seemed to sense something and immediately stopped in his tracks. The members also stopped in unison. Nagato stared intensely at the ground, not far away, and coldly said, Come out, don't hide. Not far away, Zetsu emerged from the ground, and Obito appeared beside him. Nagato said, Oh, I was worried I couldn't find you. But you came to me. Obito said, Nagato, I want to know why you betrayed me. Nagato replied, To understand this matter, we need to start with that aloe vera-headed guy next to you. Zetsu, are you interested in telling your story? Black Zetsu didn't expect Nagato to get straight to the point so quickly and hurriedly whispered to White Zetsu, What should we do? If Obito finds out about this, it will be troublesome. White Zetsu narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, It's fine. I have a way. He then revealed his entire body and shouted at Nagato, I have too many stories. Which one do you want to know? Nagato said, How about we talk about your mother first? White Zetsu responded, What the hell? You want to flirt with my mom? Nagato was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No, I have Conan. That's enough. I mean, in front of Obito, you, and I can chat about your mom. White Zetsu exclaimed, You pervert. You want me to flirt with my mom in front of Obito? Damn. This sudden situation left Obito bewildered. He asked in shock, Zetsu, you look like this, and you actually have a mom? Having known Zetsu since childhood, Obito always thought Zetsu was created by Uchiha Madara. It wasn't until today that he realized Zetsu was also formed from a fertilized egg. Looking at Zetsu's disgusting appearance, Obito couldn't help but ask, Zetsu, I mean no disrespect, but what does your mom look like? In the shadows, Black Zetsu was secretly cheering for White Zetsu. Well done, White Zetsu. The topic has successfully shifted. Chapter 34. Danzo's ambition. Obito. Zetsu, I absolutely don't mean to discriminate against you, but what does your mother look like? Nagato chuckled and replied, Zetsu's mom is incredibly beautiful, known as the fallen goddess. Her skin is so fair. Obito's curiosity grew. Is that so? Zetsu, why have you never mentioned this before? If what Nagato says is true, how did your mother give birth to someone like you? Hold it. For my grand cause, I must endure. Hearing Obito's unintentional sarcasm, Zetsu felt a surge of anger, but since he had steered the conversation in this direction, he didn't dare to say much more. Sorry, Mom, my unfilial son, for your resurrection. Please bear with their filthy words a little longer. Determined, Zetsu was about to escalate the topic further when he suddenly sensed a large amount of chakra approaching. Instantly overjoyed, he quickly reminded Obito, I'll discuss my mom's matters with you later. Let us go. The 5 Kage and their guards are getting close. If you're recognized without your mask, everything will be for naught. Zetsu wasn't lying. The 5 Kage were indeed on their way back to the village, and this was their only route. Obito, upon hearing this, turned to Nagato and said, Nagato, this matter is not over between us. After saying this, he vanished into his Kamui space. Zetsu also slowly slipped back underground. The Akatsuki members were about to act when Nagato immediately stopped them. Don't get agitated. The 5 Kage are coming. There is no need to waste more time with them. Let us hurry to Konoha. In the land of fire, Konoha village, the root base of the Umbu. At this time, Danzo was leaning on his cane, giving a speech on stage. So much has happened in the shinobi world. Yet Tsunade hasn't reported anything to me. She really looks down on people. But thankfully, my intelligence network is strong. Humph. Perhaps I know more than she does right now. This damn desire to win, at this age, still enjoying comparing with others. Danzo suppressed his emotions for a while, then asked, What news do we have from the Forest of Death? Oil woman Tsunade, the Hokage has ordered strict guarding of the area. Aside from the 5 Kage and Jiraiya, no one else is allowed inside. Our members cannot enter for now and can only observe from a distance. We haven't received any replies yet. Danzo, that foolish Tsunade. Now that the 4 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails, along with our 9 tails Naruto, are in Konoha, what a great opportunity for us. If we can capture them, wouldn't our land of fire firmly hold the position of the strongest nation in the shinobi world? Letting her become Hokage is practically ruining Konoha's bright future. Who is in charge of guarding the Forest of Death this time? Can't we just use the wind's heart turn technique to control him? Konoha's wind replied, Lord Danzo, this is not easy. The one in charge of this guard is Lord Jiraiya. If I were to use the heart turn technique on him, he would probably notice. Oh. Danzo pondered for a moment, then said quietly, It seems I have to handle this myself. Saying this, Danzo dropped his cane and walked down from the stage, coldly stating, Let us go. Follow me to the Forest of Death. I don't believe Jiraiya dares to stop me, his senior. Sasuke quickly stepped onto the stage to retrieve the cane and handed it to Danzo, respectfully saying, Lord, your cane. Oof. Danzo shook his head. During battle, this thing is useless to me. It's just a disguise. With it, I limp. Without it, I can move swiftly. A few minutes later, at the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death now had over 500 elite ninjas protecting it, and the strongest defensive barrier of Konoha village surrounded it. If anyone attempted to sneak in, they would be immediately detected by the barrier's administrator. Jiraiya sat by the entrance of the Forest of Death under a pavilion, chewing on a pen while brainstorming for his new work. There had been too many changes in the shinobi world recently, making it difficult for him to gather material at the hot springs. He was a bit stuck, unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, he sensed a cunning aura, one he was all too familiar with. It was the scent of Danzo. Sigh, that old coot was arranging so many ninjas outside not enough. He actually came in person. Jiraiya closed his notebook and stepped out of the pavilion, helplessly asking, Danzo, what are you doing here? Danzo replied expressionlessly, I'm here for Konoha. Jiraiya, I hope you understand me. Tsunade is wrong. We cannot miss such a good opportunity. Let me in. I want to turn all these tailed beasts into Konoha-s. Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed. Danzo, have you lost your mind? The 5 great nations are about to unite. It's a time for solidarity. You want to betray the other 4 nations and capture their tailed beasts. Do you think that is appropriate? Besides, do you really think you have the strength to defeat those Jinchuriki? Jiraiya didn't say this out loud. After all, Danzo was his elder, and he still needed to give him some face. Danzo coldly snorted. In this war, I have no expectations of them. With the power of these tailed beasts, do we still need to fear them? You and your master are too simplistic in your thinking. Every time Danzo saw Tsunade or Jiraiya, he would think of his old friend, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, whom he had a love-hate relationship with. This left him unable to bear it. He didn't want to hear about the will of fire, even for a moment. With Tsunade absent, it was a perfect opportunity to launch a coup. The 2 senior advisors of Konoha, Mito Minyin and Kohor Udatain, were just 2 fence-sitters. They would listen to whoever had the power and were not worth fearing at all. As long as he defeated this hairy man in front of him, the position of the 6 Hokage would be within reach. Tomorrow, Danzo's handsome and suave face would appear on Hokage Rock. Jiraiya, this ironclad straight man, was unaware of all the thoughts in Danzo's mind and casually replied, "Do as you please, but sorry Uncle Danzo as long as I'm here. You won't be able to enter the Forest of Death." Danzo, "Very well. It seems I have no choice but to resolve this by force. Jiraiya, you know my reputation. I'm a martial artist. If we can't come to an agreement, don't blame me for being rude." Behind Danzo, nearly all members of the Umbu root had gathered. Although Jiraiya noticed this from the beginning, he never expected Danzo would want to act against him at such a critical moment. Jiraiya stared at him fiercely, growling, "Danzo, have you lost your mind? If Akatsuki suddenly launches an attack while we're fighting among ourselves, it will be too late." Danzo calmly replied, while unwrapping the bandages on his right hand, "What are the odds of that happening? Anyway, I'm determined to fight. After all these years, don't you understand my ambition? I'll tell you, this is not infighting. It's a coup." Chapter 35. Jiraiya versus Danzo. Jiraiya was taken aback. "A coup? Danzo, are you serious?" At this moment, Danzo had just finished unwrapping the bandages on his right hand, revealing a golden metallic arm. "Don't blame me, Jiraiya. I'm doing this for the sake of Konoha." Danzo turned around and coldly said to his subordinates behind him, "Attack." Instantly, the root members present and those hiding in the shadows all emerged and rushed toward the Forest of Death. The 500 guards sent by Tsunade, seeing the situation, drew their kunai and engaged in battle. The area outside the Forest of Death instantly turned into a battlefield with thousands of people. Cries of agony, voices of doubt, and the sound of ninja tools clashing echoed from all directions. In the center of the battlefield, Jiraiya and Danzo stood facing each other, yet neither had made a move. Jiraiya looked at him with disappointment and said angrily, "Danzo, what you're doing is pushing yourself into an abyss of no return. From today on, you are a traitor to Konoha." "Humph." Danzo remained unfazed, showing no signs of remorse. "I will succeed today. I am clearing away the obsolescence and obstacles for the future of Konoha. There is no such thing as being a traitor. Tomorrow, I will be the 6 Hokage." Seeing that persuasion had failed, Jiraiya's eyes finally revealed killing intent. "All right then, as your elder, I'll let you attack first." Danzo replied, "You think I don't want to attack first? Just wait a moment, my right arm still has one screw left to be undone." After 10 more seconds, with the last screw falling to the ground, the metallic locks on Danzo's arm were finally released, revealing a multitude of Sharingan. Seeing this, Jiraiya frowned slightly and immediately shouted, "How do you have so many Sharingan? Tell me, where did you get them?" An ominous premonition rose in Jiraiya's heart. Perhaps the Uchiha clan's annihilation had other hidden truths. Moreover, Danzo definitely had major suspicions. Without waiting for Danzo to make a move, Jiraiya had already assumed a stance. "Danzo, I initially wanted to spare your life after this matter. After all, you have made significant contributions to Konoha over the years, although your methods are somewhat problematic. But the crime doesn't warrant death. However, now it's different. The Uchiha clan is also our family in Konoha, and you dare to harm them like this. I will expose all your shameful secrets." Ninjutsu Frog Oil Bomb. Before Danzo could react, Jiraiya spat out a sticky and flammable frog oil transformed from chakra, firmly restraining Danzo in place. As soon as this technique ended, the next one immediately began. Fire release, fireball. Jiraiya unleashed a large amount of true fire from his mouth, turning Danzo, who was covered in frog oil, into a flaming figure that turned to ash on the ground. The battle ended too quickly, leaving Jiraiya with doubts. However, the ashes on the ground were indeed from a real person, not a shadow clone or another substitute. How could this old man die so quickly? Did I overestimate him? While Jiraiya was talking to himself, an eerie voice suddenly came from behind him. "Kid, you're not adhering to the rules of combat. Didn't we agree that I would attack first?" Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp gust like a scythe shot out from Danzo's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya hurriedly dodged, but the wind blades sliced through the root ninja and Konoha elite behind him, cutting them in half. Quite fast. Danzo seemed indifferent to the death of his subordinates, and he puffed his cheeks again, unleashing several wind blades at Jiraiya in midair. Wind release, vacuum continuous wave. To evade Danzo's previous attack, Jiraiya jumped into the air. Seeing the incoming wind blades again, he couldn't dodge them in time. In a moment of desperation, Jiraiya quickly formed a large Rasengan and met the wind blades, neutralizing them one by one. Phew, that was close. After neutralizing Danzo's attack, Jiraiya landed steadily on the ground, sighing with lingering fear. However, in those brief seconds, Danzo's figure had already appeared in front of him. The distance between them was only 0.01 centimeters. If either slipped, they would definitely collide. Without waiting for Jiraiya to react, Danzo swung his hand directly at Jiraiya's neck. Kid, try this move. Sealing technique. Self-inflicted curse seal. Jiraiya understood this technique well. As long as it locked onto the target's throat, he could cast a curse seal, rendering the target immobile. No, I absolutely cannot fall for this technique. Jiraiya had a flash of inspiration, and his hair began to grow at a visible speed, covering his entire body and making it impossible for Danzo to target him. Danzo was stunned for a second, then jumped back and calmly praised, "You truly are Jiraiya's disciple. Your techniques are quite diverse." Jiraiya slowly returned his hair to its original state, staring at Danzo with a serious expression. His thoughts were still stuck on the earlier battle, and he couldn't understand why Danzo hadn't died. I clearly killed him. Why is he still alive? Although both Jiraiya and Danzo were Konoha ninjas, and Danzo was even Jiraiya's senior, Jiraiya knew very little about him. He only knew that Danzo was skilled in wind release and sealing techniques. He was unaware of any other abilities. It's no wonder Jiraiya was confused. After all, Danzo had always operated from the shadows, hiding too deeply. Since that's the case, I can only analyze while fighting. Jiraiya steeled his resolve and was about to form hand seals when suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. "What are you doing? Everyone stop." This voice was known to all Konoha ninjas, and upon hearing it, everyone froze in place. Following the sound, they saw a woman with light yellow hair and ample breast striding confidently between Jiraiya and Danzo. Jiraiya looked at her in surprise and asked, "Tsunade, you're back. How could you be back so soon?" Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare and asked, "What is going on? Why are you and Danzo fighting?" Jiraiya walked over to Tsunade and whispered in her ear, "This old man wants to go into the forest of death and plans to betray Konoha to become the 6th Hokage." "Oh, is that so?" Tsunade frowned, turning to mock Danzo. "Danzo, your ambition is quite large, huh?" "Umph." Danzo snorted coldly at Tsunade's appearance, somewhat surprised, but it was all part of his plan. He didn't feel he would lose to two Sannin. Tsunade looked at the battlefield, where many were dead or injured, all Konoha ninjas, and she shouted angrily, "What time is it? Is this the time for infighting? We need to conserve our strength and prepare for the upcoming war. Danzo, rest assured, as long as I'm back, don't even think about the Hokage position. And you, Jiraiya, Danzo just wants to go into the forest of death to see the Jinchuriki. What is the harm in that? After all, he is part of our Konoha leadership. If we don't give him this little bit of authority, he will surely have thoughts of betrayal. Danzo, come with me. I'll take you in." Tsunade's words left not only Jiraiya stunned, but even Danzo was taken aback. What's going on? Why is this girl being so nice to me today? This girl is definitely up to something, but if she can take me into the forest of death, I don't mind. Chapter 36. The truth about Tsunade. Tsunade, no way, you absolutely cannot bring Danzo in. Tsunade's actions left Jiraiya utterly astonished. He believed that after working with Tsunade for many years, they were in sync most of the time, sometimes even understanding each other with just a glance. But today, Tsunade was completely different. Not only was there no eye contact between them, but she was also actively helping her political enemy. What's going on? You're not that kind of big-breasted, brainless woman. Jiraiya stood in front of the entrance to the forest of death, directly blocking the two of them with his body. Tsunade shouted angrily, "Jiraiya, stop messing around. Don't you understand my good intentions? I'm stabilizing the morale of the troops. If we have infighting now, won't that just make the other ninja villages laugh at us?" Jiraiya showed no signs of backing down. "Speaking of other ninja villages, what about the Reikage? Didn't he come with you? And what about Shizune and Kakashi? Why didn't they come back with you?" Jiraiya felt increasingly that something was off with Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head and explained, Yunin recently suffered heavy losses, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay in Konoha. He needs to go back to stabilize the morale of the Land of Lightning. I was a bit uneasy about letting just Kurenai and Asuma escort him back, so I sent Kakashi and Shizune with them too. Tsunade's explanation had no flaws, but Jiraiya still didn't believe her. At that moment, a Hyuga clan member with Byakugan quietly approached Jiraiya and said, "Lord Jiraiya, there's no problem with Lady Tsunade's chakra. I checked with Byakugan, and it's definitely her." Hearing this from a ninja of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya gradually began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was mistaken? He cautiously walked to Tsunade's side and nervously said, "I'm sorry, Tsunade, I misjudged you." Tsunade replied, "Humph, it's good that you know. There is no time to waste. I need to take Danzo inside to look around. You all must guard this place. No one is allowed to enter, understood?" With that, Tsunade walked into the forest of death without looking back, and Danzo immediately followed behind her, looking disgruntled. At the entrance, an elite Konoha ninja set up a barrier, and as Tsunade and Danzo passed through, the barrier master felt for a moment and nodded at Jiraiya. Yes, it is indeed Lady Tsunade's chakra. Since the barrier master confirmed it, it seemed that Jiraiya had indeed overthought it. He watched Tsunade and Danzo's receding figures, feeling an inexplicable unease in his heart. No way. I have to follow them and see what is going on. Jiraiya turned to the other ninjas and said, since the grudges are lifted, there is no need for you to fight each other. Remember, you are all Konoha ninjas. Protecting this place is key. After saying that, Jiraiya quickly dashed into the forest of death. Inside the forest of death, Naruto had been there for a long time. Beside him were the four tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and the six tails Jinchuriki, you. Behind them were countless ferocious beasts in the forest of death. However, they had all changed from their usual ferocity and were now respectfully focused on a giant platform built by Naruto's shadow clones. On the platform, Killer Bee was holding a microphone, lost in his rap performance. On Paradise Island in the Land of Lightning, Killer Bee had already conquered all the ferocious beasts there and claimed the title of King of Beasts. Arriving in Konoha's Forest of Death, he was no exception. At this moment, he was forcing all species to listen to his concert, including the other Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki were initially unwilling, but in order to learn perfect-tailed beast transformation from him, they had no choice but to cooperate. Yo, friends in front, if you feel threatened, just blink your eyes. I can't take it anymore. Perhaps due to the torment over this period, Naruto could no longer hold back. He immediately released the shadow clones and shouted at Killer Bee, who had fallen from the stage. Sunglasses uncle, do you have any idea how chaotic it is outside right now? You actually have the mood to rap here. I'm done. I'm not playing with you anymore. Since you want to teach me, I'll just train by myself. After saying that, Naruto turned to leave. As he turned, he couldn't help but think, please, stop me, I beg you. Please stop me. However, a full minute passed without anyone saying a word. Even you and Old Purple showed no intention of stopping him. Naruto's face turned red with anger as he turned to the two and shouted, you don't have any humanity either? As fellow Jinchuriki, can't you at least say something to stop me? You looked at Naruto coldly and said flatly, you're the one who said you wanted to leave. Old Purple added, actually, I've never liked you. You're not manly at all. Your six tails are a disgrace to men. Just then, sound of a fierce battle came from a distance, catching everyone's attention. What's going on? The beasts of the forest should all be gathered here, right? Could there be more that Haven T arrived? Killer Bee was furious. On such a grand day for his concert, who was disrespecting him like this? Let us go. We need to check it out. The sounds of battle in the distance were from Tsunade and Danzo. Shortly after Danzo followed Tsunade inside. He developed ulterior motives. This was not the same kind of ulterior motive. Danzo simply wanted to kill Tsunade. Tsunade bit her red lip and questioned, Danzo, what do you want to do? Didn't I bring you in? Danzo replied expressionlessly, you're too young. I appreciate you letting me in, but it's your mistake to come in here alone with me. Tsunade, if you can't hold onto the position of Hokage, let me take your place. Haha. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled instead of getting angry. Moreover, this smile was extremely eerie. Seeing the inexplicably smiling Tsunade, Danzo's old eyes narrowed. You're acting very unusual today. Could be that you've given up? Fine. Then I'll let you live a little longer and tell me the details of the 5 Kage summit before you die. Hey, Danzo, you old fool. Would you be interested in a partnership? Being Hokage is so boring. I can help you become the strongest in the ninja world. Suddenly, Tsunade's figure slowly transformed into that of White Zetsu. This sudden change caught Danzo off guard. Who are you? Chapter 37. The absolute conspiracy. I knew that if this were the real Tsunade, she would never have brought me here. Who are you? Danzo asked coldly. He didn't recognize either Obito or Zetsu. Looking at this bizarre creature that resembled a grass root, Danzo felt an unusual caution in his heart. The fact that he could perfectly transform into Tsunade's appearance without being recognized by the Byakugan or barrier was remarkable. This kid must have considerable strength. Danzo dared not act rashly. Most importantly, he needed to understand this person's true intentions. Zetsu noticed Danzo's skepticism and continued, my name is Black Zetsu. I know everything about you, and I'll tell you everything about myself. After you hear me out, you will naturally understand. This matter starts from the source of chakra. The 10 tails. Danzo, you must have heard of the Sage of Six Paths, right? As a god of ninjas, he also has another identity. He is the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Next, I will tell you more details. Since the Akatsuki organization deviated from its own plans, only Obito remained by Zetsu's side. However, during this time, Zetsu discovered that Obito was a risk. His heart was consumed by his obsession with Rin, and he would easily fall into despair. Once Nagato made things public, it was likely that Obito would immediately turn against him and betray him. Thus, Zetsu set his sights on Danzo. Danzo was different. Zetsu had seen enough footage to know what kind of person Danzo was. His obsession was neither love nor friendship, but rather the village. His goal was to make Konoha bigger and stronger, to unify the ninja world. He didn't care if many people had to be sacrificed. He would pay any price. Cold-blooded. Such a person had grand ambitions, but lacked the power to decide everything. This was Danzo's lifelong pain. Zetsu needed someone like this, someone who was obsessed with power and had ruthless methods. Moreover, he had cells from Hashirama Senju in his body and possessed the Sharingan. Perhaps in the future, he could be a good candidate to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He told Danzo the origin of the tailed beasts and the story of the Ten Tails in his own words. However, one thing he did not mention was that the Ten Tails was the seed of the Divine Tree. He did not mention the Divine Tree at all. After Zetsu finished speaking, Danzo stood frozen in place, unable to calm down for a long time. His worldview had collapsed. At that moment, he needed to calm down. Zetsu continued. So, are you interested in becoming the second ancestor of the ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Just like the Sage of Six Paths. In this age where strength is revered, only if you are strong will you possess supreme power. To be honest, Zetsu's suggestion stirred something in him. Throughout his life, Danzo had been chasing after Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping that one day he could keep up with his pace, even if it meant being on equal footing. It was this mindset that made Danzo so obsessed with the position of Hokage. However, now, if what this grassroots creature said was true, if he succeeded, it would not only be an equal footing. His status could even surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi, because he would be the first Hokage to unify the world under the Fire Country, Shimura Danzo. After pondering for a moment, Danzo asked, I'm not sure whether to believe what you're saying. Ha ha. Zetsu laughed heartily in response. Believe it or not, in any case, I will secretly help you become Hokage, and I will also capture all the tailed beasts for the Fire Country. My help to you today is just a good start. Soon, I will tell you all the abilities and characteristics of the Akatsuki members. Let them fight in this joint effort of the 5 countries against the Akatsuki. It doesn't matter who wins. You. And I just need to secretly lock down the tailed beasts in Konoha. When both sides are injured, we can reclaim the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan obtained by the Akatsuki. With the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, your day of becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails will not be far off. At this moment, Zetsu suddenly sensed something and transformed back into Tsunade, quietly reminding Danzo, someone is coming. Not far away, Killer Bee was running over quickly. Shortly after, Naruto, Fuga, Jiraiya, and a large number of animals followed. Naruto looked at Danzo beside Tsunade and asked, Grandma Tsunade, what are you doing here? Huh? Who is this gentleman? Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Jiraiya suddenly appeared. I finally caught up with you all, Tsunade, Danzo. Oh, Naruto, you're here too. What's going on? Why is the pervy sage here as well? Seeing their arrival, Naruto couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, oh no, the pervy sage and Grandma Tsunade are here to check how far I progress with my tailed beast transformation, right? Damn it, I haven't even started practicing yet. It's all that sunglasses uncle's fault. Just as Naruto was about to complain to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Jiraiya's large hand suddenly patted his shoulder, pushing Naruto behind him, and coldly looked at Tsunade, saying, who are you? You are definitely not Tsunade. Tsunade sneered and replied, Jiraiya, are you sick? Didn't we just confirm this? What more do you want? Jiraiya shook his head. I don't trust that thing. I only trust my instincts. Naruto, quickly take the other Jinchuriki and escape. The Tsunade in front of you and the Danzo beside her are here for you. However, at that moment, a strange voice suddenly came from a nearby tree. Oh, what a lively scene. The Jinchuriki, I'm looking for are all here, and Danzo is also here. Hee, this saves me the trouble of searching for you. The speaker was none other than Nagato. He was flanked by Akatsuki members. Just now, all members of the Akatsuki had arrived at Konoha village and directly barged in. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Under Itachi's lead, everyone fought their way to the Forest of Death, taking down the security arranged around the area before searching for the Jinchuriki. In the end, they found them. Nagato? Conan? It's really you. Seeing their familiar faces, Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. The appearance of all Akatsuki members did not overly surprise Tsunade. Zetsu had already received news from his clones and knew that the Akatsuki would come here. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. He quickly signaled Danzo with his eyes to leave. However, before Danzo could react, Itachi had already appeared in front of him. "Give me back Shirsue's eyes." Feeling Itachi's killing intent, Danzo coldly said, "Itachi, this is not what we agreed upon. Why have you returned to the village?" On the tree, Kisame looked at Killer Bee, a sly smile on his face. "Since Mr. Itachi has chosen his opponent, I will stick to my usual method. That precious beast, the octopus monster. Don't you dare steal it from me." Saying that, Kisame charged straight at Killer Bee with his sword Samahata. Nagato looked at Jiraiya and softly said, "I'll take care of Jiraiya. After all, he's my master. I need to give him an explanation. The others can handle it as they see fit. Hide and scan the area and set his sights on Fuga." "No problem, boss. The pale-skinned person should be liked by the evil god, so I want him." "Scorpion, then the old purple one belongs to me," Deidara shouted unwillingly. "What the heck? All the strong ones have been taken by you guys. Who am I supposed to fight?" "Kakuzu. Isn't there still that nine-tailed kid?" "But little Deidara, I lost to him in the original work. So today you have to give him to me. I want to take revenge." Deidara looked at the group of trembling birds and beasts behind the Jinchuriki. Sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Being idle isn't my style. I can only make do with you guys. Grasshopper legs are also meat." Chapter 38. The smoke-filled Death Forest, once a venue for the CHNIN exams. The Death Forest has now become a battlefield that concerns the situation of the ninja world. The entire battlefield is divided into 7 arenas. Uchiha Itachi versus Shimura Danzo, Kakuzu versus the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto, Nagato versus Jiraiya, Kisame versus Killer Bee, Sasori versus the Four Tails Jinchuriki Otsutsuki, Haiden versus the Six Tails Jinchuriki Utakata, and Deidara versus the beasts. And me? Why is no one paying attention to me? Watching various elemental jutsus flying around, Tsunade's white Zetsu stood stunned in place. "I'm a #1 beauty of Konoha, the 5th Hokage. Is my presence really this low? No one even looks for me to fight? Forget it, it's just as well. I'll just go underground." "Wait, where do you think you're going? How dare you call yourself the #1 beauty in front of me?" The voice of Konan came from behind him. Konan teased, "Tsunade, I didn't expect you to return so quickly." She didn't notice that the Tsunade in front of her was actually white Zetsu in disguise. Hearing this, Tsunade sneered, slowly sinking into the ground, and said, "Today I want to be accompanying you." Konan looked dumbfounded at Tsunade, who was disappearing before her eyes. Muttering to herself, "What is going on? When did Tsunade learn Earth Release? And as Hokage, you just ran away like this? You're too much. How can the leader of a great nation act like this? I want to let you escape." Paper Jutsu, Shuriken Technique. Several hardening paper pieces shot toward Tsunade like shurikens. Tsunade's lower body had already sunk into the ground, while her upper body was turned into a porcupine from Konan's attacks. Gradually, her body transformed into the appearance of white Zetsu's corpse. What's going on? So is white Zetsu again? What an omnipresent guy. On Jiraiya's side, facing his former student, he sighed with disappointment. "Nagato, I really didn't expect you to fall this far." "You, stop it." Before Jiraiya could finish, Nagato interrupted him directly. "I am indeed Nagato, but I am not the Nagato you knew. Also, don't waste your breath. I'm not here to be lectured. I'm here to take my brothers and fight. And I'm sure that in this life, I am definitely the child of prophecy spoken of by the great sage. Master, you may not understand me now, but you will in the future. So, can you please just step back from the battlefield and let me take these Jinchuriki away? Don't worry, I won't hurt them. I'll just have them play with me for a day, and tomorrow, I promise to return them all. What do you think?" Nagato's words left Jiraiya completely stunned. What does he mean, he not the Nagato I knew? And how does he know about the child of prophecy? That is not the point. The point is, why should I let him go? This is happening in Konoha, and you want me, one of the legendary 3, to just ignore it? Arrogant. Not only has he not learned anything, but he has also picked up a street thug-esque attitude. As your master, I must restore order. Seeing Jiraiya glaring at him with killing intent, Nagato felt somewhat helpless. "Jiraiya, I'm telling you, luckily it's me. If it were the previous Nagato, he would have killed you soon after. If you insist on making a move, don't blame me for being rude. I have only one goal, which is to take my current members out alive and become super gods. Do you understand? Anyone who obstructs me, no matter who they are, I will kill." As he spoke, Jiraiya had already formed a Rasengan in front of Nagato. "Do you really think you can kill me? Silly student." Just as the Rasengan was about to collide with Nagato, Jiraiya suddenly felt an invisible pressure crushing him, making it hard to breathe. Soon, his body was violently repelled, crashing to the side. Damn it, is this the ability to repel everything? Jiraiya flipped and jumped up, ready to continue his assault, only to suddenly see Naruto in the distance, half dead and unconscious on the ground after being attacked by a masked man. Naruto is in danger. Jiraiya couldn't care less about his own situation and rushed towards Kakuzu, who was about to strike Naruto. However, at that moment, a powerful gravitational force suddenly interrupted his momentum. He turned to see Nagato holding out his palm towards him, looking coldly at him. With the peak power of the Six Paths and the sage body of Nagato, even if Jiraiya were strong, he could not defeat him. Nagato had absolute confidence in dealing with him and would never give Jiraiya a chance to use Sage Mode. Just as Jiraiya's body was about to be pulled to Nagato, he quickly used the lion's mane technique, tying his long hair to a nearby giant tree. The giant roots of the Death Forest tree were particularly massive, but even so, they were no match for Nagato's power. The giant tree was uprooted. As the giant tree fell, Jiraiya's body was ultimately pulled into Nagato's hands. A black rod slowly emerged from Nagato's sleeve. Sizzle. Red blood flowed from Jiraiya's waist, staining the ground beneath their feet. I'm sorry, master. Although I respect you, I am now Akatsuki. Please watch me from above as I change the landscape of the ninja world. In another battlefield, Haiden was lying on his ritual platform with a dark expression. Beside him lay the dying body of Utakata. Is it not over yet? Haiden. Kakuzu stood nearby, holding the unconscious Naruto, urging him, come on, brother, I just started. Can't you be a bit patient? But I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to lick the blood of this six-tails Jinchuriki. His bubble has caused Haiden a lot of trouble. At this moment, Sasori walked over and casually tossed Otsutsuki's body onto Utakata. Kakuzu, why are you so slow? Is this four-tails Jinchuriki difficult to deal with? Sasori shook his head. I wanted to test the extent of my tailed beast transformation, so I played with him for a while longer. How about the boss? Deidara, who had already finished dealing with the beasts and was hiding in a tree, suddenly spoke. It's almost over. Can't you see the guy named Jiraiya is bleeding from his waist? Now it's just Kisame and Itachi left. After I finish off the beasts, I want to help them. Hey, guess what happened? These two are good. Neither of them will let me intervene. I'm so mad. Kakuzu, look at these two. One is a strategist, the other is a fighter. The contrast is really stark. They're indeed a good pair. On Kisame's side, he was still desperately fighting against the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee, bloody and brutal. Haha, this is fun. Let us go for another 300 rounds. And on Itachi's side, he and Danzo were just staring at each other, as if they were saying something. At the Konoha headquarters, Tsunade hadn't returned, Jiraiya was still in the Death Forest, and Danzo was nowhere to be found. Only the senior advisor Mito Menyen and the temporary commander Haruno Sakura were directing wave after wave of ninjas being sent to the Death Forest. Hyuga Hizashi, Yamanaka Shiki, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, gather all the power of your family and rush to the Forest of Death. The members of the Akatsuki organization are inside. We must protect the Jinchuriki. Where's Guy? Where did my guy go? Report. My guy is on a mission. Damn, why is he always on a mission at critical moments? Chapter 39. The death of Danzo on the battlefield of the Forest of Death. Itachi and Danzo were still confronting each other. Danzo, Itachi, as per our agreement, I have not made a move against the remnants of your clan, including Uchiha Sasuke. Why have you returned to the village? Itachi, no, you haven't made a move against him because you simply haven't had the chance. Danzo, what do you mean by that? Itachi, I see through you. My eyes can not only remember everything, but also see the future. There is someone named Sai in your Umbu roots, and I saw you send him to Orochimaru's base to assassinate Sasuke. If it weren't for Naruto's words reaching Sai, Sasuke might have already been killed by your men. Danzo was taken aback. What are you talking about? I do have a subordinate named Sai, but I have never sent him to Orochimaru's base, let alone ordered him to kill Sasuke. Danzo was right. In this world, he hadn't done that. But in the original story, he really did. He harbored murderous intent towards Sasuke, who had betrayed the village and allied with Orochimaru. This murderous intent was the best proof of his betrayal of the agreement with Itachi. Itachi had already seen the original story. This was why he said he could see the future. Now, Itachi had completely lost trust in the untrustworthy Danzo. He absolutely could not allow anyone to harm his brother, not even think about it. With a blank expression, Itachi said, Danzo, I will kill you today. Return Uchiha Shirsue's eyes to me, and I will leave your corpse intact. Danzo sneered. If I return the eyes to you, how would I still have an intact corpse? Itachi, you promised me you wouldn't return to the village, but this is your second time breaking that promise. You are the one who violated the agreement. I have long wanted to eliminate you, and it seems today is your end. Hey, you old fool, say that again? Who's at the end? Do you dare to lay a hand on Itachi? Nagato, accompanied by the members of Akatsuki, walked up to Itachi's side. They were carrying the bodies of 4 Jinchuriki. Kisame's shark-like eyes suddenly narrowed, focusing on Danzo's sleeve. Warning, boss, Danzo's sleeve moved. He's going to attack Itachi. Nagato shouted angrily. I told you not to lay a hand on Itachi. Do you really think we're pushovers? Brothers attack. In the next moment, all members of Akatsuki appeared next to Danzo. What are you doing? My sleeve moved because of the wind. Danzo cried out, but the members completely ignored his pleas. Beat him a few more times. Don't stop. This old man has plenty of lives. Deidara, where are you kicking? Don't kick his eyes. Those are sure sues. We need to spare Itachi. Boss, Danzo is going to use a sealing technique. It seems he wants to seal his own eyes like in the original story. Not a chance. You old fool, hand over your eyes. As the members of Akatsuki were brutally torturing Danzo's body, Itachi raised his head, slowly gazing at the sky. Sure sway. The cloud above the Uchiha clan seems to have hardly changed. All right, that's enough. You should be dead by now. Nagato stopped the excited members and handed the right eye he had taken from Danzo's face to Itachi. Itachi calmly took his friend's eye and summoned a crow, placing it on the crow's right eye. After exchanging eyes, the crow slowly opened its eyes, shook a few times, and returned to normal. Thus, Itachi's crow now possessed Shirsue's 2 eyes. Seeing this, Nagato was shocked. Damn, your clan Sharingan is so convenient. You could just take it and use it. Conan, stop the complaints. Let's go. My paper clones have seen a large number of Konoha ninjas on their way here. The Jinchuriki are already in hand. There's no need to waste time here. Okay, retreat. After the Akatsuki organization evacuated, Zetsu carefully emerged from the ground beside Danzo's corpse. This body looks quite unappetizing. Danzo, you should be happy to encounter me. I will give you a chance for revenge. After dealing with Danzo's body, Zetsu moved to Jiraiya's side. TSK. This one is also quite miserable. His kidneys are completely ruined. Without weapons, how many masterpieces will the ninja world lose in the future? Just as Zetsu was about to deal with Jiraiya's body, he suddenly sensed a lot of chakra approaching. Time to go. I won't take this body with me. As Zetsu disappeared underground, the Konoha support ninjas finally arrived late. They immediately discovered Jiraiya lying on the ground. Lord Jiraiya, the leading Nara Shikaku jumped to Jiraiya's side, placing his ear against Jiraiya's heart. Thump, thump, there's still a heartbeat. Medical team, quickly take Lord Jiraiya back. When the medical team arrived, they lifted Jiraiya onto a stretcher. Shikaku looked at the brutal scene around him, feeling a bit hopeless, and asked Hinata Hizashi, how is it? Have you seen the Jinchuriki and the Akatsuki members? Hizashi, using his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, shook his head after a moment. Sigh, this is troublesome. Lord Jiraiya is severely injured, and the Jinchuriki are missing. If the 4 great nations ask about this, how are we going to explain it? Chapter 40. Orochimaru, the last hope of the village after the battle in Konoha had ended for a long time. Tsunade, the Reikage, and their guards finally returned. What did you say? The Jinchuriki have all been captured by Akatsuki? Does that mean my brother? Hearing the report from the gate guard, the Reikage roared at Tsunade. Tsunade, it might have been our mistake to entrust the Jinchuriki to you. It wasn't my choice. Tsunade replied. Reikage, don't forget that you were the one who brought your brother here. There's no need for us to argue. At this moment, Tsunade was also incredibly angry. But arguing would be futile. It was not the time for that. The Reikage understood this as well. He had faced those thugs firsthand and could only sigh helplessly, asking, what about Jiraiya? Wasn't he responsible for protecting the Forest of Death? Jiraiya-sama is seriously injured and currently being treated in the medical room. What? Why didn't you say this sooner? Tsunade exclaimed in shock and immediately rushed into the village. In the medical room, on the hospital bed, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Jiraiya awake, Shizen excitedly shouted, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama is awake. Tsunade anxiously walked to Jiraiya's side and softly asked, Jiraiya, how are you feeling now? NAR. Naruto? Upon hearing Jiraiya's first question was about Naruto, everyone turned their heads and no one answered. The expressions on their faces said it all. Jiraiya understood and didn't ask further. He just forced a bitter smile and looked at the sweating Tsunade, saying, I'm fine, Tsunade. Thank you for taking care of my body. Tsunade shook her head. It's my fault. I should have sent more ninjas to help you. No. They're no longer something that can be dealt with by mere numbers. Their abilities are too terrifying. Shizune helped Jiraiya lean against the head of the bed. And after a moment, Jiraiya continued, we need to find a way to split them up and take them down one by one. If we let them continue to act as a group, even if we combine all the elite ninjas from the 5 great nations, we won't be able to defeat them. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Tsunade and the Reikage did not refute. They just clenched their fists and silently felt unwilling. Shizune frowned currently. Both the Cloud and Leaf villages have suffered heavy losses, and even if the 5 great nations unite, they cannot bring out their full strength. Jiraiya-sama's plan is indeed feasible, but how do we separate them? This was indeed a difficult problem. Just as everyone was at a loss, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lord Hokage, the Kage from the land of water, the land of earth, and the land of wind have all arrived. They are currently waiting for you in the council hall. All right, I understand. I'll be right there. Tsunade and the Reikage exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and then looked at Jiraiya, saying, you focus on recovering. I'll attend a meeting and come back. After Tsunade and the Reikage left, the others also said their goodbyes to Jiraiya, telling him to take care of himself, before leaving one after another. Inside the room, only Jiraiya remained. He moved his limbs, looked out the window, and sighed. Orochimaru, it seems it's time to seek you out. I never expected that the last hope of the village would depend on you. At the Konoha village headquarters, in the council hall, less than 2 days after the 5 Kage summit had just concluded, the 5 Kage gathered again. Tsunade, you assured me with great confidence that our village's Jinchuriki would be safe in your care. Now that this situation has occurred, don't you want to explain anything? Inoki said, I didn't want this to happen either. We Konoha are just scapegoats. Do you think they would escape the grasp of the Akatsuki no matter where the Jinchuriki are placed? Tsunade replied, oomph. Inoki snorted coldly, turning his head aside and saying nothing more. The situation has occurred. Let us discuss how to remedy it quickly. I have gathered all the strength of the village and can act at any time, said Mei Terumi. I'm almost ready on my side too. My suggestion is to directly invade the Rain Village and annex it, Inoki proposed. Don't underestimate them. If we concentrate our main force in the Rain Village, we may very well suffer complete annihilation, and then we truly won't be able to turn the tide, the Reikage countered. I think we should adopt Jiraiya's method. Separate them and take them down one by one. I agree with this plan. Not only can it reduce our losses, but it can also dismantle the power of the Akatsuki, Tsunade added. Count me in, Mei said. Although she had not faced the Akatsuki, she was aware of the strength of the land of water. If Konoha and the Cloud Village could not withstand the attacks of the Akatsuki, her own village would probably fare even worse. She did not want the Mist Village to end up like that. Hearing this, Inoki turned to Gaara Kazekage. What do you mean? I agree with Jiraiya's words. Let us try this plan first. If it doesn't work, we can still use your hardline approach, Gaara replied. Seeing that the other 4 Kage had made their stance clear, Inoki, who was alone, had no choice but to grudgingly agree. Just then, Shizune suddenly burst into the council hall, interrupting the discussion among the 5 Kage. Tsunade, what are you doing? How can you be so rude? Tsunade scolded. Shizune, panting and leaning against the door, said in a halting voice, no, it's bad. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya, has gone missing outside the Konoha village by an unknown lake. A blue toad emerged from the surface of the lake, opening its mouth wide, and a hand suddenly reached out from the toad's mouth. It was Jiraiya. Under Tsunade's medical jutsu, a damaged kidney had been removed, and Jiraiya's body was recovering quickly. Most of his external injuries had healed. He had secretly left the village with only one purpose, to find Orochimaru. After battling Nagato and witnessing the terrifying power of the Akatsuki, he knew that relying solely on the alliance of the great nations would not be enough to confront them. Even if they were to be split up, dealing with them would still be difficult. He urgently needed to find a trump card for future contingencies. Of course, this was a last resort. If things went smoothly, Jiraiya would not easily reveal this trump card. And this trump card was the technique in Orochimaru's hands, the reanimation jutsu. In today's world, Nagato was invincible. Perhaps he could only rely on his predecessors. P.S. For those gods who have persevered to this point, please kindly move your little fingers and give a 5-star review. Due to Tomato's new policy, ratings will only be displayed after reaching 50 reviews, and I still need quite a few. Please help out. Even 1-star reviews will be graciously accepted. Thank you. Thank you, Chapter 41. I'll give you a free world in the Land of Dawn, in the rain-hidden village. Hide and place the 4 Jinchuriki in front of the stage, lined up neatly. Nagato, 4-tail Son Goku, 6-tail Saiken, 8 tails Gyuki, 9 tails Kurama, and the 5 tails Muking, who exists in the outer paths Getomazo. You can choose. Kakuzu. Now, the only ones without tail beasts are me, Kisame, Itachi, Haiden, and the boss, so just right. One for each. Kisame shook his head. I don't need one. I've already been called a non-tailed beast by the world, and I quite like that title. Having another wouldn't be appropriate. Haiden. I'm from the Jashin cult. Although chakra isn't much use to me, having one in my body to chat with would be fine. I'll take whoever talks the most among these tailed beasts. Sasori. I should have given you one-tail Shikaku. You two could have a comedy routine. The one tail inside Sasori immediately retorted. You brat, who are you calling talkative? I'm just good at expressing myself. Just then, the bodies of Killer Bee and Naruto, lying on the ground, suddenly began to bubble with red blood, 2 terrifying chakras instantly filling the space. This was the rhythm of tailed beast transformation. Kisame, what is this? Strange, they've already been beaten half to death. How can they still tailed beast transform? Nagato's expression darkened. It seems the tailed beasts within them don't want to leave their Jinchuriki. In that case, I need to have a talk with them. Saying this, Nagato slowly closed his eyes, and the next second opened them rapidly, entering a black void space. On either side of him stood Gyuki and Kurama. But Kurama was sealed inside a cage, with a large seal affixed to the entrance. Kurama glared at Nagato with a fierce gaze, coldly questioning, Brat, why do you have the old man's eyes? The old man Kurama referred to as the sage of 6 paths. Nagato sneered. Kurama, I was just wondering why you were so obedient when we captured Naruto earlier, not lending him even a bit of chakra, allowing us to catch him. Turns out you wanted to ask me this. How does this brat know I'm called Kurama? Could it be he really is the reincarnation of the old man? Kurama's gaze towards Nagato softened slightly as he quietly asked, Since you know the reason, I hope you can give me an answer. The answer it desires in its heart. Not just Kurama. All tailed beasts felt the same. Since the 10 tails split into 9 tailed beasts, none had ever truly been treated well. They merely existed as tools of slaughter and objects of human disdain, except for the sage of 6 paths. The sage of 6 paths genuinely regarded them as children, giving them his utmost tenderness throughout his life. But after the sage's death, the lives of the tailed beasts became miserable. In this world dominated by humans, the power of tailed beasts instilled fear in people, but also made them covetous. For power and authority, people began to fight over the tailed beasts. Kurama is the best example. During the Warring States period, the Second Reikage, in the name of justice, sent Kin and Jin to capture the 9 tails to strengthen his country's power. Although they failed, Kin and Jin gnawed on parts of Kurama's flesh and absorbed the chakra from it. Before long, Uchiha Obito controlled Kurama with his Sharingan and used him to battle the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in the Valley of the End. After Hashirama defeated Obito to subdue Kurama, he sealed Kurama inside his wife, Uzumaki Mido. Everyone said tailed beasts were terrifying existences, a threat to humanity, seen as natural disasters. But when did tailed beasts actively harm humans? The instigators were ultimately humans. Human desires, greed, and coldness made the tailed beasts stop trusting this world. Yet these countries still wouldn't let them go, fighting and sealing, all to enhance their own military strength, without ever asking the tailed beasts how they felt. The tailed beasts could only live forever within the bodies of the Jinchuriki passed down through generations. In this eternal cage, freedom and indulgence were luxuries for them. But today, the Rinnegan appeared. Kurama also knew everything that had happened recently within Naruto. He wanted to ask Nagato face-to-face about the purpose of collecting tailed beasts. Only because he has the Rinnegan, the one that belongs to the old man. Nagato pondered for a moment and smiled. Kurama, my goal is to create a new world. A world that allows tailed beasts to live freely. The current world for you is just a cage. In this vast world, can't there be a place for you? I want to collect you, who are called war machines by the world, and then use my strength, your strength, and Akatsuki's strength to unify this world. In the end, I will release you. You deserve to have freedom. In a world I create, in a world with only one country. This country will be called Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Kurama and Gyuki exchanged glances, stunned in place, unable to calm down for a long time. After a moment of silence, Kurama quietly asked, Are you serious? Nagato smiled again upon hearing this. Whether I'm serious or not, you will see what I do next. For you, it doesn't matter whose stomach you're in right now. You might as well stay with us for now, and soon, I believe your eyes will give you the answer. Not long after, Nagato's consciousness returned to the original place. The red blood bubbles on Naruto and Killer Bee gradually disappeared. He slightly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Conan asked with concern, "How is it? Did the tailed beasts give you trouble?" Nagato turned back, gently stroking Conan's face, and said softly, "It's fine, it's all resolved." After saying this, Nagato walked to the front of the stage, looking at everyone with an incredibly resolute gaze. "Let us begin. Soon, you will all become Jinchuriki, and I believe your tailed beast transformation will be very easy. The tailed beasts will not trouble you. Correspondingly, we also need to work hard for the hope of the tailed beasts. You could also say, it's the hope of our Akatsuki." Uchiha Itachi said, "What about Naruto? We already know there's only half of the nine tails in him. If we extract it, he will die." Nagato glanced at Naruto lying on the ground, pondered for a long time, and said softly, "Then there's nothing we can do. From today, there will be no more ninja who causes accidents in this world." Deidara chuckled, "Since this kid is going to die here. And this book is the story opened by our Akatsuki. Do you think it's appropriate to use Naruto for our cover?" Nagato was taken aback and murmured, Then, after this busy period, I'll consider changing it. P.S. Adding another chapter, just asking for homepage reviews, preferably 5 stars. A humble author, online begging all of you." Chapter 42, Reunion with Old Classmates, Secret Deals 3 days later. The land of rain, Amigakure, accompanied by a drizzle. All members of Akatsuki stood at the village gate, preparing to head to the land of grass. "Nagato, how does it feel to become a Jinchuriki?" "Conan, pretty good. Ever since you talked to the 8 tails and 9 tails, I feel like the 7 tails May has been much warmer towards me. Sasori, my Shikaku is still the same. Always loves to chat with me about random things. Luckily, I keep it sealed inside me. If it were outside, that chunk of fat would definitely be a social butterfly. Deidara, my 2 tails, a little cat, is quite nice. It speaks politely and is very easygoing. I suddenly want to be a gentleman too. Hakuzu, ever since I got the 4 tails, Sun Wukong, I feel like I've gained another life. I'm no longer satisfied with just 5 natures. From now on, I have magma release as well. Haiden, being corroded by the 6 tails Saiken, is really thrilling. It feels amazing. I can't wait. I want to find someone to curse, so they can experience it with me. Itachi, my 5 tails Mu, is quite similar to my style. Both are serene beauties, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a brother. Nagato, it seems like you all get along well. My 9 tails is a bit lacking in this regard. Very aloof, has never spoken to me, just lays there. The 9 tails inside Nagato heard his complaints and snorted coldly. "If you want me to treat you better, you should fulfill the promise you made to us. It's been 3 days. Aside from rolling around with Conan in bed, you've been secretly eating supplements. Can't you be a little more ambitious?" Nagato exclaimed, "Damn, 9 tails. You were spying on me. You peeping Tom. 9 tails, is this peeping? I open my eyes and see you too. Do you think I want to look? You're making so much noise. It's hard for me to sleep. I really don't understand why humans like to do this. The previous couple, Senju Hashirama and his wife, was already enough for me." Nagato chuckled slyly and asked, "Nine tails, I'm just curious. In this regard, who do you think is better, me or Senju Hashirama?" 9 tails disdainfully glanced at Nagato. "That guy can turn that thing into wood. Can you do that? Do you know how tough his wood release is?" Nagato was instantly petrified. Seeing Nagato's reaction, Conan asked in confusion, "Nagato, what's wrong?" Nagato came back to his senses and quickly replied, I'm fine really, Conan. We won't learn from Hashirama. That guy plays dirty." Conan was even more confused. Hashirama? What are we learning from him? The other members did not hear Nagato and Nine Tails' conversation. Nagato awkwardly laughed. I've been too tired lately, just talking nonsense, don't mind me." The silent Jinchuriki, Kisame, mocked. "Ever since you became Jinchuriki, you all love to space out, sometimes laughing, sometimes getting angry. I just knew you were chatting with the tailed beasts. Sigh. At this rate, you won't be far from going crazy." The members all awkwardly turned their heads aside, each falling silent. Nagato waved his hand. "All right, let's not mention it anymore. Kisame, you haven't taken the 3 tails and 8 tails yet. Aren't you planning to choose one? I think both of them would suit you. They should like you since you can create a sea for them. The 3 tails, Isabu, is still in a lake in the land of water, and the 8 tails, Juwai, Ki, is a bit emo because of his deep bond with Killer Bee and the fact that none of the Akatsuki members chose him, so he locked himself away. Kisame, I don't want them. I don't lack chakra. If you have no place to send them, why not recruit 2 more members?" Nagato sighed helplessly. "Sigh, you all are enough of a worry for me. If I recruit a few more, I won't be able to handle it. We'll talk about this later. Let's set off for the land of grass." Meanwhile, inside the land of grass, Based on his powerful intelligence network, Jiraiya found Orochimaru's base. In fact, he had been keeping an eye on Orochimaru's movements all along, just like Naruto had been watching Sasuke. Jiraiya looked at the yellow stone mountain in front of him and sighed. Orochimaru, is this where you live? Just then, the middle of the stone mountain suddenly opened, and Orochimaru and Kabuto slowly walked out. Uncle Snake still maintained his benevolent smile and said softly, "Old classmate, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. What's the matter?" Jiraiya, "Oh, you actually came out to welcome me. I must be getting a good treatment." Orochimaru, "Jiraiya, you shouldn't have come here just to exchange boring pleasantries with me." Jiraiya put away his smile, his expression serious. "You should know about Akatsuki's recent actions, right?" Orochimaru, "I know. They're making headlines every day, quite popular lately." Jiraiya, "The entire ninja world is facing a crisis. Are you really going to remain indifferent?" Orochimaru sneered. "This is your business, not mine. As long as you don't stop me, I won't interfere. I don't care what happens to the ninja world. I only like to work on my own plans. I am an immortal, unlike you, who are leaves fluttering in the wind of Konoha. Even if Akatsuki is strong, I can outlast them." Jiraiya, "I don't know if you remember my disciple's disciple, Uchiha Bito. He was also a former member of Akatsuki. Not long ago, he returned to Konoha and told us all about Akatsuki's members. Although the details about the Rinnegan are unclear, the others are very clear. There are also a few members in Akatsuki who can't die. You should know that, right? Another Uchiha? A former member of Akatsuki? How come I haven't heard of him?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Konoha has a Sharingan? It seems I have another target. Jiraiya, if you hand him over to me, perhaps I will help you." Orochimaru suddenly became very interested in this Uchiha Bito, who claimed to be a member of Akatsuki. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and did not immediately agree to Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but mock. TSK, Jiraiya, stop pretending. I know you'll hand him over to me. Sacrificing one for the village is the standard of Konoha's will of fire, isn't it? Instead of struggling with useless ideological battles. Why not just tell me how you want me to help you?" Jiraiya looked up, as if he had made a decision. Gritting his teeth coldly, "Hand over the forbidden technique, reanimation, jutsu, scroll to me. If you agree, I will hand Uchiha Bito over to you. But not now. It has to be after the war ends, provided he is still alive. All right, take the scroll." Orochimaru did not hesitate and directly agreed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was taken aback, thinking, when did Orochimaru become so easy to talk to? And Orochimaru agreed for his own reasons. No matter if your Five Nations allied forces or Akatsuki wins or loses. I don't care. You're all my obstacles. It's best to balance your powers and end up both losing. At that time, Orochimaru, will become the biggest winner among you. The Rinnegan and Konoha will all be mine. Chapter 43. The country of grass devoured. Orochimaru brought Jiraiya into his base and handed him the scroll for the Edo Tensei technique. Jiraiya opened the scroll, confirmed its contents, and nodded, "Thanks." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Orochimaru reminded him, "Wait, did you forget something?" "Huh?" Jiraiya thought for a moment, not understanding why Orochimaru would say that. "I can probably guess who you want to summon with Edo Tensei. Without these, this technique would be wasted in your hands." Orochimaru clasped his hands in front of his chest and let out a grunt, suddenly summoning 3 coffins from the ground. The coffins were marked with the numbers 1, 2, 4. Looking at the coffins in front of him, Jiraiya finally understood and awkwardly said, Look at my memory. These 3 coffins corresponded to the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama, and the 4th Hokage Minato." Orochimaru continued, "I have more than just these. If you want, I can give you the corpses and flesh of the elite shinobi I've collected from various countries." Jiraiya was taken aback, and with a hint of skepticism in his tone, he replied, "You're a bit too eager today, Orochimaru." "What do you mean? Don't tell me you still have feelings for the Hidden Leaf Village." "Ha ha ha." Orochimaru laughed menacingly and said, "What kind of cold joke are you telling? I just don't want the leaf to be bullied by others. The only ones qualified to bully the leaf are me." Jiraiya didn't know Orochimaru's true intentions. He was well aware that Orochimaru helping him couldn't just be for Uchiha Bito. However, in order to defeat Akatsuki, Jiraiya had no choice but to rely on Orochimaru. Orochimaru then tossed Jiraiya another scroll, saying softly, "This is my proud Edo Tensei army. You can use it. No need to thank me." Jiraiya looked at the scroll in his hand, snorted coldly, and turned to disappear into the darkness. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya disappearing figure, whispering, "After you defeat Akatsuki, my Edo Tensei army will turn against you under my control. Jiraiya, at that time, I will thank you properly." Several hours after sending Jiraiya off, Orochimaru was training Sasuke in a killing game. Although it was a killing game, Sasuke didn't aim for vital points. He simply incapacitated the targets. After taking down the last person under the bright spring sunlight, Sasuke slightly closed his eyes, elegantly turned his handsome face, brushed aside the 2 strands of hair that had fallen on his forehead, and steadily sheathed his sword. With the gusts of wind blowing, his white long shirt opened and closed unintentionally, revealing his perfect and proud chest muscles. This deliberate pose fully displayed the demeanor of a king. As his loyal audience, Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke's back, intoxicated, and sighed. "Those eyes, my future eyes, so handsome." At that moment, Kabuto suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru and whispered a few words. "Lord Orochimaru, the barrier around our base has been breached. The Akatsuki members might arrive soon." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was not surprised at all. He simply replied coolly to Kabuto, "Humph. Didn't he expect them to come so quickly? These people really are impatient." Kabuto nervously asked, "What should we do? Lord Orochimaru, should we fight them? If you use your full power along with those corpses you have, I think we still have hope." "Hee, what nonsense are you talking about? You're still too young." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes brightened, his tone filled with arrogance and stubbornness. "Kabuto, go pack your things. We're moving. Tell Sasuke I'll be there shortly. Remember, take the back door." Not long after, following the address Orochimaru had given, Pain and the others finally arrived at Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru had been waiting here for a long time. Orochimaru spoke. "You've done quite a few earth-shattering things in the past few days, Pain. You're impressive as always." Pain, uninterested in small talk, got straight to the point. "Since you're waiting for me, it means you've made up your mind, right?" Orochimaru, "Of course. From today onward, the country of grass is yours. To commemorate this day, I've just announced the merger of the country of grass and the country of rain. I believe that soon, the 5 Kages and other small countries will know about this." "Oh." Pain raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Then I really have to thank you." Orochimaru, "No need, this is what I should do. Since this place is no longer my territory, you all can get busy. I'll take my leave." Orochimaru turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, Pain suddenly called out to him. "Orochimaru, wait." Orochimaru turned back. "I've given you the country of grass. And you still want tea? Let me go?" Pain shook his head with a smile. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in rejoining the Akatsuki." "Huh?" Not only Orochimaru, but the other Akatsuki members present were also taken aback. Deidara asked disdainfully, "Boss, did water release get into your brain? Why do you suddenly have such a strange idea?" Orochimaru walks with a dark wind, talks in a weird way, and uses jutsu that's downright disgusting. "It annoys me just to look at him." "Yeah," Scorpion added, "I feel the same way. I can't get along with Orochimaru's personality, so I side with Deidara this time." The other members didn't say much, but looking at their expressions, they seemed somewhat unwilling. Orochimaru had no intention of going back, and seeing the members' attitudes only strengthened his resolve. "I still prefer the feeling of freedom. I don't like living under someone else's roof." "Pain, thank you for your kindness, but let us forget about this matter." After saying that, Orochimaru disappeared. Seeing this, Pain sighed helplessly and said to everyone, "You all wanted me to recruit someone, but in the end, you're still unwilling." Scorpion replied, "Recruiting is fine, but can we find someone a bit more normal? Why does it have to be Orochimaru?" Sigh. Pain asked, "Do you have any suitable candidates?" The group fell silent for a moment and shook their heads at each other. "Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time." Sigh. "Who should we recruit?" P.S. After a busy day, I finally squeezed out some time to complete the 3rd update for today. Thanks again for everyone's positive feedback and urging for updates. Chapter 44. Preparations before the war. The news of the Akatsuki's annexation of a land of grass quickly spread across the world. Although it was just the occupation of a small country, it undoubtedly served as a warning bell for the 5 great nations. The Akatsuki organization had officially begun its invasion. During this period, the entire world was not idle. Not only the 5 great nations, but also the neighboring small countries rushed to apply to join the allied forces of the 5 nations or invest in military preparations for self-protection. Among them, the Land of Iron, led by Mifune, provided national strength to join the allied forces. The Land of Waves, although lacking ninjas, had a highly developed construction industry and would provide technical and labor personnel to build temporary strongholds on the battlefield. The land of craftsmen would not provide military strength, but would wholeheartedly supply combat ninja tools for the allied forces to use. Other island nations, such as the land of waterfall, the land of frost, the land of hot water, and the land of rivers, only provided funds to seek protection from the allied forces and did not offer military support. The only remaining land of rice had not made any moves. As it was the territory of Orochimaru and the birthplace of the Sound Ninja village, it was unlikely to participate in the allied forces or cooperate with the Akatsuki organization. Note, this fanfiction is adapted from the original manga by Kishimoto Masashi and does not reference the countries appearing in the Naruto TV series or movies. The author is limited in knowledge, and any omissions are welcome for correction. Support from the small countries was secured, having received money and supplies. It was time to take action. The daimyos, or village leaders from various nations, requested military support from the allied forces to prevent the Akatsuki from invading their countries. However, despite the size of the allied forces, if they were to be dispatched to various countries, it would result in a scattered military presence, slow support, and could likely lead to the Akatsuki defeating them one by one. This was the problem currently faced by the 5 Kages. Should they send troops to protect the small countries? Each of the Kages was at a loss, unable to express any clear reasoning, merely exchanging glances. At this moment, as the chief strategist of Konoha, Nara Shikaku suddenly stepped forward and expressed his opinion. During the 5 Kages meeting, he had heard from Lady Tsunade about the conversation with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki had said, "Hide our civilians well, right?" The other Kages nodded, indicating for him to continue. Shikaku continued, "I believe that the Akatsuki's words are credible. In their previous invasions of Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and even our Konoha, although the ninjas suffered some losses, the civilians were unharmed. If they do not kill the civilians of major nations, I believe they will not harm those of small nations either. Therefore, I think we do not need to send troops to protect the small countries. We just need to gather the daimyos and village leaders of the small nations and protect them well. Even if the small countries are occupied by the Akatsuki, it doesn't matter. As long as we win the final battle and eliminate them all, the small nations will naturally regain their lands. What we need to do now is to reassure the lords of the small countries, tell them our thoughts, and let them not worry about the immediate losses. Our allied forces will help them take back what they have lost." Inoki was quite satisfied with Shikaku's suggestion and praised, "This method is good. Let's directly inform those daimyos. They can only rely on our allied forces now, and I believe they will agree, even if reluctantly." Tsunade said with this problem solved. "The next issue is even more troubling. How do we defeat them?" Kuratsuchi replied, "Except for the 3 tails of the land of water. The other 8-tailed beasts have all been captured by the Akatsuki. During the 5 Kages meeting, we witnessed their ability to perfectly tail beast transformation in a short time. I fear that those 8 individuals are now all Jinchuriki." The 5 Kages were all aware that the Akatsuki was already quite monstrous, and now with the addition of 8-tailed beasts, it was likely that even the combined might of the 5 Kages would not be enough to contend with them. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Inoki suddenly laughed and said, "When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover the earth. The side of justice will not lose. Do not be discouraged. When the time comes to engage, we will always find a way. For now, our primary task is to find them quickly and then scatter them." As a veteran who had experienced multiple wars, Inoki knew that this war was the most severe and the one he felt the least confident about. However, as an elder, he could not show it. He had to stabilize the morale of the army. If he also crumbled, the allied forces would be doomed to fail. Seeing Inoki's confident and cheerful expression, though somewhat forced, the other Kages understood that he was boosting their spirits. Indeed, if even the leader felt he would lose, then he would truly be failing the ninjas who were prepared to risk their lives for this war. With this thought, the expressions of the other Kages became resolute. In contrast to the tension on the side of the 5 Kages, Nagato was much more relaxed. He was currently leading his entire team in discussions at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Grass. The daimyo of the Land of Grass, with his plump belly, stood beside Nagato with a fawning expression, thanking him. "Lord Nagato, you have come at just the right time. Our Land of Grass no longer has to endure the torment of Orochimaru. Many villages in our country have already lost count of how many people have been taken by him. Sai, he is a rogue ninja from Konoha, and I have protested to Konoha many times, but they have never sent anyone to help me resolve this, allowing Orochimaru to act with impunity. I have long seen through the vile face of the Land of Fire. You, Lord Nagato, are our great benefactor. To repay you, our Land of Grass will become a vassal state of the Akatsuki, I will pay tribute to you every year. Nagato-The replied, No, no, no. I do not need your tribute. What I need is for the land of grass to disappear from the map. This. The daimyo was immediately frightened and collapsed to the ground. Panicking, I will give you all my villages. I only ask that you do not kill me, okay? What are you thinking? Nagato shook his head with a smile. Get up. When did I say I wanted to kill you? You will continue as you have in the past. My goal is unification, not wanton killing. I just want you and your people to submit to me. From today on, Orochimaru will no longer harass you. You will become the subjects of the land of Akatsuki, and this land will still be managed by you for the time being. Once I unify, I will provide you with a new system. Remember, if anyone like Orochimaru appears again to persecute the lives of civilians, tell me, and I will help you deal with it. Soon, our Akatsuki ninjas will come to maintain order here. Make sure to receive them. After saying this, Nagato stood up and left without looking back. Chapter 45. Searching for Uchiha Sasuke Konoha Village, Obito's bedroom. Zetsu looked at the silent Obito and softly asked, Do you think the 5 great countries can be relied upon? Obito coldly replied, Not reliable. The strength of the Akatsuki members has nearly doubled, and they have been acting in groups. Even if Madara and Hashirama were resurrected, they wouldn't be able to handle them. Zetsu sneered inwardly. Ignorant fool, you haven't seen them at their peak. If you knew their strength, you wouldn't think that way. Obito, with a troubled expression, looked out the window and continued. If this keeps up, the Akatsuki will definitely crush the 5 great countries unilaterally. We need to think of a way to weaken the Akatsuki's strength. Zetsu asked, Do the 5 great countries have any countermeasures? Obito replied, They want to disperse the Akatsuki members and take them down one by one. This might be a good plan, but times have changed, and it's not easy to get them to separate. Zetsu said, What's so hard about that? I have a good idea. Oh, Obito raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zetsu said, I haven't thought of a good plan for the others yet, but there's one person who can definitely be lured out alone because he has a weakness. Who? Uchiha Itachi. His weakness is his brother. The next morning, as Tsunade arrived at her office, she suddenly saw Obito and Kakashi standing at the door, seemingly waiting for her. Tsunade was somewhat surprised and asked, Do you have something to discuss? Kakashi replied, Yesterday, Obito thought of a good plan that might lure Uchiha Itachi out alone. Tsunade said, Let's hear it. Kakashi turned to Obito. This matter is better explained by you and Lady Tsunade. Obito nodded and then detailed the truth about Uchiha Itachi to Tsunade. After listening, Tsunade was genuinely shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. She hadn't expected that her mentor, the 3rd Hokage, had made Itachi personally annihilate the Uchiha clan and also labeled him a rogue ninja. After a long time, Tsunade asked, How did you come to know this? Obito replied, Itachi told me himself. After all, we were colleagues. I remember after Orochimaru killed the 3rd Hokage, Itachi returned to the village to prove he was still alive, to intimidate Danzo. Tsunade said, So, Uchiha Itachi did this to protect his brother, Uchiha Sasuke? Obito confirmed, Exactly. His weakness is Uchiha Sasuke. We can retrieve Sasuke from Orochimaru and use Sasuke's life to threaten Itachi, forcing him to return to Konoha alone. As long as we kill Itachi, the strength of the Akatsuki will naturally be greatly reduced, and future wars will be much less troublesome. Tsunade frowned slightly. If they were to do this, it would be too cruel. However, it was indeed a good plan. Sigh, for the sake of the village. Perhaps this is the only way. After a long internal struggle, Tsunade finally firmed her resolve. Kakashi, Obito, gather Asuma, and Shizen. The task of bringing Sasuke back is entrusted to you. Remember, be quick. Yes. After Kakashi and Obito left, Tsunade turned her chair and looked out the window. To retrieve Naruto and protect the village, I can only do this. Mentor, now that I'm in the Hokage position, I somewhat understand why you made those choices back then. Jiraiya, where have you gone? If you were here, would you have done the same as I am now? At the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi, Obito, Shizen, and Asuma were preparing to set off to find Sasuke. Asuma said, To find Sasuke, we must locate Orochimaru. Do you know where Orochimaru's base is? Obito replied, I know. I've spent years in the Akatsuki, follow me. After saying that, Obito dashed out, just as Kakashi was about to follow. Asuma suddenly grabbed his shoulder and asked seriously, Kakashi, can we trust Obito? After being missing for so many years, suddenly returning, and now embarking on an S-ranked mission together. Asuma wouldn't entrust his back to someone he didn't trust. Shizen had a similar expression. She wasn't very trusting of Obito either. Seeing this, Kakashi smiled and said, Don't worry, I can vouch for Obito's character. He is definitely a trustworthy person. The method we have to dismantle the Akatsuki was suggested by Obito. After all, he is a ninja from Konoha, so please believe in him. Asuma said, "All right, since you say so, I will trust you." Shizen added, "Me too, let's hurry. Time is tight. We must bring Sasuke back before the Akatsuki moves." After leaving the Land of Grass, since the northern base had already been destroyed by Nagato, Orochimaru had no choice but to return to the Sound Village. Along the way, there were only Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Kabuto. Naturally, all their luggage was on Kabuto. Upon returning to the Sound Village, Kabuto felt some resentment but didn't dare to voice it. He could only tentatively ask, "Lord Orochimaru, seeing your hard-earned foundation being gradually eroded by the Akatsuki, I feel very unwilling. Why don't you resist? You have so many trump cards in your hands. Even if they are strong, I don't think you would lose." Orochimaru sneered. "I've already given my trump cards to Jiraiya, not just the Hokages, but also my Edo Tensei army." What? Kabuto couldn't understand why Orochimaru would do this, giving his last resort to the enemy. Orochimaru saw Kabuto's confusion and explained, "Hee, it's fine. Even if Jiraiya summons them on the battlefield in the future, the Edo Tensei army will still listen to my commands. I've placed my unique techniques on their corpses. I'm just using Jiraiya's hand to strike against the Akatsuki. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to do it myself." Orochimaru took out a scroll and continued, "Moreover, without this, those 3 Hokages cannot be summoned by Jiraiya. TSK. What is this?" Kabuto stared at the scroll in Orochimaru's hand and finally saw the technique inscribed on it. "Shiki Fuin, release." Orochimaru nodded and instructed, "A great battle is about to come. We must hurry. Kabuto, go to the Uzumaki clan's Nara shrine outside Konoha and bring me the mask from the scroll. Once I have it, both my hands and the souls of the 4 Hokages will return." Kabuto finally understood Orochimaru's intention and praised, "Truly worthy of Lord Orochimaru. What a brilliant move." At that time, I believe Jiraiya will also bring out the body of the 3rd Hokage, which has been buried in Konoha. We were just worried about how to obtain it. Orochimaru proudly raised his head and said, "Go, Kabuto, be quick. Now is the best time. Konoha will definitely not pay attention to the Uzumaki clan's Nara shrine." "Yes, I will go now." Kabuto nodded heavily and then disappeared. Chapter 46. The mysterious person's interruption after Do left. Orochimaru turned around, preparing to go back inside and sleep with his own hands. At that moment, with a bang and a puff of smoke, Do suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru. This unexpected situation made Orochimaru's heart race with fright, and he angrily asked, "Do, what are you doing? Didn't I send you to carry out a mission? Why are you back again?" Do hurriedly knelt on one knee and respectfully stated, "Lord Orochimaru, I suddenly remembered that there is something I haven't reported to you." Orochimaru shouted, "What is it? Speak quickly. Don't delay my good fortune. No, don't delay my sleep." Do said, "While packing my things for the move, I suddenly found this item. I felt it should be very useful, so I brought it back." As he spoke, Do pulled out a scroll from his robe, opened it, and symbolically made a few hand signs. A person dressed in a gray robe suddenly emerged from the scroll. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on it and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the research that I failed before?" Do replied, "Exactly. Later, when I had some free time, I improved it. Now, no tailed beast can escape its eyes, and I have adjusted its abilities, greatly enhancing its level. So, I think it might be able to cause some trouble for the Akatsuki organization. Even if it can't defeat them, at least we can bring back some tailed beast chakra. Moreover, this is our secret research. The Akatsuki members don't know about it. And even if they trace it back, they won't find me here. They might end up venting their anger on the 5 great nations." Do, you really are something." Orochimaru nodded approvingly, satisfied as he looked at his perfect successor, and continued, "I remember that after Nagato left the Land of Grass, he seemed to head towards the Land of River. TSK. Do, you continue with your mission, and as for this, leave it to me." "Yes." Do bowed again and vanished once more. Orochimaru gazed at the figure before him, revealing a sinister smile. "Nagato, no matter how strong you are, you can't easily defeat it. Go, my child, strive to bring back all the tailed beasts." Orochimaru patted the mysterious person's shoulder and manipulated a few things behind it. Suddenly, the mysterious person's eyes turned red and it flew away. The neighboring country of the Akatsuki, the Land of Grass, had been reclaimed, and Nagato's next target was set for the Land of River. The Land of River is a relatively closed-off country. It was portrayed very little in the original work, only appearing when Konoha and the Akatsuki fought over Gar's body. And that battlefield was in the land of river. Long ago, Hanzo of the Salamander ruled the Rain Village, which split off from a land of river and established the land of rain. After losing the Rain Village, the entire land of river almost had no ninjas left. Only the Valley Village remained, and the only developed industry was agriculture. The Akatsuki members were walking on the road, looking at the considerable distance still to the land of river. Deidara complained helplessly, "Boss, isn't this too troublesome? Can't we just crush the 5 great allied forces first? Then we can easily deal with the remaining small countries by sending just 1 or 2 members each. If we keep going through every country like this, when will it end? It's exhausting them." He. Upon hearing this, Nagato chuckled lightly. "Deidara, it seems you still don't understand my good intentions. Let me explain to you." Nagato stopped, turned to everyone, and said, "What I want is permanent peace. Permanent peace cannot be achieved through military conquest alone. Even if we occupy all the territories in this world, we still win people's hearts. In the future, there will definitely be rebels. What I want is to save the citizens of other countries from this unjust world and make them genuinely recognize our actions. What we are doing is not invasion. It is liberation. Let's go. Soon, I will make you understand, little Deidara." Just as Nagato and the members prepared to continue their journey, a sudden rumble echoed from the sky. A mysterious person dressed in a gray robe landed in front of Nagato, blocking the Akatsuki's path. "Who is this person?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Kisame remarked, "What the hell? Is this a robbery? Interesting, I've always robbed others. But this is the first time I've been robbed. You dare to touch my money? You must be tired of living." Kisame rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward when Nagato pulled him back. "Kisame, your subjective emotions are too strong. He hasn't said he wants to rob us. We should ask him first." Nagato cleared his throat and solemnly asked, "Who are you, and why are you blocking our way?" The mysterious person remained silent. Seeing this, Heiden's temper could no longer be contained. He raised his 3-bladed scythe and shouted, "Boss, this guy is looking down on you too much. He doesn't even pay attention to your words. Unless this guy is a mute, I must offer him to Lord Jashin." At that moment, the mysterious person suddenly raised his head, revealing his shining red eyes. "Sharingan?" The group gasped in surprise. Uchiha frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, Sharingan shouldn't be this bright during the day. It could be another mutated ocular technique that we don't know about. Everyone be careful." Just as the Akatsuki members were waiting with serious expressions for the mysterious person's next move, the mysterious person suddenly took off his gray robe, tossing it into the air, and said in an emotionless tone, "I want tailed beasts." What the hell is this?" Upon seeing the mysterious person's appearance, everyone was stunned. The short golden hair, the silly black and yellow outfit, and most importantly, 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek. "Naruto? How is that possible?" Just as everyone was in shock, Nagato loudly reminded them, "No, this isn't Naruto. This is a mechanical Naruto created by Orochimaru, invented to capture the 9 tails." Huh? Upon hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and shook their heads, asking, "But we've read the original work. Why didn't we notice this?" Nagato hurriedly explained, "The 2 episodes about mechanical Naruto have nothing to do with the main plot. They were just filler episodes. At that time, I skipped them to save time and didn't let you watch them. I never expected Orochimaru would use this against us." Deidara sneered upon hearing this. "Since this is Orochimaru's stuff, I must blow this pile of scrap metal into pieces. Brothers, give me a song's time. You all take a break, and I'll take care of it right away." However, before Deidara could make a move, the mechanical Naruto suddenly opened its mouth wide. Instantly, except for Kisame, the tailed beast chakra within all Akatsuki members began to flow out and was sucked into the mechanical Naruto's mouth. Nagato shouted, "Everyone, stay away from it. This thing can absorb tailed beast chakra." Sasori shouted angrily, "Damn it, Orochimaru, I didn't expect him to be so crafty. He actually researched something like this. The next time I see him, I will definitely kill him." P.S. This is the 3rd update of the day. Tomorrow is the debut day. This book is finally going to be on the shelves. I'm excited and hope more people will read it. Remember to click to urge updates. Chapter 47. The perverse abilities of Mecha Naruto. As the members felt their chakra continuously flowing into Mecha Naruto's mouth, they were about to jump away, but suddenly realized they didn't even have the strength to leap and collapse to the ground. Kakuzu struggled to prop himself up with his hands, intending to split off a few Earth Grudge Fear, but the Earth Grudge Fear simply wouldn't come out. He couldn't help but curse. Isn't it just supposed to absorb tailed beast chakra? Why can't I even use my own chakra? I can't even split off my Earth Grudge Fear. Pain's expression was also pained as he said with difficulty, "I don't know either, but in the original work." When Naruto was continuously absorbing chakra, the Rasengan he released was only as big as Itachi's favorite, the three-colored dumpling. It seems like our own chakra is also affected. Deidara reached into his pouch, desperately pulled out a chunk of explosive clay, and without even molding it, threw it directly at Mecha Naruto. "Die, you monster." Oomph. Just as the chunk of clay was about to land next to Mecha Naruto, Deidara shouted, and the clay exploded instantly, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The result was predictable. Wherever there was smoke, regardless of the episode, there was no damage. As the dust settled, Mecha Naruto emerged unscathed. It crawled towards the members on all fours, and, as the distance decreased, the amount of chakra it absorbed began to increase significantly. Its forehead protector displayed numbers like a data panel, flashing to show 4 digits. 7610. Hayden, what does this mean? Kakuzu, idiot. Isn't that just Naruto's pronunciation? 7 na 6 lu 10 to. After reading it out, Hayden slapped his forehead in realization. What the heck, so it's a drag. Sasori, this isn't the time to get hung up on that. We need to think of a way to get rid of it. We can't let it absorb any more chakra. Deidara. Damn, this is the first time I've felt that being a tailed beast Jinchuriki is a painful thing. Hey, where's Kisame? Big brother Kisame? He isn't a Jinchuriki, so Mecha Naruto shouldn't have any effect on him. Everyone turned to look at Kisame, who was standing to the side, casually watching them with a mischievous smile, like a bystander enjoying a show. Hayden, hey, Kisame, why are you just standing there? Why aren't you helping? Hurry up and take it down. Kisame sneered. I don't know why, but seeing you guys who are usually so proud, suddenly in trouble, makes me feel really good. Hayden, good for you, but soon we'll be done for. Kisame, aren't you the one who was worried about not dying? Now you can give it a try. I want to see if you can survive after becoming a dry corpse. Hayden, Kisame, if you keep joking around, believe me, once I get through this ordeal, I'll curse you right away. Pain, Kisame, hurry up and help. I can't take it anymore. Kisame turned his head, no. Itachi's expression was also pained as he said with difficulty, Kisame, this isn't the time to be stubborn. Hearing Itachi speak up, Kisame hesitated for a moment, but still turned away. No, even if I had to buy a ticket for this scene, I wouldn't miss it. Finally, I have this opportunity. I must watch closely. I've even thought of how to mock you all later. Seeing that Kisame was really not listening, Pain said to Itachi, Itachi, quickly use your Sharingan to control Mecha Naruto. In the original work, your Sharingan was effective against it. As for what strange principle this is, that old thief Kishimoto didn't mention. Upon hearing this, Itachi widened his eyes and used all his strength to cast a Genjutsu on Mecha Naruto, but as time passed, it was still ineffective. This isn't working. Itachi shook his head. Deidara, boss, are you sure you remember wrong? How could Itachi's Sharingan be effective against a pile of scrap metal? Pain pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. I've watched Naruto too many times. I can't be mistaken. It seems Orochimaru has enhanced it. I found it strange from the start. It originally could only absorb 1 chakra, but now it can absorb from all 7 of us. Orochimaru must have done something new. Kisame, perhaps tired of watching, snorted coldly and walked slowly to Mecha Naruto, saying, I didn't expect your chakra absorption ability to be stronger than my Samahata. You've done well to take down all 7 of us from the Akatsuki. You'll have something to brag about in hell. Saying this, Kisame swung Samahata fiercely, and Mecha Naruto quickly dodged, jumping to the side. As the distance increased, the absorption of chakra finally stopped. Leave him to you, Kisame. We'll wait for your good news, but don't underestimate it. If I can't defeat this pile of scrap metal, then I don't deserve to be called a tailless beast. Kisame looked at it coldly, and suddenly, Mecha Naruto's form began to change. Its limbs split into 4 wheels, a glider wing unfolded from its back, and blades began to split off from its skull, spinning rapidly. Deidara's eyes widened, looking like 2 red hearts, and he excitedly shouted, What the hell? This is Frankie? Deidara, after all, was still underage and particularly curious about new things. He often asked Pain to let him watch videos on his laptop. Pain's computer not only stored Naruto material, but also unfinished One Piece material. Deidara had become a serious fan of One Piece, with Frankie being his favorite character. For no other reason, which rebellious teenage boy doesn't like a cool Gundam? Of course, there are also some other small videos on the laptop, but since Deidara was still young, Pain had hidden those treasures, saving them for when he was alone with Conan to watch for learning and reference. Seeing this, Kisame sneered. This is just like the Azura path from the 6 Paths of Pain. Not bad, It seems worth my while to take a good swing at it. Before Kisame could make a move, Mecha Naruto had already soared into the air. Its abdomen suddenly opened, aiming at Kisame on the ground, and like a bomber, it dropped countless powerful bombs. Boom! Boom! Amidst the huge rumbling sounds, Deidara could no longer contain himself, completely immersed in the beautifully chaotic battlefield, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sasori, did you see this? This is real art." Chapter 48. The True Nine Tails Erupts. QB mode activated. The haphazardly thrown bombs were, of course, ineffective against Kisame. He immediately used water release, gathering chakra in his throat and spitting out a massive water dragon that surged towards the airborne Mecha Naruto. Haiden, seeing this, shouted excitedly, "Nice job, Kisame. Wash it away until it's rusty." Kakuzu nodded in agreement. "The scrap metal on it is just what I need to recycle. I might even sell it for some cash." Scorpion shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Is it really that pathetic? You want that little money?" Kakuzu replied, "You wouldn't understand. To me, big money or small money is all good." While the members were exchanging life insights, Mecha Naruto suddenly burst out from the water dragon, rapidly descending to the ground, retracting its gliding wings and wheels, and gradually raising its upper limbs, transforming into a bipedal stance. Then, two strands of hair on its head suddenly stood up, shooting out two lightsabers into its hands, facing off against Kisame with tension. Huh, is this going to be a sword fight? Interesting. Mecha Naruto quickly lunged at Kisame, its mechanical body surprisingly agile, swinging the lightsabers rapidly, each strike aimed at Kisame's vital points. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame's swordsmanship was naturally exquisite, and he continuously used Samahata to block Mecha Naruto's relentless attacks. During the defense, he found the right moment and delivered a single slash, cutting Mecha Naruto in half. With a series of explosive sounds, the two halves of Mecha Naruto fell to the ground beside Kisame, looking mostly ruined. "What? Just one slash and it's done? I thought you could make this more entertaining." Kisame sneered derisively before gesturing to the others to come over. Kakuzu was the first to step forward, lifting Mecha Naruto's remains, preparing to seal it in a scroll. "Wait," Deidara quickly interrupted. "Kakuzu, I really like it. Can you give it to me? I want to collect it." Kakuzu pondered for a moment, a smirk appearing on his face. "Sure, but you have to pay." "Huh? Why should I?" Deidara protested. Kakuzu coldly explained, "I am the treasurer of Akatsuki. This counts as Akatsuki's spoils of war, so it naturally falls under my jurisdiction. I will sell it, and the money will be confiscated. I'm just following the rules. Any problem with that?" The other members, including Nagato, nodded in agreement and said in unison, "No problem." Seeing everyone supporting Kakuzu, Deidara, feeling wronged, rummaged through his pockets and found nothing but explosive clay. "What do I do if I have no money?" "Huh?" Little Deidara is about to cry. Kakuzu remained indifferent. "Easy. Pay in 2 installments, and I'll deduct 2 months' salary from you." "Deal." Deidara agreed without hesitation, immediately taking Mecha Naruto from Kakuzu, holding it above his head, and admiring it in the sunlight. "Heh, it's really easy to trick a child's money." Kakuzu sighed inwardly. Haiden leaned over to Kakuzu, grinning. "As expected of you, what a clever trick to fleece the wolf." Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Mecha Naruto's hand suddenly twitched, and its palm slowly split open, dropping a stick from inside. Deidara picked up the stick, curiously examining it, and asked, "What is this? Why is there a button on it?" Seeing this, Nagato was alarmed and quickly warned, "Deidara, don't touch that button." But it was too late. Driven by curiosity, Deidara had already pressed it. A powerful tornado suddenly swept across the ground, and after the dust settled, a deafening roar could be heard as a gigantic Mecha Ninetails appeared on the ground. "Whoa, this is even cooler," Deidara exclaimed. Scorpion commented, "Orochimaru truly deserves to be called the Einstein of the ninja world. I can't match him in creativity." Haiden asked, "Does this thing have blood?" Kakuzu remarked, "What a huge pile of scrap metal. I'm gonna get rich." Kisame said, "Looks like the fun I missed out on can be used on it." Itachi Uchiha. "Conan, I really don't understand why men like such ugly things." After the Mecha Ninetails appeared, it seemed oblivious to them, only mindlessly destroying the surrounding environment, randomly firing energy blasts from its mouth. Nagato urgently said, "It seems to be out of control. It's just a simple destructive creature. We need to take it down quickly, or the terrain here will change." Kisame stepped forward with Samahata. "Leave it to me." Just then, a voice from the Ninetails suddenly echoed in Nagato's mind. "You absorbed so much of my chakra. And now you're imitating me? This ugly thing. I must take revenge personally. Nagato, hurry up and transform into the Nine Tails. I want to beat it up. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Nagato was instantly overjoyed. He had been trying to communicate with the Nine Tails to practice tailed beast transformation, but the Nine Tails had ignored him. Now it was the Nine Tails taking the initiative. Nagato would not miss this rare opportunity. He quickly ascended into the air, feeling the Nine Tails chakra fill his body. He shouted, and a shimmering golden Nine Tails suddenly appeared in front of the Mecha Nine Tails. At this moment, Nagato floated within the Nine Tails body, clad in a golden battle robe, completely surrounded by golden flames, with his shirt flaring out and the collar showing rows of black Magatama shapes. Watching the transformation of his body and the golden Nine Tails enveloping him, Nagato exclaimed, "Is this the chibi mode? Seeing it with my own eyes in first person is simply too cool." However, before Nagato could control it, the golden Nine Tails charged at the Mecha Nine Tails and threw a punch directly at its face. This immense power instantly knocked the Mecha Nine Tails head off, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. Truly worthy of being the top existence among tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. And this was only half of its power. If it were the complete Nine Tails, how terrifying would that be? After losing its head, the Mecha Nine Tails' entire body slumped down, slowly collapsing to the ground. The Nine Tails looked down at the Mecha Nine Tails' corpse, coldly mocking. "With this little strength, you dare to imitate me? Truly unaware of your own mortality." Seeing that the Nine Tails was still angry, Nagato quickly advised, "How can a fake compare to the real thing? Don't get worked up. Look how badly it died. Kyubi, I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of copyright, rivaling the second Hokage Tobirama." Oomph. The Nine Tails didn't say anything, merely snorted coldly, and the next second, its body suddenly vanished, while Nagato slowly returned to his original form. Huh, why is it over so quickly? Kyubi, hold on a bit longer, you had your fun? But I haven't had enough yet. Shut up. Don't repeat what Conan said to you. Chapter 49. Your characters don't look good. Let's change to mind the attitude of the Nine Tails remained unchanged, always appearing aloof, but Nagato was still quite pleased in his heart. At least the number of conversations had increased significantly compared to before. Moreover, he had successfully transformed into the tailed beast once, albeit under coercion, which was a minor breakthrough. After defeating the Mech Nine Tails, the Akatsuki finally arrived in the Land of Rivers in the evening. At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had just received a message from the allied forces of the Five Nations, stating that they would send ninjas to escort him to the headquarters of the allied forces in Kanahagakure for protection. Explaining the reason for not sending troops to the Land of Rivers, the daimyo angrily threw the letter on the ground and shouted in frustration, "These hypocritical big nations! I have paid the protection fees and provided food. In the end, they tell me they can only guarantee my safety. What about my country? What about my territory? What about the safety of my people? They are so shameless. I shouldn't have trusted them." His advisor, Mato, quickly urged, "My lord, what should we do? You must save me. I've heard that the Akatsuki are a bunch of rogues who commit all sorts of atrocities. If the big nations do nothing, my family and I will be finished." "Hey, who do you mean by rogues?" A cold and threatening voice suddenly came from the doorway. The daimyo and Mato were startled and shouted towards the outside. Who is speaking?" The door slowly opened, and in the dim light, a mysterious group with eyes glowing in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple appeared before the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. You are. As the mysterious group approached, the daimyo and his advisor finally saw their clothing and appearance, and they were dumbfounded. 7 men and 1 woman, all in uniform, with different hairstyles and colors. One could hardly think of any other group with such a style. No need to guess, it was the Akatsuki. The daimyo's eyes were filled with despair as he muttered, "Akatsuki, the lords of the land of Akatsuki, you have come?" Nagato coldly asked, "Did you just say, we are rogues?" No. Feeling the chill in Nagato's eyes, the daimyo repeatedly shook his head in surrender. "Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want, money women. I just asked that you. Stop talking. Listen to me first." Nagato interrupted him, speaking in a deep voice. "From today, the name Land of Rivers will disappear from the ninja world map. Can you agree to that?" Upon hearing this, the daimyo felt reluctant, but seeing the row of fierce-looking thugs behind Nagato, he shuddered and weakly said, I agree. I will leave now." Before the daimyo could rise, Nagato directly pulled out 3 books from his bosom and threw them in front of him. "Nagato, you don't need to leave. You will still govern here. You just need to thoroughly understand these 3 books. Really? That's easy. I can memorize 30 books, not just 3. The daimyo excitedly picked up the 3 books, looked at the titles, and read aloud. The New Summer Chinese Dictionary of the Land of Akatsuki Handwritten Edition. The Criminal Law of the Land of Akatsuki Public Edition. The Measurement Units of the Land of Akatsuki. What? What does this mean? Nagato explained expressionlessly. Since you have surrendered to us, you must follow the literary culture of the land of Akatsuki. Your characters are too ugly and convoluted. They are abolished. From now on, you can only use our specialized summer script. You need to understand that the New Summer Chinese Dictionary of the Land of Akatsuki well. And once your high-ranking officials have learned it, you can teach the citizens. The Criminal Law of the Land of Akatsuki, as the name implies, is the law. Find some smart people to establish a legal department and a police department to study this book and enforce the standards within it. From now on, as long as it is on the territory of the land of Akatsuki, unless there is foreign invasion, murder is a sin. The measurement units of the land of Akatsuki also needs to be learned by everyone. I remember your country's largest village, Kauai, has a prosperous grain industry. From now on, individual farmland will be measured by mu. The detailed content is all inside. You can read it yourself. In short, as long as you obey and execute according to my instructions, you will still be the administrator here. I will designate this place as Chuan Province. From now on, don't call yourself daimyo. It sounds bad. Just call yourself governor. Do you understand? After Nagato finished speaking, not only the daimyo and his advisor Mato were dumbfounded, but even the members of the Akatsuki were also taken aback. Except for Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha understood that Nagato's actions were cultural invasion, directly changing a country's culture and traditions. Compared to simple military invasion, this tactic was even harsher. The daimyo was momentarily stunned, although he was a bit bewildered at first. He quickly reacted and understood Nagato's meaning. It's not that rogues are scary. It's scary when rogues are cultured. Although he thought this in his heart, he was still very willing to accept it since he had preserved his life and position. Compared to the 5 great nations that only collected money but did nothing, he preferred Nagato's approach of doing things without taking money. The daimyo nodded. I agree. I will do my best. Tomorrow I will start organizing everyone in the land of rivers to learn. No, it's Chuan Province. Look at my mouth. All right, you can get back to your business. We will stay here for 1 night and then leave. 7 single rooms. Make sure to provide good food and drinks. Upon hearing this, the daimyo quickly got up to see them off. Okay, that's easy. Huh? Aren't you 8 people? 7 single rooms might not be enough? Nagato glared at the daimyo. If I say 7 rooms, then it's 7 rooms. Why are you talking so much? After saying this, Nagato directly led the members out the door. Phew! After the Akatsuki left, the daimyo let out a heavy sigh of relief. His advisor Mato quickly stepped forward to praise. Truly worthy of the daimyo. You are using a delaying tactic, right? Just wait. I will go send a letter to the allied forces of the 5 nations to inform them that the Akatsuki is here with us. Just as Mato was about to leave, the daimyo grabbed him. What delaying tactic? What I said just now was all true. The land of rivers has been given to them. Huh? What do you mean? If the Akatsuki finds out that we secretly violated the agreement, I estimate that within a day, our land of rivers will definitely be finished. ISNT is proposal good? We just changed the name. I can still be the leader here. No one is dead, and no money was spent. Where can I find such a good thing? ISNT this better than the 5 great nations that only take money and do nothing? At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened again. A figure dressed in black slowly walked in. The daimyo recognized him. He was the one who had been standing behind Nagato earlier. Hey, E.M. Kakuzu, the finance and tax minister of the land of Akatsuki. Just now, our leader forgot to mention something, so I came to remind you. Saying this, Kakuzu pulled out a stack of papers from his abdomen and said in the coldest tone, This is our tax policy in the land of Akatsuki. You will also implement it from now on. Don't worry, it's not expensive at all. I guarantee you, just look at me. And you should know I'm not a money-loving person, right? Chapter 50. Itachi Uchiha's anger after Kakuzu finished his money-making scheme. He walked out of the house. As soon as he stepped outside, he found that the other members were waiting for him. Kakuzu was taken aback. What's going on? Why aren't you guys eating? Nagato replied. We agreed to stick together. It's basic to be inseparable. Everyone must be present except when sleeping or using the restroom. By the way, did everything go smoothly with him? Kakuzu said it was okay. At first, he seemed reluctant. I thought he was slow, so I just gave him a light pat on the back, and to my surprise, the old man immediately got it and even voluntarily raised the tax rate by 2 points. You could be so ruthless to an old man? Never mind, let's go back and eat. The members returned to the house, waiting for the servants arranged by the daimyo to serve the food. Deidara asked, "Boss, what were you talking about with that old man just now? And those 3 books, I didn't quite understand." Seeing that the other members seemed to have the same question, Nagato smiled and said, "Do you remember what I said at the end of the 2nd chapter of the story we wrote? Unified language, unified laws, unified measurements." While speaking, Nagato took out a scroll from his pocket, sealed it, and with a grunt, 6 copies of the book appeared before everyone. Nagato signaled to Konan, who nodded in understanding, and then distributed 3 books to each member. You can take a look when you have time, especially the first book, The New Dictionary of the Land of the Akatsuki. This is the new language and script I established, so remember to study it. Haydn frowned and flipped through the book randomly, feeling helpless. Why are all these characters so incomprehensible? What if I can't learn it? My IQ is really low. Kakuzu scolded. If you can't learn it, just look at it more. We are the ones who will rewrite the ninja world-esque structure. So what's this little difficulty? Kakuzu had just made a considerable sum of money from the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. And that was just from one country's taxes. If they unified the ninja world with so many countries, how much money would that be? Before the Akatsuki changed its policy, they would take on any job to make a name for themselves, regardless of how much money was involved. As the head of the Akatsuki's finance department, Kakuzu even had to work part-time as a bounty hunter for the organization. Now, after the organization changed its strategic direction, they immediately struck it rich. Seeing the benefits, he secretly decided that he would definitely be the first to obey any plans set by Nagato. This money was coming in too fast. Although the other members were somewhat reluctant, they had a nod in agreement due to Nagato's decision and the reason behind it. Itachi Uchiha was carefully flipping through the dictionary, as if searching for something. Finally, his gaze fixed on the latest page, revealing a satisfied smile. Kisame, surprised to see Itachi smile, asked, "Itachi, what's up? What's making you so happy?" Itachi slowly looked up and smiled. "Do you know what my brother's name is?" Kisame was taken aback and replied, "I know, it's Sasuke." Itachi, "No, his name is Sasuke." Kisame, "Oh." After eating, under Nagato and Konan's stern urging, the members all took their dictionaries back to their rooms, while Konan and Nagato went into the bedroom. After another stormy night, the next morning, Nagato led the members back to the governor's council hall of the Land of Rivers. The governor had been waiting there for a long time, and, upon seeing the Akatsuki enter, immediately rushed to Nagato's side, praising, "I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I was studying these 3 amazing books. After reading them, I feel revitalized. The characters of the Land of the Akatsuki are simply extraordinary. The laws are complete, and the units of measurement are convenient. Sigh, if I had known this sooner, we in the Land of Rivers, the province Wunti have been so chaotic." Nagato replied, "Don't forget, popularization is key. We will be leaving soon. The Akatsuki ninjas I arranged will come to assist you in planning the legal and police departments." Hearing this, the governor immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate fully." Nagato nodded. If all goes well, I will come back to inspect in a while. If the results are unsatisfactory, I might just remove you from your position as governor. All right, you can go back to work. We Akatsuki are heading to the next country. Okay, take care." After leaving the Land of Rivers, Deidara looked around and said, somewhat bored, "Strange, I thought that old man would inform the 5 great nations. I was thinking we could have a big fight this morning, but it turns out he is quite obedient." Haydn asked, "Where's our next target?" "How about the neighboring wind country? It's relatively close, and I'm too lazy to walk." Kakuzu replied, "No, that place is all sand. Poor as hell, let's go somewhere else." Nagato said, "Let's go to the wind country. We will have to collect from them sooner or later." At that moment, a paper butterfly suddenly flew over from a distance and landed in Konan's hand. As the paper butterfly entered Konan's body, she frowned slightly and said to Itachi in a deep voice, "This is intel from the market. Itachi, your brother Sasuke is now in the hands of the 5 Great Nations Coalition. They are using Sasuke's life as leverage to make you return to Konoha alone." After hearing this, Itachi remained expressionless, but Kisame, who was closest to him, noticed that Itachi's body was slightly trembling, especially the killing intent that erupted from Itachi's Sharingan. Although it was fleeting, Kisame still caught it. "Itachi is really angry." Haydn said, "What's going on?" "They must have realized they can't beat us and are starting to play dirty." After pondering for a moment, Itachi said to Nagato, "I need to return to Konoha for a while. You guys go to the Wind Country first. After I resolve my matters, I will return to the Akatsuki hidden village to wait for you. Kisame said, such a serious incident. Why should we go to the Wind Country? Itachi, we should go with you to Konoha. Conan immediately reminded. No, the Five Nations Coalition has issued a statement. It must be Itachi alone. If their sensing ninjas find out that we have followed, they will kill Sasuke immediately. Kisame said, damn, these 5 great nations. How shameless to use Sasuke to threaten us. Nagato thought for a long time, his eyes narrowing seriously as he said, I can guarantee that the instigator of this incident must be Obito. It would be very dangerous for Itachi to go alone. Nagato was right. From the perspective of the Five Nations Coalition, Sasuke and Itachi should be opposites, existing to kill each other upon meeting. Since Konoha knew to use Sasuke to threaten Itachi, they must have understood the truth about Itachi. And in this world, the only ones who knew the truth, apart from the deceased third Hokage and Danzo, were Obito, who had just returned to Konoha. Chapter 51, Obito. Why are you doing this to me? Let's rewind the events back to 3 days ago. Tsunade agreed to Obito's plan and sent Obito, Kakashi, Asuma, and Shizen to Orochimaru's base to find Sasuke. After leaving the village, Kakashi asked, Obito, how do we get to Orochimaru's base? Obito replied, he's very cunning. From what I know from Akatsuki, he has 4 bases. We should search them one by one. By the way, I want to ask you something. Kakashi responded, What is it? Obito asked, last night, were you practicing your Sharingan? Kakashi was surprised and said, how did you know? Were you spying on me? Obito replied, I just wanted to say that you used your Manjiki Sharingan very well. Don't use it next time. Kakashi was startled again. How do you know I activated my Manjiki? Obito cursed in a low voice. Last night, I was sleeping well. Then a bunch of explosive tags suddenly transferred to my space, scaring me half to death. Kakashi was taken aback. So you also? Obito confirmed. That's right, my eyes also open. Anything you transfer will come to me. Unfortunately, my eyes only have this storage function and can't be used for attack like yours. But you still surprised me. I didn't expect someone who isn't from the Uchiha clan could activate the Manjiki. You really are a genius. You've always amazed me since childhood. After saying this, Obito's gaze towards Kakashi grew colder. Kakashi felt uncomfortable under Obito's stare and awkwardly laughed. Because this right eye is a gift from you, of course, I will value it. But accidentally, I activated it. Obito said nothing and continued to move forward. After a long journey, Obito coldly looked towards a distant hillside and said, That's one of Orochimaru's bases. Let's get ready and not get discovered. Asuma and Shizen nodded, their expressions tense. However, things were not as they imagined. The base was empty. What's going on? Obito, did you remember wrong? Shizen searched for a long time, but found no one. It seems Orochimaru must have abandoned this base. Let us go to his northern stronghold. After arriving at the northern stronghold, everyone found that the entire island had turned into ruins. Asuma sighed helplessly and took out a cigarette to smoke. Let us go. He shouldn't be here either. Obito, where's the next base? But this place is strange. It looks like it was bombed. Orochimaru must have offended someone recently. Obito looked at the devastation, his expression serious. He knew this was definitely done by Nagato. The ruins were concentrated around the island shore, clearly indicating that the explosion started from the center of the island and gradually spread outwards. This was the ability of the Deva Path. Seeing that Obito wasn't speaking, Asuma cleared his throat and asked unhappily, Hey, I'm talking to you. Where's the next base? Since this place is like this, why are we still wasting time here? Although Kakashi had solemnly guaranteed Asuma about Obito's character before leaving the village, Asuma still didn't fully trust Obito, feeling that this person had issues. Noticing Asuma's displeasure, Obito explained, I just think the devastation here is a bit strange. Sorry for delaying some time. There are 2 more of Orochimaru's bases, in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rice. However, the Land of Grass has already submitted to Akatsuki. Given Orochimaru's dislike for Akatsuki, he probably won't be there. Let us go. We only have the Land of Rice left. After another long trek, they finally reached the Land of Rice, Sound Ninja Village. The residents here were all Sound Ninjas under Orochimaru. While Kakashi was studying how to infiltrate the Sound Ninja Village, Obito, unable to contain his impatience, dashed out. Kakashi hurriedly shouted, Obito, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Obito had already reached the village entrance. There's no time. We'll charge indirectly. Draw Orochimaru out. Damn, this person doesn't even have that much courage. I was always the one using Reikage to charge forward when we were kids. Kakashi, fearing for Obito's safety, quickly followed with Asuma and Shizen. The sound ninjas wandering the streets were taken aback to see a young boy rushing into the village. Who is this hot-headed kid? Look, he's wearing the Konoha headband. He's a ninja sent from Konoha. Kill him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Just as the sound ninjas prepared to attack Obito, he had already formed hand signs and spewed out a fireball that incinerated all the sound ninjas in front of him. At that moment, dozens of sound ninjas suddenly appeared behind him, armed with shuriken, heading straight for Obito's blind spot. However, before they could reach Obito, Asuma wielded two chakra blades, with powerful blue chakra erupting from the blades, swiftly slitting their throats one by one. After clearing the blocking sound ninjas, Asuma angrily scolded, Obito, do you have any sense of teamwork? How can you just charge ahead and leave us behind? Obito coldly snorted and pointed ahead. Look, the main character has arrived. Orochimaru was elegantly walking towards them from a distance with his unique stride. TSK, TSK, TSK. All familiar faces. Why aren't you guys out hunting Akatsuki? Coming to my sound ninja village instead? Orochimaru's voice was still hoarse. Kakashi, Shizen, Asuma. Haha, all jonin, a decent lineup. Did Konoha send you here to kill me? At this moment, Orochimaru noticed the Sharingan in Obito's right eye. Sharingan? Could it be you are? He suddenly recalled that Jiraiya had mentioned Obito Uchiha to him before. Kakashi has the left eye, and you have a right eye. Not bad. Just tried to make a pair. That Tsunade really is something. If she wanted to give me a Sharingan, she could have just said so. I would have gone to Konoha to get it myself. There's no need to have you come here. I feel really embarrassed. Seeing that Orochimaru had ill intentions towards the Sharingan, Asuma and Shizen immediately stepped in front of Obito and Kakashi. Looking at the person who had personally killed his father, Asuma coldly threatened, Orochimaru, hand over Sasuke. Haha, so it's for Sasuke. Orochimaru sneered. What if I don't hand him over? What will you do? Fight me? Come at me. Asuma could no longer suppress his anger. Then I'll come for you. At that moment, Asuma suddenly felt a faint pain in his back, and slowly, his consciousness began to blur. Not just him, Shizun and Kakashi felt the same sensation. They saw kunai embedded in their backs, piercing straight through their hearts. And the owner of these kunai was Obito. Asuma stared blankly at Kakashi, painfully saying, Kakashi, you said we could trust him with our backs. Kakashi looked at Obito, whose face was dark with despair and betrayal filling his heart. Obito, why are you doing this to us? Because I want to take back what belongs to me. As for the two of them, I can only say they had bad luck for being assigned to this mission. Before I die, let me tell you, our kaleidoscope has a resounding name. Divine Might. Chapter 52, The Deal Between Obito and Orochimaru Sizzle. Obito did not hesitate and directly removed the Sharingan from the dying Kakashi's head. With the fall of Kakashi, Shizun, and Asuma, their lives also came to an end. This scene left Orochimaru stunned. He didn't understand why Obito would do such a thing. However, he was shocked by his ruthlessness. Wow, this kid is so decisive in killing, without a hint of hesitation. He has a bright future ahead. Your eyes might even be better than Sasuke's. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru greedily flicked his tongue and directly attacked Obito. He wanted to kill Obito and take his Sharingan. Orochimaru's arm transformed into several patterned pythons, attacking Obito at extreme speed, while Obito merely stood still, coldly staring at Kakashi's corpse, placing the Sharingan over his left eye. Do you look down on me? You don't even dodge? Orochimaru did not understand why Obito didn't evade, but the next second he was stunned. He saw the Shadow Snake Hand pass right through Obito's body without causing him any harm. Orochimaru exclaimed, "This is space ninjutsu? You actually know space ninjutsu?" Obito completely ignored Orochimaru's words and continued speaking to Kakashi's corpse. "Did you see that, Kakashi? This is the ability of my right eye. I wasn't telling the truth earlier." At this moment, Orochimaru was already furious. Ever since he was killed by Itachi, nothing had gone smoothly for him. It felt as if he had been cursed by something dirty. Could it be the Uchiha clan's curse? He couldn't defeat Uchiha Itachi, who had subdued him completely. He had finally captured his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, but it felt like he had caught a father, never giving him any face and often needing to please him. Today, it was again about the Uchiha. Clearly, he wanted to take his eyes, but this guy named Obito completely ignored him. Uchiha, did I owe you guys something in my past life? As the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was about to go mad. Just as he was preparing to attack further, he suddenly noticed that his body and the surrounding space began to slowly distort. What is this? Orochimaru looked at Obito in panic. only to see Obito staring at him intently with his Mangeki Sharingan. Not good. This is the power of his eye. Although Orochimaru had an immortal body, he felt a bit of fear now. He knew in his heart that this ability was extremely effective against him. Just when Orochimaru was in despair, his body instantly returned to its original form, and the surrounding space also restored itself. Obito had withdrawn his technique. What do you mean? Orochimaru asked. Obito replied, "You're not my target. I just want to cooperate with you." Cooperate? How do you want to cooperate? Obito stepped over Kakashi's corpse and slowly walked up to Orochimaru, coldly saying, "Lend me Sasuke. I will help you eliminate Akatsuki. They have been giving you a headache lately, haven't they? What if I don't lend him?" Upon hearing this, Obito said nothing, only coldly turned his head, glaring at him with his bright red Sharingan, staring at him, unblinking. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. He had just experienced the power of those eyes, and he did not want to experience it a second time. Moreover, he always had a feeling that those eyes were not that simple. Orochimaru had heard that once a member of the Uchiha clan fully opened their Mangeki Sharingan, their strength would greatly increase, and their abilities would become even more terrifying. He was eager to experience this, but his intuition told him, "Don't be reckless." "All right, I agree." After a fierce internal struggle, Orochimaru finally said the answer. Although it was against his will, he suddenly felt a sense of relief after saying it. "Obito, then go bring Sasuke to me. I'll wait for you here. Remember, don't play tricks." Okay." After Orochimaru left, 3 white Zetsus slowly emerged from the ground. Obito asked, "Did you absorb their chakra?" "White Zetsu number 1, we did. After you knocked them out with shuriken, we absorbed a small amount of chakra while they were still alive." "White Zetsu no. 2, this Orochimaru still looks as disgusting as ever." "White Zetsu number 3, you talk too much. Hurry up and get to work." At this moment, the 3 white Zetsus suddenly transformed, using their best transformation technique, all becoming a Soma. "Obito, are you guys joking with me? Are you crazy? Why did you all turn into the same person?" The 3 white Zetsus exchanged glances, equally stunned. "White Zetsu number 1, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Hurry up and change back. I'll disguise myself as a Soma." "White Zetsu number 2, no way. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Stop hiding it. It's all for Suma's wife, Kurenai, right? This disguise will take at least a month. You two's acting and skills are not up to par. So let me bear this burden." "White Zetsu number 3, absolutely not. I'm definitely going to win Kurenai." Obito felt an invisible rage surge in his chest and angrily said, "Are you blind? I've seen Kurenai occasionally these past few days. Her belly is already slightly bulging. It's obvious she's pregnant." The 3 white Zetsus were stunned upon hearing this. However, since ancient times, among every group of 3 fools, there would always be one relatively smart one. White Zetsu number 3 instantly transformed into Shizun's appearance. Sigh. The other 2 white Zetsus shook their heads helplessly, one choosing to become Kakashi and the other Asuma. Kakashi's and the others' corpses were also dealt with by the Zetsus. Not long after, Orochimaru and Sasuke finally arrived. What's going on?" Orochimaru was somewhat confused when he saw Shizun and the others restored to their original state. "Wait a minute. With my eyesight, they were definitely dead just now. What is going on? Are they zombies?" Sasuke ignored Orochimaru's expression and coldly stared at his former teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi sensed Sasuke's gaze and awkwardly greeted him, "Yo, my dear disciple, long time no see." Sasuke frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Who is this idiot? But this chakra is indeed Kakashi's. Has he changed so much in just 3 short years? As his beloved disciple, has he gone mad since I left Konoha? Chapter 53. The love of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi just awkwardly smiled and said nothing. Although Sasuke had the Sharingan, he couldn't distinguish White Zetsu's transformation technique. White Zetsu knew this well. White Zetsu had also read the original work. During the Ninja World War, White Zetsu's clones transformed into the appearances of ninjas for various countries, and at that time, Kakashi, who had the Sharingan, and the Konoha ninjas with Byakugan could not tell them apart. In terms of transformation techniques, White Zetsu was indeed at the top of the ninja world. "Sasuke, I heard from Orochimaru that someone named Uchiha Obito wants to see me. Although I haven't met you, looking at your cold and handsome face, you must be from the Uchiha clan. What do you want from me?" "Obito, I want to bring you back to Konoha." Sasuke frowned, turned around, and walked back, mocking as he walked. "A blonde kid said the same thing to me before, but after I knocked him down, he became obedient. Do you want to end up like him?" "Obito, are you talking about Naruto?" He has been taken away by Akatsuki for many days now. He has probably long gone. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately stopped in his tracks, stunned. But it was only for a few seconds. Sasuke didn't turn back and continued to walk away. Obito shouted sternly, "Sasuke, come with me. I will create an opportunity for you to kill Uchiha Itachi." This name had not been mentioned in front of Sasuke for a long time. Sasuke turned his head, his Sharingan filled with killing intent. "Are you sure?" "Sure. As long as you come, it's a guaranteed kill." "All right, I'll go with you." Before leaving, Orochimaru asked, "Sasuke, aren't you afraid he will deceive you?" "Sasuke, I won't miss any opportunity to kill Itachi." On the way back to Konoha, Obito told Sasuke about the recent events in the ninja world. However, Sasuke didn't care much, his eyes only filled with rage. "Are you sure that by threatening Itachi with my life, he will come? He would be more than happy to see me dead." "Obito, if he really wanted you dead, you would have died long ago. Don't worry, he will definitely come. And then you will know the reason. I will also create an opportunity for you to kill him with your own hands. For the next few days while you're in Konoha, be obedient and don't cause trouble." Sasuke. After a long time, the five finally returned to Konoha. Sasuke was placed in prison by Tsunade. After all, his identity as a rogue ninja from Konoha made it inappropriate for him to be outside. Sasuke followed Obito's advice and did not resist, waiting in prison for Itachi's appearance. The news that Sasuke was captured and that only Itachi's appearance would spare him quickly spread around the world, pushed to the forefront by the Five Nations allied forces, leading to the content on Conan's Paper Butterfly. After receiving the news, Itachi did not hesitate and, with Nagato's permission, set off alone for Konoha. At the entrance of Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi appeared from afar, wearing a red cloud black cloak with a pair of bright red Sharingan. The guard at the gate understood, Uchiha Itachi has come. This news quickly reached Tsunade's ears. At that moment, she was in the sensory department, with members of the Yamenka clan behind her. Led by Yamenka and Oichi, they were collectively sensing the situation within a 10-kilometer radius around Konoha. "Hokage-sama, there's only Uchiha Itachi. We haven't detected any other Akatsuki members." Tsunade nodded, her heart sinking. Although separating Akatsuki and luring Itachi here was good news, Itachi's appearance confirmed Obito's claims. The truth about the Uchiha clan he spoke of was indeed real. Itachi's arrival alone was enough to prove how important his brother was to him. Under Tsunade's orders, Konoha's ninjas did not stop Itachi. Everyone glared at him as he walked to the front of the Hokage's office. Tsunade stood at the entrance of the office, and beside her, in addition to Shizune, was the bound Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade called out, "Itachi, I admire you for daring to come alone to save your brother." When Sasuke saw Itachi appear, his mind was filled with endless anger towards him, but upon hearing Tsunade's words, he was somewhat stunned. "To save me? What does that mean? What are you talking about?" Itachi ignored Sasuke's rage, instead expressionlessly saying, "According to your demands, I have come. Now can you release my brother?" At this moment, before Tsunade could respond, with a wave of spatial distortion, Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared in front of Itachi. Obito said in a deep voice, "Itachi, I will let your brother go if you destroy your eyes. Without the Sharingan, you will no longer be a threat to the Ninja Alliance." Tsunade was startled and shouted at Obito, "What are you doing here? Do you still consider me the Hokage? Get out." Obito seemed to ignore her completely, unfazed. Itachi quietly looked at him and used lip movements that only the Sharingan could understand to say, "Obito, I need to tell you something. You have been used by Zetsu. In any case, the infinite Tsukuyomi must not be activated. Come back. I can plead with Nagato to help revive Rin for you." Obito sneered, responding in the same lip movements. "Itachi, you still don't understand me. What I want is not to revive Rin. I want to create a world where Rin and I can live happily without worries. In fact, I understand that you all betrayed me. And Zetsu has not mentioned the reason for your betrayal. He hasn't told me the contents of the notebook either. Moreover, after the Five Kage Summit when I met you, Nagato referred to me as Obito, and I already sensed something was off. Zetsu must have hidden something from me. Perhaps that notebook contains the truth about me and Zetsu. Otherwise, you would not know my true identity or my name, Obito. But I no longer care. You don't need to let Nagato use the rebirth of the earth technique to revive Rin. Do you think that after reviving Rin in this real world, she would know my truth, know that I killed so many people for her? Would she be grateful? Would she live with me? Would she recognize me as a friend? No, absolutely not. She has always been a kind and lovely girl. She would blame herself and suffer for the mistakes I made to revive her. I don't want that. I don't want her to live in pain. Only in the infinite Tsukuyomi in that illusory world. Can I have the Rin I truly desire? Even if I am used by Zetsu, I don't care. I just want to activate the infinite Tsukuyami, even if it's just for 1 second, to let me go to the world with Rin, to see her again. Itachi, upon hearing this, pondered for a long while before coldly saying, "You are very selfish." Obito laughed heartily. "Huh, do you think you had the right to say that to me? We are both from the Uchiha clan, driven mad by love. What is the difference? Back then, you asked me to help you destroy our clan, leaving only Sasuke behind. Aren't you selfish? What is the difference between Sasuke and Rin? If your brother Sasuke had died back then, perhaps the one who would have activated the infinite Tsukuyami would have been you. If my Rin had not died at that time, perhaps I would have been the one to eloquently persuade you not to activate the infinite Tsukuyami. We are the same, except that the person you love is still alive, while the person I love is gone. I wonder, if Konoha killed your brother now, would you join me in pursuing the infinite Tsukuyami?" Chapter 54. Various Forces Gather. The Ninja World arc is coming to an end in the land of Rice, Oto Ninja Village. Orochimaru was resting in bed, a smile on his face as if he were having a wonderful dream. In the dream, he stood on the hillside opposite Hokage Rock, gazing at the 38 giant faces of previous Hokage from top to bottom with his Sharingan. He chuckled, "I've finally exhausted all those incredible people. The 38th Hokage. Here I come. For my twisted amusement, I will resurrect all 37 previous Hokages to fight you." The second phase of the plan to destroy Konoha begins now. Just as he was gathering his strength to rush towards Konoha, he saw 8 members of the Akatsuki waiting for him at the entrance. Orochimaru was so frightened that he immediately used a body technique to stop himself, leaving 2 deep scratches on the ground. He shouted in terror, Why are you here in Konoha? How are you not dead yet?" Pain responded disdainfully, "Konoha? I haven't heard that word in hundreds of years. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You old-timer, this is now the capital of the Akatsuki." As he spoke, Pain pointed upwards. Orochimaru followed Pain's finger and saw that the faces on Hokage Rock were not those of 38 Hokage, but clearly the faces of the 8 members of the Akatsuki. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Orochimaru sat up in bed, terrified, only to realize it was just a dream. But this dream felt so real to him. Feeling the tons of sweat streaming down his body and the obvious yellow stain on the sheets, Orochimaru was stunned, muttering to himself, I actually wet myself? Orochimaru's hands, unwilling to accept it, gripped the sheets tightly. This habit was the same as Conan's. Conan gripped the sheets because of pain, and Orochimaru was angry. It seemed to be because of pain as well. "D, come here quickly." A few seconds later, the door to Orochimaru's bedroom was pushed open, and D rushed in. Upon seeing the tragic scene on the bed, he froze for a moment, then covered his nose and asked, "Lord Orochimaru, what happened?" Orochimaru, panting and growling, said, "I had a nightmare, and it was bad. Let's go to Konoha. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. That kid Pain wouldn't let Itachi go alone. Remember to bring that death god mask too." In the land of fire, Konoha, since he met Obito, he had never spoken so much to Itachi. Although Obito spoke with tears, Uchiha Itachi completely ignored his feelings. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. "I love my brother, but I want him to live in reality, not in a fantasy. I can still distinguish between true and false." "Obito, you're just talking to yourself. When he's dead, you might not think that way anymore." Itachi looked coldly at Obito's eyes and asked, "I am very curious about one thing. Why is your left eye wrapped in bandages? Are you trying to learn from Danzo? Or, Obito's left eye was wrapped in bandages. After returning to Konoha, he falsely reported in his mission report that he was injured while fighting Orochimaru. The reports from Kakashi, Shino, and Asuma in their transformed forms also stated the same, so Tsunade had no suspicions. Besides, she was too focused on how to deal with the Akatsuki and had no mind to think about the internal changes. You can't hide anything from me." Obito sneered, "You're not wrong. Now I have Sharingan in both eyes. You should understand what this means, but it's not time to fight you yet. Others will deal with you. Our eyes are powerful, but also fragile. Itachi, use them sparingly, remember to cherish them." Seeing that the two had been silent for a while, Shikamaru immediately noticed something was wrong and quickly appeared beside Tsunade to remind her, "Lady Tsunade, they must be plotting something. We can't let them continue. Tsunade, I know what I'm doing. You find a few people and take Sasuke away. Head north outside the village. Someone will meet you there." Shikamaru. Seeing Shikamaru in a daze, Tsunade growled, "Why aren't you going yet?" Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, then called Ino and Choji to quietly take the bound Sasuke away from the battlefield. Although Sasuke wanted to resist, his body had been bound by a paralysis technique, making it impossible for him to move, and he could only be at their mercy. As he struggled, he suddenly noticed a crow on the rooftop, and the red Sharingan on the crow's head was staring intently at Tsunade. Currently, Konoha, while serving as the headquarters of the Five Nations allied forces, did not have ninjas from other countries, including the other 4 Kages present. After the Akatsuki invaded the land of rivers and the land of grass, the Kage of each nation returned to guard their own villages to prevent the Akatsuki from invading their countries, except for Ao from the Hidden Rain village. At this moment, he was sensing the chakra with the assistance of Yamashiro Aoi and other members of the Yamashiro clan, trying to detect if there were any other members of the Akatsuki appearing outside Konoha. Wait, not good. I sense 7 terrifying chakras moving at high speed from the north towards Konoha. At this speed, they will arrive in about 40 minutes. This chakra is too massive. It's tailed Beast Chakra. Nara Shikaku, sitting in front of them, was shocked upon hearing this and quickly shouted to Aoi, "Hurry. Use your technique to notify the other 4 Kages and let them come to support Konoha. Also, inform Lady Tsunade of this matter." This was agreed upon by the 5 Kages in advance. If they failed to eliminate Itachi, or if all members of the Akatsuki appeared, they had to notify immediately. The Earth Country and Wind Country were relatively close to Konoha, and that Tsuchikage and Kazekage were guarding their territories at their respective borders while waiting for the notification. The Lightning Country and Water Country were relatively far away and could not arrive quickly, but the Lightning Country had the Flying Thunder God technique. Mabui, who was an advisor, did not go to the battlefield on the day of the incident in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. She was still alive and could teleport the Reikage to Konoha instantly. As for the Water Country, Tsunade had already sent a team led by Kurenai Yuhi, which included the original 4th Hokage's Guard team, to Chirumi Mei's location. In case of an emergency, they would immediately use space-time teleportation. The great battle was about to begin. Perhaps Konoha would be the final battlefield. Chapter 55, Uchiha Itachi, the complete Susanoo, appears Land of Lightning, Cloud Village. Although the main forces had been completely destroyed, Cloud Village was still large and prosperous. The Reikage quickly assembled a team of young ninjas. Most of these ninjas were newcomers, with some recently promoted from the Chunin exams. While the Reikage was giving a speech on stage, he suddenly heard the voice of Yamashiro Aoi in his mind. "Reikage-sama, the situation has changed. The entire Akatsuki organization will arrive in Konoha in 40 minutes. Please come for support." Upon hearing this, the Reikage immediately shouted, "Mabui, prepare the Flying Thunder God technique and send me to Konoha. I want to join the battle." Land of Water, Mist Village. Mizukage Terumi, Mei, and Kakashi's team also received the news from Yamashiro Aoi. The few of them exchanged glances and then surrounded the Mizukage. "Terumi Mei, I remember that the Flying Thunder God is a technique unique to the 4th Hokage. I didn't expect you all to know it too. The Jonin of Konoha really are impressive. Kakashi, we were originally the 4th's bodyguards, but we can't perform the technique like he did. Only when all 3 of us are together can we complete it. Mizukage-sama, please hold still and don't move. We'll begin shortly, and it will be over quickly." In the next moment, the Reikage and Mizukage bodies appeared before Tsunade. Looking at Uchiha Itachi in front of them, the Reikage sternly said to Tsunade, "Before the other members of Akatsuki arrive, let's deal with him first. Terumi Mei, it's a pity for this man with such good eyes to die. However, he has committed unforgivable crimes against the ninja world. Even if it's a pity, he must be killed. Tsunade, calm down, both of you. Shikaku called you here to deal with the other members of Akatsuki. Let's conserve our chakra for now. Leave Itachi to the ninjas of Konoha." Many ninjas from Konoha could no longer hold back and were waiting for Tsunade's order. Tsunade waved her hand, and the ninjas on both sides instantly launched their attacks. Inazuka Kiba, Itachi, you traitor, hand over Naruto. Akamaru Wolf. Understood. Kiba, use Fong over Fong. Akamaru Wolf Wolf. Alright, I'm transforming. Akamaru instantly transformed into Inazuka Kiba's form, and the two sprang off the ground, spinning rapidly in the air, forming 2 tornado-like attacks aimed at the still-standing Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga raised his palm towards Itachi and shouted, "I haven't seen Naruto in 3 years. I just finished a mission and heard that he was captured by your Akatsuki organization. Today, I will make you pay. Give me back my Naruto." 8 trigrams air palm. Yamanaka Shino, I heard from my father that you joined the Umbu at 11 and became the Umbu captain at 13. Even so, I don't think I will lose. Why, you ask? Because I've never lost in my life. Secret technique, insect sphere. Countless insects flew out from Shino's sleeves, and as their range expanded, they captured Itachi's chakra and all attacked him. Not only that, but countless long-range ninjutsu, shurikens, and kunai rushed toward Uchiha Itachi. From all directions, attacks came, leaving no chance of escape for an ordinary person. Yet Itachi remained completely calm. He had no intention of fleeing. His eyes immediately activated the Mangekyou Sharingan, and with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes, red chakra enveloped his entire body. As the red chakra expanded, a fully armored red half-giant suddenly appeared before everyone. Itachi's Susanoo had been activated. The shield in the half-giant's hand deflected all the attacks from the Konoha ninjas. Everyone was astonished. Is this the red giant described in the intel? Obito. Everyone, don't be afraid. He can't maintain this ability for long. He is gravely ill, and his eyes have been used many times. As long as we keep attacking, he will definitely collapse soon. He is only one person. We can outlast him. Kakashi, that's right. I understand the Sharingan. Everyone, don't stop. Don't give Itachi a chance to rest. Although Itachi's Susanoo was terrifying, hearing Kakashi say this, everyone seemed to regain their confidence and immediately prepared for the next round of attacks. At this moment, Itachi was still bleeding from his eyes due to activating Susanoo. However, he was unconcerned. He simply looked indifferently at the village where he had grown up. It was still so familiar. This was the place where he had experienced the most pain. Itachi knew very well that after today, his eyes would definitely go blind. His body might also reach its end. However, just like the choice he made back then, he had previously annihilated his own Uchiha clan for Sasuke, for the village, and for peace. Today, he had already made up his mind. For the rebirth of Akatsuki, for a world without conflict, and to create a place for the tailed beast within him, he was prepared to destroy this village he once protected, even at the cost of his life. Itachi looked at Obito in the distance and quietly said, Obito, do you know what conditions are needed to unlock the perfect Susanoo? First, you need to push both of your eyes' Mangekyou to their limits. Second, you need a vast amount of chakra to maintain its form. Now, I have gathered both of these points. Not only do I have the ultimate Sharingan, but I am also the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Then let me show you the true form of my Susanoo, the complete Susanoo. In an instant, the ground shook. The sky suddenly became overcast, thunder rumbled, and multiple lightning bolts flashed ominously in the clouds. The red giant enveloping Itachi suddenly grew larger, with a majestic lower body gradually forming, its size surpassing that of mountains. Two enormous wings suddenly unfolded from its back, its right hand holding a red long sword that materialized from a gourd, and its left hand wielding an intangible red shield. A flame armor that seemed capable of withstanding anything appeared around it. This was the strongest form of Itachi's Susanoo. The complete Susanoo floated in the air, appearing like a divine warrior descending, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The dark sky made Itachi's red giant stand out even more, amplifying the sense of despair. At this moment, Itachi was atop the Susanoo, looking down at Obito and all the ninjas of Konoha. The entire Akatsuki organization was still rushing towards Konoha with all their might. Sensing the abnormal changes in the weather, each person's expression grew more serious and worried. This celestial anomaly was definitely man-made. Nagato felt a tightness in his chest. Brothers, speed up. Yes. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something and urgently said to Kisame, Kisame, go to the land of water and capture the three tails that is still in the lake. Kisame was taken aback and exclaimed, Boss, you can't be thinking of using the outer path, Getomazo? Nagato glanced at him seriously and nodded. I have a feeling that a fierce battle is coming, and I'm a bit uneasy. Right now, we only lack the three tails. I think it's better to gather them all as a trump card. Plus, with Itachi's appearance in Konoha, I'm sure the Mizukage will also send some forces to support. Now is the perfect opportunity to capture the three tails in the land of water. Kisame was somewhat reluctant. Boss, I want to go save Itachi. Let someone else go. Jiao-Du, it's not suitable for others to go. In the organization, you are the strongest with water style. With the huge size of the three tails, others can't handle it. After you capture it, you can blow out a lot of water while driving it over. Fortunately, the three tails is a freshwater turtle, not a sea turtle. Otherwise, your water style would be useless. And even if you can't catch it, don't you have a shark skin? It can absorb some chakra. But the more, the better. Nagato praised. Jiao-Du, you think just like I do. Kisame pictured himself blowing water and hurting the turtle, shivering all over, and complained, I know I have a lot of chakra, but you can't make me use it like this. Nagato, stop complaining. There's no time to waste. Go quickly. Remember, you must come back quickly. Chapter 56. Sasuke's breakdown. My brother actually loves me. Kisame felt helpless. Although he was eager to help Itachi, he couldn't refuse when the leader spoke. So he had to change direction and head towards the land of water. Before leaving, he reminded them with concern. You must rescue Itachi. He is the only person I truly admire. Every member nodded. Their feelings were actually the same as Kisame's. The Akatsuki organization must not lose a single member. The Ino Shikicho trio, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, had already brought Sasuke out of Konoha village. Following Tsunade's instructions, they headed straight north. Choji, carrying Sasuke, asked while running, Shikamaru, why is Lady Tsunade doing this? I don't really understand. Shikamaru replied, who knows? I'm not really clear either. Ugh, it's such a hassle. Don't you think so, Sasuke? Back then, Choji and I almost died at the hands of those Sannin just to bring you back. Don't you have anything to say? Sasuke remained silent, his gaze vacant and his eyes lifeless, as if he had been struck. He kept mumbling something under his breath. Shikamaru was taken aback and asked, hey, what's going on? Isn't the Kimbaku technique supposed to only bind a person's body? Did it also mess with his mind? Ino shook her head. Although Sasuke was now labeled a rogue ninja, there was still a hint of concern in her eyes. I don't know. I've been watching Sasuke since we left Konoha, and he's always had this expression. He did all of this originally, for me. What did you say? Say it again. Shikamaru signaled Choji to stop and leaned closer to Sasuke's lips. The previous conversation between Itachi and Obito was conducted in a unique lip language, only understandable by the Sharingan. Sasuke understood the lip language and learned the truth about Itachi. He finally realized why Obito had told him that Itachi would come to save him. It turned out that everything his brother had done was to protect him. Sasuke broke down. He found it hard to accept this fact. He had never been confused because he always had one goal, to kill Itachi. But now, Itachi had come here alone, facing all of Konoha just to save his foolish younger brother. The key point was that Sasuke himself had actively helped Obito implement this plan. Now, Sasuke felt multiple currents coursing through his brain, stimulating his eyes. He coldly said, put me down. Shikamaru asked, what are you going to do? Sasuke lifted his head, glaring at Shikamaru with his bloodshot Sharingan as he shouted, I said put me down. Several red, cursed marks suddenly spread out from Sasuke's neck, and as the range expanded, the cursed marks slowly turned black, and Sasuke's eyes transformed into a deep black. This state was something Shikamaru and Choji were all too familiar with. They knew that Sasuke was about to undergo Cursed Seal transformation. A giant hand resembling a wing suddenly burst forth from Sasuke's back. In a moment of panic, Shikamaru quickly pushed Choji away and distanced himself from the Cursed Seal Sasuke, cursing, damn it, wasn't he bound? Why can he still transform? Ino was also at a loss. Is it because too much time has passed and the Kimbaku technique's effect has weakened? Sasuke angrily shook his head. No, it's my anger that triggered my Cursed Seal. I don't want to kill you, so if you don't want to die, don't stop me. At this moment, Sasuke had fully transformed with the Cursed Seal, his form resembling a demon as he flew straight towards Konoha. Choji stood frozen in place, asking Shikamaru, what do we do? Shikamaru shouted urgently, Ino, can you use a technique to control Sasuke's will? Ino was already paralyzed with fear, looking at Sasuke's appearance with despair. Is that still the Sasuke I know? Ino. Shikamaru shook Ino's shoulders vigorously, bringing her back to reality. Ino immediately brought her hands together in front of her chest to form a technique, aiming at Sasuke, when suddenly a hand strike landed on her neck, knocking her unconscious. The members of the Akatsuki organization had appeared behind them. Before Shikamaru and Choji could react, they also fell one after another. Looking at the already distant Sasuke, Pain said sternly, go, quickly catch up. Kisame asked, what about these three kids? I remember in the original story, this kid named Shikamaru seemed quite clever. If we keep his head, it might sell for a good price later. Haiden, wielding his scythe, grinned menacingly. No pain, no gain. In the original story, it was this kid with braids who compared my character to a fool. I want to kill him myself and offer him to Lord Jashin. Pain replied, stop wasting time. Itachi is still dealing with him alone. Outside Konoha, on the hillside opposite Hokage Rock, Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared, watching the red giant appear in the village. Orochimaru's face darkened as he pondered something. At that moment, Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground beside him, teasing, disgusting Orochimaru, long time no see. Kabuto was startled by this sudden stranger and was about to attack when Orochimaru stopped him, saying, Kabuto, don't be hasty. He is an old friend of mine. My former colleague, Zetsu. Zetsu squinted and mocked. Meeting again? I still find you very unpleasant. You look too disgusting. Orochimaru sneered. Ha, we're both the same. During this time, I've met with the Akatsuki a few times, but haven't seen you. So what? Have you left the organization? I was forced out, Orochimaru. I came this time to ask you to help me resurrect someone. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, a coffin suddenly emerged from the ground. Zetsu opened the coffin lid with vines, and when Orochimaru looked inside, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Where did you get his body?" "Huh, if you can get Hashirama Senju, can I get Madara Uchiha?" Chapter 57. Uchiha Madara revived, the foolish man Uchiha Madara, a name that every older generation ninja has heard of, was once a top-tier existence in the ninja world. Looking at Madara's corpse before him, Orochimaru's body trembled with excitement. There was no helping it. Orochimaru was indeed a unique force in the ninja world, not fond of wealth or power, but obsessed with human bodies and corpses. He circled the coffin, examining it closely, and excitedly remarked on Madara's aged corpse. "No wonder I dug through countless graves around the world and never found Madara's body. It turns out his grave was robbed by you." However, after observing for a while, Orochimaru noticed something amiss. He lifted Madara's eyelids and was taken aback. "Where are Madara's eyes?" "The Sharingan? You didn't secretly take them, did you?" Ju shook his head. "No. The Rinnegan on Nagato's face was given to him by Madara when he was alive." "What did you say? How can Madara possibly have the Rinnegan?" Orochimaru, I can't believe someone as knowledgeable as you doesn't know that the pinnacle of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, and his heart began to race. If he could obtain Sasuke's Sharingan, then perhaps he could evolve it into the Rinnegan soon after. "Ju, you really provided me with excellent information. Now tell me, what do you want by bringing Madara's corpse to me?" "I want you to use Edo Tensei to revive him." I knew it. But I don't want to help with this troublesome revival. Bringing this kind of character back to life is akin to inviting disaster. What's there to fear? When you invaded Konoha, you could perfectly control both Hashirama and Tobirama. Are you afraid you won't be able to control Madara? Don't you want to ask Madara how he upgraded the Sharingan to the Rinnegan? Remember, use plenty of chakra to ensure Madara is revived in his prime. That way, his Rinnegan can also be restored. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. "I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei requires the physical body or corpse of the reincarnated person to summon, and the offering is a living person. As long as the summoning is successful, the reincarnated person will return to their strongest state. This is perhaps the most perverse technique in the world, and it is also the most sinister technique, a disaster for both the living and the dead. However, a technique is still just a technique. It cannot truly restore someone. Once Edo Tensei is undone by the caster, Madara's corpse will revert to its original state. Yet, Ju understood all too well that as long as Madara was brought back with Madara's abilities, he could immediately break this flawed technique and would never be controlled by Orochimaru. After pondering for a long time, Orochimaru finally decided to reincarnate Uchiha Madara. He then turned to look at the person behind him, Kabuto. Kabuto was drenched in cold sweat from Orochimaru's chilling gaze and hurriedly stammered, "Lord Orochimaru, do you want to sacrifice? I will go catch one right away." Ju interjected, "No need for that trouble. My clone can serve as a sacrifice." As he spoke, a white Ju clone suddenly emerged from the ground. "As expected of you, your thoughts are quite thorough," Orochimaru said with a wicked grin. "But my soul hasn't fully recovered yet, so I can't use Edo Tensei to its full extent. Kabuto, I assume you've secretly learned this technique as well. Madara will be entrusted to you." Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief and softly replied, "Okay." He steadied his emotions, focused his mind, and joined his palms in front of his chest, loudly declaring, "Forbidden technique. Edo Tensei." Countless filthy dust particles instantly enveloped the resentful clone of White Ju, the dust scattering and gathering over Madara's corpse. In the next moment, a hand emerged from the coffin. Edo Tensei was a success. Bang! The coffin was suddenly shattered by a powerful force, and before long, Madara appeared. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being a predecessor. Even the way he appears from Edo Tensei is different from others." Madara shook his body and, after seeing Ju beside him, asked, "The plan succeeded, right? That kid Nagato has finally grown up." Ju awkwardly replied in a low voice, "Lord Madara, it wasn't Nagato who did this. You haven't fully revived yet. This technique is Edo Tensei. Where's Nagato? Why didn't he use the Rinne Tensei? Nagato has betrayed us." "What? And what about Obito?" "Well, He's been having psychological issues lately and seems to be on the verge of betraying us too. What about the nine-tailed beasts? And no, I'm sorry, we haven't captured a single one yet. Then why did you summon me out? Lord Madara, I didn't want to either. It's just that I truly have no other options. Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded. The perfect plan he had painstakingly prepared before his death had been executed messily by the fool before him. Not only did it not bear fruit, but all the seeds he planted had also gone to waste. He really wanted to kill Ju in front of him, but after all, he was a product of his own will. It would be a shame to kill him. I must endure. I need to restrain myself. Keeping this fool alive still has its uses. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the distant Konoha village and the giant red figure floating in the air. Oh, that Uchiha actually used the perfect Susanoo. It seems there are still geniuses among my descendants. Who is he? How did he evolve to this stage? And what has he experienced? Ju quickly responded. His name is Uchiha Itachi. He is with Nagato. Konoha kidnapped his brother, and now he is fighting against Konoha alone. Upon hearing this, Madara scoffed. Another brother? Huh? Humph. The Uchiha clan is like this. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. However, such a descendant is truly rare in 100 years. If he were infused with Hashirama's cells, perhaps he would have the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. Hearing this, Orochimaru finally became excited. So, the condition to awaken the Rinnegan requires possessing the powers of both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Orochimaru's disgusting smile made Uchiha Madara furrow his brow. Who is this androgynous person? Androgynous? White Ju, who had always disliked Orochimaru's appearance, couldn't help but chuckle at Madara's description. Black Ju immediately scolded. White Ju, is this really the time to be laughing? Lord Madara, I will now tell you the current situation of this era. After Ju informed Madara of the general situation, he advised, Lord Madara, I think the most urgent thing now is to retrieve the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan, we can summon the outer path Geto-Mazo. Sigh, I have to walk the old path again. Madara helplessly sighed and commanded, take me to see Nagato. Black and White Ju nodded, and the two opened their mental connection. Black Ju, I'll take Madara to retrieve the Rinnegan. You go help Obito. Without the outer robe, Obito won't be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi. White Ju, I happen to see in the original story that there's someone in Konoha named Yamato who can use wood release. Perhaps he could be of use to Obito. He should still be in the Umbu. It might take some time for me to find him. Chapter 58, Amaterasu Strikes. Facing the four shadows alone in a blood rain. In the sky above Konoha, a layer of blood rain begins to fall. Under Kakashi's leadership, the ninjas of Konoha charge recklessly towards Itachi, doing everything they can, but ultimately, they cannot prevail. This day is reminiscent of the night the Uchiha clan was annihilated. The streets are littered with the corpses of ninjas and blood. However, Tsunade stands aside, unmoved. At this moment, Narashikaku runs out from the sensing department, and upon seeing the scene before him, he is taken aback and rushes to Tsunade, urging, Lady Tsunade, along with Mizukage and Reikage, Itachi Uchiha's strength is too overwhelming. If you don't intervene soon, all the ninjas of Konoha will be wiped out. Mizukage Terumi May helplessly says, we want to help too, but the Hokage won't allow it. She told us to trust the ninjas of Konoha. Trust? This is not the time for trust. If this continues, Konoha will be completely ruined. Lady Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, you have the obligation to protect this village. I cannot agree with your current decision. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes widen in anger as she growls in a low voice. This is the best decision. This is just one member of the Akatsuki organization. Do you want a shadows to intervene personally? What if they all come? If we run out of chakra, who will protect this village? Looking at Tsunade's expression, Shikaku suddenly feels an endless chill in his heart. No, you are not Lady Tsunade. The real Lady Tsunade would never say such things. These are not the words of someone who inherits the will of fire. Reikage, upon hearing this, also looks at Tsunade with suspicion. Actually, I had this feeling earlier. Logically, you would summon a slug like you did in the Land of Iron, healing the ninjas while fighting. But today you're very cold. Mizukage nods in agreement. Tsunade snorts coldly. Say what you want. I am who I am. If you want to go, then go. Sigh. I am utterly disappointed in the ninjas of Konoha. They can't even deal with a rogue ninja. Terumi May finally loses her composure. As a woman, I misjudged you. As a shadow, you cannot be disappointed in your own ninjas. You are unworthy of being a shadow right now. You are no different from the fourth Mizukage who brought despair to our country. Reikage, stop wasting time with her. Let's go. Although we are from different villages, we are still part of the allied shinobi forces. The ninjas of Konoha are also my subordinates, and I will not allow my subordinates to be harmed any further. Mizuki, I'll take the lead, you cover me. All right, but be sure not to let Itachi's sword touch you. That sword should be the long-lost Tatsuka blade. Anyone who is touched by the blade will be pulled into a dreamlike illusion world, and their power will be permanently sealed. And that shield should be the Yata mirror. While it seems formless, it can change at will and block all attacks. I know this too, don't worry. As long as I maximize my body's activation. My speed will be comparable to Konoha's yellow flash. Is it gold or yellow? Remember, our attack focus is Itachi's real body. Understood? Just as they were about to act, Reikage shouted and transformed his lightning chakra into lightning that enveloped his body. He then directly raised his elbow towards Itachi's real body at the top of Susanoo. Kid, take this, lightning style, thunder torrent. While Itachi was still attacking other ninjas, Reikage suddenly appeared in front of him, and his elbow struck the top of Susanoo. In that instant, Mizuki quickly made hand seals. To prevent Reikage from being harmed by the red flames surrounding Susanoo, she immediately used water style, water dragon bullet technique to assist Reikage's attack. Boom! Speed max, strength max, inertia and weight both at maximum. The attack power is evident. The armor blocking Itachi's real body was hit by Reikage, and cracks began to appear. The surrounding ninjas, seeing this, finally saw a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, "Nice." As expected of Reikage, he actually cracked Itachi's armor in one move. Itachi, in his heart, was also secretly surprised. He did not expect Reikage's attack power to be so strong that even his Susanoo could be cracked. Reikage jumped back to his original position, pouted and cursed, "Damn it. I used all my strength in Thunder Torrent, and I could only cause this little damage. Susanoo's defense is really strong. Mizuki, I'm going to keep attacking, just like before. Let's coordinate." Mizuki nodded, "Don't worry." Just as Reikage was about to continue his attack, Itachi's Susanoo suddenly began to change again. The red flames surrounding its outer circle were suddenly surrounded by several strands of black flames. The sudden appearance of these black flames rapidly raised the temperature around them, resembling a hell on earth. Is this Amaterasu? Reikage furrowed his brow. Konoha had provided him with an analysis of the abilities of each Akatsuki member. And this black flame was the ability of Uchiha, Itachi's Sharingan. This black flame is indestructible and eternal, possessing high heat and destructive power. It cannot be extinguished until the target is burned to ashes. It can only be sealed with sealing techniques. Unexpectedly, Itachi actually used this black flame to protect his body. Nearby, Obito saw this and coldly sneered, "Yes, just like that, Itachi, continue to increase the burden on your eyes. You won't be able to hold on for much longer." Reikage exploded again, this time with even greater strength. Before Mizuki could advise him, he charged toward Itachi again, raising his fist and shouting, "Do you think this can stop me? Don't underestimate me, Reikage." If Reikage's attack succeeded this time, his arm would definitely be ruined from being tainted by the black flames. And the armor defending Itachi's real body would likely be shattered. He aimed for this purpose, and just as he was about to go all in, a large mass of yellow sand suddenly blocked Reikage's attack. Reikage was taken aback, but quickly realized that this was definitely a technique from Gaara, the Kazekage. Gaara floated in the air on sand alongside Inoki, the Tsuchikage, and advised, "Reikage, don't be impulsive. It's not worth losing an arm for him. Let's cooperate together." Inoki glanced around suspiciously and asked, "By the way, where are the other members of the Akatsuki? Didn't they say they were coming too? Why are they slower than me and the Kazekage?" They did not know that Nagato and the other members of Akatsuki had been intercepted not far from Konoha by someone. Uchiha Madara? Nagato's heart tightened. He never expected Uchiha Madara to appear so soon. Judging by his appearance, it should be Edo Tensei. "Hey, the red-haired kid from the Uzumaki clan. You got my eyes, but aren't he helping me out? Are you tired of living?" Uchiha Madara jumped in front of Nagato, and with just one look, noticed the abnormality in Nagato's body. "You've grown quite tall. You were so small as a child. What kind of feed did you grow up on?" Wait a minute. This is a sage's body. Nagato, you're playing with fire." Chapter 59, Akatsuki vs. Edo Tensei. Madara's sudden appearance left the members stunned. Feeling Madara's overwhelming presence, Nagato couldn't help but shiver and cursed, "Damn it. Who charged 648 and brought this hanging comparison out?" Turning around, he saw that the members were all sweating profusely and trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that they were scared? They had all seen the images of Madara single-handedly beating the ninja allied forces and the 5 Kage on their laptops. Nagato frowned slightly and advised softly, "Don't panic. If we really can't win, I can use my artifact to show Madara the heart-wrenching scenes. Maybe he'll immediately go find Kagaya to settle the score. The members all sneered. Nagato suddenly realized that their eyes were not filled with fear, but with fierce fighting spirit. Deidara mocked, "Boss, don't you realize? The most scared person here is you. I'm so excited I can't contain myself. Only by fighting someone stronger than myself can my art truly shine." Kisame added. Deidara is right. Even if he sees Kagaya's heart, it won't help. He still wants to take the tailed beast from our bodies for his own purposes. So we might as well fight with all we've got. I haven't felt this kind of thrilling tension in a long time. In terms of individual strength, the members might really be inferior to Madara. However, in a collective battle, it was a different story. "Oh, looks like you all want to fight me?" Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. "Sigh. I just want to take back my eyes that belong to me." As expected, in any era, problems must be solved with violence. Nagato, prepare for battle. Remember what I said before. Scatter. Yo-ho, I'm in the front row. Let me go first. Haiden jumped up instantly, gripping his scythe and charging directly at Madara. Madara stood motionless. "Humph. You dare to attack me head-on with your true body? Are you an idiot? Calling me an idiot? Look at how handsome I am. I traded my brain for this." At that moment, Haiden had jumped above Madara and was about to strike down when Madara suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed Haiden's neck, while his left hand pierced straight through Haiden's heart. "Extracting the heart? I didn't expect you would." Haiden coughed up blood, but the wicked smile still hung on his face. Madara was secretly surprised. Strange. Why are you not dead, even though your heart is shattered? Also, why did you use the word also? Just as Madara was momentarily stunned, a fist connected to several black threads suddenly pierced through Haiden's chest and went through Madara's heart. Looking at his injured body, Madara was slightly shocked. I've never seen such a strange move before. However, that was not the end. He suddenly noticed that amidst the densely packed black lines penetrating his chest, a large amount of white explosive clay was hidden. Deidara laughed loudly from above. Ancestor of the Uchiha clan, I want you to experience my art. Boom! Madara's body exploded from the inside, turning into a large cloud of dust. Seeing this, Nagato rushed into the gathering dust and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" The gathered dust was blasted away by the strong repulsive force. Before it could gather again, numerous white paper pieces suddenly appeared, wrapping the scattered dust tightly and falling to the ground. Perhaps the force of the dust attracting each other was too strong. Even after being bound by Conan's paper, it still had a tendency to gather, but at a much slower speed than before. Conan urgently shouted, "Sasori, it's up to you for the last step." "Yeah," Sasori grunted, having already activated his tailed beast transformation. His core erupted with a large amount of blue chakra threads, each attaching to the scattered paper pieces and firmly controlling their movements. Then, layers of sand covered with Shikaku's skin suddenly surged up, forming a massive pyramid that buried all the paper pieces underground. Sealing. This time, it wasn't sealing the Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara's body, but sealing each piece of dust that had yet to take shape. Time passed second by second, and the pyramid's seal remained still. Deidara circled around the pyramid on his giant bird, mocking, "Brothers, it won't end this simply, right?" Sasori replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. I feel like this little trick won't completely seal him, but it's our first cooperation, and it's quite perfect." Nagato smiled, "Of course. We've been together every day during this time, and we've come to understand each other's abilities well, forming a tacit understanding without realizing it." At this moment, Haiden, holding his chest, struggled to stand up. "Damn, not killing hurts, it's really uncomfortable." Kisame shot out black threads, connecting to the fallen hand in the distance, and said solemnly, "He was already dead. If he had blood, it wouldn't be this troublesome." My hand is already blown to pieces. I need to find a living person to replace it." Haiden twisted his head. "That guy named Shikamaru from earlier was pretty good. He should still be knocked out over there. Let's go. I'll accompany you to get him. But you have to let me chop off his arm. I haven't smelled blood in a long time, and I'm really craving it." Hearing this, Nagato sternly interrupted. "If you want a hand, Konoha has plenty. There might even be a perfect match. It's been a long time, and Madara hasn't made a move. It seems we've really sealed him. Let's hurry back to Konoha to support Itachi." The group nodded at each other and were about to set off when the entire ground began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The next second, the massive pyramid seal suddenly emitted several beams of blue chakra from within, and a giant blue skeletal figure burst forth, which was the incomplete form of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Damn it, I knew he wouldn't be that easy to deal with. Though shocked, Nagato was somewhat prepared mentally. After all, the opponent they faced was Uchiha Madara. Madara disdainfully crossed his arms over his chest, his Sharingan transforming into the Mangeki pattern, and he lightly praised, "I must say, your abilities are quite interesting. Nagato, your companions are not bad. They all use abilities I rarely see." After this battle, Madara finally realized that these young punks before him were not so easy to handle. The white-haired one, even if he crushed his heart, wouldn't die. The masked one could extend his arms, with a powerful earth release attached to his fists, incredibly hard, even able to penetrate his body. The yellow-haired kid, standing on the giant bird, might be the one controlling those white explosive clays. The purple-haired girl could manipulate paper with great precision, controlling her chakra just right. And that little short guy was most likely a puppeteer, able to control hundreds of chakra threads, and, judging by his appearance, he could perfectly master Shikaku. Finally, there was Nagato, who skillfully used the Rinnegan. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, so interesting. You guys are really great. Really, really great. Come on, I'm gonna get serious now, you scoundrels. Let me make you dance. Chapter 60, Akatsuki versus Edo Tensei Obito 2 Ha. Hearing Obito's hearty laughter, Haiden frowned. Are all handsome people idiots? Why is he suddenly so happy? Kakuzu scolded, "Idiot. Did you forget?" During training, the leader specifically emphasized that Obito is the top of the Uchiha's 4 madmen. He is different from you. That is not a silly laugh. It's just his personality. Nagato sighed and asked Conan if you had replaced those paper tags with explosive tags just now. It might have made his resurrection a bit harder. Conan complained, "You say that. I ran out of explosive tags a long time ago, ever since those 5 days ended. No matter how I applied, Kakuzu never bought me any." Kakuzu snorted, "You shouldn't have used them all. Can't you just use a few less billion? It doesn't make a difference since we're going to lose anyway." Women really are wasteful creatures. This statement only represents Mr. Kakuzu's personal opinion and has no relation to the author's views. Nagato quickly advised, Stop. Let's discuss matters that affect internal unity when we get back. Conan, I'll make it up to you, but first, we need to deal with the immediate trouble." While the Akatsuki members were enjoying themselves, Obito's anger was growing deeper. "You dare laugh in front of me? Do you really not take me seriously?" Fire release, great fire annihilation. A vast sea of flames instantly surged toward the Akatsuki members. Kakuzu immediately chanted, "You all stand back. I'll use water release against him." "No." At that moment, Nagato rushed to the front, raising his hands. "Your water release is no match for him. Protect my back. I'll use the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb this fire." Hungry Ghost Path, sealing technique absorption. Just as the sea of flames was about to engulf them, a circle of colorless shields suddenly formed around Nagato's hands, converting the raging fire into chakra that was directly absorbed into his body. However, the sea of flames was too vast. Absorbing it would take quite a bit of time. Obito knew that the Rinnegan had the ability to absorb ninjutsu, yet he still used fire release, likely intending to attack the rear while Nagato was using his ability. Sure enough, in the next second, Obito's body suddenly appeared behind him. "You brat, give me back my Rinnegan." "Not a chance. With me as a meat shield. I won't let you touch the boss." Just as Obito's hand was about to reach Nagato, Haiden immediately blocked in front of him. Splat! Haiden's body was pierced through by Obito once again. "You damn immortal, you're really a hassle." Just as Obito was preparing to tear Haiden apart, 3 Earth Grudge fear suddenly surrounded him, their masks opening wide as 3 powerful techniques of lightning, wind, and fire release were unleashed simultaneously. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, head hardening. The target was 0 distance. Just as the 3 S-class ninjutsu were launched at once, in a moment of desperation, Obito's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, suddenly transforming into Rinnegan. Boom! Not only the ninjutsu, but even Haiden and the Earth Grudge Fear were blown away far off. Haiden twitched for a moment and struggled to stand again, cursing, "Damn it, he is serious." He upgraded his eyes to Rinnegan so fast. Kakuzu steadied the swaying Haiden and said in a deep voice, "This is normal. The situation now is like Naruto throwing a raisin shuriken at Edo Tensei Obito in the original story. If he doesn't use Rinnegan, his body will turn to dust again. Why aren't you all surprised to see my Rinnegan? And what is this original story you keep mentioning?" Obito finally realized something. The people before him seemed to know him very well. Haiden hung his scythe on his shoulder, pouting and humming. "You're better off not knowing. I'm afraid you'll cry when you find out. But I'm tired of your devilish laughter. It might not be bad if you cried once. You little brat. You'd better show some respect. Although you can't die, I have plenty of ways to torture you. Seeing Hayden's attitude, Obito was very displeased. At that moment, a series of massive explosions suddenly erupted from the direction of Konoha. Not good. Something might have happened with Itachi. Nagato, worried about Itachi's situation, commanded, "You all go rescue Itachi. I'll stay here and wear Obito down for a while." Conan immediately refused. "No way. I'm staying too." Nagato smiled and patted Conan's head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. There is something I want to confirm. I'm currently in Sage mode, using Sage Jutsu. My body is filled with endless natural energy. Obito isn't truly resurrected right now, and the Hashirama SLs on his chest aren't the Sage face. Nor has he absorbed the Ten Tails. Who knows, maybe my Rinnegan and Sage techniques can match him. Plus, with Kurama inside me, I don't think I'll lose." Obito heard all of this. At this moment, he felt as if his secrets were being exposed. Hashirama SLs? Sage face? Absorbing the Ten Tails? Why do they know my body structure and plan so well? Obito was going crazy. "You few, hurry up and tell me the answer." Obito clenched his fists in front of his chest and shouted, "Since you know I have Hashirama-S power, then I'll let you feel it. After this move, I don't believe you 1T talk. Would release, advent of the trees." Perhaps because of his anger, this time Obito's technique had an exceptionally large range. Wherever he looked, countless trees sprouted, uprooted as if they had consciousness, rushing towards the Akatsuki members from all directions. Seeing this, Deidara's clever mind sparked, and he immediately molded 3 large birds, urging, "Get on quickly." Kakazu, Hayden, and Sasori wasted no time and jumped on. Conan used her paper to create wings, while Nagato could fly by himself. "Want to escape? You're too slow." This would release, activated by the active chakra contained in Hashirama-S cells, possesses extremely strong vitality. The essence of would release isn't a chakra attack, but rather uses chakra to grow trees according to its own will, constituting an automatic attack that 1T stop until its goal is achieved. Just as the members were ready to fly into the air, they found the branches spreading at an alarming speed, completely blocking their path above. Boom! Nagato and the members' bodies were instantly overwhelmed by countless giant vines. A bunch of naughty brats. Just as Obito thought he had succeeded, 6 terrifying chakra from the tailed beast suddenly erupted. Chapter 61. The Akatsuki's Members. Tailed beast transformation. It has been a long time since Ju and Uchiha Madara left. Orochimaru and Kabuto are still standing alone on the hillside. Orochimaru, "Kabuto, are you really just going to let Madara go like that? You're the one who performed the Edo Tensei. Why don't you control him?" Kabuto feels a bit awkward and rubs his head. "Lord Orochimaru, you know how hard I've tried to control him, right? But I just can't." Orochimaru is somewhat disappointed. He initially thought that after reviving Madara, he could use him for his own purposes, but it seems he was overestimating himself. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, a man with abundant body hair is rushing towards Konohagakure at full speed. On his shoulders are 2 small toads, one with a perm and the other with a comb over. Kabuto wonders, why does this person's outfit look so much like Jiraiya's? Orochimaru sneers. That's Jiraiya, but he's currently in Sage mode. Kabuto is a bit surprised. Is the change really that big? Especially that nose. Orochimaru responds, "You think so too, right? It's just too ugly, Jiraiya's Sage mode requires a cold start, and the time to prep is quite long. He must be trying to enter the battle in Sage mode faster." Kabuto nods, somewhat understanding. "So what should we do? Are we just going to keep watching here?" Orochimaru, "No, my collection and the Edo Tensei army are all in his hands. Let's go follow him. My second spring may be coming." At that moment, Jiraiya, who is still rushing towards Konohagakure, suddenly turns around and glances at Orochimaru. However, after just 2 seconds of eye contact, Jiraiya ignores him and continues running towards Konohagakure. Kabuto sighs, "That's amazing. Our presence is hidden so well that even Jiraiya can sense us. Is this also a capability of Sage mode?" Orochimaru nods, saying nothing, just quietly following along. "Kid, aren't you going to deal with that snake brat? The way he looked at you just now didn't seem very friendly." "Shut up. Didn't you see that perfect Susanoo above Konohagakure? If we waste more time with that snake brat, Konohagakure might be destroyed. Seriously, kid, it's been so long since we've seen each other, and you don't even say to come back to Mount Mayaboku to visit us. If it weren't for this major trouble, you'd probably have forgotten us by now." Shut up. He has his reasons, right, little Jiraiya? Don't protect him once this is over. Make sure to take him back to try my latest insect cuisine. listening to the two elders from Mount Mayaboku constantly chattering in his ear. Jiraiya feels a bit of a headache, but since he is indeed their disciple, he can only helplessly explain, "I'm really sorry for troubling you after such a long time. Big brother, sister. In any case, please lend me your strength." Inside Konohagakure, with the addition of the four shadows and Itachi's Sharingan being overused, the battle situation is clearly leaning towards the allied shinobi forces. However, this is only what they think. Itachi calculates the time and feels that his brother Sasuke should be meeting up with Nagato and the others by now. This was the plan Itachi and Nagato made before. Currently, Itachi's crow has gathered Uchiha Shurisue's double Sharingan. Shurisue's ocular technique is still considered the strongest Jinjutsu by the older generation. The right eye can unconsciously control the target, making them act according to the user's will, while the left eye can make the target execute the user's commands indefinitely, though the cooldown time is quite long. Itachi's plan is to use the right eye's ability, Kodoame Tsukumi, to control Tsunade's thoughts and make her give a command to take Sasuke out of the village and head north. The members of the Akatsuki would then head north, and once they find Sasuke, they would immediately rescue him. As more enemies appear, and with his perfect Susanoo already in use for too long, Itachi decides to temporarily retreat and regroup with his members. However, at that moment of negligence, several layers of sand rain suddenly fall from the sky, rapidly attacking Itachi's Susanoo body. At the beginning, these sand bullets wouldn't harm the Susanoo's exterior at all, but as time passes, the power of the Susanoo is far from as resilient as it was at the start. Just then, a voice suddenly comes from within Itachi. "Relying on my chakra alone is not enough. If this continues, your body will eventually collapse. Let me take over. We will transform into tailed beast mode." The source of the voice is the Five Tails, Kokuo. Uchiha Itachi nods, thinking, "All right, but don't get caught up in a prolonged fight. These shadows are not easy to deal with." "Kokuo, don't worry. After the tailed beast transformation, I will hand over the main consciousness to you. I just don't want to see you mistreating your body like this. After all, you're one of the few Jinchuriki who actually cares about his tailed beasts. Let's start. I'm ready." It is rare that after many days, Itachi shows a faint smile again. The complete Susanoo slowly disappears. The shadows are overjoyed at this sight, and the Raikage shouts loudly, "He can't hold on any longer. Let's attack together now. No need to be so troublesome. I'll handle him." Inoki suddenly flies in front of Itachi, preparing to use his dust release technique, when suddenly, Itachi's body erupts with an extremely terrifying blood-red chakra, reaching up to the sky like a towering red blood column. This scene resembles the moment in the original drawing when Hinata dies and Naruto goes berserk in a half-tailed beast transformation. Unfortunately, they have never seen the original drawing. The chakra of a tailed beast is known for its terror. Not only is the amount of chakra astonishing, but this red chakra also contains evil, eeriness, and an innate fear that instills dread. Ordinary people don't even have the ability to touch it. Just a slight contact with that red chakra exterior would result in their skin being eroded and burned. As the temperature rises rapidly, many ninja unable to withstand it flee the scene, hiding on nearby rooftops. At this moment, something even stranger happens. With a loud noise from outside the village, 6 more red blood columns shoot up into the sky from afar. These 6 blood columns look exactly like Itachi's. They are thick and long. Seeing this situation, Inoki finally starts to lose his composure. The Raikage exclaims in shock, could it be that the other Akatsuki members who are about to attack have also transformed into tailed beasts? What about my brother? He is not wrong, not far from Konohagakure. On the battlefield under Uchiha Madara's wood release, Nagato leads the other 5 members, all transforming into tailed beasts. As for whether his brother Killer Bee is alive or dead, he doesn't dare to guess further. Kazuki may urgently shouts, "Don't worry about the outside for now. Quickly deal with Itachi. If we wait for them to regroup, we'll have no hope left." Nara Shikaku sees this and shouts at Tsunade, "Lady Hokage, given the situation, aren't you going to take action?" Tsunade seems to not hear him, still standing there with a cold face, unmoved. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi, who is in charge of coordinating the evacuation of civilians, suddenly notices the black crow on the rooftop. He sees that the crow's eyes are actually Sharingan. What's even more fatal is that its eyes are green under the white sun. This is the color of Uchiha Shurisuke. Chapter 62. The appearance of the sage Jiraiya, a clash of titans as an elder of the Hyuga clan. He was naturally well aware of the genius boy Shurisuke from the Uchiha clan. Looking in the direction of the crow's gaze, he saw Tsunade. He finally understood why Lady Tsunade had not made a move all this time. Just as he was about to use the 8 trigrams air palm to kill the crow on the roof, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Itachi's tailed beast transformation had taken shape, and the complete form of the 5 tails, Mu King, appeared before everyone. The 5 tails Mu King, resembling a mix of a dolphin and a white horse, was a pure white beast with well-developed muscular limbs and incredible speed. Itachi's half-body appeared above Mu King's head. He didn't want to linger and was ready to use Mu King's speed advantage to break out of the village. Just then in the sky, Itachi suddenly saw the last person he wanted to see, Sasuke in his cursed seal form. Sasuke flew in the air and shouted loudly at Itachi, "Itachi, I'm here to help you. After this, you must explain to me why you treated me that way." Itachi stared blankly at him, not saying a word. Mu King's running steps also came to a halt. At that moment, Itachi's expression spoke volumes. Itachi's expression was a mix of sorrow, anger, and despair. He was known for being a cultured gentleman and would never curse. He would never speak harshly to his beloved younger brother. But in the author's view, Itachi must have wanted to say, "What are you doing back here, you useless troublemaker? I finally sent you away, and now you want me to save you?" Sasuke landed on Mu King's head, glaring at Itachi, but saying nothing. Although he wanted to continue asking, he sensed that Itachi was genuinely angry, not the playful pretend anger from their childhood. "Itachi, I'll help you deal with them. After it's over, you must tell me the reason." Itachi patted his wildly beating heart and suppressed his anger, saying in a deep voice, "Stop. Just stay still and don't do anything. Stay by my side. I'm about to accelerate." Just as Mu King was about to lift its leg, it suddenly realized that its 4 ankles had been firmly bound by Gaara's sand. "Oomph. Do you think this little trick can hold me?" Mu King sneered and roared, unleashing a powerful force to break free from the sand's restraint, disregarding the obstacles in front of it, and desperately ran toward the village entrance. "Damn it, you won't escape. Sand binding coffin." In an instant, yellow sand rose throughout the entire Konoha village, including in front of Mu King. Just as the yellow sand was about to wrap around Mu King, the voice of Shikaku suddenly came from Gaara's body. "Gaara, may I ask you for a favor?" Gaara was taken aback, and his hand began to tremble. This was the first time Shikaku had spoken to him in such a calm tone, and he even used the word ask. "Gaara, although I am currently just the one tail in the sun, my heart is still connected with the one tail in the moon. The Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to free us tailed beasts and provide us with a true living environment, rather than existing within humans. Tailed beasts, when deprived of freedom, turn Jinchuriki into a plague for the entire village. You should have deep feelings about this. Do you really want to pass your tailed beast to your child after you die, so they can experience your painful journey all over again? So they can never sleep for their entire life? Help me. Don't make things difficult for the Akatsuki anymore. As a condition, I am willing to share my power with you from now on, and you will be able to sleep peacefully in the future." Gaara slowly lowered his hand. The sand around Mu King lost control, scattering to the ground and merging into the earth. Sasuke was taken aback. Why did Gaara stop? At this moment, Mu King shouted, "It's because of the young Shikaku inside him that he is doing this. Our tailed beasts can communicate with each other in our hearts." Finally, the ground has become solid, not the difficult sandy terrain anymore. "I'm going to speed up now. Hold on tight, you little braggart." Wind Shadow retracted his jutsu. Although the other 3 shadows were surprised, this was not the time to ask questions. The most important thing was to eliminate the tailed beast-formed Itachi. The Raikage suddenly leaped forward, using lightning body flicker to appear in front of Mu King, ready to deliver a powerful blow when Mu King suddenly released a large amount of white steam, and the intense heat made Raikage unable to attack, forcing him to retreat. The ninjas guarding the borders of Konoha saw this and jumped to the sides, realizing that even Raikage couldn't withstand the boiling heat, and they were certainly no match. At this moment, several stone hands emerged from the ground, trying to grab Mu King's rushing limbs. However, the enormous Mu King's speed and agility allowed it to perfectly dodge the stone hands controlled by Onoki. Onoki grunted, "Damn it, why is it still so fast?" Tobi, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer hold back. He didn't want to reveal his strength in front of everyone, but if he didn't act now, Uchiha Itachi would truly escape. Just as he was about to use his right eyes, Tsukuyami, 2 giant toads suddenly appeared at the village boundary, blocking Mu King's path. These 2 toads, one with a pipe in its mouth and a short knife in hand, the other holding a harpoon in its right hand and a giant shield in its left, were well known to the Konoha ninjas. They were Jiraiya's summoning beasts, Gamabunta and Gamaken. Gradually, Jiraiya appeared between the 2 toads. "It's Lord Jiraiya? The missing Lord Jiraiya has returned." Jiraiya's appearance brought a sense of reassurance to the ninjas present. Konoha not only had one Sannin, but also another Sannin, Jiraiya. Upon seeing this, Itachi directly commanded Mu King to stop. After seeing Jiraiya, he understood that forcing his way through was impossible. Jiraiya was now in Sage mode, which Itachi had seen in training materials. Jiraiya said coldly, "Itachi, last time I let you and that guy named Kisame escape. This time, I won't hold back." Because the time for Sage Jutsu was limited, Jiraiya planned to end this quickly. The old couple, Fukasaku and Shima, exchanged knowing glances and jumped off Jiraiya's shoulder, puffing their cheeks out. After forming hand seals, they shouted together, "Sage art, frog song." The deafening croaking sound quickly reached Mu King's ears, and Mu King suddenly felt its consciousness becoming a bit hazy. During the period of bodily stiffness, Gamabunta and Gamakin suddenly shot out, wielding their weapons and charging at Mu King. You damnated beast. P.S. I've been quite busy with work lately, and often have to work overtime. I wrote this novel because I wanted to see Akatsuki team up, so I can only find time to finish and update it in the early hours. Sorry, everyone. However, next month I won't be so busy, and I will have plenty of time. I will strive for 3 to 5 updates daily. Hee. Thank you all for your gifts, encouragement, and positive reviews. Chapter 63. Uchiha, Itachi's outburst. Susanoo, Mu Wang appears. Sage art, frog song. This is an extremely powerful auditory illusion technique unleashed collaboratively by the two great sages, Shinsaku and Shima. Upon hearing the melody of the frog song, opponents will fall into a brief state of consciousness confusion. Uchiha Itachi is well aware of this, and at the moment the two sages jump, he quickly spits out 2 massive fireballs, attempting to stop their sage techniques. Ninja art, great fireball technique. Seeing this, the jumping toad, Wanta, immediately gathers chakra in his belly, sheaths his knife, forms hand seals, and shouts, "Water release." Iron cannonball. The water sphere collides with the fireballs, instantly transforming into a plume of steam, and a second fireball bursts out from the steam. The toad can immediately raises his shield and appears in front of the two sages to block the fireball. Shinsaku praises, "Well done, Wanta, Ken. Although I'm foolish, I can still do this much. Now it can no longer be called a ninja duel, but rather a battle of monsters." Of course, there are also the shadows. While the toads attack, the water shadow is not idle either. Just as Itachi focuses on the front, a large mass of thick, acidic liquid, resembling lava, suddenly appears behind Mu Wang. This is one of the bloodline limits of Terumi Mei, the lava release. Mu Wang has no technique to counterattack, and, in a moment of desperation, can only leap into the air. The toads Wanta and Ken certainly will not miss this good opportunity and use water release. Iron cannonball to attack Mu Wang, who has leaped into the air. Surrounded on all sides, with enemies in front and behind, perfectly describes the current predicament of Itachi and Mu Wang. No matter how agile Mu Wang is in the air, he has already lost his balance and cannot dodge at all. 2 iron cannonballs smash heavily into Mu Wang's body. Ugh! Mu Wang grunts. Although the power of the iron cannonballs is not lethal, it still causes significant damage to his body. Seeing this, Sasuke bites his finger and shouts, "These despicable guys. I will summon the 10,000 snakes right now." Itachi quickly stops him. "No, you can't control the will of the 10,000 snakes. If it betrays us, we'll have another enemy." Sasuke is startled. "How do you know about this?" Now is not the time to dwell on that. They have already discovered Mu Wang's weaknesses. Mu Wang has powerful muscles, and his horns are incredibly strong. Combined with the high-temperature steam surrounding him, he is practically invincible in close combat. However, his weakness is that he fears long-range attacks. The Shadows and Jiraiya have realized this and decisively abandoned direct confrontation, continuously using long-range attack ninjutsu. Although Sasuke also wants to help, he understands that his current strength does not allow for that. He had previously planned to seize Orochimaru's power after some time, but he never expected to encounter such a situation beforehand. After training hard for so long, he not only hasn't caught up to Itachi's strength, but has also become a burden to him. Struggling to stand up, Mu Wang whispers to Itachi, and both nod in agreement. Itachi solemnly says, "Sasuke, steady yourself. I'm going to use my ultimate move." Mu Wang bends his body, opens his large mouth, and raises his tail, which is all perked up, as a large amount of blood-red chakra and purple-black chakra gradually condenses into a super dense black sphere in front of him. Tail Beast Bomb. The Tail Beast Bomb shoots out, targeting Jiraiya and the shadows guarding the borders of Konoha village, as well as the 2 massive ninja frogs. Not good. This is a tailed beast bomb. Everyone scatter. Others might not know this technique, but Jiraiya and Reikage know it all too well, as they have always had a Jinchuriki by their side. During the 2.5 years of training with Naruto, he had experienced several times where he couldn't control the overflowing red chakra within him, leading to a half-tailed beast transformation. But at most, he had only 4 tails. The tail beast bomb released then was nowhere near the level of Mu Wong's before them. Watching their village, already riddled with holes, the ninjas of Konoha are fleeing while shouting to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, hurry up and deal with it. If this continues, the village will be destroyed." Just as Jiraiya is pondering which technique to use to counter, Inoki snorts coldly, and a small transparent cube suddenly drifts from his hands. In an instant, the cube extends indefinitely, and when it collides with the tailed beast bomb, a loud boom is heard, and a mushroom cloud instantly rises over the skies of Konoha. The technique Inoki used is his unique dust release, extreme stripping technique, an enhanced version of the original stripping technique, which not only expands the range and power, but can also instantly reduce any material approaching the transparent cube to an atomic state. In the original work, Inoki had used this move to eliminate 25 would-release clones of Obito's Susanoo in one go. Although the tailed beast bomb was neutralized, Konoha village was also rendered in ruins. Countless souls of Konoha perished in this catastrophe. Once a thriving Konoha village, now it has been reduced to rubble. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya grabs Inoki by the collar and lifts him overhead, shouting angrily, "Inoki, what are you doing?" Inoki sneers, dealing with the tailed beast bomb. "But do you know how many people will die because of your move?" "Oof, I'm helping you now. Without me, Konoha would be worse off than it is now, and even more would die. Jiraiya, this is war. Do you understand what it means to lose big for a small gain? You're still too young." Jiraiya does not believe Inoki's words at all. He is definitely doing this on purpose, using the excuse of countering the tailed beast bomb to conveniently reduce Konoha's combat power. Jiraiya is well aware of this, and at this moment, he just wants to kill this little old man right away. Sensing the killing intent in Jiraiya's eyes, Inoki is not flustered at all. He knows that no matter how angry Jiraiya gets, he won't go that far. Terumi Mei and Reikage quickly advise, "Jiraiya, now is not the time for infighting. First, deal with Itachi, and then you can talk about your issues later." "Damn it." Jiraiya forcefully throws Inoki aside, and as he is about to hit the ground, Inoki's body suddenly halts and leisurely floats back. Good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. Even at this point, he still doesn't forget to mock. Jiraiya suppresses his anger, knowing now is not the time for rash actions, and shouts to the surroundings, "Tsunade, where are you?" Reikage reminds, "No need to call. She's already been controlled and is of no use now. Jiraiya, can you deal with the 5 tails first?" Inoki adds, "I just used all my chakra to release the dust release, covering almost the entire Konoha village. Don't worry, Mu Wong must have also suffered significant damage. Let us go. It will be easy to deal with it now. It was originally our tailed beast from the land of Earth, and I am also an absolute contributor in this battle. Let's return it to our Iwagakure. You have no objections, right? Hey, can you at least say something about whether you agree or not?" Jiraiya, Reikage, and Terumi may remain silent, just staring blankly ahead, their faces filled with despair. Inoki is taken aback and follows their gaze. In the distance, towards the direction of King Mu, a large expanse of red chakra gradually grew stronger like a flame of hope. Once the dust had completely settled, King Mu, surrounded by red flames, appeared before them. "This is Susanoo? No, that's not right. This is Susanoo King Mu." Chapter 64, Jiraiya's Determination. "Edo Tensei, this is what you forced me to do. I just want to save my brother and leave this village. My tailed beast bomb was aimed at the border and was not meant to harm the villagers here. But you all have gone too far. You even won't spare the innocent. Then I will unleash my attack." At this moment, Itachi's eyes were bleeding, although his eyes had already reached their limit. He forced himself to activate the Mangeki Sharingan again. This time, it was not the complete form of Susanoo, but the complete form of Susanoo Mu King. The red Susanoo armor completely covered the massive body of Mu King, and now it was no longer a tailed beast, but a true red demon. Although Mu King stood still, the terrifying pressure it emitted was overwhelmingly strong, enough to make the 2 great sages, Shinsaku and Shima, on Jiraiya's shoulders gulp. They had seen perfect Susanoo before. They had also seen tailed beasts, but they had never seen a tailed beast clad in Susanoo armor before. Can still be like this? Kei-Mei's expression was already one of despair, as the fishing net that was shattered on her chest slowly melted under the rising high temperature. Before they could react, Mu King released a wide range of steam and charged forward at full speed. The horn on Mu King's head could shatter all things. If hit, death was certain. Gamabunta and Gamakin jumped in front of Jiraiya, preparing to block with their weapons, but the intense heat made it unbearable for them to exert their full power. In the next moment, Mu King charged right in front of them, its head thrusting forward, sending Gamabunta and Gamakin flying out of the village. Damn, don't underestimate me. Naka's palm pointed at Itachi on top of Mu King's head, just as he was about to strike. A giant red sword suddenly extended infinitely from Mu King's front foot and pierced through Naka's body. The Ten-Fist Sword. Noki knew the name of this sword, and what would happen to someone struck by it. This sword was an ancient spirit weapon. It could absorb the body and consciousness of a struck person into a dreamlike illusion world and seal them forever within the sword, like a bug-level existence. Just as Noki was preparing to resist until the end, the Ten-Fist Sword suddenly retracted, directly pulling Noki into the sword. The long-lived Noki finally fell in battle today. Not even a last word. Not a trace left. Perhaps this is the consequence of angering Itachi and Mu King. The speed at which the Ten-Fist Sword extended and retracted was something Jiraiya and Kei-Mei could not compare to. Perhaps the Raikage's lightning body flicker technique could evade it a few times, but merely avoiding would ultimately be of no use. The sight of Naka's death had caused Kei-Mei and the Raikage to lose their fighting spirit. Seeing this, Jiraiya shouted, "Water Shadow, Lightning Shadow, buy me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I need to summon a few helpers." Helpers? Is there anyone in this world who could defeat him? Perhaps there isn't. But those who are not in this world might be able to win against him. At this moment, the Ten-Fist Sword on Mu King's front foot extended again, this time targeting Kei-Mei. In a critical moment, the Raikage suddenly sprang into action, quickly embracing Kei-Mei and using the lightning body flicker technique to evade the attack of the Ten-Fist Sword. Water Shadow. Dodging isn't a solution. Although I don't understand what Jiraiya means, we can only rely on him now. We must buy him 1 minute. Let's try to use shadow clones to attack and hide the real body. It's useless. Itachi has the Sharingan and can distinguish between our real bodies and clones. That's not important. As long as we can hold him off. His Sharingan can only support the Susanoo armor at its limit and can't spare extra energy to analyze our techniques. Alright, let's do it your way. Water Clone Technique. Lightning Clone Technique. While they were stalling Mu King, Jiraiya had hidden himself in the nearby ruins. Jiraiya said to the two sages on his shoulders, "Big brother, big sister, my sage body is about to disappear. You should go back. I'm afraid if you stay any longer, something might happen." Shinsaku looked worried. "Lil Jiraiya, quickly use reverse summoning technique to come back to mount my Boku with us. The enemy is too strong and has an ancient spirit weapon. It's not something we can handle." Jiraiya forced a smile. "I can't leave. If I go, Konoha is truly finished. Don't worry, I'll be fine. What I'm about to do, though it goes against my ancestors, is truly unavoidable." Shima and Shinsaku exchanged glances and sighed. They understood Jiraiya's character. Once he was determined to do something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. "Damn it, I'll stay with little Jiraiya a while longer. We'll head back later. Alright, little Jiraiya, remember to come back to mount my Boku for a meal with your father after this is over. I'll be waiting for you." "I will." Bang! Sage Shima gone. Jiraiya, with a bittersweet smile on his face, gradually put away his smile, and his expression grew serious. He bit his finger, pressed his palm flat against the ground, and shouted, summoning Jutsu. A normal-sized dark-colored toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. The toad's body rapidly expanded, and when it reached a certain size, it opened its mouth and spat out 4 unconscious sound ninja. "I'm sorry, but to save the world, I can only use you as sacrifices." While forming hand seals, Jiraiya chanted, "Tiger, snake, dog, boar, forbidden technique, Edo Tensei." Just as Jiraiya was about to perform the technique, a cold, sinister laugh suddenly interrupted him. It was Orochimaru's hoarse voice, and behind him, Kabuto held a mask in his hand. Chapter 65. Release of the Corpse Sealing Technique. Resurrection of the Konoha F4 He. Jiraiya, can't you hold on any longer? Orochimaru and Kabuto slowly emerged from the darkness and walked in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya coldly asked, "Orochimaru, you know what the situation is, right? Are you here to stop me?" Orochimaru sneered, "No, you've misunderstood. I'm here to help you. Without me, you won't see the people you want to see." At that moment, Kabuto handed a mask to Orochimaru. "The souls of the 4 Hokage are in the belly of the Shinigami. If you don't release their souls, your Edo Tensei won't succeed." When Orochimaru first destroyed Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, used the Shiki F gene technique in a mutually destructive manner to defeat Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, sealing his own soul along with the souls of the first and second Hokage in the belly of the Shinigami. The soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was sent to the Shinigami's belly using this technique as well during the childbirth of his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, to defeat the Nine Tails. Really? I didn't expect you to use my subordinates as sacrifices. Sai, what do you want to do with this mask? To realize the Edo Tensei of the four Hokage, what you need is the release of the Shiki F gene. I will use this mask to let the Shinigami of the Shiki F gene attach to myself and draw it out. The only suitable sacrifice for the Shinigami is the immortal me. As Orochimaru responded, he put the mask on his face. In the next moment, Orochimaru seemed to be possessed, his body shaking uncontrollably, accompanied by painful moans. A monster dressed in a white robe, resembling a demon from hell, began to emerge from within Orochimaru. Sage Fukasaku saw the true form of the Shinigami for the first time and sighed. So, this is the Shinigami? At that moment, the Shinigami removed the short blade from its mouth and, to Jiraiya and Fukasaku's astonished gaze, unhesitatingly sliced open its own belly. Orochimaru's body, as if connected to the Shinigami, also instantly bore a huge wound, with a large amount of blood gushing out, and 5 souls were released from the Shinigami's wound. One of the souls attached itself to Orochimaru's arms, and, as the soul restored his arms, Orochimaru did not dare to delay and immediately formed hand seals, shouting, Edo Tensei. Countless dust particles gathered on the bodies of the 4 sound ninjas, and with the influx of the 4 souls, the Konoha F4 slowly stood up from the dust. Kabuto, hurry and help. Orochimaru shouted in pain while holding his stomach. Kabuto had been waiting for this moment. He pulled out a fainted Konoha ninja from the ruins. Pride opened his mouth, and Orochimaru, abandoning his original body, transformed into a white snake and slithered into the Konoha ninja's body. The body of the Konoha ninja, lying on the ground, gradually transformed into Orochimaru's appearance. Orochimaru looked at the Konoha F4 before him and coldly laughed. It seems this time it was successful. Jiraiya, you should thank me properly. As the dust gradually settled, the 4 Hokage began to regain their lively appearances. Upon seeing the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's eyes began to moisten. One was his most proud disciple, and the other was his most grateful mentor. Unfortunately, both had died before him. However, now was not the time for nostalgia. Once the 4 gradually regained consciousness, Jiraiya immediately said, Hokages, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, who have already passed away, but Konoha is currently facing a huge crisis, and I need your help. Before the predecessors could speak, Minato, seeing his master Jiraiya, excitedly shouted, Master, I never expected to see you again. Am I resurrected? Hashirama Senju scanned the surroundings with his eyes and then coldly stared at Orochimaru, saying, I remember you. Your name is Orochimaru, right? You dare to use my technique to bring me back to the living world again. You have quite a boldness. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued, but I didn't expect you to be able to liberate our souls from the Shiki F gene technique that sealed us, Orochimaru. What kind of wicked scheme are you up to this time? Jiraiya? How did you end up with Orochimaru? Let me explain. Time is of the essence, and there's really no time for reminiscing. Jiraiya then succinctly briefed the 4 Hokages on everything. After listening to Jiraiya's explanation, Tobirama Senju pondered for a moment and asked, Did you leave out one thing? Why can I feel Uchiha Madara's chakra? Has he also come back to life? Jiraiya was taken aback. The perception ability of the first Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, would definitely not be wrong. Since Tobirama said so, it meant that Uchiha Madara had also been resurrected. Jiraiya turned to look at Orochimaru, who was avoiding eye contact and silent. He did not explain anything, but Jiraiya had already guessed a rough idea in his heart. The matter of Uchiha Madara's resurrection was definitely related to Orochimaru. Minato sighed, Orochimaru, you actually managed to unravel the Shiki F gene. How did you do it? Orochimaru snorted coldly. You underestimate me too much, Minato. The Shiki F gene is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. After the clan's ruins, which no longer exist, I have been collecting information and researching for various places since the sealing technique was lost. In this academic field, no one can compare to me. At that moment, a series of battle sounds suddenly interrupted Orochimaru's self-praise. Tobirama's expression stiffened, and he said solemnly, Let's go. We need to deal with the immediate trouble first. Hearing this, everyone nodded and jumped out of the ruins. Just as Hashirama could sense Uchihamadara, amidst the entanglement with the six-tailed beast Akatsuki members, also sensed Hashirama's presence. Perhaps this is love. Uchihamadara and Nagato had been fighting for such a long time, but there had been no decisive victory yet. It wasn't that Nagato and the others couldn't defeat Edo Madara. Rather, Edo Madara was immortal and too difficult to deal with. Just as Nagato was contemplating the next strategic move, Edo Madara suddenly turned and flew at full speed towards Konoha. This sudden action left the members stunned. Haiden cursed, "What the hell is going on? Why is he running away?" Although they didn't know the reason, Nagato was very worried about Itachi, who was alone in Konoha, and immediately replied, "Who cares what the situation is? Itachi is still in Konoha. Let's hurry and follow." Yes. Chapter 66. The original pair meets. Extra jealous to avoid Itachi's ten-fist sword, the Reikage and Mizukage have been using their clones to attack, not daring to confront Itachi directly with their real bodies. Damn it. That useless Jiraiya. It's been several minutes already. Why hasn't T shown up yet? The Reikage and Mizukage have been entangled with the Susanoo of Mu King for quite a while, and due to excessive creation of lightning and water clones, their chakra has already run low. Now, they can't even create a single clone. Both of their real bodies are hiding beneath a pile of stones near Mu King. Just as the Reikage was about to charge out and fight with all his might, Sasuke, holding Chidori, suddenly lunged at him from the front. Before the Reikage could react, Chidori transformed into a long spear shape and pierced straight into the Reikage's chest. The Reikage immediately unleashed the lightning armor, but due to his weakened state, the armor only lasted a moment. Although it blocked most of Chidori's piercing power, his chest was still pierced by the cursed seal state to Sasuke. Ugh! The intense pain in his chest caused the Reikage to grunt, glaring fiercely at Sasuke, cursing unwillingly. "I never expected to be harmed by your weak lightning release, Uchiha brat. If I don't die today, I will definitely settle this score with you later." I want to give you that chance. Just as Sasuke was preparing to use the Chidori spear to decapitate the Reikage, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, kicking him harshly to the side. The immense force of the kick would have knocked Sasuke out cold if it weren't for the cursed seal state too. Who is it? Sasuke, clutching his waist, struggled to stand up and was dumbfounded upon seeing the familiar figure not far away. This person he had seen in a photo when he was a child. It's actually the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, what shocked Sasuke even more was that three other figures also appeared beside him. Moreover, they were all Hokage. Sasuke growled, "Aren't you all supposed to be dead? Why are you revived?" Seeing this, Itachi was not overly surprised. He simply sighed and reminded, "Sasuke, this is the effect of the Edo Tensei technique, which can bring the dead back to life." Senju Tobirama's expression darkened upon seeing Mu King, not because of the terrifying pressure from Mu King, but because of the ten-fist sword in its hand. Tobirama quietly warned, "Everyone be careful. Don't let that sword touch you. Just a slight contact will cause even an Edo Tensei body to be absorbed into it, possessing extremely strong sealing effects. We want to be able to be revived again." Being the creator of the Edo Tensei, Tobirama understood its drawbacks better than anyone. The other three Hokage naturally understood the power of the ten-fist sword. Senju Hashirama looked at Itachi's body, seemingly sensing something, and said softly, "Kid, your body seems to be on the verge of collapse, and you don't need to pretend anymore. This complete Susanoo armor of yours is merely a last-ditch illusion. Don't try to be mysterious in front of me." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment, slowly closing his eyes, and the Susanoo armor on Mu King gradually faded away. When Itachi opened his eyes again, the Susanoo reappeared, but this time it manifested on his own body, and it was only the normal version of Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi coldly praised, as expected of the Senju clan's leader, "Your observation skills are indeed extraordinary." Itachi's eyes and body could no longer release the complete Susanoo, and there was a more significant reason. Itachi's eyes were not the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He had not yet transplanted his relative's or brother's eyes, so he did not possess the eternal Mangeki. Only with the eternal Mangeki can one use the complete Susanoo perfectly for an extended period. Itachi had forcibly activated it using a massive amount of tailed beast chakra, and he was already prepared to sacrifice his eyes to end this rescue mission for his brother. However, just as one wave subsided, another rose. He had controlled Tsunade, persuaded Gaara, killed Inoki, and severely injured the Reikage and Meitoumi. But just as he was about to finish, the four previous Hokage of Konoha appeared. "It seems today is my end. Uchiha Itachi self-mockingly thought, gently looking at his brother Sasuke beside him, and warmly reminded, no matter what happens later, don't worry about it. Go back to Orochimaru's side. This Edo Tensei is his technique. He will protect you, and you one T die. Remember, I know you have a plan to seize Orochimaru's power. After you succeed, go find Akatsuki. They will treat you well. What are you saying? Are you joking? Is this a farewell? Itachi, I've never been an obedient person. I will fight with you until the last moment. I've had enough of being protected by you. Today, I will protect you. Sigh. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, deciding not to say more, but inside, he felt a warm feeling. His brother seemed to have really grown up. However, he was still reckless and impulsive. Uchiha Itachi turned his head, squinting his eyes at Sasuke, and used his signature gesture of affection to lightly touch Sasuke's forehead. I need to tell you something, SAS Yuke. SAS Yuke? What does that mean? This is the writing of our Akatsuki nation, and it's also your name. From now on, this world will only have the Akatsuki nation. My leader Nagato will replace me. He will protect you and become your new brother. Sleep now. Just as Sasuke hesitated, Itachi immediately changed his hand into a knife hand and struck heavily at Sasuke's neck. Sasuke felt darkness envelop him, and the next second, he fainted, collapsing onto Itachi's shoulder. Feeling Sasuke's warmth, Itachi gently patted his back. I'm sorry, SAS Yuke, this is the last time. Itachi controlled Susanu's arm to place Sasuke's unconscious body beside the four Hokage. What we Akatsuki did has nothing to do with my brother. If anything happens, come at me. Itachi's tone was extremely resolute. Hashirama responded lightly. It seems you are ready to face the consequences. Although you are very much like my friend, you must take responsibility for how Konoha has turned out. Before you die, do you have anything else to say? Upon hearing this, Tobirama immediately scolded. Brother, why waste time? Has your compassion kicked in again? The evil brat of the Uchiha clan, your pathological love will only bring unrest to this world. Today, I will take care of you. As he finished speaking, Tobirama was about to form hand seals when suddenly a voice, familiar to him, echoed from above. Tobirama, you killed my brother Izuna back then, and now you want to kill my descendant? The source of the voice was Uchiha Madara, floating in the air. Hashirama pointed at him and shouted. As expected, I felt you were revived long ago. Madara looked down at him, coldly snorting. I have a premonition that our century-old feud will be reenacted today. When the original pair meets, jealousy runs deep. Two terrifying auras erupted from their bodies. Hashirama, Madara. Chapter 67. The Siege of the Hokage. The fate of Uchiha in today's Konoha village. Except for the Hokage Rock, all the buildings have been utterly destroyed. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Tobirama said, Big brother, I'll handle this Uchiha brat. You take care of Madara. Remember to take him far away. Your battle could easily change the terrain. And we can't let our hard-built village be destroyed again. Upon hearing this, Hashirama nodded and reminded him, I also sense 6-tailed beast chakras heading towards Konoha. No, it seems like 7. However, the 7th one is too far away for me to be sure if it's a tailed beast. But I can guarantee that its chakra is no less than that of a tailed beast. Be careful. I'll come to support you after I deal with Madara. After saying this, Hashirama lifted his head and glared at Madara, raising an eyebrow, and provocatively taunted Madara. It's been a long time since we last met. Dare you follow me to a deserted place to continue our past? Without waiting for Madara to respond, Hashirama took off from the ground, jumping outside the village. He knew Madara would definitely follow. After all, so many years have passed, and meeting again felt like a lifetime apart. Faced with Hashirama's provocation, Madara merely snorted coldly. What kind of person he was? Even if his historical achievements were not as great as Hashirama's, this time, he was fully confident. Madara's eyes had now awakened into the Rinnegan. Although he had not fully resurrected and could not exert the Rinnegan's full power, Madara did not believe he would lose. The ordinary abilities of the Rinnegan were already terrifyingly strong. Hashirama, we truly are on different paths, yet aligned in thought. Just right, I also have this idea. Let's fight for 3 days and nights. From now on, wherever you go, I will chase after you. Madara accepted the challenge. The two former lovers chased after each other, disappearing outside Konoha. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato, King Mu sternly said, Itachi, your body has reached its limit. You don't need to do anything from now on. Let me handle this. Roar. King Mu howled skyward, charging towards the three. Beast. I told my brother back then that the tailed beast should be kept in our own hands, not distributed evenly for the benefit of other countries. Sigh. He was just too kind. In Tobirama's mind, he recalled the scene from the first 5 Kage summit when Hashirama bowed to the other 4 Kages. Faced with their provocations, he could easily crush them, but insisted on showing his benevolence. This was the aftermath of the mistakes made back then. Just as King Mu's sharp horns were about to crash into him, Tobirama remained unruffled, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, then shouted loudly after joining his palms. Water release. Water surge wave. In an instant, water that spun rapidly like a tornado was summoned around Tobirama, and then this massive amount of water expanded like a waterfall, pouring down onto King Mu's steam-filled body. Even without water nearby, to be able to unleash a water release technique even stronger than Meiterumi's. There's no harm in comparison. This made Mei, who was recovering nearby, exclaim, "What a powerful water release technique." Was the second Hokage originally from our water country? The Reikage awkwardly replied, "Not everyone who can use water release is from your country. Seriously, why are you acting like those Koreans?" Meiterumi paused and asked, "We're Koreans." Reikage, "I don't know either. The author made me say that." Returning to the battlefield, due to the water release, King Mu's vision was impaired, and the high temperature from the steam was reduced. At this moment of hesitation, the 4th Hokage Minato had already formed a Rasengan and was charging towards Itachi, aiming for the Jinchuriki S-Life, as killing the Jinchuriki would make the tailed beast transformation disappear. The Hokages had no intention of engaging in a feudal struggle with King Mu. Their target was only Itachi. Itachi quickly controlled the Tatsuka blade in his Susanoo to stab at Minato. Seeing this, Minato threw a kunai marked with a special seal at Itachi. Just as the Tatsuka blade was about to hit him, Minato, holding the Rasengan, suddenly vanished, reappearing next to Uchiha Itachi. The kunai with the special mark was embedded at Itachi's feet. This was Minato's signature attack, the Flying Thunder God technique, using the thrown kunai to attack the enemy, then appearing at the kunai's location to attack again. Itachi was well aware of Minato's technique. When he saw the iconic kunai, he had already devised a counter-strategy. Just as the Rasengan struck hard against the Susanoo armor, a surge of black flames suddenly appeared around Minato. At a critical moment, Minato immediately teleported to a previously marked spot on the ground. Phew, these black flames are so strong. I wonder if I can still recover if they burn my Edo Tensei body, Minato thought with lingering fear. Tobirama looked at Hiruzen, who remained motionless, and scolded, "Monkey, what are you doing? Why aren't you making a move yet? And that guy named Jiraiya, let us go together and take down this Uchiha in one blow. Stop wasting time." Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps realizing that Itachi was merely hanging on, Hiruzen had no intention of attacking from the very beginning. He always felt that the methods he used in life were unworthy of the Uchiha clan. However, since his teacher had spoken, he had no choice but to take action. Shadow Clone Technique. 4 shadow clones of Hiruzen appeared beside him. The 4 clones jumped in different directions, with 5 Hiruzen standing in a pentagonal formation, surrounding King Mu in the center. "Itachi, after all that has happened, I won't blame you for turning dark, but as Hokage, I must stop you." The 5 Hiruzen simultaneously formed the same hand signs and shouted in unison, "Earth release! Earth flow river!" 5 streams of thick mud shot out from their mouths, instantly submerging King Mu's feet in mud. King Mu attempted to jump to another place, but the quantity of mud was too vast, and all 4 of his legs were already deeply stuck. However, this was not the end. Hiruzen and his 4 clones each formed different hand signs again and shouted in unison, 5 releases, great multicolored bullet technique. Water Dragon Bullet, Fire Dragon Bullet, Wind Dragon Bullet, Earth Dragon Bullet, Lightning Dragon Bullet, all launched simultaneously towards Itachi from 5 different directions. Itachi had no strength left to counter. The earlier black flames had drained the last of his Sharingan's energy, and his Susanoo was slowly fading away. Glancing at Sasuke, lying next to Orochimaru, Itachi closed his eyes expressionlessly, preparing to accept his death. Boom! Just as the 5 releases bullets were about to hit Itachi, 5 different colored shadows suddenly appeared beside him. Each of the 5 shadows kicked the 5 releases bullets away effortlessly. "Itachi, you've worked hard. Now, you can rest well. Leave it to us." P.S. There are 3 more chapters. Since tomorrow is the beginning of the month, for the sake of my novel's base salary, I will release them all together tomorrow morning. Please understand, have a good night's sleep, and wait a moment. Chapter 68. The Akatsuki organization gathers. The battle begins as the smoke dissipated. The true forms of 5 figures finally emerged amidst the astonishment of the crowd. The first was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Gaara. The second was the Jinchuriki of the two tails, Yujito-ni. The fourth was the Jinchuriki of the four tails, Son Goku. The sixth was the Jinchuriki of the six tails, Kisame Hashigaki. The ninth was the Jinchuriki of the nine tails, Nagato. Their bodies were not in their tailed beast forms, but in their tailed beast chakra modes. Gaara was surrounded by fine sand filled with black symbols, exuding a strong sage aura. Yujito was cloaked in ethereal blue flames, perfectly complementing her golden hair. Kisame was enveloped in high-temperature molten lava, his body glowing red as if it could melt anything it touched. Hashigaki was wrapped in a foam that exuded strong acid, making him fearless in close combat. Nagato was in the familiar Nine-Tails chakra mode, dressed in a golden battle robe, surrounded by golden flames, with the shirt flipped out at the chest, revealing a row of Magatama shapes on the collar. Seeing the arrival of the members, Itachi Uchiha's mouth slowly curled into an unintentional arc. The weight on his heart finally lifted. As the things before him gradually blurred, his consciousness began to fade. At that moment, Konan fluttered her white wings and flew over to support the collapsing Itachi. With Itachi's unconsciousness, the massive body of King Mu also disappeared. It's up to you now. My task seems to be coming to an end. I will use my chakra to maintain Itachi's life signs as much as possible. Don't worry. He won't die, King Mu instructed before vanishing. Don't worry, old fifth, came a reply from the Akatsuki members. Within the bodies of the Akatsuki members, the tailed beast responded to King Mu. It was the greatest affirmation of King Mu's solitary persistence. Nagato spoke softly to Konan. You don't need to participate in the upcoming battle. Just protect Itachi. Konan replied, I understand. I will stay by his side. You can rest assured. With me here, I won't let anyone hurt Itachi. Then, Konan held Itachi's body and prepared to leave. As she flew into the air, a crow followed behind her. Trying to run? Not a chance. Tobirama, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha, would not let him leave so easily. On Itachi, Tobirama had no chance to mark him. He could only rely on speed to catch up. However, before he could jump into the air, Nagato had already flown in front of him. From now on, your opponent is us. Damn it. Tobirama cursed inwardly. Although he wanted to eradicate the Uchiha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before him, possessing the Rinnegan, would likely not give him that opportunity. After seeing Nagato's state, Minato and Jiraiya became uneasy. Jiraiya had previously been unaware that Naruto had been captured. Now that Nagato was in the Nine-Tails chakra mode, they had already guessed the outcome in their hearts. Naruto was most likely dead. Anger could no longer express the feelings of the two. The usually rational Minato finally erupted. He picked up his signature kunai and threw it fiercely at Nagato. He intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique once more. But he didn't know that not only Nagato, but all members of the Akatsuki had already learned of their abilities and attack patterns. Just based on this, the Hokages had already lost. It was only a matter of time. Facing the speeding kunai, Nagato had no intention of dodging. He caught the kunai and awaited Minato's instant transport calmly. As expected, he came. At the moment Minato got close, the power of the six paths erupted and directly sent Minato flying. Ugh! Minato grunted as his body crashed heavily onto the ground. He got up again, glaring at Nagato, thinking, Nine-Tails, lend me some chakra. I want to avenge my son. The Nine-Tails did not speak. This situation surprised Minato. He clearly had a good relationship with the Nine-Tails, but since its resurrection, it seemed it had never lent him chakra. Nine-Tails, what's wrong with you? Minato asked in confusion. Since the young Nine-Tails was taken from you, aren't you going to avenge your other half? No, please watch your words. It was not taken. It is living well now. I can't explain it to you in a moment. I just want to say that my other half is now living for its own will. Not for the will of the Jinchuriki. Minato, whether passive or active, the era where we tailed beasts obey humans is coming to an end. A new era is about to dawn, and you from the old era will not understand. After saying this, the Nine-Tails disappeared again. Its meaning was clear. Borrowing its chakra was impossible. Just as Minato hesitated, Nagato suddenly released a tailed beast ball, which heavily smashed on a Hokage rock. The 5 massive Hokage stone statues shattered into pieces, sinking down like the shattered glory of the Hokages, buried in the rubble. Tobirama shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Nagato immediately replied, "What are you shouting for? I've long found it displeasing. It doesn't learn well. Do you think this is a beautiful country?" Before he soul transferred into Nagato's body, in his original world, there was a beautiful country that built a presidential mountain in their national memorial park, carving the heads of 4 past presidents on it, just like Konoha. I don't understand these words you use from this beautiful country. In short, the sins you committed are unforgivable. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, summoning the Monkey King, Enma. Seeing this, Minato did not hesitate and quickly used the summoning technique. He wanted to summon Gamabunta, but what appeared was actually Gamaken. Strange, why isn't it Bunta? Gamaken was also taken aback. Wasn't Bunta already summoned? At this moment, Jiraiya reminded them. Gamakichi and Gamabunta were sent flying far away by King Mu. They should be in a coma now. Jiraiya was right. Bunta had indeed been sent flying far away, and at this moment he was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Damn it, it hurts. My bones hurt all over. Kage and Mitsuki, along with the daimyo of the Land of Waves, were being escorted back to the coalition headquarters on the road to Konoha and happened to encounter Bunta. Mitsuki was taken aback. Isn't this Jiraiya-sama's summoning frog? How'd it get here and get so seriously injured? Bunta struggled to turn over, reminding the four. Don't mind me, hurry back to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's tailed beast transformation. Konoha is suffering heavy casualties. It's very grim. What did you say? Kage exclaimed in shock. Last time, I wasn't present during the Akatsuki's attack on Konoha in the Death Forest, and now I've missed it again. I'll leave the daimyo of the Land of Waves to you. I need to return to the village immediately, without waiting for their agreement. Kage's figure had already disappeared into the woods. Lee, Tintin, Niji, and my old rival Kakashi, please don't let anything happen to you. Chapter 69. The Akatsuki Organization Gathers. The battle begins. Part 2. Nagato floated in the air, looking down coldly at the Hokages. There's no point in saying anything else. The atmosphere is already set. Let's get started. Akatsuki members, prepare for battle. At Nagato's command, the members rushed towards the Hokages without hesitation. I remember your name is Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? If knowing 5 natures can make you Hokage, then what about me who knows 6? Do you think I'm not qualified? Kisame, carrying 4 attribute-based grudges, surrounded the 3rd Hokage and the Monkey King, shouting angrily. You used this move against Itachi just now, didn't you? I've seen your whole life. You hypocritical old man. I'll make you understand what it means to return the favor. This phrase comes from the Akatsuki's dictionary. Remember to learn from it in your next life. Wind, lightning, water, fire, and Kisame's true form all attacked simultaneously, targeting the 3rd Hokage in the center. These ninjutsu were not ordinary, well-known techniques like the Dragon Bullet, but real S-rank ninjutsu. Earth release, earth spear. Water release, water barrier. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, hard work. In the next move, lava release, scorching river fire blast. A massive onslaught of 6 natures of ninjutsu came crashing down. With no blind spots or spaces, no matter how capable Hiruzen was, he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Jiraiya was about to help his teacher when he was directly blocked by Haiden. Where do you think you're going? You're the only one with flesh and blood. It doesn't make sense to attack them. Why not play with me for a while? 3rd Hokage. Although Minato was surprised by Kisame's unique abilities, he was more concerned about the 3rd Hokage. He also wanted to help, but Tobirama immediately reminded him. Don't forget, we are reanimated corpses. The monkey will be fine. Focus on solving the trouble in front of us. In front of Minato and Tobirama stood Nagato, Deidara, and Sasori. I need to team up. Both can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Are you going to coordinate soon? Tobirama was stunned upon hearing this. The reason he kept Minato by his side was indeed for this plan. The key to the Flying Thunder God technique is to catch the opponent off guard, making them unable to react. But this man with the Rinnegan easily saw through his thoughts. Is this a special ability of the Rinnegan? Can it read people's minds? Hee. The members laughed. The Rinnegan's abilities are already overpowered. If it adds this one, wouldn't it be too invincible? Seeing the two not making a move, the impatient Deidara suddenly threw out 2 clay spiders engulfed in blue flames, charging towards them like facehuggers. Although Minato didn't know Deidara's abilities, he realized that these 2 spiders were dangerous and prepared to teleport away. Just then, Tobirama suddenly dashed in front of the 2 spiders, reaching out his hands to firmly grab them. Oh, you're really brave. Huh. Deidara let out his signature roar, and the 2 spiders exploded instantly, blowing off both of Tobirama's arms. Minato was shocked. 2nd Hokage, what are you doing? Why don't you escape? Don't shout, I'm not dead yet. Tobirama landed beside Minato and reminded him. This Edo Tensei was invented by me. The reanimated body is undying and imperishable. While interfering with the enemy, I can also explore their abilities. I've always done this against unfamiliar ninjas. It's just that this time the roles are reversed. And I became the one being reanimated. I see. No wonder you were the second Hokage. Minato finally understood Tobarama's intention for self-detonation. As the dust gathered between his arms, Tobarama's body restored to its original state. Seeing this, Deidara complained, "What the heck? If you keep doing this, my art will have no meaning at all." Sigh. I really don't want to fight with reanimated people. Nagato was also a bit helpless and said to Sasori, "I estimate that he will self-detonate a few more times to test our abilities. Sasori, after you smash them, use Shikaku's sealing technique. I refuse to believe that Madara couldn't seal them, but if we can't seal these two, then the sealing technique of the One Tail is indeed too weak." The Nine Tails inside Nagato said solemnly, "I agree with that. The foolish raccoon cat is indeed the weakest." Sasori's Shikaku heard this and immediately got angry. "Stupid fox. Who are you talking about? You dare to underestimate me. This time, I will definitely use all my power to seal these people. You guys hurry and attack to crush them. Give me a chance to make that stupid fox shut up." "Ha, good. Shikaku, your time to be tested is coming." Nagato opened his arms, targeting Tobarama and Minato, shouting harshly, "Universal pull." Ugh. Tobarama and Minato suddenly felt a powerful gravitational force, so strong that they couldn't control their bodies, and were pulled towards Nagato's palm. Damn it. If you want to test abilities, one of me is enough. Fourth Hokage, quickly use the Flying Thunder God to teleport to a safe place. Yes. Minato immediately teleported to a kunai placed elsewhere. But before he could regain his senses, a puppet wielding a multi-bladed poisonous, curved knife suddenly appeared behind him, directly slicing him in half. Minato turned around and was shocked to see the puppet. Damn it. Isn't this a puppet from Sunagakure? Could it be that one of them is a puppet master? Although his body was cut in half, his hands were still usable. Minato quickly picked up a kunai from the ground and threw it, secretly embedding a technique on the puppet before immediately teleporting to the kunai's side. "Hey, did you forget about me? As long as I keep an eye on your kunai, no matter how fast you are, you can't escape my sight." As soon as Minato threw the kunai, Deidara had already released 2 clay winged birds in the direction of the kunai. The winged birds were extremely fast, on par with the kunai's speed. The moment Minato appeared beside the kunai, the blue-flamed winged birds exploded instantly, shattering Minato's still recovering half-body. "Shikaku, it's up to you. Don't worry, this time I will definitely use my magnet release sealing technique to make that stupid fox shut up." A sky full of cursed sand bodies appeared beside the now dusty Minato. As the dust gathered, the sand body completely enveloped him, layer upon layer, sealing him tightly. A large amount of cursed seals piled densely on the sand body. This time, the sand pile was not golden, but pure black. Kurama mocked, "Haha, foolish raccoon cat. To show off your abilities, you really went all out, huh? Shut your mouth, you stupid fox. If you can escape again this time, I'll take your last name." At this moment, standing to the side, Kisame was holding the broken body of Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting, "Sasori, seal this one too." Sasori nodded, seeing the rapid progress. Nagato tightened his grip on Tobarama's throat and sneered, "I'm almost done here too." Human Path, Soul Extraction. Chapter 70, The Akatsuki Organization Gathers. Team battle begins. 3 Human Path, Soul Absorption. Just as Nagato was about to absorb Tobarama's soul, there was a loud bang, and Tobarama's body suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade. At that moment, Tobarama's real body suddenly appeared in front of the sealed 4th Hokage's sand body. He quickly created a water vortex at his arm and condensed it into a water spear, spinning rapidly in all directions before directly inserting the spear into the black sand body. As a god of ninjutsu development, this was Tobarama's original S-rank ninjutsu utilizing water release. Upon contact with the target, a massive water tornado formed where Minato was located, rapidly dispersing the sand body that bore the cursed seal from the inside out. A golden figure emerged from within and instantly flew to Tobarama's side. Phew, that was close. If Tobarama hadn't intervened, Minato would have truly fallen victim to the magnet release sealing technique used at full strength by Shikaku. Although we are reanimated corpses, you still need to be careful. Remember to use shadow clones more. That ninjutsu is quite good. It seems I invented it as well. Ah, I got it. Minato nodded awkwardly. Seeing this, the 9 tails within Nagato mocked him. "I knew it. You can't be relied upon, you foolish raccoon cat. Hey, can this be blamed on me? ISNT it, because your idiot Jinchuriki stood there stupidly with his shadow clones for so long? Upon hearing this, Nagato awkwardly scratched his head and forced a bitter smile. Hearing his laughter, the Ninetales coldly scolded, "You little brat, since you used my chakra, don't embarrass me in front of that foolish raccoon cat. Stop relying solely on your Rinnegan abilities. Utilize the advantages of being the Ninetales Jinchuriki." Okay, Kurama was right. Nagato relied too much on the six paths power of the Rinnegan during battle, and didn't he use the Ninetales chakra much? Just as Nagato calmed down and prepared to focus on using the Ninetales power, three deep malevolent auras suddenly emanated from the nearby ruins. Nagato focused his gaze. These three malevolent auras actually came from the bodies of Kakashi, Asuma, and Shino, who were lying on the ground. What is going on? They should be dead, judging by their appearance. At that moment, something suddenly came to Nagato's mind. That's right. This is the special perception ability in Ninetales chakra mode. In the original work, Naruto used this ability to discover the disguise of white Zetsu among the allied forces. Could it be that the three of them are transformed by white Zetsu? He remembered that Obito had already successfully infiltrated Konoha, and the only one that Zetsu could rely on at this time was Obito. They couldn't possibly separate. Having been in Konoha for so long, pulling off a raccoon cat switch was nothing difficult for them. Makes sense. After I deal with the Hokages, I'll go settle accounts with that ungrateful son. Nagato cursed inwardly, and then looked towards Tobirama and Minato, who were entangled with Sasori and Deidara. Sasori's hands skillfully manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, showcasing an extremely visually appealing taijutsu duel with Minato. What a genius puppet master. His puppet manipulation skills are several times better than Shio from Sunagakure. It's rare to see such a young talent. While Minato quickly dodged the intense attacks from the Kazekage puppet, he carefully observed the hidden mechanisms inside it. A slight mistake could lead to being heavily injured by its concealed traps. On Tobirama's side, he was dodging Deidara's relentless bombardment while analyzing the abilities of the opponents on various battlefields. He had a general understanding of Sasori and Deidara's abilities, but he didn't quite grasp the capabilities of Kaku, who could summon black monsters, and Haiden, who was engaged in a taijutsu battle with Jiraiya. He felt that these two were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Forget it, this blonde brat bombs are getting on my nerves. I'll deal with him first. Even without relying on Flying Thunder God, Tobirama's speed was extremely fast. He seized the opportunity, formed just 3 hand seals, and released a blue water dragon towards the white bird hovering above him. The water dragon bullet technique had been simplified under Tobirama's hand to the point where it could be quickly completed with just 3 seals. However, Deidara was no longer the artsy young man who only threw bombs. Facing the soaring water dragon, he was completely unfazed and was about to use the power of the two tails to counter when Nagato suddenly appeared in front of the water dragon, absorbing all of it into his body. "Boss, why are you doing this? I finally had a chance to spar with the second Hokage. Let me show off a bit." Deidara, don't be willful. Remember, we are in a team battle. Suddenly, Nagato's shoulders split open, and a missile shot out from the joint, heading straight for Tobirama. Azura Path, missile tracking. As the name suggests, this missile was unavoidable and had tracking capabilities, vowing not to give up until it hit its target. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Could this also be the power of the Rinnegan? Seeing that missile, Tobirama felt a bit overwhelmed. Could it be that the Rinnegan can enhance technology? Not to mention him. Even I, the author, was a bit stunned when I saw this scene. The technology missile tracking down a fleeing Shikamaru, later resolved by Kakashi using Kamui. This ISNT the right vibe. No matter how fast Tobirama was, he couldn't escape this missile. While dodging, he frantically thought of strategies. It seems that I can only lead it to Nagato's main body. After formulating a strategy, Tobirama led the missile toward Nagato. Tobirama rushed toward Nagato at high speed, with the missile closely following. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force compressing his body. Deva Path, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Tobirama's body was directly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, his right arm crushed. Before the cursed sand body could gather around him, Tobirama quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport next to a kunai. Damn it, how could I forget about his ability? Just now, Minato had suffered from this move. Attraction, repulsion, absorption ninjutsu, altering body structure to release missiles, and even soul absorption. Tobirama mentally sorted through the abilities that Nagato had just used. What a freak. Aside from my brother and Madara, You are the most abnormal person I have ever seen. Chapter 71. The Ten-Fist Sword, the nemesis of impure world reincarnation on the side of Haiden and Jiraiya. The two were still desperately slashing at each other. It wasn't that Jiraiya wasn't using ninjutsu, but no matter what ninjutsu he used, Haiden could walk out of it unscathed. The sage Fukasaku, who had been standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, observed for a while and reminded him, "This guy isn't afraid of your fire release, and even dares to take your Rasengan head-on. His physical recovery ability is probably quite formidable. Little Jiraiya, this isn't going to work if you keep going like this. Use a binding technique to control him." "Got it." Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then pressed his palms to the ground and shouted angrily, "Ninja art, toad mouth binding technique." Just as Haiden was wildly swinging his scythe, his body was suddenly surrounded by writhing, sticky, tight flesh walls. This was the stomach wall of the Miyaboka Mountains rock-dwelling toad. And it was one of Jiraiya's common techniques that not only served as defense, but could also trap the opponent and slowly digest them. For ordinary people, getting caught in this technique would mean waiting for death in agony. But Haiden was different. He laughed maniacally, using his tailed beast chakra to secrete a large amount of highly corrosive, colorless liquid from his skin, splattering it on the surrounding flesh walls. The toad's gastric juice and the tailed beast's strong acid, it was clear which was stronger. The red stomach wall, upon contact with the strong acid, visibly dissolved into a pool of blood. The rock-dwelling toad could hardly endure this torment, and with a loud bang, the stomach wall instantly disappeared. "Ha ha ha, come on, Jiraiya, keep making me feel good for a while." Haiden's maniacal laughter echoed again. Just as Jiraiya prepared to evade Haiden's attack, a black hard fist suddenly appeared behind him, smashing heavily into the back of his head. Ugh! Jiraiya groaned in pain. The force was too strong, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, recovering his body, shouted angrily and was about to rush forward to rescue his beloved disciple when a burning red longsword suddenly pierced through his chest. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen unwillingly turned to look back, only to see Itachi controlling Susanoo behind him. Why are you still alive? How could your body? He suddenly realized that beside Itachi, his own disciple Tsunade was using medical ninjutsu to heal Itachi's body. Just now, Conan had placed Itachi in a safe location, keeping an eye on the battlefield while protecting Itachi's safety. After a while, Tsunade walked over expressionlessly. Just as Conan was about to attack, Itachi's weak voice stopped her. "Conan, don't be agitated. She's already been controlled by my crow's right eyes, Kodo Amatsukami. I want her to heal my body. I still need to return to the battlefield. Without the Ten-Fist Sword, those impure world reincarnation bodies are hard to deal with." Under the healing of Tsunade, the #1 healing ninja in the ninja world, although she couldn't completely heal Itachi's serious injuries, it was more than enough to restore some of his strength. The third Hokage's impure world reincarnation body would become the second sacrifice under the Ten-Fist Sword. The Ten-Fist Sword quickly contracted, absorbing the entire third Hokage into the sword body, leaving not a speck of dust behind. The third Hokage never understood until his death why Tsunade would help Itachi heal. He didn't need to understand. A person who has died a second time need not worry about such things. Monkey, Lord Third, Tobarama, and Minato shouted in unison. They wanted to save him, but there was simply no way. The power of the Ten-Fist Sword was too overwhelming. TCH, as expected of Itachi, Haiden exclaimed while walking over to Jiraiya's unconscious body. He took out a black spear from his waist, aimed it at Jiraiya's heart, and was about to stab down when Fukasaku suddenly spat out a sharp water column from his mouth, slicing Haiden's body in half from head to toe. "Before I leave, I at least want to kill you." Fukasaku looked at Haiden's two halves that collapsed on either side and shouted angrily. However, the next second, something that shocked even this sage happened. Haiden's two halves were still alive, staring at him intently. "It hurts. Old toad, just you wait. I'm definitely going to draw a circle on the ground to curse you." Fukasaku was stunned. A person sliced in half from head to toe could still be alive? Perhaps seeing Fukasaku's current feelings, Haiden mocked him. "Ha ha ha. Are you scared? I told you what's so good about being a sage. Only the great evil god is the invincible existence. But even if you want to abandon the dark side and turn to the light, I won't agree. I swear to offer you, this old immortal sage, to the great evil god." Fukasaku finally fell into despair, with the dead Hokages assisting. He had previously thought victory was in sight. No matter how powerful Akatsuki was, they were no match. But after experiencing it, he realized that these opponents were not just Jinchuriki. Each one had terrifying abilities that defied logic. In his heart, Fukasaku made a decision. Just as Kakuzu's black fist was about to reach his face, he immediately used the reverse summoning technique, bringing Jiraiya back to Mayaboka Mountain. The sage Shima had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Fukasaku and Jiraiya appear, she excitedly asked, "How did it go? Did you solve everything?" Fukasaku shook his head and sighed. Being able to bring back little Jiraiya is already the limit. This battle has been lost. Haidens too has waved their hands to disperse the white smoke before them, cursing loudly. "What is up with that old toad? Where did he run off to?" Kakuzu coldly replied. "He should have gone back to Mayaboka Mountain. That place we can't touch without a contract. Let's go, finish off the remaining second Hokage and fourth Hokage, and it will be about over. Little Dada helped me connect my body." "Little Dada? Haiden, do you want to die?" Just kidding." Kakuzu sighed and released a black line from his sleeve. It hurts, be gentler. Little Dada." Not long after, Haiden recovered as before. He flipped over, shaking his reconnected body, and praised. "Not bad. Now I feel both pain and pleasure." "Oomph." Kakuzu snorted coldly. Just then, a massive wave surged in from outside the village, instantly flooding the already ruined Konoha village. A man carrying the Samahata stood on the overturned giant turtle, floating in front of the members and calling out with concern. "Itachi-san, I'm here to save you. How are you?" "I'm Fine." Itachi smiled and nodded at Kisame. "That's good. Boss, I captured the three tails. How are things on your side? Did I arrive too late?" "You arrived just in time." Thus, all members of the Akatsuki organization gathered together. Chapter 72. Obito appears. Naruto's talk no jutsu leaves everyone dumbfounded. All members of the Akatsuki organization stand before Tobirama and Minato. Tobirama finally understands that what his brother mentioned is not the tailed beasts, but someone whose chakra quantity is comparable to that of a tailed beast. This water style is, if anything, even more powerful than his own. Tobirama glances at Itachi's Tatsuka blade and then at Nagato's Rinnegan, gritting his teeth, and says, "Fourth Hokage, although I know in my heart that we can't defeat these people, I haven't given up yet. I feel the same way." Minato responds, filled with determination. "Kurama, are you really not going to help me?" The Nine Tails remain silent. Sigh, I can only rely on myself. Just as Tobirama and Minato prepare to make their last stand, they suddenly realize that all members of the Akatsuki have already mounted a giant white bird and flown into the sky. Nagato floats at the front, subtly releasing a black sphere from his hands. The black sphere slowly drifts upwards, and after reaching a certain height, Nagato clasps his hands together, releasing most of his tailed beast chakra and absorbed natural energy. All past Hokage, you will vanish along with the village. Planetary devastation. A powerful gravitational force radiates from the black sphere. In an instant, the entire ground begins to collapse as if an earthquake has struck. Countless bodies of Konoha ninjas and debris from buildings are drawn towards the black sphere in the sky. Tobirama and Minato's bodies are also rapidly lifted along with the stones beneath their feet. Seeing this, the two throw kunai embedded with their techniques to teleport back to the ground, but it proves ineffective. The gravitational pull continues to attract them, rendering them unable to escape from this immense force. "Damn it! What is this power? Second Hokage, what should we do?" The analytical Tobirama quickly deduces that the black sphere is the source of the planetary devastation and shouts, "Fourth Hokage, do you have any powerful long-range ninjutsu? Let's attack that black sphere together. It might have some effect." "No, to coordinate with Flying Thunder God assassination, my techniques are almost all close-range ninjutsu. Moreover, the Nine Tails inside me is also uncooperative, so I can't unleash tailed beast bombs. But I will use sage art. My sage chakra is nearly gathered." At this moment, the Reikage and Mizukage, who are also caught in the gravitational pull, along with Orochimaru and Tobi, jump onto the rising stones and shout in unison, "We'll help too." "All right, then let's use our strongest long-range ninjutsu to attack that black sphere. Fourth Hokage, you inject your sage chakra into our ninjutsu." "Okay, the idea is good. But the Akatsuki will not give them this opportunity. Except for Kisame, the others have already gathered 7-tailed beast bombs and released them all at once. Feeling the intense heat approaching at high speed, Tobirama and the others are instantly alarmed, their hearts sinking. It's over. Even if the second and fourth Hokage can move these tailed beast bombs away, there won't be enough time. Their bodies are getting closer to the black sphere. Just as they are in despair, suddenly, The gravitational pull that was attracting them disappears. The stones and debris suspended in midair begin to plummet rapidly. Although Minato and Tobirama do not know what is going on, now is not the time to ponder that. They quickly react. Minato grabs Orochimaru and Tobi, while Tobirama holds the Reikage and Mizukage, teleporting back to the ground to evade the tailed beast bomb's attack. When they look up again, the black sphere has vanished. They do not know the reason, but the members of the Akatsuki see it clearly. Just moments ago, swirling spatial fluctuations erupted around the black sphere, transporting it away. Without a doubt, this is the ability of Kamui. Itachi reminds them. When we came to Konoha, I saw Obito. His eyes are now both Sharingan. And it seems he has taken Kakashi's eyes. He now possesses double Kamui. Nagato is not overly surprised. He coldly states, finally forced him out. You handle the old and weak. I'll go talk to Obito. Everything returns to calm, and the shadows gasp for breath, still shaken. Before they can gather their thoughts, the members of the Akatsuki have surged before them. Meanwhile, Obito finally appears. Honestly, the strength of the 5 great nations is unreliable. In the end, I can only rely on myself. At this moment, Nagato flies in front of him. Obito, let's talk again. By the way, did you clarify things with Zetsu? Obito glares at Nagato and slowly speaks. Nagato, I remember you are not such a boring person. Nagato chuckles helplessly, clears his throat, and, after pondering for a moment, pretends to be serious and says, that. You said I am no one. I don't want to be anyone, but actually you want to become Hokage, just like me, right? Huh? Obito is momentarily stunned and retorts. What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Strange. Did I say something wrong? I remember Naruto started his talk no jutsu with this line. Why doesn't it work for me? Could it be that Naruto ate the face fruit? Nagato mutters to himself, scratching his head, then takes off his coat and pulls out the laptop he has at his waist. Is this the laptop Zetsu mentioned? Obito has always been very interested in this black object. Last time, he even sneaked into the Akatsuki base to obtain it, but didn't find it. Although he did take other things he wanted. E-Drive, Kagaya's mother's rescue file folder. I remember it was episode 600. 04. Okay, this is it. Nagato holds a laptop and plays the video, displaying it in front of Obito. Although Obito does not know Nagato's intentions, seeing the content of the video leaves him utterly shocked. He sees a person with a completely white body, possessing Rinnegan, with 2 horns on his head and chest. And most importantly, this person looks very much like him. Could it be that this person is me? Obito is stunned and quickly asks, is this person me? Why do I look like this? That's right, it's you. But at this time, you have already become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara will use you, and then Kagaya will use Madara. In short, there are many things that will change your worldview. You should keep watching. As the time passes, Obito sinks into deep contemplation after watching these scenes. After Naruto's talk no jutsu concludes, Obito asks in confusion, is everything demonstrated in your computer real? What kind of nonsense did Naruto say? How could I be convinced by those words? Nagato gives him a disdainful glance. Who knows what you were thinking at the time? Maybe it was for the sake of the plot. But that's not the point. Hurry up and keep watching. There are a few iconic scenes that you need to see closely. Just wait a moment, I'll find them for you. Chapter 73. What will you do when you know the truth? The laptop was placed in front of Obito, and time passed second by second. Obito's eyes didn't blink, afraid of missing a single moment of the story. At first, he had some doubts, but when that scene appeared, his eyes became moist. A flash of white light passed, and the old fans knew it was time for a memory to begin. Just as Nagato was about to fast forward, Obito hurriedly stopped him, because he saw the person he missed the most. In the frame, there was a bench with 2 children sitting on it. The girl tenderly bandaged the boy's wounds on his side profile. Lin, you saved me, which means you saved the whole world. Because think about it, I want to become Hokage in the future and end this war. For that, I must live well in this world. The girl turned her head to look at the distant scenery, her charming smile still hanging on her lips. Seeing the girl silent, the boy asked blankly, do you understand what I mean? The girl immediately nodded heavily, her eyes filled with trust for the boy. Although it's hard to understand. The boy hurriedly explained awkwardly, actually, how should I put it if you're not here watching over me? Just as the boy was about to say something, he turned his head and found the girl's face suddenly close to him, very, very close. Perhaps this was the shyness and awkwardness of adolescence. The sudden ambiguity made the boy jump up from the bench, pretending to be angry as he shouted, who told you to come so close? You scared me. The girl continued to smile as always, her smile angelic and gentle as she replied, aren't you asking me to watch over you? This adorable face and warm words made the boy blush again and freeze in place. After hesitating for a moment, the boy turned around, pointed to the clan symbol on the back of his shirt with his thumb, and swore loudly. I said it. Watch me. I will definitely bear the Uchiha symbol and become Hokage. As the memory faded, Obito slowly closed his eyes. This past was vividly displayed in his mind. It had been a long time since he recalled the moments with Lin. After Lin died, he blamed all the wrongs on this twisted world. He was determined to change this world, to let people sleep in dreams and enjoy the beauty within. Where there is light, there must be shadows. As long as the concept of a victor exists, there will never be peace in this world. This is the reality I feel. Like a surging river. No matter how you try to block it, it will devour everything. Nagato, the unified peace you seek will not exist. The human heart cannot be controlled. Come with me to complete the Moon Eye plan. Well, do we just watch that for nothing? Nagato said helplessly, retorting. Who says the river cannot be stopped? I will show you. Nagato shoved the laptop into Obito's arms, leaped down, and landed on the water created by Kisame, using the power of the Rinnegan to convert all the water into chakra, draining it completely. With unparalleled strength, it can be stopped. Obito, my goal is to unify the ninja world. Once unified, as long as my strength is strong and I impose regulations and laws, there will be no more wars. Although it's hard, this is the real world. Dreams should be left behind. Anyway, stop digressing, keep watching. Nagato took back the computer and quickly searched for those iconic scenes. From Black Zetsu controlling Obito to use the Rinne rebirth to revive Uchiha Madara, to Madara taking Obito's eyes to enter the Kimui space and revealing how he used him to achieve his ultimate goal, the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In Black Zetsu pulling out the heart to resurrect Kagaya Tsutsuki, all these scenes were presented to Obito in their entirety. The place you want to go? Madara will not give you that opportunity. After using you, he will kill you directly. You won't even have the qualifications to become White Zetsu. If you continue to act recklessly, once Kagaya Tsutsuki is resurrected, this world will truly be destroyed. There's a saying, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. No pain compares to the pain of working hard for an ideal, only to receive another painful truth. Compared to this, what does the pain of a crumbling persona amount to? At this moment, Obito was on the verge of collapse. Seeing Obito's expression, Nagato said, if you want, I can help you resurrect Lin. No. Obito immediately rejected Nagato. I've killed many people, including Kakashi. Resurrecting Lin would only make her suffer more. Hearing this, Nagato sighed and patted his shoulder. Obito, it's time to look forward. Don't just live in the past. Come with me to change the world. Not in a fantasy, but in the real world. Our lives may be like this, but we can ensure that future generations do not experience our pain. Well said. Voices from the members suddenly came from behind. Nagato was taken aback. You all have dealt with the previous Hokages? Haiden replied proudly, of course. With Itachi's Tensigen. It's much more reliable than Shikaku's sealing technique. Why bring that up again? Can't get over it, huh? Shikaku roared helplessly within Sasori. Sasori disdainfully retorted. Why are you shouting so loudly? They can't hear you. Just stay quiet. Soon you'll be free. Deidara walked up to Obito and, without waiting for a response, put his hand on his shoulder and affectionately said, Obito, oh no, I'll still call you Akatsuki, right? Although we haven't really worked together, our relationship in the original seemed pretty good. There aren't too many people I cherish like that. So what do you say? Want to come back? I'll protect you. Okay. Haiden added, if you come back, there are vacancies for the 8 Tails and 3 Tails Jinchuriki. You can pick one. Kisame said, idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? After we deal with Black Zetsu, we can release the tailed beasts. What is the use of having Obito as a Jinchuriki? Please use your brain. Uchiha Itachi, carrying Sasuke, said, Obito, knowing the truth, how will you choose? Will you join us or continue executing your impossible plan? It was clear that all the members hoped Obito would join. Obito lowered his head and said nothing. After calming down, he considered many things. He slowly removed the bandage from his left eye and softly said, Black Zetsu should be watching the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Let us go. I'll take you to find him. Deidara shouted loudly, whoa, Akatsuki. Does this mean you're agreeing to return to the organization? Huh? Obito didn't respond, just gave a faint smile. Lin, watch my transformation from above. I will work with Akatsuki to create a world without war. Forgive me. Just as everyone was about to set off, Nagato suddenly remembered something. Wait. Before we go, we need to settle a score with someone. Orochimaru should still be here. Since Obito has returned, I suddenly have an idea. At this moment, Orochimaru was reluctantly watching Sasuke, who was slung over Itachi's shoulder. His heart is bleeding. Nagato raised the laptop in his hand and shouted loudly, "Hey, Uncle Snake, come over and take a look. Can you understand this thing?" Chapter 74 about Uncle Snake's matters. Lord Orochimaru, that guy named Nagato is calling for you. Kabuto reminded. Orochimaru's attention had been entirely on Sasuke, and if it weren't for Kabuto's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed Nagato's words at all. He saw that the Akatsuki members were all staring at him, and Nagato was waving a strange black box at him. Orochimaru sighed in disappointment. Sigh? I raised Sasuke for 3 years, hoping the former Hokages could deal a heavy blow to the Akatsuki organization, but I never expected it would turn out like this. Don't you still have many former Kage from other ninja villages in your hands? Summon them and give it a try. Idiot, what time is it? Summoning anyone now is pointless. Sai, let's go see what this kid is up to. Orochimaru reluctantly walked up to Nagato, looking at the strange black box in his hands, and asked, "What is this thing?" This is something that can change your gender. Nagato casually tapped on the keyboard, turning the screen towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced a few times. At first, it was fine, but later he completely lost his composure. A dojin featuring JK, Orochimaru, and Junior Kabuto was displayed before everyone's astonished eyes. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Why am I dressed in strange clothes, doing such disgraceful things with Kabuto? Orochimaru panicked. What on earth is this black box? How could there be such things inside? Isn't this slander? In his life, Orochimaru had never had such a stain. He had never done anything dirty. The key issue was that it was one thing to see it himself, but even the other members of Akatsuki had seen it. At this moment, Scorpion, Deidara, and Haiden had already turned their backs, their bodies shaking from suppressed laughter. Nagato looked at Orochimaru, who was almost going mad, and asked lightly, "Uncle Snake, shouldn't your focus be on your gender change?" Orochimaru huffed. "You still don't understand. For someone like me, who has already reached the peak of human artistic achievements, gender? I don't even know my own gender. Where did you get this thing? Destroy it quickly." Just as Orochimaru was about to snatch the black box from Nagato, Nagato immediately dodged, grinning. "Sure, as long as you agree to one thing, I will destroy these images. What do you want me to do? Join us." This was Nagato's second invitation for Orochimaru to rejoin the Akatsuki organization. Nagato always felt that Orochimaru was a talent. His technological skills were unmatched. Although a bit restless, what talent is ever truly honest? Orochimaru's strength was indispensable for the great cause of developing the Akatsuki nation. "Uncle Snake, what do you say? If you agree, I will delete it immediately. If you don't, then I will let everyone see your scandalous images. It's up to you to decide whether to stay or go." "All right, I'll join, but I can tell you directly, if given the chance, I will still snatch your Rinnegan and Itachi Sharingan." Nagato waved his hand. Okay. Do as you please. Welcome to disturb us anytime. Since you agreed to join, we won't pursue the trouble you caused by summoning so many troublesome characters. Let's go seal Kagaya." "Wait," Conan murmured, then split into several pieces of paper. Transformation Jutsu, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. The paper suddenly transformed into 2 sets of Akatsuki uniforms. With Obito and Orochimaru rejoining the organization, I think it's better to change into these clothes. Nagato praised. "Conan, you truly are the most meticulous." After changing clothes, Obito put the mask that was hanging at his waist on his head. "I suddenly feel that this image suits me best." Compared to Obito, Orochimaru was extremely reluctant to wear it. He never thought he would wear this red cloud black robe again in his life. "I've joined, and I put on the clothes. So can you destroy that black box now?" Nagato asked in confusion. "When did I say I would destroy the black box? What I promised you was to delete those images. Don't believe me. Just scroll up. You." Orochimaru was so furious he couldn't even speak, his finger trembling as he pointed at the laptop, unable to finish his sentence. However, Nagato was always a man of his word, and in front of everyone, he directly clicked delete on that folder. "What does this mean? It's gone just like that?" Orochimaru asked, half convinced. "It's gone. I guarantee that no one will see it again." Always curious about new things, Orochimaru suddenly became very interested in the black box. "What exactly is this thing? After everything is over, I'll give it to you for research. Let's go. I wonder what those 2 gods are fighting about. Let's go check it out." Before leaving, Kisame asked, "What about the 3 tails? There might be a big battle coming up." "Obito, the tailed beast that was once inside Rin, I think it's best to leave it to you. But it won't be for long. Soon, it will be free. After everything was over, all members stood on the giant bird created by Deidara, heading to the battlefield of Hashirama and Madara. Deidara quietly leaned towards Nagato and whispered, "Boss, it's a pity you deleted that dojin. It's not easy to see Orochimaru's embarrassing moments, and I didn't get enough of it. Little Deidara, tonight I know. Maybe tomorrow during the day. Come find me secretly, and I will let you know what a recycle bin is." "Boss, you mean you didn't delete it?" "Sure, keep it down. This was bought with money. How could I bear to delete it?" The two couldn't help but start laughing together. "Conan, Nagato, what are you two talking about?" Hearing Conan's voice, Nagato quickly managed his expression, awkwardly clearing his throat. Cough, cough. "I was discussing with little Deidara how to deal with Madara and Hashirama, as well as strategies to seal Kagaya." Haiden then interjected, "Hey, brothers, I suddenly thought of a good idea." Nagato was somewhat surprised. "Oh, you've become resourceful. You actually started to think? Hurry up and tell me." "Well," Haiden rested his chin on his hand, speaking seriously. "I remember in the original work, Madara once told little Hashirama not to stand behind him when he pees, otherwise he can't go. This is a fatal flaw. So we just wait, and when Madara needs to go, we all go stand behind him in a line and mess with him a few times back and forth. Maybe he will just die from holding it in." The 10-member group fell silent immediately due to Haiden's words. Is this a solution that carbon-based life forms can come up with? "Indeed, as expected of you, Haiden." Kakazu sighed. "When I fought Gaara, I told you I would take you to see a brain. This matter remains unchanged. I will do it." This was one of the few times Haiden used his brain. He initially thought he would earn praise from the members, but unexpectedly, Kakuzu started to mock him again. "Hey, Kakuzu, isn't my idea good? It's simple and effortless. Are you an idiot? A person who has been reincarnated from the dirt needs to go to the toilet. Don't they need it? P.S. Working overtime again, brothers. Taking a break tomorrow. Just got back. Let me write a chapter first. Don't rush. I'll be pulling an all-nighter after having dinner with friends tonight." Chapter 75. The great Buddha of Susanoo, Madara, and Hashirama collaborate. Again, Haiden's method was too nonsensical. After the members explained it over and over again, he finally understood a bit, stopped retorting, and could only turn his back, quietly squatting on the bird's back, drawing circles while muttering softly, "One day, I will definitely sacrifice all of you to the great evil god, just to show you that my mind isn't right." In the distance, on the battlefield of Madara and Hashirama, the wooden man fighting Susanoo was like an eternal and cursed fate. If no third-party force broke the situation, it might be passed down for generations. Hashirama had long sensed that his brother and the other Hokage's chakra had disappeared. Although he wanted to rush back to Konoha quickly, Madara had no intention of letting him leave and had entangled him until now. As the wooden man and Susanoo both fell, the two faced each other, panting heavily, preparing to continue the battle with their original bodies. "Madara, our fight will only benefit the Akatsuki in the end. Continuing like this is meaningless. Not only will Konoha, which we worked so hard to build, be destroyed, but the entire world will be trampled under the Akatsuki's feet. Our Konoha? Hashirama, you still have the face to say such things. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. As long as I take you down, those little brats are nothing to worry about." At this moment, Zetsu emerged from behind Madara and said in a sinister voice, "Madara, Obito has betrayed us, and now they're all rushing here. But I've left a backup plan and wanted to tell you." Zetsu leaned closer to Madara's ear and whispered his plan. Madara was somewhat surprised after hearing this. "Oh, you actually managed to gather such a person?" "Of course." Zetsu nodded with a sinister smile and gestured behind him. Danzo's half-dead body emerged faintly from the ground. "I fused all the Hashirama cells we cultivated into Danzo's body, activating the dying Hashirama cells within him, which is why he is still alive now." Madara noticed the abnormality on Danzo's right arm and asked, "What are these closed eyes?" "All of them are Sharingan, the Sharingan that has used Izanagi." Upon hearing this, Madara's anger instantly surged. It was unthinkable for Danzo, who was not from the Uchiha clan, to possess so many Sharingan. One could imagine what he had done to the Uchiha clan members before. Madara wanted to immediately crush Danzo to death, but for the sake of his grand ambitions, he chose to endure for a moment. "Old man, you must hold on. My rebirth is entirely dependent on you." Zetsu's appearance stunned Hashirama. He had never seen someone with this appearance before. Just as he was about to question Madara, all members of the Akatsuki appeared in the air. Haida mocked, "Hey, you two old folks, why aren't you fighting anymore?" Madara coldly responded, "Obito, you make me feel very cold. I saved you, and this is how you repay me?" Obito replied, "I and Nagato are already clear about your intentions, Madara. You are too sinister." "Heh, Sinister? Uchiha Madara sneered. I just want to create an ideal world, a world without betrayal and war. I was disappointed when I traversed mountains and rivers. Where there are humans and desires, such a world cannot exist. Obito, I think you should understand me. Isn't it good to create peace through dreams? That girl you love, are you not planning to see her again? Obito shook his head. True peace will come, and I will create it with my own hands for you to see. Hashirama, unaware of Madara's Moon Eye plan, did not understand what they were talking about. At this moment, he suddenly saw Tsunade, his granddaughter, standing behind Uchiha Itachi. Hey, Uchiha brat, what have you done to Tsunade? He didn't believe Tsunade would collude with them. The only explanation was that he had used the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to control Tsunade. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless and did not respond. Heh. Hashirama, it seems we have been underestimated by the younger generation. Perhaps we should teach them a good lesson. Let's cooperate. After dealing with them, we can settle our personal grudges. Although Hashirama was somewhat skeptical of Madara's words, the urgent task at hand was to rescue his granddaughter, and there was no need to entangle with Madara any longer. Cooperation was all that remained. All right, Hashirama nodded. Madara said, Actually, I had an idea a long time ago. Do you want to give it a try? You up top, and I down below. Hashirama was taken aback upon hearing this, and after seeing Madara's eyes, he instantly understood. You mean, truly, they were good friends. No words were needed, just a glance. Two terrifying chakras suddenly erupted from the two of them. Hashirama brought his hands together in front of his chest and appeared on his face. Sage art. True Thousand's hands transform into Buddha. Watching Hashirama's actions, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. His eyes wide open, and several blue lights gathered in front of him. Destruction's avatar, Susanoo set. An unprecedented Susanoo Buddha, towering into the clouds, appeared. Madara's Susanoo, equipped with Hashirama's True Thousand's hands, unleashed a terrifying pressure as if a war god was descending upon the world. This was divinity, true power. The sudden change shocked all members of the Akatsuki, including Nagato. They did not expect the Susanoo Buddha to be so gigantic, nor did they anticipate that Hashirama and Madara would really collaborate. The members did not dare to delay, and quickly transformed into their complete tailed beast forms. However, in front of the Susanoo Buddha, the tailed beast bodies appeared too insignificant. Brothers, tailed beasts, this is the final battle. As long as we seal these two, our goal will be achieved. Let's fight. At this moment, Madara and Hashirama stood shoulder to shoulder on top of the Susanoo, looking down at the small-tailed beasts charging towards them. Hashirama, I really regret not being able to remain friends with you. If it weren't for our incompatible personalities, our powers would truly complement each other. Madara, I have never given up on you. As long as you are willing to turn back, I will always be by your side. Let's deal with them first, then talk. I'm too lazy to draw my sword. I'll just step on them to death. Chapter 76. None of you should die in front of the great Buddha of Susanoo. The size of the tailed beast was just about the same as its feet. How to fight this battle? Head on. There is only one target, the top of the great Buddha's head. As long as Itachi's Totsuka sword is there, there's a chance to deal with these two reanimated bodies. Only the Seven Tails Chome can fly. We will cover it to take Itachi up. Yes, apart from Chome, all the other tailed beasts gathered together, preparing to unleash a giant tailed beast ball. But Madara would not give them that opportunity. The giant foot of Susanoo came crashing down on the tailed beasts. Feeling the darkness above, Nagato quickly reminded them, No, there is no time to release the tailed beast ball. Everyone scatter. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Because Obito had just become a Jinchuriki, he truly learned to transform into a tailed beast and was still in his original body state. Obito took off his mask, opened his left eye's Sharingan, and shouted, Kamui. At the top of Susanoo's head, a swirling spatial fluctuation appeared instantly. Is this the ability of Obito's Sharingan? Madara immediately sensed the anomaly, and before he could react, Hashirama had already formed seals and shouted at Obito on the ground. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A giant wooden dragon burst forth from beneath Obito, interrupting the casting. To save his life, Obito quickly activated the Kamui ability of his right eye, transporting his body into the Kamui space. Watching the wooden dragon pass through Obito's body without harm, both Hashirama and Madara were taken aback. TSK. Obito, you have a good pair of eyes. Madara's gaze turned greedy. Just as they were too focused on Obito, Konan controlled Chome, bringing Itachi, who could activate Susanoo, to the top of the Great Buddha. The Tatsuka, sword in the hands of the red giant, suddenly extended, heading straight for Madara and Hashirama. Such a divine weapon is not something you can control. Better leave it to me. Although the great Buddha of Susanoo was massive, it moved surprisingly swiftly, drawing its blue sword, and before the Tatsuka sword could stab, it had already cut Chomei in half. Taking advantage of this moment, Madara directly controlled Susanoo to knock down the Tatsuka sword from Itachi's hands. A whoop! Chomei let out a painful howl, instantly losing its ability to fly and plummeting to the ground. Seeing the Seven Tails' plight, the members and tailed beasts cried out in concern. Chomei, are you okay? The tailed beasts have strong self-healing abilities, but suffering such severe injuries was a first. While it wouldn't lead to death, it would be difficult for Chomei to participate in the upcoming battles. While the tailed beasts were attacking, Kisame had already jumped onto a nearby hillside, using the powerful chakra within him to release a massive spherical water prison, trapping the great Buddha of Susanoo inside. With this little chakra, I can't even be bothered to absorb it with my Rinnegan. Madara allowed the water sphere to envelop Susanoo. Once the water sphere took shape, the blue sword in the great Buddha's hand lightly swung, completely shattering the water sphere. Kisame cursed, "This freak. The dam I used all my strength to create was so easily destroyed." Just as Obito returned from the Kamui space and was about to use the Kamui of his right eye again, he suddenly saw the wooden dragon charging at him once more. Hashirama coldly said, "Give it up, Uchiha kid." The wood release technique uses chakra as nutrients for growth. The head of the wood dragon automatically tracks based on the target's chakra. Even if you slip into the void, you'll eventually return. And as long as your chakra appears again, the wood dragon will immediately attack until it captures you. Perhaps due to just gaining the double Kamui, Obito hadn't fully adapted to and developed the abilities of both eyes. Facing the powerful wood dragon, he could only defend and escape. Hashirama had no intention of giving Akatsuki a breather. Facing the tailed beasts beneath him, which were like ants, he formed a single seal, and in the sky, 6 red torii gates descended, pressing down on the bodies of the tailed beasts. Senjutsu, 6 paths of the divine gate. This was a ninjutsu specifically used by Hashirama to seal tailed beasts, capable of temporarily suppressing their chakra. The tailed beasts howled in pain beneath the divine gates, struggling but unable to free themselves from the gates. However, that was not the end. Perhaps Hashirama was truly angry. He clenched his fists, formed seals again, and controlled the entire cannon with 1,000 hands behind Susanoo, concentrating all his power into his fists. As thousands of fists rapidly descended, the power of each seemed capable of shattering mountains, raining down like meteorites onto the tailed beasts beneath the divine gates. Senjutsu, top-down transformation into Buddha. Just as the fists were about to fall, Nagato urgently reminded, "Everyone, quickly deactivate your tailed beast transformations. Don't hurt the tailed beasts." After giving the order, he flew up alone, facing the dense barrage of giant fists. He released all the natural energy he had suppressed with his powerful mental force, and a large number of curse marks appeared on his body, turning from red to black. A massive protective shield was summoned, enveloping the members, as he prepared to withstand Hashirama's true 1,000 hands. To counter Senjutsu, one must retaliate with Senjutsu. Aya. Countless giant fists smashed against the energy shield maintained by natural energy. Although the shield had not yet shattered, Nagato could deeply feel the pain inflicted by the giant fists. Not enough, not yet. Damn, I'm running out of power. Kurama immediately infused a large amount of chakra into Nagato. Don't forget, you still have me. Nagato gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, struggling to keep his eyes open as he watched the giant fists smashing against the energy shield. Just as the final barrage approached, Nagato finally lost control. He spread his arms towards the sky and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Senjutsu! Ultra! Shinra Tensei!" Hashirama and Madara had realized early on that Nagato was a sage, but they hadn't expected the natural energy within him to be so vast that it could contend with the true 1,000 hands. Facing the rebounding transformation into Buddha, although Madara also had the Rinnegan, he couldn't use Senjutsu, and his body hadn't truly revived, making it impossible for him to unleash a Shinra Tensei of the same level as Nagato. The rebounding giant fists all fell upon the great Buddha of Susanoo, instantly beating Madara's Susanoo armor to pieces, crashing heavily to the ground. The shattered great Buddha of Susanoo disappeared. Hashirama and Madara struggled to stand up, and Madara grinned. "Nagato, I really underestimated you. Ugh. After exhausting all his strength, Nagato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rinnegan, and his body began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. Seeing this, Obito quickly reminded, that last move exhausted all the natural energy in your body. The rinnegan requires vast chakra to control. Nagato, don't participate in the battle anymore. Go to the side and absorb energy peacefully. Leave these two to us. Nagato gasped for breath, painfully shaking his head, and said intermittently, no. Don't worry about me. Iemifine. Kurama is transmitting chakra to my body. Believe me, I'll be fine soon. Don't be stubborn. Your body is that of sage. So it's best to maintain it with sufficient natural energy, not the tainted chakra of tailed beasts. Without the great Buddha of Susu, the 9 of us can still fight them. The members all witnessed Nagato's selfless act of protecting them. Shaonin gently supported Nagato, anxiously advising him, I'm begging you. Look at you now. It's as if you've returned to the past. I've had enough of those days. I don't want you like this. Be obedient and go rest. Deidara, boss, you've already dealt with the Susanoo Buddha. That's a great achievement. Leave the rest to us. Haiden, just now, we weren't as strong as those two, so we would inevitably suffer losses in a fight, but now it's different. There are 9 of us to gang up on them. If we still can't defeat them, then we, Akatsuki, don't deserve to be called a top team. Boss, you have to trust us. Scorpion, I've been using tailed beast power too much lately. My puppet technique is getting rusty. Leader, give me a chance to find my state. Kakuzu, I've heard rumors about a dark history between me and Hashirama. Let me clarify. Those are just rumors. I've decided to prove my strength to you today. Just watch from the side. Kisame, Madara just said he couldn't even be bothered to absorb my water jutsu. This time, I'm gonna show him my strength. Itachi, although my body can't be the main attacker now, I'll help during the sealing. Nagato, you don't have to worry. Just rest easy. Obito patted Nagato's shoulder and seriously said, you know better than anyone about the personal grudge I have with Madara. Leave the task of taking him down to me. Looking at the confident expressions of the members, Nagato felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He sighed and nodded heavily. All right, remember, not a single one of you is allowed to die. P.S. Writing a big chapter.